Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. We see two unhappy characters. And now a sobbing girl. The hero is surrounded by ice. He remembers that when they encountered soul-destroying black magic, he fell into a deep sleep, leaving his companions. In front of us is a girl with white hair. A bright sun shines over the settlement. It is reported that 300 years have passed since then. The spire of the cathedral is visible behind the trees. People are happy. In front of us are red dots and lines. It is reported that the restored world and calm everyday life were only an illusion. A character with scraps of rope on his legs walks away. A suffering young man lies on the ground. He looks up. A rabbit-like monster appears in front of him. It is reported that now the whole world is shrouded in darkness. The young man holds a book in his hands. Someone knocks on the door. A girl is standing on the threshold. The hero remembers that when he turned 13, one of the heroes came for him to the magic tower. The blonde looks at the boy and says that, as she heard, once in 100 years a genius magician appears, but she doubts that this is her interlocutor. The hero remembers that she had snow-white hair and golden eyes. In front of us is the Archmage Lynn. He takes a book from the shelf. The boy squats down. The girl calls out to him. She says hello and asks if the boy can hear her. The hero replies that he is neither a genius nor a child, but his name is Lynn. The girl looks at him in surprise. A smile appears on her face. She follows the boy and asks if she really found that very young 4-star Archmage in the history of the Empire. It seems to her that she has come to the right place. The boy looks at the books. The girl says that in front of her, however, is still just a child. The girl laughs, covering her mouth with her hand. She says that she finds it difficult to call a character who still needs to change diapers a genius mage. But she promises that if he joins her party, she will change them for him every day. A fireball appears in the boy's hand. The girl screams in fear that she was joking. She receives a rather powerful blow and admits that she has a very peculiar sense of humor. The girl holds her head. Books fall on her from above. The boy looks at her in surprise. The girl is buried up to her neck in books. She does not seem to be feeling very well. The boy smiles. He brings his hand to his mouth. The girl says that the boy is finally smiling. The hero remembers that this is when she interested him. The girl holds out her hand. The hero looks to his right. The girl smiles. She shakes the boy's hand and says that her name is Esther Alter Chirapin, and she is a fake warrior of the Heavenly Light Dragon Church. The boy sits on a pile of books in front of the girl. He remembers that she asked him to help her defeat the abyss that spreads from the South Pole. In other words, she invited him to join a group of heroes that already included two famous characters. In front of us are the two heroes in question. It is reported that one of them is a famous archer of the Kai's Empire, and the second is Fried, a priestess of the Fire Dragon from the Dragon Republic. Lynn looks at Esther and says that she does not want to die. She replies that no one has such a desire at all. The girl looks at the hero in surprise when he asks if the other two members of the squad are as interesting as she is. Esther thoughtfully rubs her chin. She replies that they are just as crazy, but there is something much more interesting in her invitation. Lynn looks closely at the girl and asks what exactly she is talking about. Esther smiles. She raises her index finger and says that this is the world. We see a blue vortex and bright stars. Lynn sits at the table reading a book. He remembers that the word Esther said caused a strange resonance inside him, a boy who studied magic in the tower after being rescued from the slums, and who had one goal to become a mage of the maximum 7th level. In front of the boy hangs a bird feather. He knew that if he gets the 7th star, he will be able to see the truth of the world. He also wanted to reach that dimension where no one has yet stepped. The feather lies on an open book. The hero thought that living in the tower, reading books about magic for the rest of his life would be nice. But to get the 7th star, he needed to know the world that is outside the magic tower. Lynn picks up the feather. Aimless travel seemed too tiring to him, so he wondered if he needed all this. The boy looks out the window at the eagle flying by. Esther points her thumb at herself. Lynn remembers that the appearance of this clumsy girl and her offer to save the world became the motive that made him go outside the tower. Lynn picks up the book. He puts it on the table. The hero remembers that, despite the fact that he never had a heightened sense of justice and a desire to save the world, he accepted the girl's offer. Esther waves her hand at the guy. Lynn looks at Kai's in surprise. He remembers that he was an archer, whose accuracy dropped catastrophically without a drink, and he was mute. Kai's looks sadly into an empty mug. In front of us is someone's face. Lynn waves her hand in front of his face, dispersing the smoke. He remembers that Fried was a heavy smoker, once. Having exhaled black smoke in his face and laughing like crazy, she justified this habit of hers by the fact that the priestess of fire dragons should use the breath spell. Esther laughs. A huge one-eyed monster appears above her head. We see all 4 members of the squad. Now Fried and Kais are in front of us. The hero remembers that despite all their shortcomings, they were masters of their craft. A bright green flash occurs. The monster grabs his gouged out eye. A powerful wave of yellow energy finishes him off. Lynn remembers that they were very strong as a squad. All 4 members of this group are shown fighting in battle. The hero remembers that the terrible monsters they encountered along the way, as well as the minions of the abyss advancing north, were quite within their power. Esther cuts through the horn monster. Lynn remembers that the girl often joked with him. She turns to the guy and demands that he dare not fall in love with her, even if she is very charming. Lynn and Esther eat together. The girl asks if the guy will go on a journey with her when this whole war is over. Lynn cleans his ear with his little finger. Esther tells him that she is very afraid that the boy is so innocent that he can be easily deceived by any other girl. Lynn smiles. Esther looks scared. Kai stands with his eyes closed. Fried smokes. We see the 4 members of the squad again. It is reported that 5 years have passed. Esther is crying bitterly. The boy remembers that when their journey to save the world from the abyss came to an end, signs of decomposition appeared on his body. This was the result of him being attacked by enemies for 5 years in a row. Blood is flowing from the boy's mouth. Esther holds his hand. The hero remembers that before the last battle with the abyss, he was dying, consumed by the poison that poisons the soul. Esther, Kais and Fried stand over the hero. He understands that his life will soon end. The mute archer frowns down and mentally asks for his comrade to wake up. The hero opens his eyes. He says that he does not want to die. Esther replies that she will not allow this, and she will find a way to cure him. But for now the guy just needs to hold on. In front of us is the left eye of the young man. Lynn looks at his hand. His comrades look at him in fear. He asks them not to worry too much. The guy shows a tattoo. He says that he has applied the tiny lapel of the Overlord's filter to himself, and this spell of immortality is carved on his heart. We see the tattoo up close. The hero thinks that this is magic that will put his body into a dormant state and heal it. Blood is flowing from the guy's mouth. He remembers that he did not know how long it would take to revive. The hero's leg is covered in ice. He thinks that this was the only option then. Esther looks in amazement as her comrade plunges into the ice. He grabs the girl by the clothes and says that he will return. Esther, sobbing, looks at the guy. A smile appears on the hero's face. He asks the girl to win. We see the lower part of her face. Esther smiles. She promises that she will win, and offers to meet again at all costs. The boy and the girl shake hands. Esther asks if the hero promises that he will return to her. The ice reaches the guy's chest. We see his right eye. Esther says that they will meet together, the 4 of them. The archer closes his eyes. Fried is crying. Esther says that they will all go see the world together. Streams of tears flow from the girl's eyes. She says that she will stay next to the guy until he wakes up. Lynn smiles happily and makes a promise. Esther, Kais and Fried stand above the ice hill. Circles spread across the water. Lynn remembers that death grabbed his consciousness with its claws. It was as if he was swimming in emptiness and plunging into a swamp. Lynn flies head down. He tries to understand why he could not see the truth in the magical 7-star system. Blue energy is visible next to Esther. The hero's eye opens. Kai shoots a bow. Puffs of smoke are visible above the guy's hand. Lynn comes to her senses. In front of us are his comrades who are fighting monsters. The young man realizes that this joint journey through the huge world is ending for him. A huge black monster is visible above the squad members. The hero's left eye is closed. He remembers that for a very long time he saw only darkness, and then got tired of floundering in it. We see the hero's eye again. It seems that the guy hears something. He opens his eyes. Behind him is a woman who asks if Rain is okay. The boy turns to the woman and calls her mom. The guy's eyes become round with surprise. The woman looks at the hero in bewilderment. He understands that he has a mother, and he is no longer an orphan. Lynn puts his hand to his head. He looks to the left of himself. The boy turns his head. He stands in the middle of children and tries to understand where he is. The mother looks at her son in bewilderment and asks why he is behaving so strangely. Then she says that they are in the hero's square in front of the Vatican. The hero looks ahead in amazement and asks if there is really a monument to the Esther squad here. We see the boy's profile. He turns his head. In front of him is a monument to the unit he once belonged to. The plaque lists the years of life of each of the heroes. The hero, now called Rain, stands in front of the monument. He asks his mother what year it is. The woman cannot understand what is happening to her son and says that he scares her. We see the back of the boy's head. Rain asks her to tell him what year it is. The mother closes her eyes and says that it is 1418 according to the Daresian calendar. The boy is amazed. With bulging eyes, he seems to be hanging in the middle of space and is trying to understand whether he has been reborn or his memory has been implanted in someone else's body, inside which, by the way, he experiences rather strange sensations. Rain remembers his comrades, Esther's laughter, the drunken delirium that Kais was talking, the smoke from the cigarettes that Fried was smoking. Beads of sweat are running down the boy's cheeks. He cannot believe that all this happened 300 years ago. Rain asks his mother in a trembling voice if they won the last battle. Rain stands in front of the monument. He understands that he asked a stupid question, since such monuments are erected specifically to the victors and the sky above his head is now completely peaceful. The boy's mother sighs heavily. She asks why her son asks questions, the answers to which are obvious. Then she says that if you climb the Vatican Tower, you can see the frozen remains of Lynn. Rain smiles and says that he understands. We see the roofs of houses. The boy understands that this most likely means that he took possession of someone's body. The mother says that Lady Esther stayed with Lord Lynn until she died. The woman is very sad. She asks her son if he does not think that this is a very beautiful and sad story. The mother looks at her son. He, shedding tears, laughs and looks at his hand. The woman asks the boy if this sad story really made him laugh. We see the child's left eye. He remembers his handshake with Esther and understands that the girl kept her promise. The mother calls out to her son. He reaches out his hand to the monument. Rain touches the stone. He lowers his hand, realizing that someone, however, did not keep their word. The boy cries, his tears fall to the ground. The hero reads a book. He has no idea what his comrades said about him, but Lynn has become a legendary hero as a result. The mother, holding a cup, looks at her son. He thinks that the emperor personally erected a monument to him, and many towers and families of magicians revere him as a saint. The boy thoughtfully turns the pages of the book. He tries to understand what the past 300 years have given him. The squad members run away from the giant monster. Now they are surrounded by many birds. The hero thinks that he is left with only magic, memories of traveling around the world and the faces of his comrades who smile brightly in these memories. We see the pages of the book. The hero understands that everything that happened has turned into legends. Lynn looks at smiling Esther. The hero remembers that this girl once told him that memories are fixed in the memory only when they are shared with someone. We see 4 happy members of the squad. The boy understands that his memories are not yet complete, and until he dies and meets his comrades, they will remain unshared. Rain sadly looks at the book. He thinks that he must live with his memories alone, and they are just an unanswered echo for now. The mother hands her son a cup of hot drink. The woman, smiling, looks at the boy. He smiles. He takes the cup and saucer from his mother's hands. The boy thinks that now his comrades are gone, but they left him this world. The hero holds the cup with the drink in his hand and tries to understand what to do now. A thoughtful expression appears on the boy's face. He remembers Esther, raising her index finger. We see the boy's right eye. A bright flash occurs. Rain understands that he still has something to work on. Behind the blue-robed mage, a bright circle is visible. The hero thinks that the Holy People's Empire divided the mage class into 7 levels. In front of us is a system window describing the hierarchy of mages. Lynn stands with a staff in his hand. The hero remembers that he eventually reached the level of a 5-star mage, and in the entire history of the Empire, only 2 people received the 6th star, who, so to speak, reached the end of the truth. The boy's mother is about to leave. He looks after her. Esther extends her hand. The hero thinks that if he had not gone with her, he probably would have received the 6th star, then grown old, and died. Rain looks after his mother. He thinks that in this case he would regret his choice until his death. Lynn and Esther go somewhere together. The hero thinks that even if he could return to that time, he would still go traveling with the girl, who, unfortunately, has long been dead. Esther laughs. Rain remembers her words that she hopes that this world is filled with laughter. The boy follows his mother. He tries to understand if the world that they desperately defended together has really become the way the girl wanted it to be. Rain looks up. He thinks that those who reach the end of magic, that is, the truth, can see the true face of the world, and therefore in this life he must become a 7-star magician. Rain stops in front of the monument again. He promises himself that he will try to break out of this sadness and emptiness. A completely happy Esther shouts for Lynn to look at the flowers. Fried, who is holding a pipe, asks if she really finds it romantic to show something like this to a boy who lacks a sense of beauty. We see the back of the archer's head. Lynn shouts that she would rather read another magic book than look at all this. The boy does not understand what is so wonderful in an ordinary flower field. Esther and Lynn run across a sunlit field. The hero thinks that Esther, Fried, Kais and himself were full of eccentricities, but he really enjoyed traveling with all these people. A smile appears on Rain's face. He lists all his comrades by name and says goodbye to them. We see the boy's legs. He thinks that the dead should remain in the past and cannot be together, and the living, following the flow of time, should move into the future. Rain goes forward. He understands that his second life has begun. Lynn looks at someone over his shoulder and asks about his family. Esther smiles. She asks if the boy ever regretted not having a family. He answers no, and says that he does not even know his mother's face. Butterflies fly over the boy's head. He remembers that he grew up in the northern slums, and if the director of the Osiris school had not noticed his magical talent and taken him in, he would have lived as an orphan and died on the streets. Lynn says that he has no idea what a family is, and he is not even interested in it. Fried hugs the boy and feels sorry for him. Lynn breaks away from the girl's embrace and says that even if he had a family, he would not know what to do in it, so he does not even need anything like that. Esther, smiling, tells the boy that in a family everything is not difficult at all. Lynn hears from the girl that you just need to really value those who are in it. Esther laughs happily and says that she has a kind child in front of her, and he will succeed. Lynn looks up. Someone calls him Young Master Rain and says that it is already morning. Next to the hero's bed is a maid. She says that if the master has already woken up, she will prepare breakfast for him. Rain stretches sweetly. He puts on slippers and goes somewhere. The boy looks in the mirror. Rain walks past the windows, behind which trees are visible. He thinks that the memories of his former life return to the spoiled 9-year-old boy only 20 days ago. In front of us is a magnificent mansion. The hero thinks that Rain is the eldest son of the Ludwig family, one of the 5 great families of the Empire's magicians, and he, a former orphan, now found himself in a noble family. The hero looks ahead. He thinks that in order to adapt to this life, he must work tirelessly. Rain is standing at the door. The maid is greeting him, and the mother is surprised that her son is already awake. She asks the boy to tell his father that breakfast is ready. She says he will be glad if his son goes for it. Rain, smiling, says that he will do so. The boy is standing in front of his father, who is sitting at the table. A man with a small beard, smiling, looks at the child and asks if Rain has slept well. He says that his son's complexion is not very good. It is said that this is Kevin Ludwig. The father puts his hand on his son's head and says that he still looks tired after his journey. Rain looks at his father and says that he is being called to breakfast. Kevin removes his hand and, laughing, says that he is very glad that his son came here just to tell him about it. He thanks the boy and says that he must eat himself first. Rain is standing next to the father and asks if he is not going to have breakfast. We see a piece of paper with hieroglyphs. The boy asks if this is magic. Kevin replies that it is a presentation of the dissertation that he will defend next week, so he is a bit busy now, and his head is foggy from eating, so he tries to concentrate and do as much as possible in the morning, when he thinks best. In front of us is the hero's right eye. Rain looks at the sheet of paper with hieroglyphs and tries to understand if his father is really stuck on this. He asks his father if he needs help. Kevin, smiling, looks at his son and asks if he wants to support him morally. Rain says that he is not going to do that, but wants to help solve the riddle of the magic circle. The boy takes a pen. Kevin says that he could use some help, but if the son is late for breakfast, his mother will scold him, so the son should go have breakfast. Rain writes something. His father looks at the child in surprise. Rain says that magic is the ability to express natural laws numerically, and then distort them. Kevin looks at his son in confusion as he writes something on a piece of paper. The boy says that the Go rune complicates the equation and conflicts with the Cha rune, so it is better to replace it with the Gu rune. Rain looks up from the paper and says that now, using the imperial equation 41-2, you can immediately get the answer. Kevin looks at the solution written on the paper in amazement. He tries to understand if this method will really work. In front of us is a mage with a staff. Rain thinks that this is a difficult problem that even the best scientists of the Empire today could not solve, but at the same time it is a high-level spell that was first used about 200 years ago. Kevin looks at his son in amazement and asks how he managed to do this. The man thinks that if this spell is restored, it will be able to protect many people from natural disasters such as floods and landslides. He does not understand how Rain, who has only recently mastered basic magic, was able to solve this problem. Behind Kevin, his wife and son are visible. We see the man's eyes. Until this moment he thought that Rain knew basic magic at the level of an ordinary person and did not inherit the talent for magic that is inherent in the members of the Ludwig family. Rain, smiling, asks his father if he can now have breakfast with them. In front of us is the lower part of the man's face. Kevin smiles. He hugs his son and says that he agrees to eat with everyone. Rain leafs through a book. He thinks that he has a small family, himself, his mother, father and a 6-year-old sister. A little girl looks in the door. This is the hero's sister, whose name is Siri. We see the girl's face. The hero thinks that she has iridescent black hair like silk and red eyes, and that this little girl has inherited the physical features of the Ludwig family, just like himself. Rain turns around. The girl notices his gaze and gets scared. She runs away scared. Rain looks away and thinks that this was understandable. The boy stands in front of his family's mansion, thinking that from Rain's memories that he now possesses, this child was never kind to Siri. He wasn't particularly hostile to her. He was just indifferent to everything that was happening around him. The hero looks at the book. He remembers Esther, who says that loved ones need to be protected, that they shouldn't be run away from or ignored. A bookshelf is visible next to the boy's face. The boy slams the book shut. He remembers Esther's words that Lynn is a very kind child and that everything will work out for him. Rain, without turning to his sister standing behind the door, tells her to come in and promises to teach her magic. The girl looks out from behind the door excitedly. The boy turns to her and asks if she wants to play. Siri runs off again. Rain sighs heavily, thinking that children are very difficult to deal with. His sister appears behind him again. The girl holds out a book with a red cover and says that it is called The Basic Formulas of One-Star Magic. Rain looks at the book in amazement and asks if his sister, who is only 6 years old, already reads such literature. Siri smiles. We see the hero's face. He remembers himself with his old friends. Esther asks him if he knows the meaning of the name of the flower. Lynn does not pay attention to how Fried throws Kai's off the cliff behind him. Esther asks permission to tell the guy the story of this cliff. The hero remembers that he always complained about Esther treating him like a child, but in fact, he loved these moments more than anything in the world. Siri is sitting on her brother's lap. Rain asks what part of the text she does not understand. The girl shows it. The boy promises to explain everything clearly. 2 buildings are visible above the children's heads. Rain asks if his sister ever played house. Siri answers that, of course, she did. The hero says that the materials depend on what kind of house you are building. And in magic, the role of, for example, straw or brick is played by a magical figure. In front of us is an open book. The boy says that the shape of the figure determines the attribute of magic. If you draw a triangle, it will be the fire attribute, and if you use the fan shape, it will be the wind attribute. So the figure she sees in the book is for wind attribute magic. Siri shouts in admiration that she likes the wind. The siblings look at the book. The boy says that the next step is runes, which determine the effect of the magic. We see flashes of fire. Rain explains that runes are magic words. Yel means to bind and Ho means to dispel. If you engrave a rune on a triangular magic square, it will turn it into a fire attribute binding spell. However, in reality, it uses mathematical formulas. Siri opens her mouth wide and asks what mathematics is. Rain rolls his eyes. His sister smiles. Sitting in front of the window, the brother and sister learn the basics of magic. The boy says that the Yel rune requires a quadratic equation. Then he realizes that this is too difficult for a child and says that they should start with addition and subtraction. Behind the door of the room are a woman and a young man. The maid notices that Mr. Rain has changed a lot. The guy says that this is true, because before, even when Mrs. Siri cried, he did not care. The woman says that after returning from the square, even the boy's gaze has become somehow different. The hero's mother happily looks at her children. Siri is sleeping on Rain's lap. The woman says that she wants to capture this scene in a painting. Kevin replies that it would be nice. But by the time the artist arrives, the children may already be awake. The parents stand next to their children. Kevin reminds that Siri is very shy, so she may not agree to pose. The man notices a red book and a piece of paper with geometric shapes on the table. He tells his wife that Rain is teaching his sister magic. Kevin looks confused. He states that after returning from the square, Rain seems like a completely different person. His mother says that this is true, and her son even started talking like a more mature person. She looks at her husband with concern and asks if this means that the boy has been possessed by the abyss. Kevin replies that this is not the case, and that he himself had a similar experience as a child. According to him, when he was a student, he had the honor of meeting Lord Lynn. The man looks at the piece of paper, smiling. He says that at the time he bragged to everyone that he became a 3-star mage, but then realized that during the war, Lord Lynn rose to 5 stars. The man says that when he realized that he was living in a peaceful era, which was made possible by heroes, he realized how smug he had been. The hero sleeps, sitting in a chair. His father says that perhaps the boy was changed by similar thoughts. The hero's parents are walking down the hallway. The woman asks if Lord Lynn was really frozen in time. The husband tells her that everything was exactly like that, and that this man had such a great command of ice magic that he remained exactly the same as he was at 18. The wife asks him to tell her more about it. Kevin, smiling, says that he cannot do this, even if he really wants to, since he does not know anything else. The woman looks at her husband in surprise. Kevin strokes his chin in surprise. He remembers that this ice also had Lady Esther's magic. The woman asks again in surprise. Kevin looks at his wife and says that only Lord Lynn and Lady Esther could remove this magic, and he suspects that it is the letter. Esther, whose back we see, looks at the house. She says that she will leave a letter for someone who will surely return here from afar one day. Kevin looks at his wife and says that, in his opinion, Rain is a real genius. We see bright flashes. The man says that, moreover, their son may well reach the level of a sage. He reports that the boy solved the magic square, which he himself struggled with for more than a year, just by looking at it this morning. The woman looks at her husband in amazement, and says that this means that this is why he was able to come to breakfast today. Lynn admits that this is true. Kevin, smiling, says that perhaps it is too early to think about it, but the boy needs to be taught their family magic. We see a wizard with glowing eyes. Kevin says that Rain can become a mage thief who can read and appropriate any magic. The wizard's eyes glow red. The man says that this is only allowed to those who belong to the Ludwig family, and this kind of magic is available only to members of their line. Kevin smiles. He states that, however, he is not sure how well the boy will be able to master these intricacies. The wife asks if this magic is really that difficult. The man answers in the affirmative. The woman wonders how her husband is going to cope with this difficult task. Kevin, smiling, says that he has one idea. Rain lies on a green lawn next to the mill. He thinks that a dazzling field of tulips stretches under the blue sky to the very horizon, and this is Sias-Tulika, a beautiful region famous for these flowers, and a third of its territory belongs to the Ludwig family. The boy has a plant stalk in his mouth. He gets up from the grass, thinking that the weather is certainly amazing, but in order to progress, he must set medium and long-term goals, especially on the path to truth. We see a wizard with a staff. The hero thinks that in order to become a 7-star mage, there is a lot to do, and there is no time to waste, even if he is very young. The hero spreads out a piece of paper in front of him. He thinks that he needs to call a guide first. Siri comes up to him from behind and asks what her brother is doing. Rain realizes that this is already starting to irritate him. The girl looks at the boy, smiling. He turns his back to her and says that he was going to call a magic guide. The girl asks again in bewilderment. Rain asks if he needs to make one for her too. Siri looks surprised. She jumps up, clenching her fists, and shouts that she wants to get it. Siri happily jumps on the lawn. Rain understands that his sister likes all this, but for a 6-year-old child, she speaks a little awkwardly, and it seems to him that something is wrong here. Rain runs a pencil along a sheet of paper. He says that the shape of the magic circle is a polygon, and the runes Ju, Yu, Du and J should be applied to it. The boy looks at his sister and says that this is a high-level magic containing 4 different elements, so only a 4-star mage can handle it, and there are only 10 of them in the whole country. Discharges beat from under the pencil. A powerful column of energy rises up. The girl screams in surprise. Blood comes out of the boy's nose. Siri looks at his brother, with whom something is clearly wrong. Rain slightly raises his right hand. He does not understand what is happening to his body and whether the load was too great for 4-star magic. The boy is glad that he used a spell from the guide, because if it were combat magic, he would have died already. Blood also comes from the hero's eyes. The brother and sister are kneeling. The boy says that his body is very weak. Siri looks at someone in surprise. The hero calls Rudian. A butterfly-like creature appears. It sits on Siri's finger. We see this entity up close. The hero says that it evaluates the user's abilities and determines potential magical power. Rain, covering his mouth with a handkerchief, says that this is the function that Rudian has, and in the future this entity will tell his sister what needs to be studied and practiced. 2 children stand next to each other. Rain says that the Ju rune in the guide spell tells about basic magical power, and the Yu rune about the use of magic. Smiling, the boy says that, thus, the best runes for learning are collected here, and although all this may seem simple to the girl, but in fact it is 4-star magic. The girl looks at Rudian with admiration. The brother asks if she likes this entity. Siri turns to face her brother, and happily shouts that she likes Rudian very much. Rain tells his sister to follow Rudian and learn with him. The little girl runs away jumping with joy. The boy watches her go. He grabs his head with his hand and says that he himself first needs to restore his magic power, and he will summon the second Rudian later. In front of us is another Rudian. He shows the value of the physical condition, estimating the magic power at 3,024 units. Rain looks dissatisfied. He says that this is even below the level of a novice mage. The boy asks to calculate magic and stamina. Above Rain's head you can see a window that says that the magic value is 77, and stamina is 64. Rain understands that he has a very long way to go. A system window appears, which reports the discovery of a bloodline of magic that can be learned. It says that these are Valencidus and Valencidus. We see the hero's right eye. The boy understands that the magic of the Ludwig family has become available to him. Rain, smiling, rubs his chin. He says that his body turned out to be not so useless. In front of the squad, in which the hero was in a past life, a wizard is seen. The hero remembers that when he traveled with Esther, a young magician came to him. A fireball is seen in front of the wizard. Rain remembers that this man wanted to show that he is the best of all the magicians in the Empire, to join the squad instead of him. Lynn brushes off the fire charge. A powerful pillar of fire is seen in front of him. The hero remembers that in the skills of that wizard, by and large, there was nothing special. The guy looks around sadly. His competitor hits the ground with his fist. Rain again remembers that in the skills of that man there was nothing special. In front of us is an eye emitting bright rays. Lynn looks at his competitor in amazement. He thinks that he was nevertheless haunted by the eyes of this man. The wizard repeats what Lynn did just recently. A powerful pillar of fire is also visible in front of him. Lynn puts blue magic information in front of him. He thinks that his competitor saw with his own eyes all the magic that was used before him. Esther and Fried look at what is happening in amazement. There are already 2 magic circles in front of Lynn. His competitor puts forward a staff. Lynn looks at the competitor. There is a clash of 2 types of energy. Rain remembers that the wizard only counterattacked. The boy looks thoughtfully in front of himself. He now understands that this was the power of the bloodline of the magic of the Ludwig family, namely Valencidus. In front of us is a schematic image of 2 opponents. Rain remembers that simply by observing the flows of magic, the man could determine what exactly the opponent was using, and if the magic skills of the competitors are equal, the one who uses them better gets an advantage. We see the hero's left eye. He remembers the name of the second skill, Valencidus. The boy again sees the fight with the wizard that happened in his past life. He thinks that if Valencidus is a way to recognize the enemy's magic, then Valencidus is the ability to steal it. We see an eye surrounded by white clouds of smoke. Rain thinks that the Ludwig family is known as magic thieves precisely because of this eye. The hero, rubbing his chin, looks at Rudian. He thinks that the task for the period of childhood has been determined for him. The boy remembers the members of his squad and thinks that without magical power and endurance he will not become a great magician. Rain is standing near the bookshelf. His father calls out to him. Cavan, smiling, asks if the child is interested in the genealogy of their family's magic. The hero tries to understand how long his father has been watching him. Cavan puts his left hand to the side. He asks if his son wants to learn their family magic, although it is, of course, too early to do this. Father and son stand opposite each other. Rain understands that it is never too early to study theory, and says that he would like to learn what his father suggested. Cavan declares that from today on Ellen will teach him, but only while he himself is at the academy, and when he returns home, he will personally teach his son. Rain unsuccessfully tries to remember who Ellen is, and then asks his father about it. Cavan, closing his eyes, says that she is a wonderful person. She teaches at Delaiten and has great magical talent, but among other things, she is Ellen's aunt, who loves her nephew more than anyone in the world, and the boy met her at the age of 6. Rain notices a woman standing next to them. The child's eyes widen in surprise. In front of him is a very impressive, but very displeased woman. She bends over the child with a threatening look. In front of us is her right eye. Ellen, with her arms folded across her chest, irritably declares that this is simply ridiculous and asks if the genius Professor Ellen Ludwig should really come in person just to teach this unpleasant child something. The woman puts her hand on the boy's head. She looks him straight in the eyes and asks if he is ready to learn. The woman bends over the boy and asks if he knows who she is. Rain replies that in front of him is Aunt Ellen. The brunette looks out the window and says that from now on the child should address her as Professor Ellen Ludwig, the great genius. She declares that she cannot stand slow-witted people who do not understand the first time. Ellen looks at the boy with disdain. She says that he should not ask her questions after she told him something once. Rain thinks that this is how his training in the bloodline magic of the Ludwig family began. Ellen closes her eyes and brings her hand to her face. She says that she will demonstrate something and the boy should watch carefully. Before this, Rain learned that bloodline magic is not recorded so that it will not be stolen by other mages, and he must meet with mages from his family to receive the knowledge into his mind directly. The boy looks at his aunt in surprise. Energy flows from her closed eyes. Ellen suddenly opens her eyes. Rain, whose face we see divided into two, experiences a very strange feeling. He sees his aunt's eyes and realizes that he saw something similar in his past life. A smile appears on the boy's face. He recognizes the spell Valencidus. Ellen smiles with satisfaction. Rain cries out in surprise. The aunt shows her nephew 3 fingers. She says that in order to use the skill that he just likes so much, you need to calculate 3 spells at the same time. Right after that, she states that such a klutz as her nephew can only dream of this. The boy, crouched down from anger, says that he can do it. Ellen, laughing, says that Rain is very self-confident. She hands her relative several sheets of paper. The hero thinks that Ellen, satisfied with his reaction, wrote down several formulas and this was an analysis of magic. Rain examines the sheets handed to him. He understands that they contain much more theory than he expected, and if the founder of the Ludwig family had not imposed genetic restrictions, then Lynn could also use this skill. The boy remembers how in a past life he held his competitor by the collar. Ellen, standing behind her nephew, smiles. She says that perhaps this is too difficult for him, and he will not even try, since he has no idea what it all means. The boy replies that it is not so and he just needs time to roughly understand what is what. Ellen winks at the boy and says that she is ready to make an exception for her nephew. The child moves away from his aunt and thanks her for guiding him, after which he declares that from now on he will figure everything out on his own. Ellen is standing next to the child sitting at the table. A smile appears on her face. She asks in surprise if Rain really does not need her guidance. When he does not wait for an answer, she asks him not to ignore her. Rain looks at the sheets of paper. The smile on his aunt's face becomes crooked. She jumps up and down in irritation, declaring that the boy can do whatever he wants, and perhaps he will succeed someday. Then she says that she will not teach him, even if he tearfully begs her. Ellen sits down opposite his nephew and pretends to read a book. The boy writes something on a piece of paper. His aunt waits patiently. We see a pencil in the hero's hand. It seems that the boy understands something. Ellen shows him a piece of paper. She writes something with a pencil. Rain looks again at what she is showing him. Ellen covers her face with a book. The aunt and nephew are sitting at the same table. The boy, holding a pencil, looks at the piece of paper. Another page appears in front of him. Ellen puts the written sheet in front of the boy. Rain looks at his aunt in bewilderment. The hero's face is filled with amazement. A drop of sweat rolls down Ellen's cheek. The boy tries to understand whether this is really how modern magical education works, or whether his aunt is testing him. The hero's mother, smiling, watches what is happening from around the corner. Ellen announces a break. She runs out the door. The mother calls the hero. He asks what happened. The woman approaches her son and asks if Ellen's aunt seemed unusual to him. The boy confirms this. The mother says that Ellen pretends to be strict, but she wants to teach him everything, so if the boy wants to ask something, he should ask a lot of questions. The mother sits down next to her son and says that Ellen was the same when she followed her and her husband around, and at that moment she was very charming. Rain tries to understand if the meaning of the word charming has changed in 300 years. Ellen, whistling a tune, looks at a book. The hero frowns at her. The aunt looks sideways at what the child is doing. Surprise appears in her eyes. She covers her face with the book again. Ellen again peeks at what Rain is doing. The boy gets angry. It seems to him that his aunt is very annoying, much more so than 6-year-old Siri. Ellen turns to the boy with a very strange expression when he calls out to her. Rain picks up a piece of paper and says that he can't understand one part of the text. He asks her to explain it. The child looks at his aunt. Ellen's face is filled with amazement. She throws her book away and asks if the child doesn't even know such basic things. She shouts that their family is doomed and demands that she be shown what exactly the child doesn't understand. The woman points to the text and says that the boy should solve the problem in exactly this way. Ellen, who has a piece of paper in her hands, says that if he uses this formula, he will be able to solve the problem much faster. Rain asks her for forgiveness. The aunt asks what the boy did before he was 9. Rain, closing his eyes, asks one question after another. Ellen answers them. Magic formations and sheets of paper are visible in the air. The aunt continues to explain to her nephew what and how works in the world of magic. Rain thinks that she always taught this way. Ellen demanded that the student make great efforts. But thanks to her, he significantly reduced the time spent on studying the theory and gained practical experience. And on the 10th day after the start of training, he felt a burning pain in his eyes. Rain reaches his hands to his face. He feels a strong pain in his eyes. It seems to him that his head is about to explode, and the world is slowly painted blood red. Stars appear in the guy's eyes. Rain looks up. He remembers that at some point the mark of death was engraved in his eyes. The child sees that everything around him is transformed into numbers, and the information of the universe enters the brain in the form of formulas. He tries to understand what it is like to be the creator of the world. Rain raises his hand. He tries to understand if this is how magic should look. The boy's eyes sparkle. He thinks he understood everything, and then, in his past life, in the eyes of the young wizard, all the magic that Lynn used was represented by exactly these numbers. A fireball is visible in front of the boy's face. Rain says that this is really amazing. He looks at his aunt with red eyes. She looks at him in amazement, and asks if the boy really achieved all this in 10 days. Ellen is angry. She thinks that even after receiving special education, it took her 7 years to master the ability of Valencidus. We see someone's back. Ellen is crying. She was told that it would take 70 years to master Belle. Curious. She looks at her nephew and cannot understand how he could grow to using several spells at once in just 10 days from scratch, without knowing anything. Ellen looks at the boy with her red eyes. She thinks that this child can compete with Lynn, who is called the master of simultaneous summoning. Rain, with his eyes shining brightly, looks at his aunt, who seems to be beginning to suspect who he really is. Kevin, with his hands folded in front of his face, says that his son was able to awaken Valencidus in just 10 days. Ellen, raising her left hand, says that thanks to the boy, the Ludwig family will be able to become a leading family of magicians, and the boy is truly amazing. She leaves and slams the door. Kevin, with his eyes closed, says that as a father, he has nothing more to teach his child. We see a man from the side. He calls out to Yud, who answers. Behind Kevin, a shadow is visible on the curtain. Its owner says that he is waiting for orders. We see the shadow up close. Kevin asks to send a message to his father. There are books on the shelves. A question is heard whether this refers to the former head of the family. Kevin, whose back of his head we see, asks if there is a problem with this. Yud replies that he did not mean this at all. Kevin, with his head on the back of the chair, says that the hero's grandfather should be asked to guide his grandson, who has an innate talent, on the right path. Rain is surrounded by books and pieces of paper. His father states that the message should end with the words that Kevin respectfully asks his father to do him a favor. In front of us is part of Yud's face. This man smiles and says that Kevin is really ready to go through fire and water for his son. He promises to carry out the order. Kevin sighs with relief. In front of us are trees. The hero thinks that spring is over and a short summer has come. The boy looks out the window. He realizes that this season seems to last for about a year. Dark clouds have covered the continent, and it rains day after day. And this is what their summer is like here. Rain brings a piece of meat to his mouth. He thinks that he was incredibly busy that summer. Ellen slaps the boy. Rain remembers that during the day he learned household magic from his aunt, and then at every opportunity he taught his sister the basics of magic. The girl spins behind the boy. The hero pulls a large stone behind him. He remembers that at night he trained physical and magical strength. The boy, rubbing his chin, looks at a piece of paper. He thinks that the modern magic he learned from Ellen and from books was truly amazing, and for a person who lived 300 years ago, this was truly shocking knowledge. The hero goes forward. Without taking his eyes off his papers, he understands that complex formulas have been simplified over 3 centuries. The activation time of spells has been reduced, and their power has increased significantly. We see first the sheets of paper, then the hero leaning over them, and finally the boy's eyes. Rain thinks that the level of magic has increased significantly compared to what it was 300 years ago, and he can lose to a modern 4-star mage. Magic is becoming more and more perfect, and it is absolutely impossible for him to become a 7-star mage in this era. Rain understands that he needs incredible power and knowledge. The boy looks at his father and says that he has a request. He asks again in bewilderment. The hero's parents look at him in surprise. The boy asks to send him to the city of magicians for about 3 years. Siri, eating a bun, asks his brother where he is going. He replies that he wants to go to the Golden Rose in the city of magicians, where the best magic university Delaiten is located. We see the back of Kevin's head. Rain asks his father if he will let him go. Siri grabs his brother by the shirt and begs him not to go anywhere. The boy hears from his father that this is impossible, since he is only 10 years old, and it is still too early to leave home. Ellen, whistling some melody, eats. Kevin, closing his eyes, says that children from magical families enter Delaiten when they turn 16, that is, even at this age it is not too late to go to the city of magicians. We see the left eye of the man. He says that, in addition to everything, the boy has a very important meeting. Siri throws up her hands. Kevin shows the letter. Ellen, without letting go of a piece of meat from her mouth, looks at her nephew. Her brother says that the message was sent by their father, that is, the boy's grandfather. The hero's mother looks in amazement at Ellen, who seems to have choked on her food. She looks angrily at her brother and asks if their father really sent him a letter. Kevin asks his sister to wipe her mouth before speaking. Siri continues to hang on to his brother, who understands that they are talking about his grandfather. Someone pinches the child on the cheek. Kevin, looking down sadly, says that in their family there are only 3 people who have awakened the ability of Belle Curious. We see the back of the hero's grandfather's head. The boy pushes his sister aside. He understands that he was right, and that they are talking about the awakener of the spell Belle Curious, whose name is Scholsey Ludwig. The father, smiling, tells the child that his grandfather will personally teach him how to use Belle Curious. The boy asks again in surprise. Ellen wipes her mouth with a handkerchief. The mother tells her son that first he should go to his grandfather. Rain looks out of the carriage window. In front of him is a magnificent castle. The hero looks back. Behind the boy, trees are visible. He thinks that he should greet his grandfather. Rain stands in the doorway. His grandfather looks out the window. The gray-haired old man, smiling, looks back at his grandson. The boy looks at him silently. The old man raises his hand. He lowers it, and a triangle appears under his fingers. Rain and Scholsey become ghostly. We see a bottle and several cups. Now we see chandeliers. The hero is amazed. He tries to understand what his grandfather is thinking. He puts his left hand aside. A complex geometric figure appears above it. We see the hero's right eye. The boy has one magical formation in each hand. He thinks that he needs to throw his thoughts aside and begin. The grandson and grandfather stand opposite each other. The old man's eyes shine brightly. Rain looks at his grandfather with fear. His eyes are closed. The boy is standing with 2 magical formations. Suddenly, they disappear from his hands. The child's eyes widen in surprise. Rain looks at his hands. He looks at his grandfather in amazement, who says that this is Belle Curious. Scholsey touches his face. He says that this skill allows you to control visible magic at will. The old man's eyes emit streams of red energy. The boy looks at him in amazement. A smile appears on the child's face. Kevin, closing his eyes, sighs. He is asked if he wants to try too. The hero's father says yes. Scholsey touches his face. Removing his hand, he smiles and says that mastering the Belle Curious skill is not everything. In order to use it correctly, a master must achieve complete understanding. The grandfather asks his grandson what level he is at. Clenching his fists, the boy replies that he can barely make a high-speed calculation of a 3-star spell. He himself, meanwhile, thinks that in fact he can handle spells of up to 5 stars. Scholsey asks again in surprise, and then says that it is simply amazing and almost surprising. Closing one eye, the grandfather looks at his grandson and says that Belle Curious requires enormous magical power, and in the boy's current state, it is still far from mastering it. The child replies that no matter how long the path is, it can still be completed. Rain, smiling, says that it is not impossible and asks his grandfather to lead him along this road. The old man looks thoughtfully at his descendant and states that his training will be very difficult. Kevin, behind whom a bookshelf is visible, says that in any case, his father will train the boy properly. Scholsey, smiling, admits that his first greeting was too rude and apologizes for this, after which he greets his son and grandson. The old man, standing with his back to his son, offers him a drink together after they confirm the boy's suitability. Kevin turns to his father in surprise. He raises his right hand. Kevin bows low. Snow falls on the trees. Scholsey emits powerful electrical discharges. He says that Rain should be able to freely use the Belle Curious spell. The boy's mouth is open. He hears that he must now quickly recite the spell and not make any mistakes. The hero flies away from a powerful electric discharge. Scholsey asks how long his grandson is going to just stand and watch the enemy's spell activate. He shouts that they need to act faster. The old man, smiling, prepares another attack. He thinks that his grandson has a truly amazing talent. When you teach him one thing, he comprehends not even 100, but 1,000 things. He is a real genius who masters in one go what would take others a month. The hero grinds his teeth from the tension. His grandfather thinks that the boy only needs to develop magic and master the use of eyes. Rain runs around his grandfather surrounded by flames. He says that when training, the boy must risk his life in order to significantly grow as a mage. The child looks at the old man and says that he understands everything perfectly. A triangle appears next to Scholsey's hand. The old man warns that he will now release a fireball. We see the man's left eye. Scholsey says that if the boy cannot dodge, he will die. The child's eyes become round with fear. He puts his right hand aside. Scholsey prepares to throw the fireball and shouts that it is about to fly. Sparks flash in the child's eyes. He uses the Valencidus spell. The fireball flies straight at the hero. Fear appears on Scholsey's face. He shouts for his grandson to act faster. The boy, frozen in place, looks at his grandfather. He thinks that he must master the opponent's magic with the help of Valencidus and manipulate it with Belle Curious. A huge fireball hangs over the child. The grandfather tries to shout to his grandson. Blood flows from the boy's eyes. A heptagon is visible in the iris of the hero's eyes. Numbers appear on the fireball. Now they are visible on the hero's figure. Rain looks at the world around him through the heptagons that are in his eyes. The fireball flying towards him contains many numbers. Blood flows from the hero's eyes. He understands that Belle Curious is activated and the universe is transformed into equations that go straight to his brain. The ball with numbers hangs in front of the boy. The hero understands that now he needs to change the formulas at his own discretion. Rain stretches out his hand forward. He thinks that the magic array consists of 2 triangles, and the designated runic symbol is the Ruthician formula, the size of which is 17 axles, and the range is 23 kilometers. The boy looks fascinated by the numbers swirling in front of him. He thinks that an imaginary root must be used to solve the equation. A fireball flares up right in front of the child. Scholsey looks at his grandson in fear. It seems that the boy was seriously injured. The old man holds him in his arms. Barely breathing, Rain looks up and asks his grandfather if he succeeded. Scholsey happily says that his grandson did great, and now he only needs to strengthen his magical power. Rain looks at his grandfather with his last strength. He says that he cannot believe what happened, because his grandson awakened Belle Curious in himself at the age of 14. We see the lower part of the old man's face. He thinks that he himself reached this level at the age of 39, and this boy can rewrite the history of the Empire. Silhouettes of trees are visible among the snow. Rain looks at his grandfather who called out to him. We see the backs of these characters' heads. Scholsey says that he will not interfere in the boy's life, but when he turns 16, he must knock on the door of Delaiten. The hero stands behind his grandfather and looks at him. The boy looks away. He thinks that, frankly speaking, the Delaiten University of Magic is not at all interesting to him. The sun rises over the snowy forest. Scholsey tells his grandson that if he graduates from this educational institution with honors, he will have a chance to meet the Archmage Lynn. The boy replies that he understands this, but he is not very interested in it. The hero thinks to himself that it is time to stop mocking the dead. A grandfather and grandson are walking in the snow. The old man says that he felt the same way, but the heroine Esther left a letter. He asks his grandson if he is not interested in what is contained in this message. The boy is surprised. He remembers his friend from a past life. We see the hero's left eye. He cannot believe that Esther left a letter for him. Scholsey says that no one at his grandson's age has awakened Belle Curious in themselves, and with such abilities, Rain should be able to read the letter left by the legendary heroine. Rain looks at the old man in surprise. He remembers that at that moment he was stunned and could not utter a word, but now it is clear that this was only the beginning. He remembers Esther. The grandfather and grandson are walking in the snow. The hero thinks that this is a story about a journey along the path of his former comrades, which was indicated by Esther's letter. The parents and sister say goodbye to the hero. Rain says that there are about half a year left until the entrance exams to Delaiten, and he will use this opportunity to explore the world and visit different places. Heading south, Kevin wishes his son success and a speedy return. The father looks at his boy and asks if he plans to stay in the magical city after the exams. He answers in the affirmative, arguing that this is the place where all knowledge is gathered. There is a crowd in front of the castle. The hero thinks that at the end of the year there is a notoriously difficult entrance exam to Delaiten, and those who pass it begin the first semester in March. An orange leaf is visible next to the boy's head. The father asks if his son is sure of what he is doing. The man is worried that the boy will not have protection. Rain looks up. The mother says that his skills are exceptional, and everything will be fine with him if he follows the known path. The young mage looks at the blue sky. He sees a leaf fall into the ground and wonders if he will ever be able to look back and call this conversation a memory. Rain is standing on a small bridge. It is reported that it is the 15th day of his journey, and this is happening in the southern part of the Holy Empire in the Jerham region. 2 men in wide-brimmed hats appear in front of the hero. The boy thinks that this small town is distinguished by the fact that it has many inns and taverns, and curiously, all the people passing by wear bamboo hats. Rain looks around at the cheerfully chatting inhabitants of the village. The man, who has a mug in his hand, asks the boy if he does not know why everyone here wears bamboo hats, and has he heard anything about the Lynn caravan. The hero asks again in surprise. The narrator, raising his mug, says that the boy looks smart, but he does not know much, because a long time ago their first leader received help from an archmage named Lynn, and now everyone wears bamboo hats as a sign of gratitude. We see the hero's face. Behind his companion, there's an object similar to a staff. The man says that the fact that an ordinary trading group has such a great history is truly impressive. Rain sighs. He tries to remember who the first leader was, and he thinks he can understand who it was if he hears his name. The boy's companion takes a sip from his mug. Rain asks what such respected merchants are doing in such a small town. We see a dense forest. The man says that there is a problem on the road leading to the sunlit highway. Ferocious monsters have appeared there, and dozens of people have gone missing. Sighing heavily, the merchant says that they are all waiting for the Lord's forces to arrive to destroy the monsters, and he does not even want to think about what their trading partners will say about them being late. We see the boy's eyes. There are many different monsters in front of us. Rain thinks that these are creatures whose essence has been distorted by the abyss. They are similar to animals, but have a much more grotesque appearance and dangerous magical abilities, and no matter how many of them are destroyed, they appear again and again. Rain clenches his fist. He moves away from his interlocutor, thinking that if he does not meet higher-level monsters, he must cope with this threat without endangering his life. The moon is shining in the sky. The hero is walking through bamboo thickets. We see the profile of the boy. He feels that he is being watched. Orange leaves are visible above the hero's head. Rain understands that the monster does not attack him, most likely feeling the difference in magical power with his animal instinct. Rain stands in the middle of bamboo stalks. He remembers the sad face of his interlocutor, and realizes that he can cope with the monsters he spoke of. In front of us is the boy's left eye. He has an indifferent expression. He thinks that destroying monsters is not his concern. We see the back of the hero's head. The boy understands that the monster extermination squad must successfully cope with its work. Rain goes forward. His feet are illuminated by some light source. The boy remembers a conversation when someone suggested going from here by land, and the second interlocutor asked again in surprise. We see the ear of the young man. Now Esther's hands are in front of us. She suggests going along the Belle River and heading to Turvanop. Her interlocutor agrees. Rain listens to the conversation. Esther says that there is an amazing flower field near the river, and suggests looking there on the way. She is asked where it is. Lynn, spreading her arms wide, asks Esther and Fried what they are doing here. The young man angrily shouts that two groups of warriors who came to the continent before them were destroyed in battles, and because of this, the front line has stalled, and their allies are barely holding on, waiting for help from other heroes. We see the members of the party that the hero once belonged to. Lynn asks if they understand the importance of this situation. Fried takes a drag. She says that she knows everything very well, and the legions of red and yellow dragons are already heading to the battlefield, and all the strong mercenaries have already crossed the sea in the hopes of earning honor and glory. Lynn states that they need to hurry there too. We see Kai's profile. Esther explains to the boy that when all the strong fighters left to fight powerful enemies, monsters began to rampage across the continent, as if they were waiting for this moment. In front of us are the monsters in question. The girl states that they are not very strong creatures, having a C rank, and at worst, a B. The boy says that this is why they do not have time to deal with such enemies. Lynn looks at Esther with displeasure. She, smiling, tells him that there are many people in this world who desperately need help, even if their problems seem trivial to someone. She states that there is no difference between asking for help, and expresses hope that when Lynn grows up, he will always help people. Rain covers his face with his hand. We see the boy's eye. The hero realizes that he died 300 years ago, but his comrades from his past life continue to haunt him, and sometimes even irritate him. Rain, sitting on a stone, looks at the system windows. He understands that he is too tired and needs to rest. It seems that the hero hears some voices again. A system window hangs above his hand. He throws something on the ground and demands to find a monster. In front of us is a mouse. Now we see a crow looking around suspiciously. The boy is sitting on a stone in a bamboo forest. He hears some sound. Rain, whose left side of his face we see, hears a loud roar and orders the monster to be brought here. A black trail appears in the sky. Something falls next to the boy. The heroes look in surprise at the monster wrapped in a snake. The monster growls quietly. Rain, looking at this creature, asks if it is really such a serious threat. The boy raises his fist and says that he has exterminated countless of this monster's relatives. The monster opens its mouth wide and makes a strange sound. Rain says that he will let it go if he promises not to harm people. We see the eyes of the hero in the monster. The boy declares that this creature will not understand him anyway. The monster flies apart into several large pieces. Rain goes further through the forest. He says that he did it just out of boredom. Several more monsters appear in front of him. The hero thinks that he is on the border between the central and southern regions of the empire, and if he remembers correctly, this place is called the Bedancio Mountain Range. The monsters look at the boy with wide eyes. He looks back with an equally vicious gaze and asks how dare these worthless creatures look down on him. Rain is amazed to see arrows flying at the monsters. Someone appears behind him. The hero turns around and sees 2 archers. The boy looks at them in surprise. He turns his attention to the guy with green hair and asks if it is Kai's in front of him. Rain looks at the archer standing on the dais. He is trying to figure out if it is Kai's in front of him. The archer with green hair jumps down. He asks if the boy is okay. Rain smells alcohol. The guy looks at the hero with drunken eyes and says that monsters often appear in this place, and the child should have been warned about this when he was coming here. Rain asks why someone needed to tell him about this. The second archer jumps to the ground. Squinting one eye, he raises his hand and says that they, the descendants of the Great Palace, guard this structure. In front of us is the area of the hero's neck. Rain, rubbing his ear, thinks that this cannot be Kai's. He says that he has no idea what school his interlocutors represent, but they helped him, and he is grateful for it. The boy looks at the archers and asks if they are on the Badancho mountain range. The fighters exchange surprised glances. They laugh loudly. The hero asks discontentedly what is funny about this. The blonde, looking at the hero, says that a very long time has passed since this mountain range was called Kaislanten, and it is rather strange to call it Badancho. The hero and 2 archers are standing between the rocks. The boy understands that Kaislanten is translated as the mountain range of the Kai's palace, and this means that after defeating the Abyss, his former comrade took root here. The blonde fighter raises his index finger. Rain thinks that in front of him are the students of the archery school founded by Kai's, and this passage is guarded by those who have received recognition from the director of this educational institution. We see the eyes of the young man. One of the archers points at him. The green-haired fighter is also very cheerful. Rain remembers his old comrade, whose back we see. The boy covers his smile with his fingers. He guesses that drunken archery is the main skill of this school, and tries to imagine what these guys had to go through to be assigned to guard this passage. The blonde hugs the child and says that he came at the right time, since today there will be a festival when everyone can drink alcohol for free, and the boy must know this taste if he wants to become an adult. Standing behind the hero, the blonde says that alcohol is the path to the sun and the moon. His green-haired comrade contemptuously says that his partner is trying in vain to show how cultured he is. The fighter who looks like Kai's leaves. He tells his comrade not to miss his shift today, talking nonsense, and to concentrate, since no one has removed the task of guarding the passage from them. The blonde responds that he cannot abandon their new acquaintance, who is still a child, to his fate. He runs away, declaring that he will simply take the hero to the village and return. His comrade tries to shout to his partner. Yellow leaves are visible under the feet of one of the young men. Rain follows his new acquaintance, and says that because of these leaves the road is completely invisible. He replies that they are cleaning them, but this year there are so many that they have to be collected endlessly. The blonde raises his index finger. Rain looks up. Above him, trees with yellowed leaves are visible. The blonde, who is walking in front of the boy, says that if you go up the wooden stairs from here, you can find the training hall. In front of the archer accompanying the hero, a tombstone is visible. The young man says that if you go straight along the path, you can get to the village. We see the hero's eyes. He looks at the tombstone. The boy's eyes become round with amazement. Leaves are falling around the tombstone. We see the hero's hand. It seems that Rain realizes something. Kai's, standing with his back to him, appears in his memory again. Tears are rolling down the boy's eyes. The blonde turns to him and asks why the child doesn't stop and make a wish. He asks again in surprise. The fighter is surprised that Rain doesn't know anything, but then says that, given the boy's age, there is nothing surprising about it. Rain looks at the archer and asks what he should know. Red eyes stand out on the hero's face. His companion says that the boy should know the tomb of Kai's palace, because people usually make a wish next to it and ask for reliable protection for the next year. Rain asks the blonde not to joke with him like that. The archer looks at the child in surprise and says that he is not joking at all. In front of us is a tombstone. Rain says that this is still strange, because people are usually not buried outside of cemeteries, especially on distant mountain slopes. He asks if this monument belongs to a hero named Kai's. We see the lower part of the boy's face. The blonde asks if he is really from this country, if he does not know the history of this tomb. Young people stand in front of the tombstone. The archer says that among Kai's comrades was an archmage named Lynn, who, as any resident of their empire knows, was very shy. We see the back of the hero's head. The boy looks at his interlocutor with wide eyes. He says that Kai's sincerely believed that Lynn would return even though he died. Rain asks again in amazement. The fighter says that if the grave was in the village, Lynn would not be able to come to it because of his shyness, so Kai's asked to be buried here. Orange leaves are visible behind the hero. The boy remembers his past life and how Kai's pulled his hair. Lynn screams that the archer smells of alcohol, and he snores too loudly. Lynn, sitting at the table, explains to his friend how to write a magic symbol. The archer's hand is on the hero's head. He waves it away and asks not to touch his hair. Rain touches his head. Kai smiles. We see the lower part of the hero's face. He is trying to understand if Kais knew that he was saying goodbye forever. The boy looks at the tombstone. He does not understand if the archer knew that they would never meet again. Rain takes his hand away from his head. He looks at the grave with wide eyes and thinks that his friend could not have known this. We see the hero's face up close. He remembers his comrades, and also that Kais promised to return to meet him. The archer, smiling, looks over his shoulder. In front of us is a disgusting skull, which says that he promised. We see the boy's eye up close. The child runs away from the blonde man, who calls out to him. Rain runs through the forest. The boy's mouth is wide open. The hero trips and falls face down on the ground. The child's head is on the ground. Rain rakes leaves with his fingers. The boy lies on the ground and pounds it with his fists. Rain is sitting on the edge of a cliff. Autumn leaves are under his feet. He thinks about going back to Kai's grave. In front of us is the left side of the boy's face. The sun is shining in the sky. Rain wants to say goodbye to his friend. Fried is smiling. Esther is laughing. Kai stretches out his hand. The hero thinks that even if it is too late, he will say that he has returned, is sorry and asks for forgiveness. The moon is hanging in the sky. An owl is sitting on a branch. Rain is lying on the ground with his arms outstretched. A bird is soaring in the sky. We see the hero's eye. The boy asks if the bird could find him in such darkness, because it has very sharp eyesight. Kais points his finger at the bird. The hero is lying on the ground. He remembers himself among his comrades. Someone asks Kais how he can aim when he is drunk. Fried hands her ally a bottle and demands that he drink it. She asks why Kais can't hit the target when he is sober. The hero smiles. Esther, who has quite a few people behind her, says that Kais has no tongue, so he can't speak. Lynn covers her ears with her hands and says that it is unusually noisy today, so he can't sleep. Rain laughs. He remembers that in that place it was very quiet during the day, but at night, on the contrary, very noisy, since Kais snored very loudly while sleeping. The hero's comrades stand over him. Rain opens his mouth. Esther, Kais and Fried look at the dying hero with tears in their eyes. Rain lies on the ground, his arms outstretched. Blood is pouring from Lynn's mouth. Rain covers his face with his hand. Kais covers her eyes. The hero is sobbing violently. The moon is shining in the sky above him. Rain pushes the grass aside with his hand. He walks forward. The boy looks back at the tombstone. We see this monument up close. The child's footsteps on fallen leaves. A transparent magic triangle appears in his hand. Rain puts his hand forward. We see the tips of two of his fingers. A bright glow appears around the boy's fist. The hero hits the ground, lifting up the leaves. Flames rage around Rain. The leaves burn in the air. This continues for some time. The boy stands in the middle of the flames. He looks at the tombstone. The fire remains only in his hand. The monument stands on the scorched ground. In front of us is the back of the hero's head. Now we see his legs. Rain turns around. He moves away from his friend's grave. Smiling, the hero apologizes to Kais and says that it is not because he is shy, but because he lacks the courage. The hero moves forward. Kais smiles. Rain says that he does not have the courage to meet them all and ask for forgiveness. In front of us is the right side of the boy's face. Lynn and Kais are visible behind him. They are walking in the opposite direction from the hero. He thinks that he could not keep the promise he gave them all. Rain looks at the sky, where the sun is shining brightly. It seems to him that autumn in the south is simply amazing. Sweat is running down the boy's face. He thinks that under such a sky a brilliant city is spread out before him. People are crowding in front of the fortress wall. On the pages of the book a majestic castle is depicted. Rain thinks that he is in the magical city of Golden Rose, in the very heart of which is the Delaiten University. Rain, sighing, thinks that this city was interesting to him in his past life, but then did not live up to his expectations. The boy sees a bookseller who sells books on magic and manuals written by the best teachers. The hero walks through the market. He hears the shouts of sellers, one of whom offers a tool to enhance magic, and the second a rare item found in the dungeon by a silver-ranked adventurer. Rain looks at the multifaceted crowd. He remembers the phrase that all knowledge passes through the Golden Rose, and these words perfectly describe the status of the city, where the best magicians of the empire gather. The hero sits down in front of a man selling stones. He asks how much one of them costs. Rain looks at the seller in surprise, who asks for only 10 copper coins for this product. The man smiles when the boy is surprised by such a low price. He picks up the stone that the hero liked and says that its price is indeed only 10 copper coins. Rain, smiling, looks at the stone and says that, if he is not mistaken, he once paid no less than 80 coins for it. The shop assistant looks at the boy with concern and asks him for forgiveness. The hero, who has a surprised expression on his face, hears from the man that the bell on the clock tower is ringing, and this means that the exam will begin soon. Rain, who has a stone in his hand, hands the shop assistant 10 coins. The shop assistant thanks the young buyer. The boy realizes that he almost forgot about the exam, for which, in fact, he came to this city. The hero turns around in surprise. A very unpleasant guy runs through the crowd. Someone asks to detain a thief. The scoundrel runs away, pushing people. The hero thinks that the security in the city is completely useless. Rain closes his eyes. He wants to think that this is a big city, and the guards should catch this criminal in any case. A gray-haired man crashes into the boy. The hero thinks that he needs to make it to the exam. The old man falls to the ground in front of the child. Rain bends over and asks if this poor guy is okay. He apologizes and says that he is in a hurry. The boy looks at the old man in surprise. He, sobbing, laments that the item stolen from him was not intended for sale, but is a family heirloom that his grandson needs for an entrance exam. We see the hero's face. He hears the old man begging the thief to return the artifact to him. Rain looks around at the indifferent people surrounding him. He does not understand why he should help the old man, because he is also late for the exam. We see the back of the boy's head. Rain thinks that now is not the time for this, but hears someone asking him to help the old man. Autumn leaves are visible in front of the boy. Esther appears before his mind's eye. She is calling him. We see the old man's profile. Rain asks him who stole the family heirloom. Rain resolutely heads forward. He asks the man to wait for him in this very place. The old man looks at the hero in fear. He remembers Esther. Rain rushes forward. He pushes off from the roof. A boy flies over a crowd. A robber is visible below him. A ball of energy appears in the hero's hand, emitting discharges. The boy shouts that he has a lot of things to do, and he is forced to fight crime, and now he will turn the villain into ashes. A leg is visible on the edge of the roof, the owner of which demands that everyone get out of the way. A hand falls on the hero's shoulder. A little girl overtakes the hero, demanding that he step aside. She flies down. A bright flash occurs above her hands. Clouds of dust rise around the robber. The villain asks in shock, what kind of sand is this? A sand monster grows under the girl in the air. We see the girl's legs. She looks down at the robber and declares that stealing someone else's property in the Golden Rose is an incredibly brave act. However, as it seems to her, the scoundrel chose the wrong day. Rain looks at the girl in shock. He seems to understand who it is. The little girl stands on a pole above the sand monsters and says that the bastard is about to meet his end. She holds out her hand with spread fingers and explains that this will happen because the robber was caught by none other than Christa. The girl smiles. The hero notes that she is confident in herself and uses sand. The boy is dumbfounded. He realizes that in front of him is a representative of the Warden family. The hero remembers himself as a little boy. He thinks that the Warden family owns territories on the eastern border, and like the Ludwig family, is one of the 5 families of hereditary mages. If you believe the memories of the former owner of the hero's body, he met this girl several times at meetings of the mage families. Christa indignantly shouts at the boy to try a little harder and not act like an idiot. She holds out her hand and says that Rain is a descendant of mages, and the eldest in his generation, after which she asks if he is ashamed. Rain looks at the girl. Christa points at Rain. The hero remembers that every time they saw each other, she was smart, so he called her a nerd, but now he does not understand why a girl who seems to be his age is already wearing a uniform. A crystal appears in the robber's hand. Christa looks at the villain in fear. He puts his hand forward, around which a powerful whirlwind swirls. The wind carries the girl in the air. The whirlwind tears a strange child from the ground. He fearfully calls for his mother. A thick root embraces the boy. Rain, sitting on the roof, uses magic and returns the child to his mother. The hero's eyes shine brightly. The robber, laughing, puts his hand forward. Rain understands that this is also a magician, and a rather strong one. In front of us is the scoundrel's upper limb. The hero tries to understand what kind of bracelets are on it. Christa, spreading her arms, shouts that the bastard is quite a good magician for an ordinary thief and offers to block her next spell. A 4-pointed star appears between the girl's hands. The robber is amazed. Rain looks at Christa in shock, realizing that she mentally used 2-star magic. The girl smiles predatorily. She claps her hands. The crowd hears a loud sound. The ground behind the girl cracks. Rain thinks that if the Ludwig family is known as mage thieves, then the Warden family is called mage commanders. Pieces of the road surface fly apart behind Christa. The hero thinks that the Warden family's lineage of magic is earth magic. Christa summons a sand golem. She smiles and asks the shocked robber if he will brag again. The golem's eyes glow brightly. The bastard smiles. He shows off the bracelet adorning his left arm. The ornament emits purple energy. The criminal shouts that with this item, he is invincible. A black tip pierces the golem. Christa is scared. The robber raises his hand above his head. Streams of smoke appear above the summoned creature. The golem's eyes glow ominously again. Christa smiles. She stretches out her hand and asks if the bastard really thought she would fall from such an attack. The girl says that if the criminal wants to defeat her golem, but falls silent, not finishing her thought. Fear appears in her eyes. The bastard's bracelet emits waves of purple energy. We see the golem's eyes. A powerful yellow flash occurs near the creature summoned by the girl. The robber looks up in amazement. Rain says that by showing his trump cards so early, Christa is asking for a counterattack. The girl looks at the hero in amazement. Rain stands in front of her. holding out his hand. The robber is shocked. The hero asks permission to give the girl advice. Rain, smiling, tells the representative of the Warden family that the one who uses a spell first does not always win. The robber is amazed. Christa looks at the hero in bewilderment and asks who he is. A magical formation is visible above the boy's left hand. The bastard opens his mouth wide and summons a golem. It raises its huge hand to strike. Rain says that he is using a round magical formation and the flame rune. The circle hangs above the hero's hands. A huge amount of water falls on the golem. A wet Christa asks her ally if he is a water mage. The young mages look up. Christa says thoughtfully that although the element of water is the natural enemy of the element of earth, its golem will not fall from a 1-star spell. Water drips off the golem. The robber holds out his finger and asks the hero if this is all he can do. Rain and Christa look up. The bastard tells the boy that he does not know his place and still boasts. The girl is either scared or very angry. The golem raises his hand to strike. Rain puts both hands in front of him. The monster's fist rests on the wall of water. Christa shouts at the hero that his magic does not work. The robber, laughing, yells that the boy is just wasting his time and he should just die. Rain, however, does not give up trying to hold back the golem's blow. Enormous tension is visible on his face. Water begins to break through the stone. We see the hero's eyes. A powerful stream of water beats from the magic formation. Bewilderment appears on the robber's face. His eyes go round. The golem seems to be starting to crumble. His fist flies towards the young mages. The hero grabs the girl by the collar. He pulls Christa out of the way of the blow. The golem's fist crashes to the ground. The monster's constituent stones fly off. The robber is furious. The golem crashes to the ground. The hero's hand lies on the ground. The bastard puts his hand forward and tries to shout at the golem. Rain tells the criminal that by stealing someone else's magic, he cannot use his own. Christa covers her ears with her hands and indignantly asks the hero what he is doing, because it is very dangerous. A 4-pointed star glows between the young mage's hands. Christa looks at what is happening in horror. We see the boy's hands up close. He thinks that the 1-star spell was called a few seconds ago. The magic formation is a double square. The L and Co runes are inscribed. For earth element magic it gives the properties binding and reverse flow. The equation for the solution is differentiation of previs. The magic formation is visible above the hero's head. He says that he has received the solution. Looking resolutely ahead, he begins to change the law. Between both hands a 4-pointed star shines brightly. In front of the hero, who has stretched out his arms, the ground cracks. Roots rise up next to the golem. More and more plants break through from under the ground. The frightened robber tries to shout to the golem. It lies on the ground, entwined with powerful roots. They are already breaking through directly from the body of the summoned monster. The robber continues to call the golem, not noticing that the roots are already appearing next to him. Judging by his eyes, the criminal is beginning to realize the danger. Christa looks at the hero with tears in her eyes. Rain takes the bracelet from the bastard entwined with roots. He examines the artifact and says that it is very interesting. The robber, opening his mouth wide, shouts that this is his bracelet. The boy calls the enemy an idiot and says that he stole this artifact. Rain examines the luxurious decoration. He thinks that interception of control over the enemy's magic was similar to the effect of the Valencidus spell, and 2 magic circles are engraved on the stone. This means that this artifact is capable of stealing spells, even 2-star magic. The robber looks at the boy with fear and asks who he is and how he managed to cast his magic so quickly. Rain moves away from the criminal. He says that he will not believe who is in front of him, even if he is told about it. Not far from the boy stands a robbed old man. He looks at the hero with fear. Rain hands him the bracelet and asks the man to take care of this wonderful thing. The bracelet falls into the old man's hand. The hero looks at the old man with a kind smile. He cries. The people who witnessed the battle cheer the boy wildly. Rain closes his eyes in embarrassment. He hears the crowd admire his feat. Someone shouts that Lady Warden was also amazing. Rain remembers the exam. He quickly runs away from the shocked robber. A sharp blade appears in front of the scoundrel's face. People in robes surround him. Someone approaches Christa, who is sitting on the ground, and calls the girl by name. She looks up and hears that she made a mistake. We see a stern-looking woman, whom the girl calls Professor Caroline. The woman looks at Christa and says that being confident is very good, but she should not have used the golem so hastily. The girl replies that she already realized this, and will be more careful next time. Caroline states that the ability to admit your mistakes is a good quality, and Christa has it. The girl, pointing her finger somewhere to the side, asks the professor if she noticed how good the guy was who eventually defeated the bastard. She says that his magic casting speed was almost the same as Caroline's. The teacher replies that, of course, she noticed it, and it seemed to her that the boy was even faster than herself. Christa thoughtfully raises her hand. She asks that she does not understand what happened to this young man, because during the selection he did not look so strong. Caroline looks away from the girl. She wonders why the boy was in this place if he came to take the exam. Christa asks again in surprise. The professor replies that the exam has long since begun. The girl looks at Caroline in shock. Rain, his face distorted with excitement, rushes forward. Professor Caroline looks at Christa and asks why she is here if she came to take the entrance exam, because it has long since begun. Christa looks at the professor in surprise. The hero runs away. Covering her face with her hand, the girl asks if it is really impossible to somehow accept her. She hears the answer that the rules are the same for everyone. Christa sighs heavily and, looking at Caroline, asks if it is really impossible to be a little more lenient if the lateness occurred because the person was helping someone. The professor asks since when does Christa think so much about other people. The robber hangs in the air above the people in robes. The girl, smiling, looks at the teacher. She says that she saw everything, and such people should exist to make it more interesting, and it would be better for the school to have interesting characters. Caroline silently looks at the girl. After a while she says that it is true. In front of us is a sign for the professor's office. Someone takes a book from the shelf. Caroline turns the pages. She learns that the hero has no experience in participating in magical competitions and significant achievements in other areas. There is a chandelier hanging behind the woman's head. The professor thinks that the genius prodigy that everyone is talking about may be a curse sent to the Ludwig family by heaven. We see the professor's left eye. She finds a record in the dossier that Rain was Scholsey Ludwig's assistant for 3 years. In front of us is the back of the hero's grandfather's head. Caroline realizes that the boy studied under the former great mage and head of the Osirius school. The old man throws away the paper sheets. They fall around the dark-haired girl. Scholsey says that just because she is his relative does not mean that she can do anything. Caroline watches the scene that just happened from around the corner. She knows that the old man is the type to mercilessly reject anyone who does not produce results. Caroline rubs her chin thoughtfully. She tries to understand why. If Rain is an assistant, he is called a genius prodigy in the 8 great schools. A smile appears on the woman's face. We see a majestic spire. The professor turns to Barton's assistant and asks to make an appointment with the rector, as she needs to discuss something regarding individual admission. We see a row of windows. Someone says that history seems to be repeating itself. In front of us are 2 legs and boots with upturned toes. The answer follows that it is impossible to say for sure, but it seems that talents always appear at the same time. Near the table stands a girl in a sharp black hat. Words are heard that the latecomers, which are Hubert from Rohunim's school, Lillian from Rivendell's school, Caden from Harimun's school, Nora from Melif's school and Logan from Chihak's school, were admitted immediately. A hand in a black glove lies on sheets of paper. Someone says that the Warden family also sent a talented child, but he may have problems. In front of us is Christa's personal file. Caroline stands with her eyes closed. She hears that since the conflict between the magical families and the 8 schools is very deep, it is not very pleasant to get involved in the students' disputes. But undoubtedly this is a special situation, and it is necessary to notify the professors and teachers. The girl with lilac hair says that the professor should carefully observe the students, and only intervene if necessary. It is reported that in front of us is the principal of Delaiten, whose name is Medelia Page. The principal looks at the professor and asks what happened. Caroline, looking down a little sadly, says that in her opinion it is too early to make such a decision. Medelia asks to tell her more. The principal looks at her subordinate. She states that it seems that in this generation, besides Christa, there is another genius. Medelia looks at the personal cards of the students. She asks if there are new students that she does not know about. The professor answers that there are not. The hero's personal file is visible on the table. Medelia asks if it is possible that this is the child that the professor wants to give an additional test. Caroline says that the rector will not believe her even if she tells. According to her, Medelia could very well have seen this boy at a family meeting. The rector, whose lower part of the face we see, says that Caroline still has a habit of slapping hands. In front of us is the back of the professor's head. She says that this is only her personal opinion, but perhaps they could allow Rain Ludwig to enter the educational institution, and then not interfere in anything. Caroline says that she is curious to see how the boy will behave in such a situation. Medelia looks at the hero's personal file. In front of us is a bearded man. The rector says that the result will be known soon, especially since Owen is there. There is a houseplant in front of the window. One of the interlocutors asks if the boy really said that he will not accept any reward. The answer is that everything is exactly like that. And this child really does not like it when it turns out that he is a hero, because it brings him problems, so he prefers to just quietly read his books. Medelia looks at the hero's personal file, and says that the boy is very strange. Caroline, smiling, answers that, as her teacher always said, strange people make good magicians. The woman looks down. We see the rector's face. The professor says that it seems that her boss is a little gloomy today. Medelia, whose back we see, notices that Caroline is still as perceptive. In front of us are human figures in hooded robes. Now we see a smiling criminal. Medelia says that if Rain Ludwig caught that thief, it may be connected with the Dark Church. Caroline answers that she is sure that this is not so. The 2 women stand opposite each other. Medelia asks if the professor has ever heard anything stupid from her lips. She says that the Special Affairs Department has contacted them, and that its representatives will be here soon. We see Caroline's face. The professor hears that the rector has a bad feeling. Medelia, whose profile we see, tells Caroline to be ready. A man in a robe stands in front of the hero. The boy thinks that the next morning after the battle with the robber he was informed that he was admitted to the university, although he was late for the exam and missed it. Caroline takes off her hood. The hero remembers that the professor suggested that he pretend that he passed the additional exam and was included in the list of successful candidates. Rain looks at the woman in surprise. It is reported that Caroline expressed concern about the fact that additional exams are perceived as a disgrace for those who failed the regular exams, but the hero did not consider this a problem and accepted the offer. Rain and Caroline walk towards a magnificent complex of buildings. The hero remembers that he stood in front of the gates of the greatest magical university Delaiten, where the most intellectual people of the Sacred Empire gathered. Rain stands in front of a very high gate. The boy looks up and thinks that he has never been associated with any school. The hero sits at a desk. He remembers that in a past life he learned magic from the head of the school Osiris, and in this life within his family. Next to the boy stands his strict aunt. Esther appears before the child's mind's eye. He understands that even now he does not feel the need to learn from someone, but in this life he needs to find what Esther left for him and follow the path at the end of which she is waiting for him. Rain smiles. He thinks that for now he should at least improve his magical skills to the level of his previous life. Christa calls out to the hero. The boy turns around and says hello. The girl, putting her finger forward, responds to the greeting, albeit a little bewildered, after which she thanks the hero for his help. Suddenly, Christa opens her mouth and shouts that she would have dealt with the robber even without the boy's help. The students, seeing the girl, recognize her and excitedly tell each other that this is Christa Warden, the most popular student of this generation. The hero calmly declares that his interlocutor is more famous than he could have imagined. She replies that this is indeed the case, and not long ago there was even a saying that anyone who does not know Christa Warden is a spy for the Republic. The girl, smiling, stretches out her right hand and says that Rain is a rival that she has acknowledged, so he can consider himself lucky. The boy holds his head and thinks that he does not want to be her rival, since he cannot stand annoying creatures. Raising her left hand, Christa says that Rain reminds her of someone. The hero remembers a scene from the past when a girl stood in front of him in a hooded cape. She then asked if it was really a new student named Lynn, after which she declared that as the number 2 candidate for the post of the next dean, she would consider him a rival. A light is visible above the girl's finger. The hero thinks that the brat he met in the tower insisted on being treated like an upperclassman, since she entered the tower first. The boy looks at the interlocutor with irritation. The hero remembers that she was incredibly boastful. Christa, raising her left hand, asks why the hero is laughing and if he is making fun of her. A magical formation appears next to the girl's right hand. Christa says that if the boy thinks that he saw everything she is capable of back then on the street, he will soon regret it. A star appears above her hand. A whirlwind swirls around the young mages. The students standing nearby scream in horror. Rain looks at Christa in surprise and tries to understand why she decided to show what she is capable of in this place. Raising her hands, Christa asks if the boy now understands what her abilities really are, and if he doesn't think that he will have to give it his all to defeat her. Rain covers her head with her hand and thinks that the girl doesn't seem to care about her surroundings at all. The boy gets angry. He thinks that Christa looks a lot like Gisela, who must have reincarnated into her. Magic formations appear under the boy's hand. He thinks that he needs to put this bully in her place. We see the lower part of a young man's face. He declares that it looks like a very impressive performance is about to take place here. Christa looks at the boy with displeasure. The hero has the same expression on his face. The young man declares that on one side he sees the best newcomer, and on the other a prodigy who barely passed the additional exam. It seems to him that this is a competition of two extremes. We see the legs of this young man. In front of us is a smiling blonde guy. Someone recognizes him and says that it is Hubert. Christa looks to your right. Someone nearby says that the guy who appeared is Hubert from Rohunum School, also a graduate of Delaiten High School. He is told that this young man has been rivaling Christa for a long time. Hubert, smiling, looks at the girl and tells her to continue her squabble with the hero, since it is great entertainment. Christa replies that the quality of the audience here is too low, and it will not be fun at all. The girl, smiling, says that it would be a shame if Hubert fell for her magic and flew away somewhere into the unknown, so he should be grateful to her for her foresight. Hubert laughs merrily. He mockingly thanks Christa, stating that her kindness brings tears to his eyes. Then he asks if the girl is too shameless when she can't even handle her opponent. He says that Christa should know her place so that she doesn't regret what she did later. Christa, whose eye we see, says that an outsider shouldn't talk like that. She invites him to show everything he can do. Judging by the expression in her eyes, these words hurt Hubert. He replies that Christa is still as impudent as before, and she will disgrace her family if she continues to live like this. The young man states that he almost feels sorry for the girl. Hubert turns to the silent hero and says that he is so insignificant that he almost didn't notice that the boy was there. Hubert bows mockingly and asks what the brilliant young master, who entered through an additional exam, is staring at. The young man asks if there is something wrong with his face, or if the boy is bothered by something he said. Rain indifferently states that nothing bothers him, he is just curious about this self-confident young man. Hubert looks at the hero in bewilderment. The interlocutors stand opposite each other in the middle of the crowd. Rain asks the blonde if he can use magic at all, because it is simply necessary if he wants to fight him. Hubert looks at the impudent boy in surprise. The people around him are also shocked to the core. Hubert, whose eye we see, calls the hero a brat and asks him to repeat what he just said. Christa laughs loudly, covering her mouth with her hand. She says that this newbie simply trampled Hubert, and if he has even a drop of pride, he should somehow respond. Hubert looks at the girl. Beside himself with anger, she says that it is simply a magnificent sight. A teacher appears at the door. She asks what the students are doing here, who should have entered the classroom a long time ago. The woman calls out to Christa and reminds her that, as a representative of the first-year students, she must prepare for the oath. The girl shouts that she is already on her way. Hubert looks at the hero's back in bewilderment. Christa, who has almost disappeared behind the doors, calls the boy. He tries to understand what the girl needs this time. She, smiling, says that for now she will leave everything as it is, since she does not have time, but next time the boy should not count on forgiveness, and they will settle their differences properly. Rain mentally asks Christa to just leave him alone. The students look at the hero rubbing the back of his head in surprise. One of them asks what Christa and this young genius, who entered through an additional exam, are going to settle, because they cannot even be compared. Two young men look at the hero. One of them says that Christa will have a hard time if he fights this boy. Another man joins the two conversations. He asks if one of the boys represents Rivendell High School, then asks to clarify what he means about the failed fight. The young man answers that Rain was the assistant of the director Scholsey, and if everyone sees the boy's true strength, they will not say such nonsense. In front of the students stands a young man with a piece of paper in his hand. He says that the 1388th entrance ceremony of Delaiten University is beginning. Hubert sits in his seat with a frowning look. We see the back of the head of another young man. A girl with pink pigtails happily clenches her fists. Christa raises her hand. The hero sits in his seat with a tired look and tries to understand when all this will end. We see the back of Medelia's head. An announcement is heard that the rector will address the first-year students with a welcoming speech. Rain looks at the head of the educational institution in amazement. The rector, whose face is hidden by a huge hat, comes forward. The hero thinks that this is the best mage of the Empire, Medelia Page. We see the woman's eyes. The students react to the rector's appearance in completely different ways. Before us is the hero's profile. The boy understands that in front of him is the greatest mage of the Empire and the current head of the Council of Mages, as well as a direct descendant of the founder of magic emits a page. Rain looks at the woman in amazement. Strange decorations hang from her hat. Bright yellow discharges spread from the boy's fist. The hero thinks that the purple color of the rector's hair is a genetic trait. He remembers the mage he knew in his past life. Medelia Page sternly looks at the students and welcomes them to Delaiten University. She introduces herself as the rector of this educational institution. The students sitting in the auditorium look at their rector attentively. She congratulates the 233 first-year students gathered here and congratulates them on their admission. Then she warns that half of these people will not make it to the second year and will be expelled. Fear appears on the faces of the young people. Medelia informs that of the 117 remaining, only about 60 will become third-year students, and only half of them will graduate from the university. The lecturer spreads her arms wide and says that, therefore, each year the school graduates only about 30 mages. The young people sitting in the auditorium are afraid. Medelia states that this strictness is precisely what Delaiten is famous for, a place where talents are honed. She says that here the students are constantly tested to determine whether they are rough stones that can become jewels after being polished. The frightened students hear that Delaiten's policy is unlimited competition, and those who lag behind will not even have the right to receive a diploma. According to her, those present will feel it acutely throughout their entire stay here. Medelia raises her hand. The woman stretches it forward and shouts for the students to hone their skills. Hubert, smiling, looks at the rector. She says that at the university you need to fight with each other and develop. We see a student happily clenching his fist. The girl with pink pigtails is frightened. Medelia says that Delaiten works like this all the time, until the useless stones shine with their own shine. Christa smiles. The rector, whose back of his head we can see, suggests meeting in the same room in 3 years. Rain smiles. He hears that when that time has passed, Medelia Page will greet those gathered here as a fellow magician and wish each of them good luck. The rector smiles. We see the students sitting in their seats in the auditorium. Applause rings out. Medelia leaves to the cheers. Rain, smiling, claps his hands. He really liked the rector's offer to meet again. We see the hero's right eye. Sitting in place, he looks at Medelia, realizing that he will look forward to the promised meeting. On the balcony, a man stands with his arms crossed over his chest. Caroline, smiling, looks down and says that everything was quite chaotic, but she likes this energy. The man standing next to him replies that the energy, however, must correspond to the abilities. The professor agrees with these words. She looks at her colleague and asks what he thinks. The bearded professor says that he hoped that the students would be of a high level, but he saw only idiots with manure in their heads. Caroline asks what Owen means. He gloomily says that all these young people are doomed to failure. Rain holds a piece of paper in his hands. In front of him is a magnificent building. The boy understands that this is the very building of the faculty of the Hall of the Sleeping Dragon, where he needs to go. The roof of the building is decorated with a giant dragon statue. Rain says that it is a truly majestic building. The hero walks down the corridor. He sees a sign and understands that this is the classroom he needs. Rain goes into a completely empty classroom. He sits down at the table. The wind sways the curtains. The hero looks out the window at the autumn leaves. A smile appears on the boy's face. He turns around, hearing someone ask him to take care of her in the future, and not yet understanding who it is, the boy gives his consent. The hero's eyes widen in surprise. Christa is standing next to him. Rain covers his face with his hand in resignation. He understands how unlucky he is. Christa, smiling, declares that the boy will have to compete with the best student, Christa Warden, right from the first lesson. A girl with pink pigtails appears next to Christa. She says that if you freely translate Miss Warden's words, you get something like, "I am very happy that I will be sitting next to you." Christa, laughing, points at the hero and says that naturally she is happy, since she will be putting this arrogant upstart in his place from the first lesson. Hubert appears behind the girls. He says that he sees a simply delightful picture in front of him, and the daughter of the Panton family is also participating in this performance today. The guy declares that he envies the magicians from noble families who control 2 or 3 vassal families. Hubert admits that he is very sorry that Lady Christa behaves so rudely, pointing her fingers at other people. The girl raises her fist. Her friend with pink hair says that Hubert does not understand anything, and in fact, this is part of Miss Christa's charm. The little girl touches her cheek with her hand and says that even without all this, her friend is very charming. At least she charms much more than those who only make an external impression. It is reported that in front of us is Gertrude Panton. Rain clutches his head. He hears other students arguing next to him. Gertrude says that water is only clean when the stream is clean. Hubert reminds him that Christa was actually going to deal with Rain. The hero thinks that he is going to puke from all this talk. The boy remembers Fried, who once asked him if he would ever go to school. Lynn then answered that he was not going to do so, and the girl said that it was very strange. Lynn, looking at the book, states that he is already a 4-star elite mage, and that they can't teach him anything at school, so it's just a waste of time. Fried, taking a drag, replies that the boy is just an idiot, and that school is a place where people go not only to achieve academic success. Lynn looks at the girl over her shoulder and asks why they need to attend this institution at all then. Exhaling smoke, Fried says that there are people there who might be interesting. Rain, scratching his temple, thinks that Fried was probably wrong, since those he sees are unlikely to be interesting to him. Hubert moves away from the girls, waving his right hand. In front of us is a clock. Someone's fingers are on the door. Rain looks at the person who entered in surprise. In front of us is a frowning professor. The boy looks at the teacher and thinks that this is more likely a gorilla than his supervisor. The students, with their mouths open in fear, look at the professor. The hero feels a strange tension in the air. He glances sideways at Christa, who is sitting next to him, and asks what is wrong with the man. Christa replies that he is a very strict teacher who is incredibly stingy with good grades. Owen frowns at the students. We see the man's left eye. Now we see the students. The professor's right eye is shown. One of the students yawns. Owen raises his hand. The hero looks at the man with fear. Owen, standing at the podium in front of the students, says that he never imagined that he would have to lead these pathetic monkeys for a whole year, and he has absolutely no motivation now. The man throws up some chalk and says that these animals have manure instead of brains. The chalk flies towards the audience. Owen asks one of the students where he is looking while the professor is speaking. The chalk hits the young man right in the throat. Owen frowns at the victim. We see his left eye again. Gertrude smiles. Rain and Christa are scared. The professor, whose back we see, says that those who are laughing now have no idea what awaits them here. The students look at the teacher with fear. He says that they all think that if they got to Delaiten, then the whole world belongs to them, and most likely, they all dream of becoming a court magician of some nobleman or living in clover, having built their own tower of magicians. Before us is the profile of the professor. Owen says that the students should cast aside these stupid illusions, because if they ever become like that, they will be able to call him Lord. But now they are still some kind of monkeys who have barely grown fur, and they are about to receive an incredible amount of knowledge. The professor asks if there is anyone among the students who represents one of the 8 main schools. Hubert and the young man sitting next to him raise their hands. Hubert closes his eyes and declares that the most terrible people he will encounter are the idiots from the 8 main schools. Hubert's face is filled with amazement. The professor says that the strange mathematical formulas that these people use, following some strange traditions, simply amaze him. He says that he does not expect anything from these idiots, and asks them to simply not interfere with the educational process. Hubert asks if there is anyone from the noble families of magicians in the audience. Rain and Christa raise their hands. The professor looks at them and says that they are simply disgusting and behave like arrogant know-it-alls, although they have not experienced any difficulties in life. Christa is simply killed by such an attitude. She hears that she must go home and first learn to change her clothes on her own. Only after that she can return to the university. The hero thinks that in front of him is a huge hairy monkey, successful in rhetoric. The boy frowns at the teacher. He mentally tells the professor that he is more suitable for the role of the head of a cult than a magician. Raising his right hand, Owen says that his task for this year is to make at least somewhat useful magicians out of these monkeys. In front of us is the professor's right eye. The man declares that there is no place in his class for those worse than monkeys, and anyone who fails will be thrown out of the university. He asks that those present at least try to evolve into a human. Owen is standing behind the lectern. We see two students. The teacher asks one of them why he is not answering. The professor approaches the guy and asks if this student needs to be taught how to answer questions. Then he asks if the young man really sees some kind of monster in front of him. The student, clenching his fists, declares that Owen is not scary at all. He asks if the young man just called him kind. Fear appears on the guy's face. In front of us are Rain and Christa. Hubert says that now they will have a test, and the neighbors on the desks will form teams to participate in the test, according to the results of which the last team will be expelled from the university. Hubert smiles. Owen, frowning at the audience, says that he warned everyone. The students exchange worried glances. Gertrude looks to her right with tears in her eyes. She cannot understand if expulsion is really that simple here. Hubert also looks upset. He has never heard anything like this before entering and thinks that the professor is probably saying all this just to scare the students. In front of us are Rain and Christa. Owen is writing on the board with chalk. He slams his fist on the table. The professor says that he is giving only 20 minutes, and from now on you need to solve the problem on the paper that is lying on everyone's desks, and then hand in the answer. There are magic figures drawn on the board. Owen clenches his fist. He says that students who cannot complete the task in the allotted time, as well as those who hand it in last, will be expelled, as promised. The professor looks at the students sitting in front of him, and asks why they are staring at him. He opens his mouth wide and shouts that the exam has already begun, and the work is done in pairs. Two students look at each other discontentedly. One of the students is frantically moving papers around his desk. He hears that even a monkey can solve the 2-star magic tasks if he gathers his strength. Rain looks at his neighbor. The girl looks at the task thoughtfully. She says that the magic figure has the shape of a double fan, and you need to draw the runes Ju and Yu. But the girl has difficulty finding the formula to use. She asks her neighbor to help her. The hero looks at Christa in surprise. She asks him to create the main formula using matrices, and then find the answer using a cubic function. Rain scratches his cheek thoughtfully. He asks why suffer unnecessarily, and use some matrices. The girl angrily screams at the guy to stop talking and write at least something. A little girl stands next to people in robes. Someone says that the Warden family is finished. The woman sadly holds her head. Little Christa looks at the book. The woman thinks that all her older daughters look alike. The mother puts her hands on her daughter's shoulders and says that she is counting on Christa, as she is the only one who can revive their family. The girl looks at the woman in fear. Christa writes on a piece of paper and says that she must become the best at everything. Rain looks at her neighbor and thinks about the heavy burden she will have to bear. The girl looks at the hero and asks why he is just staring at her. She irritably reminds that Rain must find the answer from the function. The hero says that he has everything ready. His hand is lying on the written sheet of paper. The young man says that now all that remains is to solve everything. A strong gust of wind rushes in through the window. Christa looks out the window angrily and asks why this had to happen right now. In front of us is someone's hand. Christa is trying to hold the sheets of paper. One of them, with the solution, is torn. Rain tries to grab the sheet, which flies out the window. We see the girl's eye. The sheet with the solution is torn into pieces. Christa says that she simply does not believe her eyes. Owen, whose back of his head we can see, asks the students to be quiet, as it does not help the magical calculations in any way. Christa apologizes in fear. Rain looks at his neighbor, who states that everything is ruined, and they will have to start over. 4 pointed stars appear in the hero's eyes. He activates his Valencidus skill. Christa writes on a new sheet of paper. A trickle appears next to her hand. White smoke hangs under the roof of the auditorium. Bluish streams are visible next to one of the students. We see the hero's right eye. The guy thinks that the 8 main schools are just playing childish pranks. Hubert smiles. In front of us is a mage in a green robe. The hero thinks that the Rohunum school is the school of wind, and its secret art has neither sound nor color, which means that the magic used is wind manipulation. Rain, whose right eye glows brightly, asks Christa to give him her sheet. The girl looks at him and demands that he rewrite faster. Rain looks at the paper handed to him. The neighbor asks what he is doing. Christa feverishly writes the solution on the sheet. She thinks that she only has 8 minutes, but in her head there is already a solution process, and she will have time for everything. The girl looks at the hero in surprise, who takes the sheet from her hand. She asks Rain in amazement, what is he doing? He answers that it is simply impossible to finish the task on time with this method. Christa asks how he knows this if he hasn't even tried. Rain sighs tiredly and says that she still won't understand. The girl gets angry and calls her neighbor a little bastard. We see the hero's eyes. He says that the task is quite doable, it's just that the solution is too difficult for Christa. Rain takes a writing utensil in his hand. The girl looks at the young man in bewilderment at how quickly he writes. Rain finishes writing the solution. He says that if Christa loses his sanity so easily, he cannot be a mage. The girl looks at her neighbor in amazement. The guy's face is focused. He says that Christa should remember that a strong mage must remain calm at all times. We see a mage with daisies in his hat. A giant monster stands in front of the young man. Rain remembers that in the world where he lived before, 8 minutes would have been enough for anything. Esther strikes, destroying the monster. The hero looks at what lies next to him in amazement. It is a human head. It is cut off and half-eaten. Rain thinks that the price for a few seconds of delay back then was death, and not some kind of expulsion from the university. Christa looks at the hero. He says that this time he will take the initiative, and she should just help. Rain looks sternly at his neighbor and asks her not to delay their team. A hand holds a writing utensil. Someone gets up from a chair. Hubert and a dark-haired girl walk forward. The guy hands a sheet of paper to the professor and asks him to evaluate his work. Owen looks over the solution. A bluish glow appears around his hand. The sheet of paper hangs in the air. Clouds of smoke rise above it. Owen says that the J and U runes are working correctly, and considering that this pair did it earlier than everyone else, this is a pretty good result. The young people smile. The professor tells them not to be so self-confident, because this work is still not excellent. We see the young man's eye. Owen turns away sullenly and says that it only takes 2 minutes to solve such a problem, so he gives a C. Hubert and his partner look at the teacher in surprise. The guy bows and says that he cannot accept this grade because he completed the task first in the class, and the mathematical formula is perfect. He asks what is the reason for such a low grade. Hubert smiles. The professor asks the representative of the Rohunam school to stop fooling around. Owen looks at the guy with displeasure and says that he knows better than anyone why the grade was given a C. Hubert is upset. The teacher calls him a monkey. The girl with whom the young man was on a team tries to get a clear answer from the professor, but Rain appears behind her. The young man politely asks the girl to step aside. Next to Owen are representatives of 2 teams. Other students are discussing what is happening. One of them says that the sheets with the answers of the second pair were torn by the wind, but at the same time they managed to finish. Hubert looks around in surprise. Owen seems to have heard these words too. Rain calmly looks at the teacher and asks him to evaluate the answer. Owen slams the book shut with some strange grin. He looks at Rain and Christa and states that he is very upset that they have already finished. The professor admits that he was delighted at the thought of expelling the newcomers who come from magical families. The girl hands the teacher a sheet of paper. The boy says that if you do not know how to use magic just because the wind blew, then you cannot be called a mage in principle. Owen, smirking, says that he likes the boy's fighting spirit, but it does not compare even to his mother's wart. Hubert looks at his competitors. Surprise appears in the professor's eyes. In his hand you can see a sheet with answers. Owen says that the magical figure is different from the one he suggested. Rain confirms this. In front of us are magical formations and inscriptions in an incomprehensible language. Owen says that one figure is a fan, and the second is a circle. He asks what this is connected with. The hero answers that the J rune works well with water attribute magic, so he simplified the mathematical formula to make this rune work. Christa stands silently between the interlocutors. Rain says that if the requirements of the rune can be satisfied using a first-order equation, the activation time is accelerated. Owen says that this is usually not taught in high school lessons, but the guy knows about it very well. The professor says that the school the young man studied at has some kind of strange program. A very strange expression appears on Christa's face. Owen looks thoughtfully at the sheet of paper. Rain says that until you completely master the runes, it is impossible to use magic correctly, and with this in mind, he changed the shape of the magic circle. The professor's face turns surprised, realizing that based on his understanding of the runes, this student was trying to shorten the activation time. The man says that the answer is smart, but whether everything will function properly is a completely different matter. Rain, looking down, says that he completely agrees, and the professor can check everything himself. Owen looks at the hero in bewilderment, who smiles. The teacher stretches out his left hand and says that he can't wait to see this student fail. He asks if the guy knew that if he made a magic circle with a double attribute, the math for solving you would become several times more difficult. A drop of sweat runs down Christa's cheek. The answer sheet glows brightly. The professor says that now they will see if this is skill or just some weird trick. The glow becomes incredibly bright. A vortex appears above the heads of the teacher and his students. It glows quite brightly. A powerful flash occurs under the ceiling of the classroom. We see a 4-pointed yellow star. The professor looks up. Christa is very surprised. Raindrops fall on the students. The students sitting at their desks look up in shock. We see the back of the hero's head. The professor raises his right hand. Rain and Christa look at the curator, who says that he has been teaching for 13 years and has seen many geniuses, but in front of him are the students who were the first to give exactly this answer. Owen, smiling, claps his hands. The students look at what is happening in shock. Hubert and his partner look at the professor in surprise. He says that this is incredibly annoying, but this answer deserves an S grade, which he has never given for such a trivial task. Christa looks at the teacher in surprise. Rain, next to whom a girl is smiling happily, says that this is a very high grade. Christa joyfully clenches her fists and thanks the professor. She throws up her hands and starts jumping with happiness. Christa looks at the hero with admiration. He smiles modestly. The professor, it seems, is also pleased. Looking sternly at the students, Owen says that it is time to stop rejoicing and return to their seats, otherwise he will lower the grade. Christa apologizes. The professor looks at the team that Hubert was on and says that this also concerns them. The test is over, and the young people must quietly take their seats. Christa, looking triumphant, passes by Hubert. He looks at her with envy. The young man looks at the hero standing in front of him in bewilderment. Rain answers him with a frown. Hubert smiles and asks if there is anything to say to the guy. The professor turns to them and says discontentedly that they make him repeat his words, which he really does not like, and the guys must return to their seats if they do not want to receive disciplinary action. We see the hero's eye. And now the same organ of his competitor. Rain and Hubert are standing with their backs to each other. The hero says that next time he will be more attentive. In front of us is the university building. Owen points with chalk at the board. Hubert and his partner frown at the teacher. Chalk flies into the face of one of the students. Rain thinks that, one way or another, the students who passed the character test survived their first lesson, listening to the professor's harsh criticism. The guy secretly looks at his neighbor. He explains something to her. The girl is silent. Rain asks if she is listening to him at all. A drop of sweat runs down the boy's cheek. He does not understand why Christa is acting like this. Owen says that this is all for today. The students look tired. Owen asks what kind of faces they have and if studying is too hard for them. He asks the students not to worry, because next time he will show them something even more difficult. One of the girls clenches her fists. It seems she is not happy that she entered the university. The professor says that those who fail will fly out, and today's lesson must be hammered into their heads as if their lives depended on it. A sleeping dragon is seen on the roof of the building. In front of us is a clock. The hero passes by the girl. She calls him by his first and last name. The hero asks what she needs. We see the back of the girl's head. Rain looks at her. He hears Christa thank him, but says that her voice is too quiet and he can't hear her. The guy asks her to repeat. The girl, sobbing, turns to the hero and demands that he stop making fun of her. She promises that she will definitely pay back the debt next time, so the guy should not be impudent. Christa bares her sharp teeth and reminds that they are rivals and helped each other only this time. We see the girl's reddened eye. She asks if Rain understood her. Christa angrily points her finger at the young man. The students who see all this discuss the two young men. One of them says that it is simply incredible that Owen gave an S grade. The second calls the teacher a gorilla and says that this cannot be. Someone clarifies whether Hubert received this grade. The answer follows that Christa earned it. The girl does not calm down. Rain covers himself with his hand. One of the students says that the exam was taken in pairs, and Christa, together with the young genius, was on the same team. In front of us are two tall towers entwined with dragons. It is reported that the event takes place the next day. Rain and Christa are standing next to each other. The hero says that he will repay the debt to a girl named Christa Warden the next time they meet, and for now asks to tell him what floor his dorm room is on. The girl replies that it is on the top floor among those intended for freshmen. She reminds him that the guy showed the best result in the class, but warns him not to get too cocky. Rain looks up indifferently and says that the girl herself started the confrontation. He asks if she does not find the promises she makes frivolous, but cannot keep. Christa, boiling with anger, runs away, declaring at the end that they will meet again. Rain breathes out with relief. Arch vaults are visible above the hero's head. The guy passes other students. One of them recognizes him and asks his interlocutor if this is the eldest son of the Ludwig family. The second young man asks not to envy this genius. We see the hero's profile. Someone asks why. With such skills, he could not pass the regular exam, and had to take an additional one. Rain approaches the door. He tries to understand whether he has come to the right address. The hero has a bracelet in his hand. We see the upper part of the door. The guy enters the room and realizes that it is a single room. In front of him is a table with a lamp. The hero puts his hand on the table and says that this setting reminds him of being in a magic tower. A smile appears on the guy's face. He remembers that in his past life he sat in a similar room, concentrating on studying magic. The young man remembers how Esther came to him. Rain shakes his head. He falls back onto the bed. The hero puts his hand on his forehead. He reaches out to the elegant lamp, thinking that apart from the first lesson, nothing special happened to him here. In his opinion, now he should infiltrate the Vatican to examine the remains that belong to Lynn, that is, himself. while he understands that getting there with his current personality and abilities will be incredibly difficult. A vortex swirls above the guy's hand. 3 triangles overlap each other. Rain looks at them carefully. The triangles are no longer parallel to each other. The geometric shapes are no longer visible above the young man's hand. Rain smiles wryly, thinking that 4-star magic seems to still be beyond his capabilities. We see the guy's eye again. Rain notices some kind of bird. He looks to his left. In front of him, on a branch, sits an owl, with a bag tied to its leg. Rain strokes the bird and takes the package. He lets go of the owl. The young man is surprised. He looks at the box that the bird brought. The guy turns it in his hands and realizes that there is no sender's name on it. The young man begins to think that this parcel was sent by his father. A blue book is visible inside the box. Now Rain is holding 2 books at once. In front of us is the young man's right eye. Rain realizes that one of the books is pretty worn out. He looks closely at it and recognizes it. Esther is holding a book in her hands. Rain realizes that at the last moment he entrusted his diary to this girl. Rain, who is holding a book, looks into space. His face turns black and his hair turns white. Rain is trying to understand who sent this item. The guy looks to his right and mentally asks the sender who he is. Rain is visible in the window. The guy peers into the distance. The hero looks up and tries to understand if someone already knows who he really is. In front of us is a strange creature. It is reported that the action takes place in a magical training complex on the campus of the Field of the Battle Dragon. The students listen to the sounds. An announcement sounds that 30 seconds are left until the goal. Around the girl, brown smoke is visible, reminiscent of monsters. The countdown reaches 20 seconds. It turns out that Christa is fighting monsters. Someone says that 15 seconds are left and asks if something good happened today. The girl's interlocutor is Gertrude. She says that 10 seconds are left, and that Christa is more excited than usual. She asks again in bewilderment. We see Gertrude's face. She says that 5 seconds are left and asks if her friend's excitement is connected with the fact that she met the hero. Christa, covering her head with her hand, hears another question regarding whether there was anything between her and Rain. The girl again asks in bewilderment, after which she says that nothing happened between them. A powerful yellow flash occurs next to the girl. She screams that she is simply furious that she will see this disgusting face again today. Gertrude smiles happily. She hears her friend say that she just relieves stress by fighting monsters. Gertrude thinks that Christa won't be able to deceive her. A magic formation is visible in front of Christa's outstretched hand. Gertrude thinks that it seems like the rumors about her friend being helped by Rain during the exam are true. We see Gertrude's eyes. The girl thinks that this is certainly surprising, but the Rain Ludwig she met as a child at a family meeting was not like that. A loud roar is heard. Gertrude tells her friend that time is up and the battle is over. She asks for the golem to be removed. Hubert is standing under a chandelier. It is reported that this is happening in the central hall of the student dormitory. A young man calls out to him. He calls the guy a loser who got AC grade. The other students look at Hubert. The young man looks menacingly at the guy who insulted him and demands that Logan stop joking with him, because if he continues like this, he might just die. The young man sitting in the chair asks Hubert to calm down. He admits that he is ready to wet himself from fear and says that he almost died laughing when he heard that Hubert got AC. It is announced that Logan, a graduate student at Chihak High School, is in front of us. The unpleasant guy, smirking, sits in the chair. He says that, on top of everything, Christa easily got an S. Logan, smirking nastily, asks Hubert what is up with the genius boy who is his classmate. He states that he heard that the guy is a real coward, but he still turned out to be better than Hubert. The guy, without looking back, says that degenerates will not understand this. Logan asks if these words mean that Hubert wants to challenge him. The young man turns around. Logan looks at him, smiling, and says that they can have a duel. Hubert turns to the guy sitting on the chair. The girl with red hair tells the young men to stop arguing. Hubert and Logan hear that they are not alone. The bully, smiling, says that he was just joking. The girl looks at him disapprovingly, and is informed that in front of us is a graduate student of the Rivendell School, whose name is Lillian. Logan, looking bored, looks to his right and says that he is developing a strategy to destroy both Christa and this young genius. He asks if Lillian wants to join him. Without taking her eyes off the book, the girl replies that Logan's magical skills are not improving because he is always up to some pointless tricks. She says that she does not understand what is the use of mocking the weak, even if it is Christa. Logan replies that he is just joking. Without turning to face his comrades, Hubert declares that he will destroy the opponents himself. He tells the guy sprawled in a chair that he will suffer seriously if he touches these young people. We see the tops of 3 windows. A light bulb shines above Hubert's head. He calls Logan a damn idiot. The blonde looks up. He punches the wall. We see the guy's right eye. Hubert tries to understand what exactly Rain Ludwig was doing. Gritting his teeth in rage, the guy remembers that the hero worked for 3 years under Professor Scholsey as an assistant, and tries to understand whether he received this position not because of his skills, but because of family connections. It seems impossible to him that a young man who could not get a single rank occupied such a position. Sitting on the bed, Rain reads a book. We see the pages of this publication. The hero thinks that the first part tells about the life of Lynn, and the second about the magic and fighting styles that he used. The young man slams the book shut, feeling that it is simply impossible for anyone to understand who he really is. The hero lowers his chin onto the book. He does not understand why no one has contacted him yet, if his identity has been revealed. In front of us is the guy's left eye. Rain rubs his back tiredly. He thinks that it is already 11 o'clock in the evening, and it is better to turn off the light before the duty officer arrives. His hand reaches for the switch. The hero notices the glow, and looks around in surprise. Esther is standing with a book in her hand. We see the hero's eyes. He picks up the book again. In front of us are several pages. Rudian appears above the guy's head. The book flies out of the hero's hands. Rain is shocked. He sees Rudian in front of him and understands that this is the creature he created in his past life. The guy raises his left hand. It seems to him that Rudian is now twice as big and much darker than before, while he does not understand how this creature could exist for 300 years. Rain covers his mouth with his hand, wondering whose magic power he is dealing with and for what purpose it is being used. He remembers his comrades from his past life. Rudian sits on the young man's hand. A system window appears above the creature, informing him that the progress in researching unique magic can be continued, and its current value is 37%. The hero is surprised. He looks at the system window hanging above Rudian. Symbols are reflected in the hero's eyes. Rain looks up and realizes that this is what he researched in his past life to reach the level of a sage. He looks at the golden system window and realizes that in front of him are the 12 original runes that he tried in real battles 300 years ago. He thought that they all failed then, but now it turns out that the reason is that the progress is only 37%. The young man thinks that it is impossible for the 4-star magic that Rudian belongs to check the progress of 6-star magic. Thin white lines are visible on the hero's face. The guy smiles. He realizes that if this is all true, then he was not mistaken in his path. Judging by his expression, Rain is completely happy. Rudian is hovering above his hand. The hero thinks that if he continues in the same spirit, he will be able to reach the truth. The young man is sitting on the bed. He raises both his hands up. Rudian is in front of us. The hero thinks that the sudden appearance of hope made him instantly forget about the sender of the book. Blue discharges sparkle in the air. Rain thinks that this question evaporated from his mind in the blink of an eye. Rain reaches his hand towards the shelf. He picks up a book. The hero goes out the door, thinking that it's time for him to start researching. Rain looks to his left. It's raining. The hero crosses his arms over his chest, smiling, thinking that unlike the north where it gets cool during the rain, the southern regions remain warm even during heavy rain due to the influence of the Badancho mountain range. Rain walks forward in the rain. He sees a sign and realizes that this is a place where one can freely practice magic. The girl with green hair asks why the boy is wet, and after receiving the answer that it doesn't matter, she says that the battlefield is perfect for magic training, where she is ready to take the hero. A wall of fire is visible behind the young men. Rain thinks that, according to the dorm leader, the battlefield is a place for training powerful magic with a wide range. It is surrounded by high-level magic that allows you to prevent and restore damage, and here you can mindlessly cast spells without worrying about something being destroyed nearby. The leader, smiling, tells the hero that he just needs to touch the entrance with the student's ring to enter inside. On the hero's finger, a ring with a magnificent red stone adorns. Fiery whirlwinds swirl around the young men. A greeting is heard addressed to Rain Ludwig, after which it is reported that he can go to the battlefield, where all 30 rooms are currently free. The dorm leader says that the hero is free to use any of the rooms. He says that he will first go to room number 15. The guy hears that his application has been confirmed. A magical pink pharmacy is visible around Rain. The hero asks to give him a target, preferably a durable one. A glowing yellow circle appears in front of the young man. The guy notices a green target. The hero looks thoughtful. A cross is visible in front of the target. Rain thinks that 2-star magic is used here, and this suits him completely. The guy looks at the book. He sees in front of him a reminder that the U rune makes molecules wriggle, and if it is engraved on flame magic, the coals will wriggle and burn for a long time. Rain slams the book shut and decides that he will begin his training with the offered rune. A red magical formation hangs above his hand. Rain orders to build a triangular magic circle and engrave the rune. The triangle hangs between the hero's hands. Yellow dots begin to rise from it. Rain looks in surprise as the triangle dissolves into the air. In its place there remains only a small cloud of yellow smoke. Rain is angry. He says that it seems that 1-star magic does not work. In front of us is a glowing fist of the hero. The guy puts forward his hand, in front of which there are now 3 triangles and a circle. The guy's face is tense. The complex figure is spinning madly in the air. Rain rests the fist of his right hand on the open palm of his left. An explosion occurs next to him. Bright white dots are visible in the air. The target is completely unharmed and stands inside a yellow circle. Rain looks at it in surprise. A man appears nearby, trying to understand what kind of trash magic the hero is using. It turns out that it is Hubert. The guy understands that Rain cannot even use 1-star magic normally. A huge tongue of flame is visible next to the magician. Hubert thinks that fire magic should initially be noisy, but judging by how quietly it works, Rain seems to be in the very beginning stages of mastering it. Smiling, the guy walks away from the training hero. He realizes that the rumors that this young man was Scholsey's assistant are most likely false. The target standing in front of the hero glows brightly. We see it up close. The same cross stands out on it. The target falls on its back. The hero sighs heavily and says that he did it, but with great difficulty. There is a torn target on the floor. Rain thinks that the flame with the U-rune penetrates the target and melts it from the inside, and this was the intended effect, but it took 30 seconds to melt the 2-star sandstone golem. The guy thoughtfully rubs his chin. He tries to figure out if he needs to refine the rune further. He immediately realizes that this may have been a problem in mathematical theory. Rain smiles. He stands under the arch vaults and thinks that he still has plenty of time to figure out this problem. There are glowing beams above the hero's head. He thinks that any problem can be solved, even if there are huge difficulties on the way. The guy thinks that magical research is a truly exciting activity. Rain is sitting between 2 columns. In front of him hangs a system window, informing that the theory of mechanics has been restored, and the U-rune has been changed. Rain looks at Rudian with a satisfied look. He thinks that this creature not only detects nearby magic, but also summarizes, reporting on the research carried out during the day. It seems to him that this is a truly precious entity. We see the hero's eyes. In front of him hangs a system message that he can continue to progress in the study of unique magic depending on the environmental conditions, and the current progress value is 37.1%. Rain thoughtfully rubs his chin. He tries to understand what the increase in progress is associated with the improvement of mathematical theory or with the fact that the rune has become more perfect. It seems to him that there is some meaning in such training. The young man stretches sweetly. He thinks that there is no need to delve into thoughts, and he still has plenty of time. A wave of energy rolls over the hero. He does not understand what is happening. Rain sees a man with a green magical formation hanging over his hand. In front of us is Hubert. The hero thinks with relief that this is just a novice mage from the Rohunam school. Flying targets are visible above the young man's head. One of them rushes down. Hubert clenches his fist. The target flies apart into many pieces. Puffs of smoke are visible behind the guy. The young man's hand becomes blurry. Now we see his fist. Hubert destroys 2 more flying targets. The hero looks at him in surprise. The young man quickly moves his hand. Rain understands that this guy is quite a good mage. A magical formation is visible above Hubert's hand. Rain looks at the guy thoughtfully. Hubert looks puzzled. The hero understands that something is wrong here. In front of us is a university building with a dragon on the roof. Someone says that the procedure necessary to cast magic is divided into 3 stages: creating a magic circle, engraving a rune, and mathematical calculations. All this is written on the board. Owen, looking at the audience, states that many mages have difficulty with the 3rd stage, namely mathematical calculations, and if a mistake is made at any stage, a catastrophe will occur, because the mage can turn into coal or fly into pieces. Rain and Christa listen attentively to the teacher. He says that the mage Lynn created a mathematical formula, which is known as the Lynn discriminate. There is a clock next to the board. Owen says that he will give an example, and the students must use the Lynn discriminate to solve it. The professor looks at the clock and states that this may be too much for the tiny brains of the students present, so he will be generous and give 10 minutes. The teacher states that the formula is specially created to be very easy for dumbass like them. He hopes that there are no idiots in the audience who cannot solve this example. Rain looks at the sheet of paper. Owen suggests starting to solve the problem. The hero is puzzled. He cannot understand who passed this formula to the current generation. He remembers his comrades from his previous life and understands that these people not only did not know anything about this formula, but they barely knew how to add and subtract, so they simply could not learn it. Judging by the guy's face, he understands something. Behind Lynn, a girl in a straw hat is hiding behind a tree. Rain suspects that this is the same annoying child who proclaimed herself his student and stubbornly followed him around. We see this girl up close. The hero remembers her name, Torina. The girl's eye peeks out from under the straw hat. Rain tries to understand if she really passed off all these mathematical calculations as what Lynn came up with. The guy thinks that this is impossible, since everything happened 300 years ago. Rain thoughtfully ponders who it could be. Christa taps him on the shoulder with her finger. The girl looks into the boy's eyes. He says that if she doesn't understand something, he can look at her solution. Christa asks what kind of nonsense is this? Because she is a great genius, Christa Warden, and she does not need hints, which, on top of everything, are given by a guy much more stupid than her. The professor, standing at the board, gets angry. Christa apologizes to him and says that she will not make noise anymore. Rain looks at the girl thoughtfully and asks why she distracted him. Then, she mumbles something unintelligible. Then she hands him a rather elegant box. The guy looks at the gift he received in surprise and asks what it is. Christa answers that she brought cookies. Demonstratively turning away from the young man, she says that she baked cookies because she had some time left after her magic training. Rain looks into the box in confusion. He asks why the girl decided to treat him. She answers that in order to return the debt, which the hero constantly reminds her of. The guy thanks her for the sign of attention and states that the girl is more diligent than he thought before. It seems that the cookie is slightly burnt. Christa, as if nothing had happened, smiles. The hero does not know what to tell him. He covers his face with his hand and tries to understand if these are really cookies. Sadly looking down, Rain asks if Christa used dirt instead of flour. The girl swears that these are real cookies. Christa screams loudly. The guy, to calm her down, puts what she brought into his mouth. Chalk flies into the girl's forehead. She covers herself with a sheet of paper. A student sitting nearby says that he cannot believe that everything is so simple, after which he declares that Lynn was a real genius. Christa looks at the piece of paper she managed to protect herself with in amazement. The students continue to discuss the ancient mage. One of them states that if we talk about Lynn's contribution to the magical world, then he is just some kind of god. Someone insists that it was more likely an angel sent by God. We see students discussing the hero's previous incarnation. One of the girls says that Lynn could have been the incarnation of a great sage, but not a god or an angel. The student sitting next to him returns to the version with a full-fledged god. He reminds that Lynn could freely handle any magic, and admits that he is very jealous of him. Rain, blushing, covers his face with his hand. He mentally asks those around him to stop this conversation. Christa looks at his desk neighbor in bewilderment, and tries to understand why he turned red as a ripe tomato. Rain looks to his left with disgust. The girl thinks that the guy is so embarrassed because of a few cookies. Christa, covering her mouth with her fingers, stands next to the professor. It seems to her that the hero is very proud, but blushed because of some sweets. The girl holds a piece of paper in her hands, which protected her from the abandoned chalk teacher. Owen says that for a monkey who does not even work in class, the girl knows how to defend herself well. He asks if Christa will attend special classes. She tries to politely refuse. Doves are flying near the bell tower. The professor demands that the students hand in their answers, and with this he declares today's lesson over. Rain and Christa are standing next to the notice board. The girl asks what club the young man is going to join. Triangular flags are visible above the heads of the young man and the girl. Christa declares that she will definitely join the Magic Volleyball Club, because the descendants of the magical family are obliged to maintain their dignity by playing this game. Rain asks again in surprise. The girl says that he knows nothing at all about the realities of the university. In front of us is a strange man with deer antlers. The hero asks what relation magic volleyball has to dignity. The girl reproaches the guy with displeasure for always starting to speak at the same time as her. In front of us is the roof of the university. Rain tells his companion that he will not rush and will look around. He says goodbye to the girl. She shouts for the guy to wait. We see knights fighting. It is reported that in Delaiten there are various clubs intended for the exchange of experience and competitions between students, and in this particular case we are talking about the Combat Magic Club. We see two female magicians. They are members of the Fire Attribute Magic Club. Young people burn in effigy. They are members of the Festival Magic Club. Medelia Page examines a sheet of paper. It is reported that clubs are created by students united by common goals or motives, and receive funding after approval by the professor advisor. This gives everyone the opportunity to devote themselves to research outside of classes. The hero smiles, thinking that there are many interesting places here and he should take a good look around, but because of Christa he is very distracted and cannot concentrate. The furious girl reaches out her hand to the hero. She demands to listen to her. The girl indignantly shouts that representatives of magical families should join the volleyball club. Rain replies that he has not heard this, but even if it is true, there is no problem with it. Christa, standing behind him, asks to explain why he does not see a problem. The hero replies that his father will not interfere in anything and will allow him to join wherever he wants. Puzzled Gertrude says that this simply cannot be. Looking at the hero's back, the pink-haired girl says that the volleyball club is royal, and Rain should join it to uphold the honor of the magical family. The young man says that, as far as he understands, this is completely unnecessary. The hero smiles and looks at a piece of paper, stating that the Fine Arts Magic Club seems much more interesting to him, and the Development Magic Club also attracts his attention. In front of us is the hero's left eye. The boy thinks that once upon a time people fought for survival, but when the world became calmer, everyone gradually began to do what they liked. Lynn, who is holding a book, looks to the right of himself. Someone says that when the boy grows up, the world will undoubtedly become prosperous. Esther is sitting on a rock in front of a fire. She expresses hope that Lynn will be able to protect many lives. Gertrude waves her hand in front of the hero's face and tries to shout to him. The girl asks if he even hears what she is saying. Gertrude looks after the boy in amazement and asks where he is going. Rain holds a crumpled piece of paper in his hands. He says that he is going to look into the Development Magic Club. Gertrude looks after him in shock, trying to understand if the young man doesn't know that magic volleyball is an integral part of the social gatherings of high-ranking magicians. The girl, whose back of her head we can see, sighs heavily, thinking that the glory of the Ludwig family which has been rivaling the Page family for over 100 years, may end with this young man. A bright flash is visible in front of the girl's face. Gertrude raises her left hand, thinking that the eldest daughter of the Page family disappeared after a certain event, and if the Ludwig family also loses heart, then nothing good will come of it. Gertrude clenches her fist and realizes that the time has come. A new era under the leadership of Lady Christa begins. Gertrude, beside herself with happiness, calls out to her friend, whom she just remembered. The girl turns to where Christa had just stood, but sees no one. Gertrude looks around in confusion. The girl closes her eyes. She realizes that it seems her friend has just followed the hero. Christa runs after the hero. She says that she was just curious about what the local magic development club is like. Rain says that he doesn't care. The girl screams that she wasn't following anyone and asks why the guy isn't listening to her. He replies that he understood everything. The hero sees the sign for the magic development club. He stands in front of the door with a piece of paper in his hand and tries to figure out if he's in the right place. Rain raises his hand. Young people hear the conversation going on inside. Someone asks how he can accept such ridiculous conditions. The young man, folding his arms over his chest, says that the strong take whatever they want, and this rule is universal for all Delaiten clubs. Logan, smiling, says that this room will be useful to him, so the owner should give it up. Rain and Christa look into the room. The hero asks who it is in front of him. The girl is surprised that he doesn't know that it's Logan from Chihak School. A boy and a girl are seen behind the door. Christa explains that this is a school that specializes in training combat mages. The hero, who didn't know all this, once again says that he understands. Logan, raising his left hand, asks the boy in rectangular glasses if they really have to solve everything with a duel, and if the owner of the premises has the courage to fight his elder. He continues his speech and asks why a completely ridiculous magic development club is needed at all. Christa, who is standing next to the hero, says that this happens often, and in order to conduct club activities, a room is needed. Logan and the boy in glasses stand opposite each other. The scoundrel says that if you need to create a club when there are no free rooms, then you have to occupy the one in which another club is located. Christa smiles. The hero asks her if everything is really solved with a magic duel. The girl confirms this assumption and says that this is a clear and convincing method. Rain states that the decision seems right. Christa asks if the boy wants to join. He replies that he hates annoying things. The boy with rectangular glasses, raising his right hand, says that the representatives of the 8 great schools may not realize it, but studying mathematics or academic excellence is not the only reason for the existence of magic. Logan asks what else can be mentioned in this list. The young man, clenching his fist, admits that academic excellence led to the development of magic, but agriculture and helping people are areas where magic was not used. Logan looks at the interlocutor skeptically and asks if this is true. The hero and Christa stand at the door. The owner of the premises states that if people could find a way to use magic in the right way, they would easily get rid of scourges such as poverty. The boy points his finger at Logan and says that the upperclassmen created this club to achieve exactly this. Logan looks at his opponent indifferently, who states that he thinks about suffering people, and only for this reason will not give up the premises he owns to anyone. We see the back of the hero's head. Logan laughs loudly. He asks if the young man is serious, after which he states that if it were possible, the archmages and sages would have found a solution long ago. The scoundrel grabs the guy by the collar. The brute easily lifts the opponent up. He states that the guy cannot protect his club against a newbie, so all this talk is only for the benefit of the poor. Logan looks at the guy threateningly and asks if the seniors have produced any results, and whether they were able to change anything. The victim looks at the big guy in fear. He asks if the guy really believes that some pathetic research by completely worthless people can change this world, after which he says that his opponent does not even dare to use magic to fight. He asks if he considers it a trifle not worthy of attention. Christa looks very upset. She hears the villain say that instead of helping strangers, it is best to help the one who is right in front of you, naturally hinting at himself. The guy, whom Logan holds at arm's length, screams that he cannot do it. The big guy looks at his victim and asks if he can see well in his glasses, or maybe he just woke up and is still not very clear-headed. Logan shakes the guy and says that he will wake him up now. The villain waves the young man like a rag doll and screams that he will help him open his eyes. Electric discharges are visible near the hand. We see the villain's eye. The hero asks the scoundrel if he wants to have a magic duel with him. Logan looks in surprise at the guy who entered the room. Rain, whose finger is smoking, declares that he has just joined this club. The sun is shining brightly in the sky above the trees. Books are visible outside the window. The system informs that the process of researching unique magic in the surrounding space can be continued. A notification is visible above Rudian that the progress percentage has increased from 37.1 to 37.9. A drop falls from his hand into the water. The hero reads a book. It says that magic can't do everything, but if it allows you to create an oasis right in the middle of the desert, it will help travelers who are looking for water. Esther, smiling happily, asks Lynn for permission to ask a question. He says that he is listening. Rain walks forward, clenching her fist, Esther asks if Lynn will be able to create several spells for her after this journey that anyone can learn and easily use. The owner of the premises holds on to his glasses. Esther says that these spells should help people in trouble and make their lives much easier. Logan looks angrily at the hero. Esther asks Lynn to create such magic with his own hands. Rain frowns at Logan. He smiles and asks if this is really a new member of this club. We see the villain's eye. Rain and Christa are in front of us. Logan turns his attention to the girl and the hero's red eyes. The villain stands in front of the boy he was about to kick out of the room. Logan says that as a student of one of the grade 8 schools, he was on his way to greet the noble Lord Rain, but ran into him here. The hero calmly looks at his interlocutor, who states that the boy seems to have just mentioned a magical duel. Logan, towering over the boy, asks if he heard right. We see the eyes of the two young men. Rain says that Logan heard everything correctly, and that he can join the villain if he so desires to fight someone. Logan laughs loudly. He asks if the boy thinks he can defeat an opponent like him. Rain, laughing in response, asks if Logan is afraid of him, after which he declares that he is ready to give a handicap and will not use combat magic. Christa looks at the hero in amazement. The interlocutors stand opposite each other. Rain says that if this is not enough, then he will use only 3 spells developed by this club. Logan asks in surprise if the young man is serious. He, smiling, answers that he thinks he will not lose. We see someone's mouth. Its owner laughs loudly and says that this is not just a failure, but a complete disaster. Christa is very upset. Logan, covering the lower part of his face with his hand, says that the hero made another mistake. He did not take into account that it takes 3 days to approve membership in the club, so for now it is just a personal challenge. Rain boldly looks at his opponent and tells him to just get down to business. Logan raises his hand and declares that if Lord Rain wins, he will give up his claims to the premises and will protect it from all other applicants. The bully raises his left hand and declares that if he wins, the hero will apply for expulsion from Delaiten, explaining that after meeting Logan from Chihak School, he felt an insurmountable barrier. Christa appears at the door. She looks angrily at the villain and tells him that he should simply give up trying to take the premises. Logan calmly says that outsiders should shut up now. The hero asks the girl not to interfere in this matter. She asks in bewilderment if the guy understands what is happening now. The faces of the opponents are shown opposite each other. Rain says that there is nothing to understand here, and he will still win. The young man suggests that Logan choose the time and date of the duel himself, since he is ready to come anytime and anywhere. The owner of the premises looks at the opponents in amazement. Logan, laughing loudly, asks if this means that the hero accepts his conditions. Turning his back to Rain, the villain says that he will invite the professor as a judge. Christa, who seems on the verge of tears, hears Logan declare that there is no need to postpone the duel, and it will take place today at 6 o'clock in the Dragon's Blood Arena. Smiling predatorily, Logan looks back and says that he will wait for the hero there. Hubert, smiling, leaves, declaring that this time they caught a very big fish and the elders will be pleased. Rain stands in front of the bookshelves. Hubert, grinning sinisterly, declares that it will be a fantastic day. Christa looks incredibly sad. Rain looks at the girl. She asks if the guy has forgotten about his position here, if he is going to participate in a magic duel. The young man, looking at the book, asks if it means that he is a first-year student at Delaiten University. Christa asks to stop joking. Rain puts the book back on the shelf. The girl frowns at him. Heading to the door, she states that Rain can do whatever he wants, after which she calls herself a fool for trying to explain something to him. The guy looks at the girl in bewilderment, and tries to understand why she is angry. The owner of the premises rises to his feet next to him. He states that what Rain did is logically incomprehensible, since the descendants of magical families never engage in magic duels. A ring shines on the guy's finger. The hero recognizes a dragon with spread wings and understands that this means studying in the 2nd year. Rain looks at his interlocutor in surprise and asks what it is connected with. He answers that it is possible to lose too much and not gain anything in return. The young man looks at the hero in surprise and states that he is more puzzled than grateful, and asks to explain why Rain helped him. The interlocutors stand opposite each other. The hero says that it was an unconscious help, and he did all this in order to complete the mission. Dark figures are visible next to Logan. The owner of the premises says that he is grateful in any case, but warns that Lord Rain greatly underestimates his opponent. The hero asks if this guy is really that strong. We see 2 fighting students. The guy says that Logan is a royal-type mage who is especially strong against opponents specializing in long-range magic. In addition, thanks to his excellent physical abilities and character, he has already participated in several magical duels and won more than 90% of them. Logan stands over the defeated opponent, whose teeth are knocked out. The sophomore sits down on a chair and says that the hero has embarked on a very reckless adventure, and all because he himself spoke too carelessly and boldly. The hero is lost in thought. His interlocutor says that perhaps he exaggerated the importance of his club when arguing with Logan. The guy takes off his glasses and says that he grew up in a village, the villagers of which collected money to pay for his education at the university, and he decided to repay them for their kindness. The villagers happily wave their hands. The young man says that he wanted to make the village a better place. The guy says goodbye. He says that this is why he joined this club and began to study magic. The sophomore wipes his glasses. He says that, however, everything did not go as planned. Over time, anxiety and worry only increased. He clung to this club to try to still achieve his pathetic goal, but in the end he achieved nothing. A bright flash of light is visible behind the hero's head. His interlocutor says that he is very sorry that this happened, and it seems that the gods themselves want him to give it all up. The second year, smiling, rubs his neck. He states that he was supposed to participate in the magic duel. Rain asks why the guy calls his aspirations pathetic. He removes his hand from his neck in surprise. The hero frowns at him. He takes a book from the shelf and states that he himself agreed to the magic duel, and in this regard asks to give him several books related to the club's magic, since he needs to prepare for the upcoming duel. Rain heads to the door and says that he will return the books when everything is over. The second year tries to stop the guy. He asks if the young man knows why Archmage Lynn began to practice magic. The second year looks at the hero in amazement. He, without turning around, says that the legendary magician did it to survive, and if someone does something, then he probably has some personal reasons for it. We see the university building. The hero is walking down the corridor. He hears whispering and understands that the rumors have already spread. The students look at the guy. He understands that for them the upcoming duel is a very significant event. Someone calls out to the young man. He turns around in surprise. We see the hero's left eye. Rain hears that he has finally been found. The hero sees his aunt. She asks how he is doing. A smile appears on the guy's face. He recognizes his relative. Ellen delivers a powerful blow to the hero's chin and demands that he shut up. She says that she has not been getting enough sleep lately, and now she needs to stay awake because of her nephew. A woman drinks coffee. Someone nearby says that a genius from the Ludwig family is participating in a magic duel against Logan, representing one of the 8 major schools. Ellen puts her fist to the hero's ear and says that she must have heard wrong. Rain, whose neck is squeezed by his aunt, replies that it is true. Ellen tightens her grip and says that her cute little nephew has caused quite a stir, and it looks like she needs to drink alcohol today. The hero, crying out in pain, says that his head is about to split. The woman lets go of the boy and says that if Logan hits him, it will hurt several times more than now. She asks what her brainless nephew was thinking. Ellen, whose back we can see, sighs heavily. Rain looks back at her in fear. The guy looks at his aunt and asks if she is worried. Ellen points her finger at the boy's face and asks if she really looks like a pathetic aunt who worries about such a worthless person. She asks the hero not to think about himself too much. Ellen flicks her finger on the boy's chin and declares that Logan will set his mind straight. Jumping with anger, the woman leaves. Rain holds her ear and asks her for forgiveness. He states that he did not know that he should not do this, but he assures that all this will not disgrace the Ludwig family in any way. We see the back of Ellen's head. She declares that her nephew can think whatever he wants, but all this has already become a question affecting the honor of the family. Ellen, without turning around, declares that the young man's rash actions can lead to him being expelled from the university, but it seems to her that he is still right in some way, since she was very irritated by people who laughed at the guy like a worthless child. Rain looks at his aunt in surprise. Ellen points at him and says that if he got involved in this, he should trample the enemy when he leaves with victory. She says that now he will defend the honor of the Ludwig family, and must make sure that others cannot even think about rising to his level. Rain looks at his relative in surprise. She says that the guy should teach the enemy a good lesson. The young man smiles. Rain and Hubert stand opposite each other. The hero mentally promises his aunt to do as she said. Hubert looks at his opponent predatorily. Rain responds with a frown. He thinks that this is exactly what he wanted to do from the very beginning. The students sitting on the chairs look back at their hurrying comrades. One of them asks what is happening and why so much noise. The students run. They are asked where they are rushing. The advice follows to think carefully with their heads, since everything is extremely obvious. The opponents stand opposite each other in a huge arena. One of the spectators says that a worthless aristocrat and a muscle man from Chihak are about to put on a real show. Owen stands with his arms crossed over his chest. Caroline asks him who the professor supports. Logan, who belongs to the same faction as him, or Rain, his student. The bearded man sullenly says that status, pedigree and education do not matter to him at all, and he will simply support the one who is stronger. A referee approaches the participants of the duel. Caroline tells her colleague that she guessed that he thought exactly like that. The referee introduces himself as Theon. Logan smiles happily. The referee says that since this magical duel is officially sanctioned by the school, the loser must fulfill the winner's conditions. Rain frowns at his opponent. Theon raises his hand and asks the contenders to take a step forward. Logan effectively throws his suit aside. Rain looks at his opponent. The brute shows off his pumped-up torso. One of the spectators says that the guy seems to have prepared well. The second student notices the specific wrapping on the villain's body and asks if it's too serious against some failed nobleman. The third student is convinced that it will be very difficult to defeat this big guy. In front of us is a girl whose head is covered by a hood. Gertrude approaches her, and says that Christa has come to watch the duel after all. She jumps in surprise and declares that she came here not because she was worried about someone, but to enjoy how the hero is being beaten. Gertrude, smiling slyly, says that this is exactly what she thought. Caroline thoughtfully rubs her chin. She thinks that the apprentice magicians have a very long casting time, so opponents who can immediately enter into close combat pose a huge threat. She mentally turns to Ludwig and asks how he is going to counter this. The hero is twirling a stick in his hand. Caroline looks at the young man in surprise. The audience is also shocked. It turns out that Rain is armed with a broom. Logan looks at his opponent in surprise and says that at first he thought he was holding some kind of wooden stick, but it is an ordinary broom. We see this specific weapon up close. The students gathered in the stands are excited. One of them shouts to the whole stadium that Rain came out to sweep the arena. Caroline and Owen look down in bewilderment. Christa covers her face with her hand, unable to hear the mocking shouts that are heard next to her. Rain shows his weapon to the judge and says that he took the broom from the library, since they had just finished cleaning there. Theon asks if the boy really was going to use it for a magical duel. He replies that it seems not prohibited. Logan tilts his head to the right. He spreads his arms out to the sides and asks if this choice of weapon means that his opponent is asking for leniency. Because if he was incredibly confident before, now he came with a broom, as if begging not to touch him. The big guy suggests just ending it here and not embarrassing himself in front of the audience. He states that Rain should just admit his defeat. The hero scratches his head. We see the lower part of his face. Logan looks at his opponent in bewilderment. He says that since the big guy entered the university, it has always been like this, and from the point of view of an upperclassman, this is very sad. Logan is puzzled. He asks to clarify which upperclassman the hero means. We see the big guy's face up close. Rain asks why young people at this time can only make empty talk. He says that in front of him is not a witch who casts curses. Rain, sadly looking down, asks since when did magicians start winning with words. Logan and Rain stare at each other. Theon asks them to move away, as they are getting too close. The referee puts his fist to his face and states that he must make one last announcement before the duel begins. A second-year student with rectangular glasses looks at the arena excitedly. Theon says that if Logan loses, he will serve as a guard at the local magical development club until he graduates, and Rain will be expelled from Delaiten if he loses. Christa and Gertrude look at the participants of the upcoming duel excitedly. The referee asks if there are any objections to these conditions. Rain and Logan look into each other's eyes and simultaneously say that they agree. Theon puts out his hand and says that in this case, they should move away from each other. The opponents stand in the arena. An announcement is made that the duel will begin in 10 seconds. In front of us is a magnificent clock. The girl with purple hair looks to her left. She hears shouts coming from the arena that it is high time to begin. She sees students running down the hallway. The girl looks towards the door and asks Ellen, who is sitting at the table, if the professor wants to watch the fight. She promises to handle everything for her. The hero's aunt replies that she doesn't want to watch anything. The girl says that the professor is very calm, although her nephew is facing a serious test. Ellen turns to the girl with displeasure and asks if she means to say that her boss doesn't know how to stay calm. She says that she didn't mean that at all. Ellen looks out the window. She mentally addresses her brother and says that his son can become a sage. A smile appears on the woman's face. Logan grabs the bandages that are tied around his chest. He declares that the outcome is already predetermined. Rain, with a broom in his hand, frowns at his opponent. The command to begin the fight sounds over the huge arena. Theon stretches out his hand and declares that the fight is beginning. Logan tears off the last of his bandages and demands that his opponent watch carefully, since after the expulsion he will no longer have the opportunity to enjoy this spectacle. Rain calmly looks at the big guy. In front of us are 3 magic formations. Logan uses a secret technique of the Chihak school, which is called body strengthening. Gertrude, looking at the big guy in amazement, says that he seems to be going to finish the fight with one blow. Green stripes glow on Logan's body. Hubert, who looks very sad, is surprised by the speed of the spell's activation. He understands perfectly well that a small mistake in using this magic can lead to broken bones or ruptured internal organs. Caroline, thoughtfully looking at Logan, thinks that it is not surprising at all that this guy is considered one of the great graduates of the Chihak school. Rain holds the broom handle in his hands. He closes his eyes. Logan, smiling predatory, says that he will finish the fight in 10 seconds. The hero exhales. The big guy flies at him. Christa, Gertrude and Hubert keep their eyes on Rain. The enemy's head is already very close to the hero. The brute raises his fist to strike. It seems to him that Rain cannot even move, although the result would be exactly the same even if the guy moved. The villain thinks that body strengthening is a spell that both attacks and defends. It creates a wall of magical power on the surface of the body for defense, and explodes magic at the point of impact to damage the enemy. Rain still does not open his eyes. Logan flies forward, fist outstretched. He is sure that this attack is unstoppable, and he will finish the duel with one blow. We see the villain's fist up close. Logan anticipates that now he will smash the annoying mug of his opponent. Rain spins the broom. We see the eyes of his opponent. The hero swings. Now his right eye is in front of us. Rain strikes with the broom. The enemy flies up like a ball from a baseball bat. The owner of the club looks at what is happening in surprise. Christa and Gertrude are also shocked. Hubert looks shocked. The professors look at what is happening in bewilderment. Logan flies belly up. Owen recognizes the technique of the staff of the Osirius school. Rain, who is holding a broom, exhales. The professor thinks that this technique 300 years ago elevated the Osirius school to the rank of one of the 8 major schools, and the technique itself was developed by none other than the great Mage Lynn. Esther and Lynn conduct a training session, as a result of which the guy ends up lying on the ground. Owen thinks that even mages need strength to engage in close combat, so it is believed that the great mage developed this technique at the request of Esther, but the professor does not understand at all how the heir of the Ludwig family could master this technique. Lightning flashes around Logan's head. He sits on the ground and looks at his opponent. Caroline looks at the arena with a serious expression. Red flames appear around the broom handle. The woman thinks that the tool is not broken, but it should have shattered into small pieces if the guy hit an opponent enhanced with body reinforcement. We see Caroline's profile. She realizes that the hero increased the strength of the broom with magic and is amazed at the control that the boy demonstrated. The professor tries to understand who is really in front of her. Rain spins the broom in his raised hand. He puts the tool on his shoulder and breathes out with relief. The students present in the stands greet the boy enthusiastically. The bully tries to get to his feet. Someone from the spectators shouts that he was dealt with like a puppy. The hero's gaze is calm. Logan tries to understand what the hell was going on. Kneeling, he realizes that the body reinforcement was lost due to some broom that was used by a worthless noble brat. In front of us is the bully's left eye. The hero stands in front of him with a broom in his hands and says that more than 10 seconds have passed and the end has not yet come. The guy says that it is not much fun for him to torment a promising undergrad. Logan looks at the enemy with hatred. He spins his weapon again and says that he will end this fight in 6 seconds. Putting his weapon behind his back, Rain demands that Logan attack him again. The opponents stand opposite each other. Rain looks at the big guy. He raises his left hand and says that the hero is showing off just because he landed one blow. Logan grits his teeth in anger. He lifts his leg high and shouts that the guy is now going to try something unexpected. The big guy kicks the ground and uses the magic release spell. The ground under the hero's feet cracks. Rocks fly up. Christa, Gertrude, and Hubert look in amazement at what Logan is doing. The big guy jumps into the air, his knees bent strangely. Rain thrusts the broom handle forward. A bright flash is visible above Logan, who has flown into the air. The hero quickly spins the broom. He looks at his opponent with apprehension. Clouds of smoke rise from the cracks. Rain, squinting, spins the broom with one hand. The handle, around which a magical formation is visible, sticks into the ground. A stone is visible next to the hero's head. The guy bats it away with the broom with a sharp movement. Logan appears above his head, raising his leg to strike. The hit hits the ground. The sophomore, his mouth slightly open, looks at the arena in amazement. Smoke billows above the ground. We see Logan's face. He looks at his feet in amazement, and asks what the hell is happening to his legs. The big guy looks angrily at his opponent, who declares that this magical move is used for plowing fields. Logan looks up. The hero tries to remember the name of this spell, but then says that it doesn't really matter, but it was a 1-star spell anyway. Rain is standing on a high cliff. He says that he is currently using a spell that creates a temporary dam against flooding, and that it is a 2-star spell. Smiling, the guy asks the opponent if he doesn't find this technique very useful. The spectators look at each other in surprise. Some of them open their mouths in amazement. Owen, smiling, looks at the hero. He thinks that by standing on a platform made of rock debris, the guy has provided himself with a view and a safe distance, and this is an excellent strategy for neutralizing Logan's skills. The brute tries to get out of the mud. Owen is very impressed that Rain anticipated the attack and turned the ground into mud, tying the opponent's legs. Moreover, the guy casts 2 necessary spells almost at the same time. Caroline looks down thoughtfully. She could not imagine that Rain had such an ability to mentally calculate. The opponents look at each other. The hero says that it will all end now. He throws the broom down. Owen looks at the guy in surprise. Caroline is also amazed. Christa, Gertrude and Hubert look in shock as the broom flies down at Logan, who is stuck in the mud. The big guy looks up in confusion. Christa calls the hero an idiot and asks what he is doing. She screams that one long-range spell is enough to end it all. Logan clenches his fist and raises his right hand. Electricity sparkles around his feet stuck in the mud. We see the villain's fist. Rain, standing on the edge of the cliff, looks at his broom. His right hand is raised. We see his opponent's left eye. Logan, reduced to a blur, flies upward. Rain, Christa and the second year look in amazement at what is happening. Logan flies up to the hero, his fist outstretched. His hand is tightly wrapped in roots. The villain's eyes widen in horror. It turns out that the branches have wrapped around his body completely. A strange plant stretches all the way to the top of the cliff. The girls can't believe their eyes. The second-year student's glasses slide off. The hero says that this is a spell that breathes life into dead plants, and its effect lasts only 10 seconds. Logan looks at the hero helplessly, who says that, nevertheless, this is enough time to use the spell in this very effective way. Logan sees strange growths on one of the branches and realizes that it is a former broom. The villain grinds his teeth in rage. Rain breaks off the branch. He declares that, as promised, he will only use 3 spells. Logan, grinding his teeth, looks at the enemy. The hero, who has a broken branch in his hands, asks if we should finish here. Rain holds the branch in his hands. He stands on the edge of a cliff in front of his opponent, and asks if this is the end. Logan swears, gritting his teeth in anger. The hero is angry, hearing himself called a damn small fry. We see smiling figures. Logan says that the fight should not end like this. Sweat, tears and drool run down his face. The guy states that he simply cannot lose like this. He makes a huge effort to raise his hand. Rain mockingly asks if he put too much magic power into his spell. The brute's arm bends unnaturally. Rain suggests that the opponent take into account that he is dealing with a sticky vine. The guy says that given the plant's properties and the ease of control, the spell needs improvements. Logan grits his teeth either in pain or rage. The hero asks him not to worry and just be patient. Rain lifts the broken branch and promises the enemy that it will be more comfortable soon. The sharp end of a branch hangs right in front of Logan's eyeball. The hero smiles. His opponent squints. Rain hits the villain in the forehead with the branch. He opens one eye. The hero throws the branch aside and walks away. Logan calls out to him and says that the guy promised he would finish. Without turning to face his opponent, Rain states that it is already finished and if Logan loses, he should just shut up and keep quiet. Thick branches are visible around the villain's head. The hero stands with his back to his opponent. He states that now that he knows how painful it is to be hit, he demands that from now on the guy stop doing bad things. Rain turns to Logan and asks him to lead a decent life. The rock under the hero's feet disappears. He falls down. Logan looks at his opponent in shock. The villain sees disgruntled and laughing faces in his mind's eye. He experiences this for the first time in his life. One of the figures asks if the guy is really pretending to be a magician from the Chihak school. The second asks why he can't do one simple thing. We see a wide open mouth. Logan asks himself why he is already suffocating, and calls on himself to gather his strength. The branches that entangle him are torn. The bully reminds himself that the world of magic is nothing more than the survival of the strongest. Having torn apart the roots that fettered him, Logan flies down. Rain looks up in surprise and says that the plant has held out for quite a long time, and thus this magic has enough potential for practical use. The hero looks up. He remembers that a magical duel only ends when one of the parties surrenders or suffers complete actual defeat. The last branches fly off the bully. A yellow flash occurs right in front of him. The villain is thrown back. Smoke curls above the hero's hand. Rain says that the outcome of the duel has already been decided, so he will not consider this a full-fledged attack. The spectators look at what is happening in amazement. Logan lies unconscious on the ground. The hero looks at him. In front of us is Theon. A strange device with wings appears above his hand. An announcement is heard over the huge arena that Ludwig has won the duel. Christa smiles happily. Now we see the back of Hubert's head. Caroline, who is standing next to Owen, smiles. The hero looks to his right. A young man is standing at the fortress gate. The guy runs up to the hero and calls out to him. Rain grabs his head. The young man sincerely thanks him and asks how he can repay this kindness. The hero asks what kindness he is talking about. The owner of the club is amazed. Rain looks up and states that the 3 spells he used in the fight, or rather, all the spells belonging to this guy, are distinguished by excellent magical sense, although they are, of course, still far from ideal. There is a branch lying on the ground. The guy in rectangular glasses looks at the hero, mesmerized, who states that the efforts of the elders were not in vain. Rain, smiling, covers his mouth with his hand and apologizes for the inappropriate comment. The second year is shocked. The hero says that he wants to ask him for one thing. Smiling, Rain asks the young man to continue to do magic for local development, and in such a way that the hero does not have to interfere. We see the lower part of the second year's face. Rain expresses confidence that he will succeed. The guy smiles. He bows to the hero who is leaving him. Esther, looking over her shoulder, smiles. Rain tries to understand what this girl would say to him now. His face becomes gloomy. The hero decides that he will not think about it, since he cannot get into Esther's head. We see the hero's back. He is trying to understand if he managed to save face in this fight. In front of us is a magnificent building with a high tower. Someone says that a nobleman defeated Logan. We see the left eye of the defeated big guy. Several people dressed in pretentious university uniforms discuss the latest events. One of them says that this is simply impossible. The second assures that he saw everything with his own eyes. The third says that the hero is very strong. And at the end of the fight, the guy even read a lecture before knocking out his opponent. Logan, lying on the bed with a bandaged head, listens to these conversations. Someone says that this nobleman still has character. Logan rises from the bed. He holds his head and groans weakly. Owen is standing behind him. The teacher asks how it feels to defame the name of his school. The professor looks at the boy sternly and calls him by name. Logan looks up and declares that he is ready to accept any punishment. Owen, crossing his arms over his chest, asks Logan how it feels to disgrace the name of the school. Logan calls the professor Big Brother. Owen grinds his teeth in rage and demands that the boy call him professor in this institution. Logan looks at his relative in fear. Sitting on the bed, Logan asks for forgiveness. Owen, sighing heavily, tells the young man to rest. He looks down sadly and declares that the elders will beat him to death. In front of us is the back of the professor's head. Owen demands that his brother stop pretending to be a genius. He declares that he does not become something special just because he is treated like an elite. Logan, sitting on the bed, says that he does not consider himself a phenomenon. Owen, looking up, asks what the boy knows about Scholsey Ludwig. Logan looks at the professor in surprise. He states that the students representing Rivendell said that this old man used Rain as an assistant for 3 years. It's night outside. Owen states that if the heartless Scholsey kept the guy for 3 years, then this young man must have outstanding abilities. Logan gets angry. He is not going to acknowledge the eldest son of such a family. The professor says that someday Rain will become a big shot in the magical world, and Logan should start establishing connections with him right now. The guy refuses to do this. Owen looks at the guy in surprise. Angrily looking at the professor, Logan states that Rain is a pathetic nobody, and he will definitely defeat him next time. Owen angrily looks at his brother and says that you can't be so blind and brainless, and donkey stubbornness does not benefit him either. Logan, with his mouth slightly open, looks at Owen, who asks why the guy calls his opponent a loser. He reminds that it was Logan who was beaten in close combat, and he looks like a loser, especially since Rain openly pitted him. Disgust is visible on Owen's face. He says that Logan watched Rain from the closest distance and felt the strength of this guy better than anyone else. And if the conclusion just voiced is the only thing Logan can say, then there is nothing more to talk about with this donkey. A drop of sweat runs down the guy's cheek. Owen puts his hand on the door frame. He says that since Logan lost the fight, he must fulfill his promise. The brute sadly lowers his head. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he says that he admits what Owen said. The guy lowers his eyes and declares that, nevertheless, he was not afraid of Rain and did not answer his older brother out of respect for him. Rain is standing next to tall bookcases. It is reported that the action takes place 15 minutes before the magical duel with Logan in the central library of Delaiten, where a huge collection of historical books and biographies, as well as many other publications, is collected. We see the hero's profile. The guy thinks that the fact that Lynn's biography and diaries were delivered to him looks incredibly strange. The hero approaches the librarian and says that he needs to find some books. The girl puts 2 books in front of the guy. She says that she found the necessary additions. There are 2 books on the table. One of them is called The Life and Achievements of the Palace Archer Kais, and the second is The Priestess of the Fire Dragon Fried. Rain, smiling, looks at the luxurious editions. He remembers Fried with a golden pipe in her hands. The girl offers to bet on whose biography will ultimately be thicker. Lynn looks back at the girl. It is reported that the action takes place 300 years ago. The boy sits on a fallen tree and asks why he should care about writings left by people he doesn't even know. Fried asks why the boy doubts himself so much. We see her face. Covering her mouth, the girl tells her friend that he is afraid to argue, because she herself is betting on a legendary priestess named Fried. Lynn agrees to make a bet, but at the same time says that the result is quite obvious. The girl says that, seeing the boy's mood, she cannot refuse. He asks what she is even talking about, because she herself offered to argue. Esther sighs heavily. She holds a huge stone on her sword and says that she is betting on Lynn. The girl wipes her face with a towel. Fried says that her friend always praises this child, so her choice is obvious. Lynn is surprised and asks Esther why she really chose him. The girl, laughing, says that the reasons are very different. The boy asks not to evade the answer and just give reasons for her choice. Esther smiles. Lynn looks at her friend in amazement. She says that she has a bloodline limitation so she can't live long. Then she states that Kais is the oldest in their group so he will most likely die second. We see 2 members of the squad. Esther says that Fried is not much younger than her and Kais. The boy is surprised. Esther states that Lynn is very young so he will most likely live longer than the rest of the squad. The girl puts her hand on her sword. She says that this is why the boy's biography will be the thickest. Leaves fly into the air. Esther laughs happily. She states that of course no one knows what awaits them in the future, but she really hopes that someday they will all see Lynn's biography. Rain, smiling, looks at the book, thinking that in fact Lynn, that is, himself, died first. The hero holds a red book in front of him. He congratulates Fried on her victory. The guy looks at the 2 books. He places them next to each other and checks the thickness of each one. Rain realizes that Kai's biography is slightly thicker. In front of him is a bow and the title of the book, The life and achievements of the palace archer Kais, the hero learns that his friend became known as the Saint Archer and founded the Drunken Archers School, which emphasized archery while intoxicated, and it is reported that he had many students. The hero turns the pages. A look of surprise appears on the boy's face when he learns that Kais married a noble lady 20 years his junior and fathered many descendants. Kais looks over his shoulder. Rain smiles, thinking that this man seemed to have had a happy life. Now he turns his attention to the red book. We see a pipe and the title of the work, The Priestess of the Fire Dragon Freed. Rain is sitting at the table. He turns the pages of the book. A look of confusion appears on the boy's face. With wide eyes, he looks at the book, which states that there are no records of Freed after 1168. The girl is surrounded by flames. Rain learns that Freed led the Republic for a long time as a priestess. But her whereabouts after that date were unknown, so in 1200, the Republican Witch Association officially announced her death. Rain looks thoughtfully at the book. He cannot believe that the girl who always loved to be the center of attention died alone. Students walk behind the hero. Rain thoughtfully looks up. He thinks that people change over time, so it is quite possible that everything was exactly like this. Freed smiles, holding her pipe in her hand. The hero puts the book on the table. Anger appears in his eyes. He thinks that this is still impossible. We see the hero's left eye. The guy thinks that this is some kind of nonsense. He remembers Freed perfectly well, and does not believe that such a psychopath could quietly die alone. A girl in a huge cap ruffles Esther's hair. Rain rubs his chin. He thinks that something bad must have happened to Freed. There are energy discharges around his head. The guy thinks that she was simply made to disappear. Rain covers his face with his hand. He understands that Freed could have disappeared as a result of someone's actions. The priestess smiles happily. The hero does not understand how it was possible to save the world and then disappear without a trace. We see the young man's eye. The young man does not believe that no one noticed this. Rain crumples the pages of the book. Then, calming down, he smooths them out again, and the hero understands that this book is not for him. The guy looks down thoughtfully. It seems to him that he should look for books from the Republic. The librarian comes up to him and shows another edition. She says that if the guy is studying the history of the Esther Squad, then he should also read this book, which she personally highly recommends. Rain, smiling, extends his hand and thanks the girl. In front of us is the right eye of the young man. He sees that the book is called as Shaman Torina. The hand holds a straw hat. Someone calls the master. We see a girl with blue eyes. Rain remembers her. The librarian asks the hero in surprise what happened. In front of us are bookshelves. The young man says that everything is fine and thanks for recommending this book to him. We see the title of the publication again. The hero turns the page. He looks thoughtfully at the book and does not believe that the harmless girl he knew became a shaman. The girl in a lush robe is surrounded by graceful circles. Rain thinks that shamans who command spirits belong to the highest class of witches, and not every witch is able to reach such a level. Rain thoughtfully rubs his chin. He tries to understand whether Torina could have become more successful than Freed. He pays attention to the years of his old acquaintance's life, 1094 to 1413. Rain is amazed. He does not believe that a person can live so long. It seems to him some kind of nonsense. We see the back of the young man's head. The young man doubts the information he has just received. He understands that, given what is written about Freed, he needs to find a book written in the Republic. The guy looks to his left. He understands that it is time for him to go to the magic duel. We see the young man's eye. The young man thinks that he needs to go, although this, by and large, is none of his business. Rain and the second-year student are standing not far from each other. The hero holds a book in his hand. He thinks that if he made a promise, then he must keep it. Rain approaches the librarian and asks her to put the book aside for him. The hero has a broom in his hand. The girl says that she will try to do it, but she cannot guarantee that the guy will get the book, since if someone specifically asks for it, she will be forced to give it away. Logan flies at the hero. The guy asks the librarian not to worry and promises to return in 15 minutes. The hero passes by the bookshelves. He remembers the satisfied face of the second-year student and the enemy holding his head. It is reported that after the end of the magical duel, Rain returned to the library. The hero notices something. It turns out that Karen, which is the name of the librarian, is excitedly looking for something. The girl turns to the guy in fear and asks if he accidentally took the book. Rain says that he did not do this and asks what happened. There is a pile of books on the table. Karen replies that when she finished her business and returned to her place, the book was no longer there. We see incredibly high bookshelves. The hero asks if another customer could have taken it without permission. The girl replies that this is impossible, since if a book that is not specially marked is taken outside the library, a magical alarm will go off. Rain turns away from the girl. We see his eye again. The hero understands that everything happened in a very short time, and he does not think that Karen is lying. The librarian cries bitterly. Rain hits his fist on his palm. The girl says that she is very sorry, and it is just a shame that the book disappeared after she promised to put it aside for the hero. Putting her fist to her chest, Karen promises to contact the hero as soon as they find the book. He, smiling, says that they can just buy a new one. Rain raises his right hand and declares that he will pay for everything, after which he asks the girl to place an order, as if he lost the book, and give him a check with which he will pay. Karen, frightened, says that there is no need for this. We see the bookshelves again. The librarian says that this is completely unnecessary generosity on the part of the hero, and he should not go for it. The guy says that the girl should not refuse, because no matter how expensive this publication is, the responsibility will be on him, and no one will punish him. Karen, closing her eyes, agrees to do as the guy advised her. He thinks to himself that the girl is very sincere, and he likes it. Rain looks at the librarian in surprise. She says that she is very surprised that such a person as a hero exists in the world. Karen, smiling, sincerely thanks the guy, calling him nothing less than Lord Rain. The young man raises his left hand. The moon shines above the towers entwined with dragons. The hero is lying on the bed. In front of us is the guy's eye. Rain remembers the old man whom he helped, and thinks that lately she has heard words of gratitude addressed to her quite often. The sophomore scratches his head, smiling. The hero thinks that he is wasting a lot of time, but does not feel remorse about it, which is quite strange. Karen, who is holding books, smiles. The hero looks at the ceiling. He tries to understand what is connected with it, the fact that his body has changed, or that he simply has a lot of free time in his life. Rain gets out of bed. He thinks that, nevertheless, the incident that happened seems very strange. The hero's face is thoughtful. He looks at the diary lying on the table. Rain thinks that he entrusted it to Esther, but then it returned to him. And now, when he began to research the past of his companions, Torina's biography disappeared from the library. The hero tries to understand if Torina herself can do all this, but then decides that this is impossible, since she died. We see the profile of the young man. The guy remembers smiling Torina. In front of us is the back of the young man's head. Rain thinks that all this happened hundreds of years ago. Rain remembers himself and his companions. Lynn looks over his shoulder, smiling. Rain thinks that everyone he knew in his past life has died. The hero is standing inside a pillar of light. There is a book on the table. Rain understands that all these people are gone. The young man thoughtfully rubs his chin. He is trying to understand who is doing all this. The guy puts the book on the table and says that he has a headache. Rudian appears above him. We see the young man's eye again. The system window informs that the process of researching unique magic in the surrounding space can be continued, and the progress level is 37.9%. Rain looks up in surprise and tries to understand why the progress has increased. In front of us is the hero's eye. The young man thinks that today all he did was use his magic against people. Discharges sparkle above the young man's head. Rain cannot believe that using magic against people increases progress. Sweat runs down his face. The hero thinks that the more people he defeats, the stronger his progress. It begins to seem to him that the path to truth lies through violence. The boy clenches his fist, thinking that he will have to constantly use force. Rain bows his head tiredly. He can't believe that this is really true. Rudian is in front of us. The hero is trying to regain clarity of thought and think everything through. He understands that although force can rule the world, in this case it is hardly an assistant. Rudian hangs above the hero's head. The target falls to the ground. Rain remembers that when he used magic against an inanimate target, the increase was only 0.1%. He remembers how he parried Logan's blow, and realizes that as a result of that fight he gained 0.8%. The boy stretches tiredly. He thinks that there are no other clues yet, so maybe he should check everything that just came to his mind. Rain holds his diary in his hand. He understands that using magic against living beings inside the school will be problematic, so he suggests that he should become an adventurer. In front of us is Rudian. The hero understands that, nevertheless, he will still need money to buy books. Rain looks thoughtfully to his left. It seems to him that he has worked out a good plan. In front of us is the university building. Someone inside greets Mr. Ludwig and asks if he remembers his classmate. Girls are standing around the hero reading a book. One of them says that she is his neighbor in the dorm, and the second claims that she dreamed of him yesterday. Rain sighs heavily. Tearing his gaze away from the book, he irritably asks for forgiveness and says that he has no desire to remember the names of girls and get closer to them, after which he asks them to just leave. The students laugh cheerfully. One of them tells the young man to stop joking, the second notes his excellent sense of humor, and the third calls on him not to be embarrassed by natural things. Two guys are whispering. One of them tells the other that Rain is cheating on girls again. According to him, the hero has been seducing them since the morning, and for him and his friend it will be a great lesson. His interlocutor admits that Rain is the best at this. The hero, judging by the expression on his face, is very angry. Christa appears. She asks the guy's fans to clear the area. We see the girl's eye. She demands to let her pass. Christa sits down next to the guy. Gertrude, smiling, whispers in the hero's ear whether his last name is Casanova by any chance. Having said something nasty, the girl with red hair smiles happily. Rain sighs heavily again. He tries to say something to the girl, but Christa asks him not to talk to her. The guy looks at his desk neighbor in amazement. He asks if she is really angry. Christa reminds that she asked him not to talk to her. The girl looks at the book, she says that they have already talked, and there is no point in further chatter. Rain closes his eyes tiredly. It seems to him that Christa is angry at him because of the magic duel. The guy sadly says that he understands everything, because they are no longer friends. Christa loudly slams the book shut and declares that she is not angry at anyone, and, on the contrary, is sincerely happy. Looking with disdain at her desk neighbor, she says that it was unpleasant for her to watch him pretend to be a weakling, having such amazing skills. Rain looks at the girl in surprise. She declares that strong people must show their strength, so he should straighten his shoulders and walk proudly and confidently, since he won over both her and Logan. Christa loudly slams the book on the table. She declares that now, thanks to everything that happened, she can simply trample the hero, and no one will tell her that she mocks the weak, so the guy needs to be ready for anything. Christa points her finger at the young man and declares that next time she will grind him into dust. The students look at the young people in surprise. Someone says that Rain and the best student are arguing. We see the faces of the hero and the girl. Someone notes that this is a great confrontation. Rain looks at Christa, and she looks at him. The young man reminds that this is Owen's lesson, and if the girl stands like that, she will lose points. Christa understands that the guy is absolutely right. She sits down again and thanks the hero for warning and actually saving her. Gertrude is unhappy. She thinks that if this couple rehearsed this dialogue all night, they should have at least played it out properly. In front of us is the central library. It is reported that the action takes place on a day off. Karen says that they have a problem. Rain looks at the girl in surprise. He asks what she is talking about. Karen replies that it seems that all books dedicated to Torina have been removed from sale. Glasses fly over the librarian's head. She says that she contacted all the publishing houses of the Empire, but each of them said that there are no such books and will not be. Rain asks what the reason is. The hero is puzzled. He hears that nothing was clearly explained to the girl. However, according to rumors, the Golden Children, who are investigating the heresy of the Light of the Dragon Church, this year suddenly banned all books that are somehow related to Torina. We see bookshelves. Rain asks in surprise if Torina is really recognized as a heretic. Karen replies that it looks like it. The hero cannot understand why someone needs to declare a person a heretic after his death. The hero looks at the librarian and asks if she read this book. The girl replies that, of course, she read it. We see Torina in a straw hat. Karen says that since she works in the central library, such books are required reading. An admiring expression appears on the girl's face. She states that, in addition to everything, she is a follower of the Archmage Lynn and Freed, the priestess of the Fire Dragon, and Torina left behind as many great achievements as these two. Rain cannot believe what he just heard. The interlocutors are standing next to the bookshelves. The hero asks if there was anything strange in the book, for example, something like black magic. Karen asks again in surprise, after which she says that, as it seems to her, there was nothing like that, and since this is an ordinary biography, any dangerous text would have been removed by censors. The hero is surprised. His questions have not decreased. Rain disappointedly says that he needs to go to the black market. Karen asks why this is necessary. There are many amazing items in front of us. The hero says that you can find anything there, from books that have been given the status of heretical to magical items destroyed in the pool. He hopes that he will be able to find works there that are related to Torina. Looking at the hero with fear, Karen says that this means that there really are many useful things on the black market, but it seems to her that the price for them there will be very high, because books related to Torina should have become much more expensive after they were banned by the censors. Rain thoughtfully rubs his chin. He thinks that the money issue can really become the main problem. In front of us is Kevin. The hero thinks that it will be difficult for him to convince his father to buy a banned book. Karen thoughtfully says that the price for this edition will be at least 3 gold, and this is more than her entire salary. Rain rubs the back of his head. He understands that first he needs to find money, and this disappoints him, because he thought that at least in this life he would not have to worry about it. We see a seller and several buyers. A young man is trying to figure out how to get a large sum of money in a short period of time. One of the options is to sell magic items on the street. He also sees himself standing at the blackboard. The young man immediately understands that teaching is also not suitable, since it takes up too much time. The hero looks thoughtfully ahead. He understands that he only has to move on to a strategy with high returns and high risks, and the biggest bet he can make is his life. The young man's eyes are wide open. He thinks that he will really have to earn money, risking his life. Rain walks away from the librarian, saying that she helped him a lot. Karen, amazed, asks where the young man is going. He answers that he needs to try something. The young man points his thumb at himself and declares that he is going to become an adventurer and make good money on it. Karen reaches out to the guy in fear, asking how he, representing such a family, can do such low things. The girl says that it is impossible, and the guy just needs to wait until she sorts everything out herself. We see the librarian's face. The hero tells her that if everything goes well, he will be able to earn the required amount, and the occupation he voiced is the only quick way that came to his mind. In front of us is the library building. Karen feels incredible shame. The sun rises over the book storage. This happens on the morning of the next day. Someone runs a finger over the journal entries. This person asks if Ludwig really took Torina's biography. The mustachioed man asks the girl standing opposite him who issued this book. Because first-year students in the first semester cannot take anything like that, the answer follows that, judging by the work schedule, it was Karen who did it, who has been working in the library for only 4 months. Karen smiles happily. The man asks where she is now. The librarian says that today is her day off. A question is asked whether this girl has already received the right to issue books. We see a girl with blue hair. She is listening to the conversation. The librarian assumes that Karen gave in to the persistent persuasion of the visitor. But in general, she is not one to make childish mistakes. The girl with blue hair turns to the interlocutors and assumes that the name is written incorrectly in the journal, since the book could have been taken by Professor Ellen, who often comes here. We see the edge of the journal. The girl says that Karen's handwriting is very sloppy, so it is difficult to understand which of the visitors with the surname Ludwig took the book, Ellen or Rain. We see Karen smiling again. The girl with blue hair says that now everyone is only talking about the young genius, so she could have made an unconscious mistake. Karen is shown flushed. The girl states that Karen has been spending a lot of time with Rain lately, and love sometimes makes you make even worse mistakes. The man checking the magazine says that everything is fine then, and after the meeting, the reader's name will need to be corrected to Professor Alan Ludwig. The woman who was just mentioned goes forward with her colleagues. The knight challenges the dragon. The hero thinks that in the past, the work of adventurers was considered dangerous, but at the same time profitable. Rain walks through the crowd. He remembers that there was also a good chance of running into scammers among these people. The guy holds a piece of paper in his hands. He thinks that now everything is a little different. Adventurers are either masters of combat who help people, or mercenaries who exterminate monsters. The hero looks up. In front of him is a 3-story building. The guy thinks that if he reaches the highest level, then people will treat him almost like a hero. Rain sees a sign for an adventurers association. He thinks that this world has changed a lot. 2 adventurers are drinking beer. Rain listens to their conversation. One of them asks how things are going lately with earnings in this area. He immediately shares his feelings and states that without dead ends and labyrinths everything is not so. His interlocutor agrees, and then says that since the Red Dragon Legion left, the mountain range is full of monsters, and there is literally a gold mine there. The hero listens to another conversation. One of the adventurers says that because of the rat spiders nothing but trouble. The second asks how many of these monsters there are and how dangerous they are. The third suggests that a decent reward is given for them. Before us is the hero's profile. The young man takes into account that he will have to fight the rat spiders, and considers the test complete. The guy approaches the girl standing behind the counter. She asks how she can help. Rain says that she wants to register with the association. The girl says that, judging by the form, she is a student from Delaiten. She asks to show a student card or ID. Rain hands her a card with a photo. The girl turns away. The hero asks how long the registration takes. She replies that she will check the personal data and that's it. That is, it will take no more than 10 minutes. We see the girl's eyes. She looks at the hero's ID, notices the name Ludwig there, realizes that he is an aristocrat, and, to her shame, realizes that she spoke to him very impolitely. The girl looks at the hero in surprise over her shoulder, and tries to understand why this young man needs registration at all. The hero asks if she needs anything else. The hero sees a piece of paper. The girl asks to fill in the necessary data. She points with her finger where to put the signature. Rain asks what kind of document it is. The girl, lighting a cigarette with her finger, says that in front of him is a special form intended for noble families, and it says that the association is not responsible for any problems that may arise during work. The young man asks if his interlocutor wants to say that there were people who tried to hold the guild accountable. She looks at him in bewilderment. In front of the adventurer's grave, 2 people are sorting something out. The girl says that, according to her information, about 100 years ago this happened often, and in this regard, such an agreement was developed. Rain says that now it is clear to him. The girl hands the guy a token and says that the registration is complete, and he can take the certificate. The hero holds a plate in his hands. He learns that the token is made of simple iron, and then its level will increase, and the plate will be made of brass, silver, gold, platinum and diamonds. The guy finds the selection of materials quite strange. We see a graphical representation of this hierarchy. Rain asks if everyone gets the iron level from the very beginning. The girl answers that not always, and the combat experience and skills of the person who becomes an adventurer are of great importance, and if a magician does this, then his rank is reflected in the rank of the adventurer. We see a wizard fighting a terrible monster. The girl says that this rank is just an approximate assessment of the ability to carry out certain orders. The hero says that he understands everything. His interlocutor tries to say that the hero received an iron token because he has not yet passed the exam for the level, but the young man interrupts her and once again says that he understood everything. The girl exhales smoke and looks at the guy in bewilderment. She holds the branch she was smoking before and asks Rain if he wants to know anything else. He smiles and answers that he doesn't need to know anything else. We see a dozen human silhouettes. The girl wishes the guy success and says that the higher his level, the more difficult work he will be offered and the more in demand he will be. Rain smiles and looks at the token. He thinks that he has rights that allow him to receive a reward for exterminating monsters. With the adventurer's token, he can enter dangerous areas and thus increase his area of activity. We see the guy's profile. He thinks that he now has 44 silver coins and will first catch the rat spider that people in the building were talking about. There are notices on the board. Rain learns that one rat spider costs 2 silver coins, which means that these are fairly weak monsters. The hero rubs the back of his head in disappointment. He says that all he can do is catch as many of these creatures as possible. In front of us is the eye of a young man. The young man thinks that it is time to hit the road. He sees a sharp red mountain in front of him. A sign says that in front of him is Dragon Peak. The young man looks up. He stands in front of a square where quite a large number of people have gathered. Rain thinks that this place has also changed a lot. In front of us are merchants. One of them says that he has very cheap goods and offers a high-quality potion of vitality for only 10 coppers. The hero passes by people who are loudly bargaining. He thinks that with the departure of the dragons who controlled this territory, everything around has been occupied by monsters. The bald merchant raises his left hand, calls out to the guy, and warns him that if he goes a little further, he will find himself in places where monsters live. The man advises to take at least one potion with him. Rain replies that he does not need anything. The hero does not look very happy. He looks at something with fear. In front of him is a steep staircase that leads to the fire dragon's sanctuary. The hero recognizes it, and is surprised that it is still there. Crouching down, Rain looks at the ground and realizes that order is maintained here. The hero raises his head. He remembers how in a past life, together with his squad, he climbed these stairs. Rain smiles and mentally tells Fried that everything is fine here, and her house is safe and sound. Fried smiles happily. The hero stretches sweetly. He is glad that he has looked around, and now he is going to destroy all the pests on this land. A girl with a long braid calls out to the hero from behind. She points at him and asks if there is a mage in front of her. Then she declares that hiding is useless, and her eyes cannot be deceived. Rain looks back at her and declares that she is not hiding at all. The girl approaches the hero. He says that any fool would understand from his clothes that he is a mage, and that he does not understand why he should brag about it. The girl rudely orders the hero to shut up. Rain looks at his new acquaintance in surprise. She offers him to join her squad, since it is just missing a mage to complete the team. The girl puts forward her index finger and asks permission to introduce someone. A huge man is visible behind the hero. The girl says that it is Bart. In front of us is the eye of the giant who was just introduced. Rain is simply horrified. He asks the girl not to play a joke on her and asks how this monster can be a man. The girl says that the young man should be more polite, since he is facing a very sensitive nature. The girl points her finger at the smiling blonde man. She says that it is the clergyman Sammy. He says that he is pleased to meet the hero and says that he is a healer. The girl points to herself and says that her name is Rem, and she is a brilliant shooter. The hero sees members of the party he is invited to join. Rem suggests they set off. Rain asks how he knows that they are not a group of criminals waiting for entry-level adventurers. Rem and Bart look very unhappy. The girl asks again in surprise. The hero says that they look very suspicious and asks if they are trading people or kidnapping naive fools who accept the invitation to join the party. The giant's eyes are ready to pop out of their sockets. The guy looks at the giant in fear. Bart, judging by his appearance, is ready to tear the impudent fellow apart. He asks why he is asking for trouble and suggests a fight. Tears are rolling down his eyes. Sammy and Rem rush to their comrade and ask him to calm down. The girl says that such misunderstandings are nothing new for them. The hero rubs the back of his head guiltily. He asks the girl to explain why this party needs an iron-level adventurer. Rem looks at the guy in bewilderment. Rain looks at the girl. She says that the level does not matter to her at all, since she identifies people by smell. Rem smiles happily. She says that the guy seems very strong to her. In front of us is Esther. The hero understands that this girl is very similar to her. We see the lower part of the hero's face. Rem says that Bart simply could not stand the thought of a young man walking alone along a mountain road teeming with monsters. Sammy, smiling, says that young students sometimes get into big trouble, coming here to earn money. He says that they do not insist on anything, but asks the hero to be very careful if he decides to hunt monsters alone. Rain rubs the back of his head and thanks for the advice. He turns around and says that he is more comfortable acting alone. Rem, sighing heavily, says that she is very sorry. We see the hero's back. Sammy and Rem calm Bart, saying that everything will be fine with this guy. Rain, with his back to his new acquaintances, hears Rem suggesting to the sentimental giant that they just go and exterminate rat spiders. She says that they already know where they live and will be able to have a lot of fun. The hero puts his hand on the girl's shoulder. He shows a thumb and says that his name is Rain, and if anyone needs magic, they can contact him. Sammy smiles. Bart sheds tears. Rem looks at the jubilant hero in bewilderment. He thinks that just like that, together with 3 comrades, he went on his first hunt as an adventurer. Rain, joyfully raising his hand, heads towards the sharp peak of the dragon. In front of us are black spots, a furry creature and bones. Now we see the red eye of some creature. In front of us are tall trees. Some creature is gnawing on a tree trunk. It looks up. One of the squad members says that they have been walking for quite a long time, but have not noticed even a trace of monsters, after which he asks if they really live here. A creature with a rat's head looks at the squad from a high tree. The answer to the previous question is that they will have to face very timid creatures that are constantly hiding, but the gnawed trees indicate that they are definitely somewhere nearby. Bart looks at the hero and asks if he would mind if they split the profit 4 ways. Rain says he agrees. Rem carefully examines a piece of wood. Sammy asks if this is the guy's first experience as an adventurer, and if he knows anything about the habits of rat spiders. The hero admits that he knows nothing about these creatures and asks to tell about them. Rain, listening to the story of his comrade, introduces the monster. Sammy says that rat spiders are monsters with a rat's head and a spider's body. They live in colonies in which there is a queen, warriors and workers, the latter of which are carnivorous pests gnawing trees, and the warriors attack people. Rain looks at Sammy and asks what about the queen and why the order didn't say anything about her. The blonde replies that this colony doesn't have a queen. Sammy, raising a finger, says that the basic strategy is to exterminate the army and leave the queen, who almost never goes to the surface, alone. Rain asks why they leave her. Because if you think about it, all the monsters should be exterminated. Bart frowns that the danger of the queen is nothing compared to the army. We see the leaves of the trees. The giant says that finding the queen requires a large-scale operation that costs a lot of money, so they were assigned to destroy the colony, where there are only workers and soldiers. Rain, smiling, rubs his chin and says that the reward for catching the queen will probably be higher. Rem, pushing aside the leaves of the plants, says that she is not in this colony, and catching her is very difficult in any case. She is a tough opponent even for such masters as her and Bart. The girl makes a sound indicating that she has found something. Rem happily jumps into the hole in which monsters are visible. Rat spiders are devouring a wolf. The girl screams that these creatures are hunting. Rem releases an arrow from his bow. It pierces the neck of one of the monsters. Bart resolutely rushes forward. He punches and knocks off the head of one of the rat spiders. Rem rushes past Rain and Sammy, demanding that they step aside. Bart looks in surprise at the rat spider that is killed next to him. Rem turns his attention to the hunter, who shouts to his comrades to run here faster. Since there are a whole bunch of monsters here, the girl understands that there are competitors. She begins to destroy the monsters with redoubled energy, and tells Bart that they need to deal with the creatures faster. He says that he understands everything. The hero looks at his comrades in surprise. The people are busy exterminating monsters. Folding his arms across his chest, Rain asks if he really cannot fight anyone, and still get his share for this expedition. Sammy says that it will be enough for the guy to later make a fire and get water. Sammy, without looking at the young man, says that Bart and Rem did not intend to involve him in the battle from the very beginning. Rain says that he does not understand why he was invited to the squad then. The blonde, smiling, replies that these people simply sincerely wanted to help, and that the same thing happened to him. 3 members of the squad are sitting at the table. In front of us are Bart and Rem. Sammy says that he had to earn money to pass the exam for a priest, and they, only after hearing this, accepted him into their squad, although they saw him for the first time in their lives. We see the blonde's face. The giant is waving a huge axe. Sammy says that he received the necessary amount a long time ago, but is still with these two, because when they are together, he feels the love of God. Rain thoughtfully says that if we are talking about the kind of love that is unconditional, God will certainly like all this very much. The blonde agrees with him. The hero looks at his interlocutor in surprise, who says that it is unclear why he feels a unity that religion cannot describe. The blonde says that it is like a desire to be one, because they have fun together. In front of us are 3 members of the squad that the hero recently joined. Bart and Rem are smiling. Sammy is also very pleased. The priest, sitting on a stone, says that from traveling together and the days spent together, he feels very warm in his chest. Sammy looks at the hero with embarrassment and apologizes for talking. He admits that, as a believer, he should be very ashamed. The guy looks at Rain in surprise when he says that traveling in such a company is really great. The hero smiles, folding his arms on his chest. He remembers his previous squad. We see the eyes of the young man. He remembers the girl who walked at some distance from him and his comrades. Rain turns to Sammy and asks what he knows about Torina. The priest asks in surprise if they are talking about the Ash Shaman, then says that everyone knows about her. The guy with blue hair chases the rat spider, demanding that it stop. The hero asks Sammy if the church has recognized Torina as a heretic. The adventurer steps on the monster. He looks up and says that this job is hard for him. Sammy, meanwhile, tells the hero that some priests consider her a heretic, while others do not share this point of view. A giant monster appears in front of the hunter who killed the rat spider. The guy's eyes become round with horror. Rain and Sammy are distracted from their conversation, hearing a piercing scream. The adventurers look up. One of them asks what it is. The second says that it seems like someone is approaching them. A giant hand falls to the ground. Fear appears on Bart's face. He sees a huge mouth grinding up his colleague in the profession. Rem, smiling, looks up. In front of her is a giant monster, holding a man in its teeth. The hunters look at the monster in horror. A man torn in half falls out of its mouth. Someone screams that it is a queen in front of them. Rem, next to whom Bart is standing, smiles. Rain and Sammy's faces are tense. The rat spider queen exhales black smoke. Someone screams that this creature has come to the surface. The hero angrily asks the priest why this happened, because he said that this colony has no queen. Sammy, as if hypnotized, looks at the monster, and is amazed by its size. He declares that this simply cannot be, and this monster is at least twice as big as the average queen, and this is not even described in the manuscripts. Rem looks up and says that everyone has simply forgotten about this monster a long time ago. We see the monster from below. The queen opens her mouth and lets out a deafening roar. A look of fear appears on Rem's face. Bart looks up in fear. Bart and Rain cover their ears. The other adventurers run as fast as they can. Bart turns to them and demands that they stop, as they need to fight the monster face to face. The rat spiders look up. Sammy seems to understand something. He yells at his friends to run as fast as they can. One of them replies that it is just an overfed rat spider, and there is nothing scary about it. One of the monsters grabs another by the back. Sammy warns that this is not the problem at all. The rat spiders turn into feral monsters. The priest says that when the queen appears, her charges become a pack of mass murderers. The monsters pounce on the adventurers. Rem takes a sip from the bottle and says that for this reason, inexperienced fighters are useless here. The girl cuts off the head of one of the rat spiders, saving her colleague. Bart, chopping another monster, shouts that it is pointless to get distracted by trifles, and they need to aim at the queen. Rem replies that she knows this perfectly well. In front of us are Rain and Sammy. The first of them receives an order to protect the priest, and the second to heal Rem and Bart. Rem inserts 4 arrows into the bow at once. She shoots them at the queen. All the arrows hit the left eye of the monster. The hero's face is amazed. He understands that this was the skill of simultaneous hitting. Several ordinary rat spiders fly up to Rem at once. Bart intercepts this attack, destroying all these enemies. Eyes, ears, and other body parts of the monsters fly past the fighters in the rear. The queen holds her face. Blood gushes from her left eye. Bart raises his weapon to strike. He brings the axe down right on the top of the queen's head. The adventurers look at what the giant is doing in admiration. One of them says that the blow was perfect. A huge axe sticks out of the top of the monster's head. Someone says that the queen is killed. Surprise appears on Rain's face. Some black suspension rises from the monster's skull. The hero is shocked. He screams for Bart to run away, since he will die if he touches this liquid. The giant looks at his weapon in amazement. We see a wound in the monster's head and the giant's shocked eyes. Bart flies away from the revived monster. Those present look in amazement at what is happening. Sammy tries to understand what he sees: blood or some kind of black water. A powerful fountain of black liquid beats from the top of the queen's head. Someone screams that the corpse is still moving. The axe ends up in the hands of the monster. Bart does not believe his eyes. The axe falls to the ground. The giant says that his weapon has melted. The queen rips out her left eye. Bart stands under a monster spewing streams of black liquid. Rem looks at the monster in fear. The queen grins aggressively. The girl realizes that this creature has regenerated. The monster shakes its head and looks at Bart. Rem curses and starts to deal with the regular rat spiders. The queen's eye is back in place. Rem screams for Bart to run. He looks at the monster in shock. The queen grabs the giant by the hand. Bart rests his other hand on the monster's face. The giant lets out a loud scream. The rat spider grabs Rem by the neck with its teeth. She screams that she will kill the creature that dared to offend her friend. An arrow flies into the monster's temple. The girl, who is attacked from all sides by rat spiders, promises to destroy the monster, which for some reason ignores her. Rem deals with the regular rat spiders with powerful blows. Throwing them aside, she rushes into the attack to save her comrade. Sammy begs the hero to help their friends. Rain seems not to hear his name. A gray haze is visible behind the queen of the rat spiders. The hero, whose profile we see, understands that this is not water, but black poison magic that destroys the soul. White smoke rises above the ground. There is blood on his hand. The young man thinks that there can be no mistake. He remembers his comrades from his past life. Lynn looks at his hand in horror. We see the hero's left eye. The young man understands that everything is happening exactly the same as then. Rain looks up. He understands that this means that a black mage is nearby, giving the queen power. The guy goes forward. A drop of sweat rolls down the hero's cheek. He understands that the mage is somewhere very close. Sammy puts his hand on the young man's shoulder and calls out to him. Rain looks at the blonde in surprise. He asks what happened to his comrade, and asks him to come to his senses. Not far from them, Rem is seen fighting off rat spiders and a giant queen. Sammy says that he cannot use attack magic, and only the hero is now able to help his comrades. The priest, with his mouth wide open, begs the young man to help. Rain cannot come to his senses. Sammy screams that he does not want to lose his friends. We see the young man's eyes up close. The monsters are pressing on Rem from all sides. The queen grabs Bart by the hand and slams his head into the ground. Rain grits his teeth in rage. Without looking at Sammy, he asks how much. The blonde asks again in bewilderment. The hero angrily asks how much they will get for this creature and demands an answer immediately. The queen does not let go of Bart's hand. Sammy says that they will probably be paid about 20 gold as for 1,000 ordinary rat spiders. Rain raises his left hand and says that this is very good. The guy resolutely looks at the monster. An arrow is stuck into the monster's body. Its shaft splits into several pieces. A powerful explosion is heard above the queen. Rem looks at the monster in surprise. Bart, with difficulty lifting his head from the ground, looks up. Rain turns to the bleeding queen and calls her a damn rat. The monster turns its attention to the hero, who calls him to attack. The guy puts forward his hand, engulfed in flames, and says that now he will make a roast out of this creature. Rain stands in front of the huge monster. He demands that it attack, and promises to deal with it. A magical formation appears between the hero's hands. Electric discharges sparkle around the young man. A powerful flash occurs. Sammy covers his face so as not to be blinded. The queen also covers her face with her hands. A root crawls out of the ground, which grabs Rem. The plant throws the two injured members of the squad far to the side. Rain, putting his hand on the ground, calls out to Sammy, and demands that he take care of Rem and Bart. The priest says he will do it. We see two more adventurers. The hero tells them that there is a healer next to them who helps all the wounded, and if they want to return home alive, they must protect this guy. Rem lies on the ground. The queen grins angrily. Rain looks at the monster and says that he will deal with it personally. A huge wound is visible in the side of the monster. In front of us is a black hand. The monster's eyes are burning with red fire. Rain looks at the monster. He thinks that it was left without one leg, but he, apparently, does not care. The young man folds his palms. Regular rat spiders bare their teeth. Rain puts his hands in front of his chest. Another flash occurs. The guy breaks through the ranks of monsters. Sammy looks at the hero over his shoulder. Rain puts his hand forward. A fiery explosion occurs next to the monster. The hero abruptly breaks with his feet. He folds his palms again, thinking that now he needs to use 3-star magic. We see the left eye of the guy. The queen strikes, but misses a little. The young man curses. Rain puts his hand on the ground again. He understands that there is no guarantee that 3-star magic will work. Besides, the power he uses has a limit. The young man realizes that he needs to calm down and, first of all, understand the enemy's tactics. A 4-pointed star appears in the hero's right eye. He uses the Valencidus spell. The hero carefully looks at the spider queen, who is in front of him. The monster's eyes glow ominously. We see the young man's eye again. Rain is surprised. He understands that 3-star black magic is being used against him. An ordinary rat spider flies over the hero's head. The young man puts his elbow forward. He realizes that there is too much poison. A rope wraps around a tree branch. Rain thinks that his current body will not survive such a dose of poison. The guy lands on the branch. He thinks that if he cannot remove the queen with Belle Curious, he will have to use 4-star magic. Rain rubs his chin thoughtfully. The young man closes his eyes. He understands that his plan is too reckless, and if it fails, then it will be the end. Rem lies face up on the ground. The hero understands that there is a black mage somewhere nearby, and the risk that arises when using 4-star magic is very high. The guy thinks hard. Rem looks at him. Rain cannot understand how to act and what to do. The girl gets down on one knee. Sammy looks at her and says that she needs to stop the bleeding. Rem replies that she is completely fine. The priest tries to object. The girl angrily shouts the young man's name. Smiling, she turns to him and says that he must take care of Bart. Sammy, next to whom the giant lies unconscious, tries to shout to his ally, but it is useless. One of the hunters looks at Rem in surprise and asks if she is okay. The girl angrily says that she will not answer unnecessary questions, and the guy should focus his efforts on ordinary monsters. He agrees to carry out this order. We see the profile of the puzzled hero. Putting his fist to his chest, Rain continues to think over the plan of action. Suddenly, some kind of eye appears on the tree next to him. The queen is holding one of the ordinary monsters in her hands. Rain looks at this monster in fear. The queen is clearly going to throw a rat spider at the hero. He understands that she is throwing her own children. A living projectile flies at the guy sitting in the tree. The branch flies apart under the hero's feet. He flies down. Rain, putting out his hand, is imprinted on the ground. We see his right eye. The queen breaks the tree next to him. The opponents look at each other angrily. 4 pupils are visible inside the queen's eye. Sweat is running down the young man's face. An arrow flies in the sky. It sticks into the queen's eye. A leg is visible behind the monster. Rain, shedding tears, looks at the one who just helped him. The monster pulls the arrow out of his eye. The monster turns to the one who hurt him and hears that it should not have ignored her. Rem declares that now the vile creature will pay for this tactlessness. The queen of rat spiders looks back at Rem standing nearby. The girl says that the monster should not have ignored her. In front of us is the disgusting face of the monster. Rem, smiling, says that the end has come for the creature. The queen, roaring deafeningly, rushes at the archer. Sammy calls out to the girl in fear and begs her to run away. Rem, smiling, lowers her eyes. She hears those around her asking her to be careful. The bow falls to the ground. We see the girl's eyes. She thinks that it is too early to leave, and she must stand. Sharp teeth stick out of the monster's mouth. Rain curses and prepares to cast a spell. Rem takes out a knife and calls out to the hero. She throws the weapon at the monster and yells at the boy to pull himself together. The weapon flies straight into the eye of the rat spider queen. Rem jumps and the huge monster sinks its teeth into the ground. Rem looks at the boy and yells that he can handle it. The boy looks at her in fear. Beads of sweat run down the hero's face. Rain leans against a huge boulder and thinks that he is calmer this way, and if he hides behind this stone, he will be able to concentrate. A red sphere appears between his hands, inside of which a triangle floats. More geometric shapes appear. Rem jumps, dodging another blow from the monster. She cannot believe that all this has thrown her off track so much. The archer jumps up once again to let the blow fly past her. She thinks that it is so hard for her that she has no strength left to dodge the attacks. The girl asks herself to endure at least a little longer. We see the girl's right eye. A flash of light is visible behind her. The monster manages to deal the girl a powerful blow. She flies back. Sammy rushes towards her, trying to remove the adventurer who was asked to protect him from the way. He screams that he will not let the guy in, since it is too dangerous there. Rain continues to work with his triangles. He hears his allies trying to shout to the girl. Sammy moves aside the hand that was holding him back and rushes forward. Rem is smiling, lying on the ground. Blood is spraying from the hero's mouth. The giant monster is approaching the girl from above. We see someone's legs. The monster strikes, but Sammy manages to take Rem out of harm's way. The queen's eyes glow ominously. The adventurers watch in horror at what is happening before their eyes. Sammy bends over the girl. She recognizes him. The guy grabs his ally by the collar. He lifts her off the ground and shouts that she must return home alive. The hunters fight the rat spiders. The priest shouts to the girl that they will all remain alive to smile at each other again. Bart has tears streaming from his eyes. We see the lower part of the hero's face. Sammy puts her hands forward and says that this is why the girl should stop being a hero. She looks at the young man. Rem quietly asks Sammy for forgiveness. She puts her hand on the boy's shoulder and says that when they get home, she will definitely write a letter of apology. Sammy, smiling happily, says that this is much better. Sammy and Rem are standing in front of a giant monster. The girl tells the boy that he needs to be prepared for anything. The monster is about to strike. Sammy puts her hands in front of herself. We see a triangle with a hieroglyph, which means bind. A giant fiery whirlwind appears over the battlefield. It rushes right in front of Sammy and Rem. The young people look up in amazement. The queen of the rat spiders begins to burn. The hero thinks that the magic sign is made up of 4 triangles. In front of us is another figure of this type. The hieroglyph on it means bind. It seems that the fire is about to devour the hunters. Rain thinks that he can use the angle, rule, bind and scatter runes. The flames devour the ordinary rat spiders. The hero realizes that the mathematical equation that needs to be solved consists of 14 polynomials and 7 rational equations. One of the adventurers, holding his hat, looks up. In front of us is a triangle, on which another bind hieroglyph. A fiery whirlwind swirls around the burning monster. The hero realizes that the calculations of the coordinates, and with them the solution to the equation of great power, are complete. The queen of the rat spiders is almost half devoured by fire. We see her dying eye. The last hieroglyph means an explosion. Tongues of flame rise up. A silhouette is visible in the fire. It becomes darker. The eye of the queen of the rat spiders burns out. The fire devours everything without a trace. Columns of flame rise above the mountains. The fire throws back the adventurers. Rem covers her face with her hand. The trees catch fire. A fire tornado rages in the sky. Rem looks out from under her arm. She and Sammy look at something in amazement. Columns of smoke rise into the sky. A strange charred figure appears in front of us. The adventurers are shocked. Sammy and Rem stare at something with their mouths slightly open. The hero sits by a rock and says that it was a pitiful sight. Smiling, he states that in his past life he could use something like this 7 times in a row without any problems. The charred remains fly apart. A small pile of ash remains. The rat spiders grin angrily. Their eyes turn white again. One of the hunters shouts in surprise that the monsters are running away. His comrade says that they must not miss a single one of these creatures, and they cannot be allowed to escape. Sammy rushes to Bart. Rem looks to her right in confusion, thinking about how her ally destroyed the incredibly powerful queen with one spell. Sammy sits down next to the giant, and says that she will help him now. Rem complains that she is starting to feel dizzy. The girl gets up and asks the priest how Bart is. He replies that this giant has a strong constitution and he will recover without any problems. Rem says that this is very good. Bart opens his eyes and apologizes to Rem. after which he asks if everything is okay with her. The girl replies that she has already received the necessary help and she is fine. Bart asks her not to worry and says that this time luck was on their side. Rem looks to her right in displeasure. She says that they must remember that the rat spider queen regenerates very quickly, especially since there is no such information in the Adventurers Association database. We see the girl's left eye. She repeats that the hero dealt with the monster with just one spell. Rain is still sitting at the base of the stone. Someone calls out to him. The moon is shining over the forest. The comrades are trying to shout to the hero. Someone says that if he is shaking, then this is a bad symptom. Rem and Sammy are standing next to the guy. The priest says that the hero has run out of mana, and after resting, he will return to normal. The girl states that Rain has used up all his magical power. Rem looks thoughtfully away from Sammy. She states that it was the hero who created the fire magic. The priest confirms this assumption. The girl asks why in this case Rain hid behind the rock. Because the queen attacked away from him, and he did not need cover. The hero's eyes are closed. The girl guesses that if the guy revealed himself, then his name would be on everyone's lips. Sammy suggests talking about this later, since he still needs to heal the guy first. We see the young man's closed eye. He remembers the members of his previous squad. Someone asks not to write down the name. They ask him again in surprise. Lynn stands next to Esther and asks to tell His Majesty that he is not going to join the ranks of the hero team. The man in the cap looks at the guy and says that he cannot understand why he is doing this. Because this is a decree of the ruler, which was issued in order to honor those who sacrifice themselves for the sake of all mankind. Lynn is a little confused. His comrades ask him why he does not want to join the squad and does he really not like them. Someone says that if this is a joke, then there is no need to go overboard. Lynn holds his head. The comrades look at the boy in surprise. He says that they have got it all wrong and that he is simply not like them. Fried snorts contemptuously. Lynn opens his mouth wide. Fried and Kais look at the boy in surprise. Now Esther is in front of us. Lynn declares that he does not bear the evil fate on himself like Fried and Kais, and he does not have a mission that he must fulfill, like, for example, Esther. The boy, clenching his fists, declares that he does not give himself up for anyone because of his pride, and the fact that they are all here together is just a simple coincidence, and that is why he has no right to put his name on the list of squad members, since their reputation will go down the drain because of it. The squad members look at each other in surprise. A hand is placed on the boy's head. His comrades laugh loudly. Fried says that this little guy is simply adorable. Esther finally understands what the boy was worried about. Lynn throws away the hand that was on his head and angrily shouts that he wasn't worried. He just came to this conclusion using the brains in his head. Esther, smiling, takes his hand and says that Lynn has always been a part of their team, and he shouldn't worry about self-sacrifice and other such things. Fried puts her hand on the shoulder of the mustachioed man. Esther tells the boy that he can do whatever he wants personally. The girl smiles happily. Lynn tries to look away from her. Esther says that this world has already recognized him as the Archmage of the hero team. In front of us is Rain's right eye. Bart carries it on his back. The young man comes to his senses and begins to look around. Rem happily says that the guy has finally woken up. The squad members walk down the street. Rain realizes that his school is nearby, which means that they have returned to Golden Rose. Rain lays his head on the giant's back. He realizes that his whole body aches and that he probably overdid it. The boy is only glad that the black mage didn't notice them. Bart asks if the hero used that fire magic. Rain remains silent. Rem, who is walking ahead, says that he shouldn't lie, because they will find out who did it anyway. We see the faces of all 4 members of the party. The boy says that it is stupid to hide it. Rem says that she knew it. According to her, they decided together that Rain wanted to keep it a secret, so they wrote in the report that they used a scroll bought from a peddler. The girl asks if it is necessary to edit the report that they submitted to the Adventurers Association. The hero lays his head on Bart's back again and says that everything suits him, and he does not mind at all. Rem looks up and says that it seems the hero has his own reasons for keeping all this a secret, so she will not pry into his soul, but she is obliged to say that Rain saved the entire squad, and they are in his debt. Rain, looking at the giant's back, declares that there can be no talk of any debt. Sammy, smiling, says that he thinks the entire reward should be given to the hero this time. Bart and Rem readily agree. Rain looks at Rem, who turned to him, and asks what kind of expression she has on her face. Because the girl said that justice is her credo, she confirms that this is exactly how it is. The squad passes by high towers. The young man asks if Rem expects him to call them all great fellows, after which he will offer to share the reward. The girl replies that it does not hurt to dream. Bart and Rain smile. The other 2 members of the squad are also in high spirits. The hero admits that he was joking, and 5 gold coins will be enough for him, and the rest his comrades can divide among themselves. Bart, towering over the young man, declares that it would still be right if he takes all the loot. Rain replies that he did nothing special, so he can only take the amount he needs. Rem seems to be getting angry. She says that they haven't done anything special either, but they all owe him their lives, so he should take it all. The hero says that he doesn't agree with her, and he only came all this way thanks to them. Rem points at the guy and says that she found a way out of this situation. Smiling, the girl says that she and Bart are going to become the best adventurers in the world, and since that's the case, the guy can invest his money in them, which will give him the opportunity to increase his capital later. The hero looks at the girl in surprise. Smiling, he agrees. Sammy, standing behind Rem, says that he remembered something about Torina, whom the hero asked him about not long ago. Sammy shakes his head. He says that when he was studying, he accidentally heard rumors. The priest whispers in the hero's ear that Torina practiced black magic in her later years. Rain says goodbye to his squad mates. They slowly leave. The hero smiles. He slowly lowers his hand. The young man remembers Sammy's words about Torina practicing black magic in the last years of her life. The young man reads a book, sitting at the table. His hand lies on the blue cover. Rain thoughtfully looks at the book and thinks that he did not find any information about Torina somehow coming into contact with black magic. The young man ponders. His hand lies on the book. He remembers holding another book. Lynn tears it into several pieces. The boy pulls out the staff. He climbs the stairs. Lynn covers his mouth with his hand. He found himself in a destroyed village. In front of us are the boy's eyes. Now we see a frightened girl. The hero remembers that among the abandoned houses, half drowned in the swamp, he found Torina. The girl covers her mouth with her hands. It is said that she is 7 years old. Lynn snaps his fingers and lights a fire. He looks at the girl and says that he will help her at least in this way. The boy approaches the little girl sitting by the wall. She is shaking with horror. Lynn reaches into the bag. Torina looks at him in fear. The girl closes her eyes. The moon is shining over the abandoned village. The little girl opens her eyes. Lynn hands her some bread. He has a loaf of bread in his hand. The boy asks if the little girl wants to eat. Torina looks at the hero. He tells her not to worry, since he will not ask for money or anything else. Lynn hands the girl some bread. Esther and Kai see a column of smoke in front of them. Lynn and Torina are sitting in front of the fire. The boy asks why the little girl does not take the bread, after which he says that he has nothing else. Torina looks down sadly. The boy sighs heavily. He looks at his little interlocutor in surprise. Sitting in front of the fire, the girl says that she has lost everything: her family, her friends, and her home. The fire of the fire is reflected in her eyes. Torina says that all of this is lost. There is a fire burning in front of her. We see the lower part of Lynn's face. He asks if the villagers where the girl lived had no interaction with the outside world. Torina, hands on her knees, looks down. She says she doesn't know. We see the hero's back. He says he understands everything. Lynn looks at the moon and says he didn't even know such a village existed. But that's understandable, since it's a remote outskirts, and apparently no one except the girl is left to pass on knowledge of this place to the outside world. We see the remains of the walls. Lynn says it's all sad. Torina is still sitting, huddled up. The boy says there was life here that no one will remember. The girl closes her eyes. She puts her head on her knees. Lynn, whose back of her head we see, says it's not bad, since if the baby dies, this place will disappear, leaving no trace behind. Torina is crying. The moon is shining in the sky. The girl says that she does not want everything to happen like this. Lynn takes a step forward. He hands the little girl some bread and says that then she should eat. The guy looks at the little girl with displeasure and says that in order to survive, she must eat. Torina looks at the guy with fear. In front of us again are the ruins of the walls. Lynn says that the little girl should not forget the people who once lived here, because apart from her, no one else will remember them. Torina nervously crumples her dress with her fingers. She brings the loaf to her mouth. Lynn, smiling, looks at her. Torina bursts into tears. Two young creatures sit opposite each other. The hero remembers that from that day on Torina followed him. The girl, lying on the ground, writes something on a piece of paper. She turned out to have good abilities for magic. Torina raises the paper above her head. Lynn is very pleased. Esther, on the contrary, is surprised. It begins to rain. Esther, who is soaking wet, claps happily for the girl. Torina happily looks at her companions who saw her in action. The hero thinks that, nevertheless, he did not think that the girl would grow up to be such a great magician. Esther strokes the head of the sleeping baby. She offers to leave Torina in the church in the next village. Freed agrees with her, since if they take the girl with them, they will expose them to even greater danger. Lynn, tearing himself away from the book, looks at the girls. He then considered that Torina would be able, relying on her own strength, to survive alone even after they parted, since she had the necessary magic. Lynn points to a piece of paper. He tells the girl to gather her strength and do what is necessary. Only 4 times, she answers that she will do it. Torina, stretching out her arms, puts out the fire. The hero remembers that she studied hard, never complained about anything, and they practiced putting out small fires, and also learned to use earth magic to save those who fell. A root emerged from the ground and wrapped itself around Lynn. The young man shows a thumb. He then believed that this was magic that could help all people. Torina looks at her mentor with admiration. The squad members sit in front of the fire. Freed, smiling, asks Lynn if he likes this child and does the young man really prefer very young girls. Esther turns to the hero in surprise. Lynn calls his companions idiots. Torina, whom the guy is looking at, creates a magical formation. The hero cannot understand what moved him, sympathy, pity, or maybe he was imbued with special feelings for her, since the girl had to face the same difficulties as he himself in the past. Torina looks at him with admiration. The squad members and Torina stand in front of a tall church. The hero remembers that at some point everyone realized that this could not last forever and they would have to say goodbye sooner or later. Torina looks down sadly. The hero remembers that the girl was sad, but they parted surprisingly calmly, without much emotion. Lynn, raising his left hand, smiles. In front of us are the spires of a religious institution. One of the squad members says that if they stay here, they will feel uneasy, so he suggests leaving here quickly. His comrades agree. The rector of the church takes Torina inside. Lynn finally asks the girl to behave well. The priest raises his left hand and says that this is her new home. According to him, the building is too big, but over time the girl should get used to it. The man assures that everything is fine now, and the baby has nothing to worry about, because from now on her new family is here. We see the lower part of the girl's face. The priest turns to the little girl in surprise when she says that this is not her home, and those here are not her family. A square magical formation is visible in front of Torina's hands. A glowing hieroglyph is visible in the girl's hands. Torina states that her family is her mentor. The priest smiles. He says that they have finished processing the new student who has arrived. The man notices his colleague tied to a column by his roots. He asks what it is and who did it. The priest angrily shouts that he will immediately send people to search for the escaped one. The immobilized priest says that he is completely fine and there is no need for a search, after which he asks to just forget about the girl. The man, sighing, closes his eyes. His colleague tries to object. Torina humbly lowers her head and says that she is very sorry. The priest, whom she immobilized, demands to take him down from the column. The girl, smiling, says that she should be next to her mentor. The sun is shining over the church. The priest says that youth is beautiful. The girl replies that he is very kind. Lynn looks around, hearing Torina calling her mentor. The boy's face is filled with amazement. The girl asks him to let her join them. Torina runs forward. Lynn realizes who is in front of him. The squad members look at the little girl in bewilderment. One of them asks how she managed to escape. You answer that she did it thanks to the magic that Lynn taught her. Loudly sobbing, Torina asks to take her with him, promising that she will not cause any problems. Fried and Esther, smiling, look at the hero. He tells the girl that she will go with them, but they will not be together until the very end. Joy appears on Torina's face. Lynn angrily asks her student if she really escaped with the help of magic, because that means she harmed a person. The little girl denies that she did anything bad to anyone. The young man asks her to remember that magic is not created to harm people. Lynn turns away from the girl. She says that she understood her mentor. The hero remembers that this is how Torina joined their team. The girl stands with her hand raised. The young man thinks that during their journey Torina's talent began to gradually unfold. Lynn rubs the back of her head in bewilderment. The hero remembers that it was a little restless and fussy, but the abilities of this child did not cease to amaze him. Her innate gift began to develop in different areas of knowledge under the guidance of team members. Fried shows the baby fire magic. Kai sits in a tree above Torina, in whose hands a branch breaks. Esther breaks a huge rock. The hero remembers that Torina was like a sponge absorbing knowledge, magic, and new techniques. The girl waves her head at Esther. The young man remembers that, of course, there were moments when Torina was stubborn, but she still continued to develop her skills. A dragon is visible on a piece of paper. Fried whispers something in Lynn's ear. Torina fights a huge bird. The hero remembers that the girl grew to such a level that she could withstand strong monsters, and after that she was officially accepted into the squad. Torina and Kais are sitting in front of the fire. Esther is holding 2 bags. The girl admires the new shoes that she was given. Torina glances sideways at Fried. Lynn takes off her straw hat. The girl looks at the young man with fear. He shows a thumb. Mountains are visible behind the green trees. The hero remembers that their journey was coming to an end. Lynn is fighting someone using flames. His squad mates look at the young man with concern. The straw hat is stuck in a tree. Torina crawls out of the ground. Lynn, smiling, looks at the girl. The hero thinks that in the last battle with the Abyss, her strength has grown significantly. Torina, lifting her hat, greets her mentor. We see bones and destroyed houses. Lynn tells the little girl that she must stay here. Torina leans her hands on the table and asks why they are rejecting her, since she can fight. The girl looks back at Esther and reminds her that everyone here knows what she is capable of, and that is enough to help in battles. Esther states that she agrees with Lynn. She looks at Torina with sympathy and says that they cannot take the girl with them. Kais and Fried are silent. The little girl asks them to support her. Torina looks helplessly at her comrades. She nervously clenches her fists and says that they have been through a lot together, and now leaving her here is very cruel. Lynn sits with her hands on the table. He says that Torina is too small, and the enemies they will face are too dangerous. We see a destroyed wall. The young man states that this journey was originally started by the 4 of them, and now for Torina it is over. Lynn puts his hand on the little girl's head and asks her not to worry, since no one is abandoning the girl. The young man removes his hand from the girl's head and promises to return to teach her magic again. Torina presses her lips together in resentment. The squad members turn around when they hear that she agrees with their decision. The little girl has tears in her eyes. She screams that she will wait for her comrades. A smile appears on Lynn's face. Standing in place, Torina watches her friends leave her. The hero remembers that this is how their journey with Torina ended. There is a book on the table. Rain is standing next to the high library shelves. He cannot understand only one thing: why the girl got involved with black magic. It is also very suspicious that all the books dedicated to her were banned by censorship. Rudian flies out of the book. A system notification hangs above the hero's head that he can continue his work on researching unique magic in this environment. It is reported that progress has increased from 37.9% to 39.9%. Rain happily notes that 2% has increased at once. The guy turns the page of the book and realizes that such an increase happened thanks to the destruction of the Queen of Rat Spiders. He says that in any case, he still has a lot of things to do. Rain notices a cartoon image of himself on the page of the book. Below the drawing are written words about the mentor being the coolest person in the world. Rain smiles, not understanding when the girl managed to write this. The smile disappears from the guy's face. He looks at the book. The sun is hiding behind the mountains. We see two characters in green robes. One of them screams that he is incredibly furious, because he thought that all this would reduce the number of adventurers, and the golden children would finally come here. The second notices that there is still a lot of heat from the fire. In addition, the radius of the explosion was huge, so it seems to him that at least 4-star magic was used here. Before us are the murdered adventurers who took part in the battle with the Queen. One of the villains says that if the hunters told the truth, then Rem and Bart were here. The second shouts that they will definitely take revenge, and he will personally get both of these freaks, after which he will hang them on their own intestines. One of the owners of green robes kicks the head of the rat spider. He tells his comrade that if he does what he has planned, then the golden children will understand by handwriting who is in the south, and the great deed will fail. Having barely begun, he declares that they must not be caught or even suspected. The scoundrel sighs and says that, first of all, it is necessary to concentrate not on revenge. His comrade, spreading his arms, asks what exactly they should concentrate on. The answer follows that, most likely, everything that happened should be reported to Torina. Two students greet the hero. One of them says that the guy looks tired and asks if everything is okay. Rain replies that there is no need to worry, and he is fine. The young man sees a sign for the Magic Development Club. A teacher stands in front of the students. He tells the hero that classes have already started, but he can take a free seat. A guy we know in rectangular glasses greets everyone and introduces himself as Jowan, the chairman of the Magic Development Club. Then he says that, to be honest, he did not even hope that so many listeners would gather, so he is surprised, but cannot help but be happy about this fact. The students, including Rain, clap. Jowan expresses hope that the atmosphere in the club will be wonderful. We see someone's legs. Jowan says that he will now tell us about the goals and objectives of the club. The young man looks at the student who entered. He says that magic aimed at developing the area and agriculture will be studied here. Fear appears in Jowan's eyes. Rain is very surprised. They see a gloomy young man, who introduces himself as Logan and says that he is a first-year student. Jowan happily thanks the guy for coming to class. The teacher waves and says that the student can take any empty seat, although as far as he can see, there is only one left. Logan is excited. He sees the hero point him to the chair next to him. Jowan, smiling, says that now that they have cleared their heads a bit, they can begin the lesson. Rain and Logan sit next to each other. The hero asks if the big guy came here to keep his promise. He replies that he is just following the rules. Jowan, standing at the board, tells something to his listeners. Rain covers his mouth with his hand. He remembers the scary appearance of the rat spider queen. The guy is trying to figure out if he will be able to defeat the nearby black mage if he encounters him again. Rudian hangs over the guy's hand. The creature reports via the system window that the hero's magical power is 12,564, and his physical strength is 311. Rain understands that his biggest problem is his lack of physical strength, and he needs to strengthen his body as soon as possible, and this cannot be achieved without physical training. The hero looks forward thoughtfully. He thinks that it would be great if he could reach for someone. Rain turns to Logan, who is sitting next to him. In front of us is the equipment of a gym. Someone says that you can't do exercises like that. You need to reach your chest to the floor and bend your elbows. The hero, sweating, does push-ups. The trainer standing above him tells him to hold this position for 10 seconds, then he states that the guy still couldn't stand it and fell. Rain grinds his teeth from the tension. Logan asks why the guy can't hold on to his hands and does he really think that someone is going to joke with him here. The hero really wants to shut this man up, but he understands that he must follow his orders if he wants to become physically stronger. The hero's hand is lying on the floor. Logan calmly looks at the young man. Rain turns to his deskmate, who asks if the hero really wants him to help him in the gym. Rain confirms this. Logan says that he does not understand what the young man wants, the latter replies that his interlocutor heard everything perfectly well. We see the lower part of the big guy's face. He asks how can the hero who defeated him learn something from the loser. Rain asks why Logan immediately refuses. Because he is the best in the university in building muscle mass. A vein twitches on the big guy's forehead. Logan says that he really lost the fight with the hero, so he can just ignore him. Rain looks at his interlocutor in surprise. Looking at the hero with displeasure, he says that he has no reason to discredit his educational institution. Rain, sighing sadly, says that he has no time to make fun of anyone. The young man taps his fingers on the red book and says that the interlocutor seems to have misunderstood him a little, so he will say it directly. Rain points at Logan and says that he is very strong, and that is why he asks for help. Looking resolutely at the young man, the hero says that there is no sarcasm in his words, and he asks for this because he personally saw the guy's strength. Rain says that he is really very surprised that he has achieved such success at such a young age. Logan, without looking at his desk neighbor, thanks him for the compliment. Rain brings his fist to his face. He says that a strong body is a foundation that he does not have, and he wants to devote time to training, but at the same time he is not going to waste it, which means that he must train under the most promising person in this field. Logan sighs heavily. Jowan continues explaining something to the students. Logan agrees with the hero and says that in the entire university there is probably no one more qualified in this matter than him. But immediately after that he says that he cannot help, and suggests that the hero find another trainer. Rain looks at Logan in surprise and says that he can pay for the lessons. Jowan writes on the board with chalk. The big guy says that this is not the case at all. The guy, closing his eyes, explains that Rain comes from a great family of magicians, and he himself is a student of one of the 8 main schools, and they are initially enemies, so they cannot ask each other for help. The hero looks at his interlocutor in bewilderment. He calls out to him. Logan finally turns to face him, and then asks what the young genius needs. The young man puts forward a finger, on the end of which a magic triangle is visible. Rain imitates the sound of a gunshot. Smoke rises above the guy's hand. The hero says that he is a real lucky guy, because if he thought exactly like Logan, then he would already be dead. His deskmate looks at the young man in bewilderment, and asks why he really did not kill him during the battle. Smoke rises above Rain's fist. He says that he did not do it because he does not consider Logan his enemy. Jowan happily passes on his knowledge to the students. The hero says that they are not warriors, but students, and are not on the battlefield, but in the academy. Rain puts his hand on the shoulder of his interlocutor, and says that they are not enemies after all, but colleagues studying magical knowledge together. Logan looks away and says that there is some truth in the guy's words. The big guy thinks that he would never have thought that he would have nothing to answer to this interlocutor's argument. He mentally admits that Rain knows how to surprise. Logan looks at someone in bewilderment. The exhausted hero lies face down on the floor. He says that he did everything. The big guy says that the young man did surprisingly well and, frankly, he thought that he would give up much earlier. Rain asks if his coach now understands that he was quite serious when he asked for help. Rain lies exhausted on the floor. Logan offers to move on to the next task. The hero asks to lift him. The big guy says that he does not want to do this and the guy should get up himself. Rain replies that Logan knows perfectly well that his body does not obey him. He says that he has no idea how much the muscles of beginners hurt. Students are walking down the university corridor. Logan asks what will happen if someone sees representatives of 2 hostile camps cooperating with each other. He is afraid that after that both the aristocrats and the students of the 8 major schools will point their fingers at them. Logan listens to the words of the hero, who says that he should stop talking nonsense, and asks if the big guy really needs muscles just to show off in front of someone. Smiling, Rain extends his hand to the young man and says that he can calmly knock out anyone who talks bad about him. Logan, smiling, lowers his head. He takes the guy by the hand and says that he is right. Owen, standing outside the door of the gym, smiles. In front of us is the lower part of the girl's face. Rain and Logan look at someone in surprise. Christa points her finger at them and asks what they are doing here. The girl approaches the young men and asks if they are going to fight again. The hero says that they will not do this and, on the contrary, train together. Christa does not believe her ears. Logan hands the hero a flask and says that it is a very useful thing, namely, magic protein. Christa asks in amazement why the hero is behaving like this, because this big guy humiliated him before. Logan looks at the girl with displeasure. He asks her to shut up and not interfere with them, since they are doing a useful thing. Christa shouts that this is her classmate, and she does not understand why such a scoundrel as Logan suddenly began to treat him well. Owen puts his hand on the girl's shoulder and says that Mrs. Christa is too noisy. She is horrified, recognizing the teacher. Logan looks at his brother and asks how he got here. Owen replies that he was passing by and saw 2 monkeys. Then he says that he has an official message for them. Christa looks out from behind the professor. The hero asks if everything is really that serious. The answer is affirmative. Owen, frowning at the young people, says that this message is not at all joyful. Rain, looking at Owen, asks again about the midterm exam. The conversation takes place in the gym. The professor answers that this exam will begin in 3 weeks. The heroes ask what the bad news is, because they will be able to learn once again what they have learned. Christa, standing next to the guy, says that he is in Delaiten, and this is not an ordinary exam, but actually a transition to a new stage in life. Logan frowns at the professor. The girl says that some will be able to advance, but there will also be those who will lag behind. She reminds that the ideology of Delaiten is endless competition. The students look at Owen. We see the back of the professor's head. The teacher confirms that those who do not meet the requirements will be expelled, and you need to be ready for anything. Rain is lying on the bed. He looks up at Rudian, thinking about what needs to be checked, what needs to be done before the exam begins. In front of us is the hero's left eye. Rudian is shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. The hero does not understand what is happening. He looks at the blue creature and calls out to it. Rain looks up in surprise. Rudian is shining brightly. The hero looks back and asks what happened. He looks at the system window in amazement, which says that the guy can continue researching unique magic in this environment, and the progress has increased to 40%. The degree of mastery of unique magic has also reached 40%. The hero does not understand why this is happening now. We see his right eye. The system confirms a new scheme of magical power. Rain, gritting his teeth in pain, looks at his hand. The system tries to find a suitable scheme using analysis, then reports that the detailing of the mental barrier holy stream is within a radius of 20 meters from the mage who opened the scheme. A bright sign appears on the hero's hand. The system reports that in the mental barrier saint stream the percentage of success of a magic combination when using unique equations and unique runes increases to 33%, and the power to 66%. The required amount of magic power for use is 20,000. Rain looks at his hand in amazement. A warning is received that the current value of magic power is 125 Rauren. It is reported about the determination of the activation imprint for using the mental barrier saint stream. L.A. Rain, over whose head Rudian hangs, looks at his hands. We see the same picture, but already in normal color performance. The young man looks up. The hero's gaze is thoughtful. It seems to him that it was because of the mental barrier that he reached 40% mastery. Rain happily looks at his left hand. He thinks that among the sages of several generations, only 2 were able to use the secret technique of the mental barrier. It seems to him that this is simply incredible. The sun is shining above the spires. The hero rewinds his hands. Smiling, he walks down the street, and says that in this case it's time for him to visit the black market. Rain, as is his habit, stretches, this time right in the middle of the street. Closing his eyes, the young man whistles a melody. He thinks that for several days there were so many things to do that he almost went crazy, but now he feels completely calm. The hero bumps into someone. Without opening his eyes, Rain apologizes for not seeing the passerby. The passerby replies that everything is fine. Judging by the expression in the eyes, the hero recognizes this voice. In front of him are members of the squad, in which he recently went on an expedition. Rem greets the guy. Rain, smiling, says hello. Bart takes the young man by the waist. He says that they have not seen each other for a long time. Rem clarifies that it was only a couple of days ago, that is, very recently. Bart throws the hero over his shoulder. The squad sets off. Rain demands to stop. The young man asks irritably what his comrades are doing to him and demands to let him go. Rem, smiling, says that the students are always very busy, and they are all going together, and this is the fastest way to travel. Rain says that this is nothing more than a kidnapping. Sammy, smiling, says that they should be rewarded for the punitive expedition against the rat spiders, and the hero, as the main character in that fight, is obliged to receive a reward. Rain asks if he really has to do something. Bart, smiling, asks the guy not to be stubborn, since it will not take much time. He says that such places should be visited from time to time. The giant brings the young man to a majestic building with green roofs. He says that the reward will be presented at the central office of the Adventurers Association. Rain asks again in surprise. The squad members are standing in front of the Adventurers office building. In front of us is a giant and a girl with green hair. Someone calls the first of them Bart from the Black Iron, and the second Rem from the Drunken Shooters. The hero looks at the speaker with a tired look. He says that this boy with red eyes seems to be the eldest son of the Ludwig family. The hero asks what all this pathos is about. Rem smiles happily. She says that there is no other way, because the school that Bart represents is the first holy school of the Seven Swords. She herself is from the school of Drunken Shooters, and the hero killed a monster with one blow. So all this really looks simply amazing. Rain, next to whose head white sparks are visible, asks what is the probability that the skills of his comrades are not special. Rem asks aggressively. Sammy calms her down. Bart calmly tells the young man that he understands his doubts, after which he admits that together with Rem he fought countless enemies, achieving the silver rank, and they never thought that they lacked skills, but exactly until they encountered the queen of rat spiders. The hero has a thoughtful expression on his face. We see a man's back, on which rests a bow of a very unusual shape. Rain's mouth falls open in surprise. The onlookers whisper. The hero looks at the archer approaching him in shock. In front of us is a young man with green hair. He asks if these are really the new adventurer stars. It is reported that this is Rauren, the holy bow of the 4 battle stars of the Emperor. The young man stands in front of the squad members. One of them says that this is the holy bow Rauren himself, and it is simply unbelievable that he was sent here straight from the central administration. Sammy looks at Rauren and says that the Empire grants the best warriors the status of the 4 battle stars of the Emperor. They are guaranteed power and honor, but in return they unquestioningly obey the Emperor. Sammy has no doubt that this man has a gigantic ego. Rem hides her eyes. She is asked what happened. Rauren looks at the girl who turned away from him in bewilderment. He bends down and looks into her eyes. A smile appears on the young man's face. He wonders who is hiding there. Rem angrily asks what he wants. In front of us is Bart. Rauren asks who this cutie is. Rem replies that the young man is mistaken. Sammy covers her eyes. Rauren states that anyone can make a mistake, because it is simply impossible for a girl who got angry and ran away from the martial arts hall, for some unknown reason changed her makeup and became an adventurer. Rauren laughs happily. He asks if the girl got the hint, and if she got permission from her brother for what she is doing. Rem angrily demands that the guy shut up and get the hell out of here. Rauren, smiling, turns away from the enraged girl and, turning to the giant, says that, in all likelihood, in front of him is the commander of this squad. Bart smiles and says that it is indeed so. Rauren says that it is noticeable at first glance, and judging by the fact that the giant defeated this creature, he is very strong. Sammy barely holds Rem back. Rauren tells the giant that he must have gone through a lot because of this cycle, but he asks him to take care of her. Bart, lowering his head, says that no one cares about anyone in their team, and they just cover for each other's shortcomings. Rauren says that he likes this strategy. The young man expresses confidence that Bart will reach the platinum rank very quickly. In front of us is the lower part of the hero's face. Sammy, raising his hands, smiles. Rauren turns his attention to the hero, who realizes that this guy is very similar to Kai's. Rain looks at Rauren in shock. The two young men look at each other. Rauren says that he has a very strange feeling, and he has definitely seen this young man somewhere. Rauren looks the hero straight in the eyes and says that he seems to have seen him somewhere before. Then he turns to the warrior standing behind him and says that he still doesn't recognize this face. Rauren looks at Rain thoughtfully and says that he just has a very strange energy. The young man whose eye we see calls the hero by his first and last name. Rauren hits the young man hard on the shoulder and says that he seems to be the grandson of Old Man Scholsey, and now he understands why he seemed familiar to him. Rain looks at Rauren in surprise. He says that the guy and his grandfather even have the same eyes, after which he adds that he owes him a lot since the time when Scholsey was a sacred magician. Rain, smiling, closes his eyes. Rauren and Rem look at each other irritably. The hero thinks that even if Kais could talk, he would have a completely different manner of communication. The hero stands behind Rauren. He identifies the item hanging on his back as a cane of Erno root. A smile appears on the boy's face. He looks at the familiar object. The young man thinks that he hasn't seen this weapon for a long time, and mentally asks him how it has been. The bow on Rauren's back begins to vibrate. The boy grabs it. Rauren, whose eye we see, is very surprised. The warrior standing behind him tells his master that it is time to begin. He agrees. Rauren unfolds a piece of paper and begins to read about his fellow adventurers in such a sudden crisis. The young man stops mid-sentence and says that there are too many words. The members of the squad stand with their eyes closed. Rauren says that they are all great, and for their combat merits they receive 2 gold coins as a reward. Before us is the face of a hero. The crowd applauds loudly. Rauren announces that the Adventurers Union will pay each member of the team 500 units of contribution. The adventurers surround the members of the squad and begin to invite them to their guilds, promising the most exclusive conditions. Someone admires the fact that these heroes defeated the queen. Rain and Sammy stand behind their commanders. The priest says that they have become wildly popular. The hero replies that he sees it himself. Sammy, smiling, asks Rain if he really defeated the queen with the help of a scroll, as they say, and whether he is satisfied with the fact that his merits are not mentioned at all. The hero says that he is more than satisfied. Rain turns away from Sammy and says that he must go. The priest thanks the guy for everything and promises to say goodbye to the others in his place. Sammy and Rain are standing next to each other. The blonde says that the hero has reached the copper level, and now he will probably be recognized. He expresses hope that nothing like this will happen. In front of us is a brunette in a hat that covers his eyes. Rudian hangs over the hero's hand. Rain is walking down the corridor. The system window reports that the required amount of magic power to use the mental barrier Holy Stream is 20,000, and the current amount of magic power is 12 Torina 4. The young man does not look very happy. He understands that he still has a lot of work to do, but when he finds the book, he will be able to focus on developing his magic power. Rain, smiling, rubs his chin. He thinks that he was unable to get a mental barrier in his past life, and now it is already in his line of sight. The character in the hat calls out to the hero, calling him young Master Ludwig. The people around him look at the young man's back in surprise. He shouts that no matter how Rain tries to get to the black market, he will not succeed. The hero turns around in surprise. His new interlocutor approaches him and states that Rain is on the right track. but for some reason all the traders have fled the black market, so it no longer works. The young man takes off his hat and says that he represents the Union of Magicians, and that he is very pleased to meet the hero. Rain frowns at the guy, who asks him to give him some time. The young people are sitting at a table in a restaurant. The hero's new acquaintance asks what he will order, after which he says that he himself will have chicken shashlik with coffee and milk. The hero asks to get to the point, since he is very busy. The guy tells the waiter that they will not order anything else. Rain looks at the interlocutor displeasedly, who says that the guy should not be afraid of him, and he is not going to ask why the young man went to the black market. The hero cannot understand how this man even knew that he was going to go there. The young man, who is wearing gloves, laughs. The hero understands that something else looks stranger, namely that his interlocutor has quite a decent magical power. The guy apologizes and says that he completely forgot to introduce himself, after which he says that his name is Doran Slade, and he works in a special department of the Union of Magicians. The young man shows the hero a watch and says that the Union rune depicted on it can serve as evidence. The interlocutors are sitting at a table. Doran says that when the hero's father was the chairman of the student council, he himself was responsible for office work, and it was a very good time. The waiter carries 2 plates of food. Doran says that he decided to tell about his past so as not to look suspicious, after which he admits that he is a fan of the hero, and came here today to check a couple of things. The interlocutors sit opposite each other. Doran asks if the magic that defeated the queen of rat spiders belonged to the hero. We see the young man's eye. His interlocutor says that there were no records of the Bart squad members visiting the magic shop recently. In front of us is a magic scroll. Slade states that even if the squad members had prepared in advance, they simply could not have bought a fire scroll of such power, since in the last 10 years there was not a single 4-star mage in the country capable of creating something like that. Doran lowers his head onto his folded hands. He states that this is why he thought that Lord Scholsey Ludwig made this object to protect his grandson, but then it turned out that this hypothesis was also incorrect. Doran looks closely at his interlocutor, and says that he has only one explanation left. Rain states that he is not going to hide anything. There is just one thing he is worried about. Doran looks inquisitively at the hero and asks if they are talking about a black mage. A drop of sweat runs down the hero's cheek. He understands that the interlocutor is probing him. The waiter places the food on the table, stating that the chicken kebab is ready. Doran happily clenches his fists and asks how many people this portion is for. The waiter replies that he brought food for 2, because he saw that 2 people were sitting at the table. Having learned that only 1 portion was ordered, the employee of the establishment promises to quickly redo everything. Doran begins to eat. He says that everything is fine, and he will gladly eat both portions. The waiter thanks the visitor. Rain gets up from the table and says that he needs to go. Doran immediately says that in that case he will immediately get to the point. Holding the sticks with the kebab in his hands, the young man offers Mr. Ludwig to join the work of the special department of the Union of Magicians. Rain discontentedly says that he is still a student. Doran says that he understands this perfectly well, so he invites him to join the department immediately after graduation. There is a huge amount of shashlik on the plate. Doran says that Mr. Cavan feels great, so the guy is still very far from inheriting the family, and in the department he will be able to neutralize magical criminals together with other professionals. Doran promises to empower the hero to independently investigate cases related to black magic. In addition, he says that this is the best place for career growth. Rain, whose back we see, says that he is not interested in this and says goodbye to Doran, who suddenly says that the black church has become active now. The hero nervously bends his fingers. Doran, chewing shashlik, says that the highest department of the Magic Union is intoxicated with the idea of peace and tranquility, so he denies everything, but he is sure that something big and very bad is approaching. The young man raises a stick with a piece of meat. He says that, comparing the forces of future opponents, you want to believe that everything can be prevented. Rain, without turning to his interlocutor, interrupts him and states that he has no idea what he is talking about, but promises to think about it. Doran thanks the young man. The hero leaves. He does not want to believe that he will have to fight this scum in this life. We see the right eye of the young man. Rain mentally says that both the department and the Union of Magicians should deal with this situation themselves. Doran, smiling, shouts at the leaving hero that if he needs to find something on the black market, then the Union of Adventurers should definitely fulfill the order of VIP security, and naturally, this can be done on vacation. Doran, smiling, shows off the shashlik. Rain looks at him in bewilderment. Continuing to eat fried meat, Doran looks at the leaving hero. A girl with purple hair appears in front of him. She asks if the guy really refused. We see the girl's face. It is said that this is Turtented from the special department. She says that from what she heard, this year's Delaiten first years are the golden generation, but for some reason Doran chose the most genius of them. She states that her colleague was not very lucky. He replies that he does not really think that Rain belongs to the golden generation. Turtented sits down opposite the guy with a displeased look and asks why he thinks so. Doran replies that, apparently, Rain has not had any contact with Torina, and they need to look for another suspect. Turtented asks in surprise if Doran really thinks that any of the Delaiten students even know Torina. Continuing to devour the kebab, the young man says that this is just his assumption. But before entering the academy, the guy could have had anything, so it is better to double-check. The girl asks if this means that Doran is suggesting to dig into Rain's past. We see the girl's left eye. She doesn't understand how Rain can be considered part of the Golden Generation. The hero goes forward. Turtented mentally addresses Kevin and says that he gave birth to a real monster. The girl is scared to such an extent by someone's potential for the first time. The hero recalls Doran's words about the Black Church becoming more and more active. Rain stands in front of the librarian and says that this is why he couldn't find the book. The girl answers Mr. Ludwig that it happened because of her carelessness, and therefore thanks him for his help. Karen, smiling, declares that it is much more important that the hero is alive and well. In front of us is Doran, who waves his hand. Rain asks if a strange guy who wears a hat and always smiles has come to the library. Karen answers that she has not seen such a person. The girl, looking up, remembers that an employee of the special department of the Union of Magic came here, and, as her colleagues told her, he remembered the old days and said that he has long been acquainted with high-ranking librarians, but she, unfortunately, was not able to meet him, so she does not know what he looks like. Rain thoughtfully says that everything is clear to him. He declares that it is time for him to return to the dorm and thanks for the information. In front of us are bookcases. Karen replies that there is nothing to thank her for, since she did not really tell us anything. Rain walks down the corridor. He thinks that he had no doubt that Doran came here. The only question is how did he find out about the black market if he did not talk to Karen? The hero notices wooden boxes. They are lying in front of his door. In front of the guy are two huge white balls. Rain thinks that he did the right thing by deciding to buy the most expensive ones, and now with such soul pearls he will be able to save the necessary amount of magic power for the mental barrier. Rain puts his hands on the balls. He thinks that now his magic power is about 12,000 units, and the barrier requires about 20,000. He expects to save 8,000 units in pearls, and when he reaches the barrier, take the excess back. Rain puffs out his cheeks. He is on one knee, putting his hands on the white spheres. We see the hero's face. The ball begins to glow. The guy is thrown back. Sweat is running down the boy's cheeks. The hero says that the introduction of magical power is complete. The balls emit blue energy. Rain says that they need to wait until it is safe. Stars are shining above the towers. The hero is sitting in the lotus position. We see the young man's eye. The boy says that it is time. Rain folds his fingers in front of him. The balls glow brightly. The hero uses the skills Strengthening Thoughts and Holy Stream. Powerful streams of energy rise from the white spheres. The surface of the ball cracks. The boy's face is distorted. Blood spurts from his mouth. Rain is kneeling in front of the cracked spheres. He is bleeding on the floor and does not understand why he did not succeed again. He looks at his hand, on which a yellow symbol is visible. In front of the boy are 4 glowing hieroglyphs. U means the quality of flow, Rio the quality of measuring, Yan the quality of enhancing, and Say the quality of world. Rain is standing on half-bent legs. He is experiencing a strange feeling. 3 red triangles are visible near his hand. They begin to spin. The hero is amazed. One of the triangles dissolves into thin air. Beads of sweat are running down the hero's face. Rain realizes that this is the feeling when the missing parts finally come together. In front of us are triangles with the hieroglyphs Yun, Ro and Un. The young man thinks that he intuitively understood that this magical figure is ideal, and the runes are now changing into close analogues, and the mathematical equation is complemented. Rain falls to his knees. He remembers the words that the mental barrier is like a mirror reflecting the mind of the caster. The young man falls face down. Now he looks up. Rain remembers that these words belong to a sage named Warden. White streams rise above the guy's hand. He realizes that the thirst for truth is embodied with the help of thought, and the holy stream does not give any new insights, but only complements superficial knowledge and abilities. Rain clenches his fist. He understands that, nevertheless, this method suits him perfectly, because now he can independently study all magic, without resorting to anyone's help. The hero smiles. The sun is shining over the university. Rain realizes that he has taken another step towards becoming a 7-star mage. In the magnificent hall of the Delaiten Academy, a meeting is taking place. In front of us is Medelia. She says that the issue with the schedule for the Balacavriate graduates has been resolved. A young man who is introduced as Vice Rector Keell, smiling, says that since they have already decided everything with the current place for the internship, they can focus on the first-year students during the week. Someone asks if there really are many outstanding students among the current first-year students. Keell replies that he expects a lot from them. In front of us are Theon and Owen. We see Professor Ivan. He says that these guys really look interesting, especially that genius who seemed to be hiding his talent. The man says that no one knows what to expect from him now. He doesn't get to finish speaking, because a fire flares up in front of him. Professor Ellen, looking angrily at his colleague, says that he talks too much. Caroline, putting her hands on the table, asks her to calm down. Because there was no evil intent in Ivan's words, she hears that she looks too calm, so she can inadvertently lose the genius girl she is looking after, just like what happened with Logan. Medelia looks down sadly. She hears Caroline say that she is just waiting for this. In front of us is the rector's right eye. She mentally tells Kanisa that if everything had gone according to the original plan, she would already be the heir to the Page family name as a representative of the Delaiten students, and would form the core of the golden generation around herself. In front of us is the back of the girl in question. The woman sitting next to the rector calls out to her. In front of us is the senior professor, who says that they need to hurry. Medelia frowns at her colleagues and says that they should notify the students that midterm exams are starting today. Rain sits at his desk with a dissatisfied look. He thinks about how Logan gives him increasingly difficult tasks every day. Thanks to this, of course, his physical strength has increased, but it is very difficult to endure. The young man sees his comrades packing their things in front of him. They are very unhappy, but nevertheless, they are going to go to the assembly hall. Rain looks at Christa sitting next to him and asks what all the fuss is about. The girl answers that now there will be a briefing dedicated to midterm exams. She says that all the students were told to immediately gather in the assembly hall, and the professor seemed to have announced this to everyone. The young man says in surprise that the exams were supposed to start next week. Christa answers that it is still Delaiten and the director with the teachers change the schedule as they please. Gertrude asks the interlocutors what, in their opinion, all this is connected with. She raises her left hand and answers her own question. In her opinion, this is necessary so that the students do not have time to learn everything at the last moment, and last year the exams generally began the next day after the schedule was announced. Gertrude looks around in surprise. Rain says that the professors here are very funny, and he really likes it. Christa turns to the guy and says that she cannot believe that he said this, because the professors are simply abusing their power. The hero, smiling, replies that if a student can show his skills at any time, this should be considered real knowledge, and the teachers know about it. Gertrude, smiling falsely, agrees with the guy. The girl clenches her fist. This situation infuriates her, but she is even more irritated by the fact that all this is true. She thinks that, in any case, children from noble families are the most disgusting, of course, except for Mrs. Christa. She gets up from her seat and says resignedly that in order not to get upset, they should always make maximum effort. The students are sitting in a huge room. It is reported that this is a large assembly hall, located on the first floor of the main building. Rain, Christa, and Gertrude walk past other students. The students are terrified. Gertrude looks at them. Christa looks resolutely ahead. Rain looks at someone in surprise. Logan is in front of him. The hero asks if he is already there. Logan, smiling, tells the young man that he also came very quickly. Rain tells him that he drank the supplements that he recommended, but they taste simply disgusting. Christa fearfully whispers in the hero's ear that he should not be so friendly with this person, since he will be one of his main opponents at these exams. The guy says that this cannot be, and this is not an opponent, but a coach who made him drink magic protein every day. The girl asks again in amazement. Logan looks at the girl in bewilderment. She asks the hero if he really thinks that if a person gives him food, he immediately becomes good. She reproaches the guy for behaving like some kind of pigeon at the fountain. Logan, smiling, asks what Christa's henchman is doing here, after which he says that he can share the magic protein with her. Falsely smiling, the girl replies that she is not in the mood for jokes now, and if the guy wants to fight, he should prepare his ass. Logan, smiling, says that the girl scared him, but he is still ready to share a couple of sips of magic protein with her. Christa tells the quarreling students that they are too noisy. Looking at them sternly, she says that if they want to make noise, they should choose some other place. Rain looks at the girl in surprise. Gertrude lowers his eyes and asks for forgiveness. Logan tells Christa that she is too sensitive, because she has excellent skills that will give her an unhindered path to further education. The guy says that in the girl's place he would not worry at all. Christa looks at Logan in surprise and asks him not to talk nonsense. The big guy silently looks at the girl. In front of us are worried students. Christa says that midterm exams are easy only in words, but they are arranged to weed out students who do not have skills, and every semester from 20 to 60 students are expelled from the academy. The girl moves away from her interlocutors and states that if they want to stay, they must make every effort. The young people look up in surprise. Someone greets them all. The students are very nervous. The speaker states that she likes this tense atmosphere, and she hopes that this mood will continue among the students until the end of the exams. A winged microphone hangs next to Caroline's head. The professor says that he will now make an announcement regarding midterm exams, after which he announces that they will be held during this week from today until Friday. Gertrude panics. She does not believe that everything will start today. The students tremble with horror. Caroline states that they will receive grades in accordance with the system of the teacher in charge of the exam, and if he makes a decision on expulsion, the student must pack his things and leave the dormitory within a day. Caroline calmly looks at the students. We see 3 professors. Caroline proceeds to introduce them. The students are shocked. Gertrude hits the hero on the shoulder. He asks what happened. The girl points to one of the teachers. With his mouth wide open in horror, Gertrude declares that he sees Professor Marina. Rain asks her to be quieter. We see the old woman the girl is talking about. Gertrude says that this woman was the head of the Union of Magicians, and is now a senior teacher at Delaiten. According to her, the head of the Union of Magicians is an honorable position that can only be occupied by an outstanding person, recognized by all the magicians of his time. In front of us is Logan. He also knows that in front of him is a very important person in the magical world. Gertrude tells the hero that he did not fully understand what is happening, because it was this woman who replaced the hero's grandfather as the head of the Union of Magicians. Rain looks at his interlocutor in surprise. She asks if the guy is scared now. In front of us are Rain and Scholsey. The hero understands that Marina is on the same level as his grandfather. We see a few more professors. Gertrude asks the hero to pay attention to them, and says that they are also very outstanding individuals. In front of us is a smiling young man. The girl says that this is Keell, a genius who scored the highest among 1378 groups. Now we see a sad girl with a flower on her head. Gertrude says that this is Professor Jerham, who built her own magic tower at the age of 20. The hero recognizes his aunt. Gertrude says that this is Professor Ellen, who has her own column in the Magic Herald, and all these people make up the real elite who govern the second and third years. Rain asks if they are really that outstanding. Marina frowns at someone. The professors standing behind her are worried. A brightly glowing sphere appears in the hands of the old woman. A powerful explosion occurs. Marina demands that everyone be silent. The students' shock only increases. Rain and his comrades look like they are about to faint. Marina, with her hands folded on her staff, asks if everyone really thinks they are going out for a walk. She states that the midterms are to get rid of the most useless individuals, and that the professors evaluating the students this time are not the kind-hearted people who are in charge of teaching the first year and treat everyone like their own children. Owen cannot believe that he has just been accused of being too soft. We see the students' faces. Marina says that they will be evaluated by heartless people who will expel any student they think lacks ability. The old woman states that they are all very interested in how many students will be left after this exam. Marina, with an evil smile on her face, says that judging by the students' faces, they understand the seriousness of the situation, and she is completely fine with that. Hubert smiles. The professor says that these exams are held at different sites, taking into account the individual characteristics of each student. In front of us is a girl with red hair. Marina says that the locations of the tests will be announced soon, so after receiving the relevant information, the students can go there immediately. Rain, Gertrude and Logan, having calmed down a little, look at the old woman. She says that this is Delaiten, where the strong go further and the weak leave, and this principle must be understood once and for all. Christa looks ahead with displeasure. Marina, on whose head is a huge hat, says that now everyone can go their separate ways. Keell and his assistant stand in front of the students. It is announced that it is happening at the exam site in the Badancho Mountains. The professor says that they are there, and the students will have to get out of this labyrinth using all their magical knowledge and experience. The students whisper nervously. They are trying to figure out if they will be able to return from the labyrinth safe and sound. Rain, thoughtfully rubbing his chin, says that, as far as he remembers, there was no such cave in Badancho. Keell asks the guy what he is talking about. The hero answers that this is not the most serious question, but the Badancho Ridge is sacred land of the Red Dragon Corps, so it is a little surprising that there is a cave in such a place. We see the entrance to the cave. Keell praises the guy for having such knowledge, after which he says that the young man is absolutely right, and this cave was artificially created for holding these exams, and everything that happens inside is personally controlled by the professor, so there is no need to worry about safety. Keell states that the students, of course, can get hurt, but there is nothing there that could threaten their lives. The professor turns away from the students and says the word, almost. The students seriously tense up. The students nervously look at the teacher. He says that, in his opinion, the young people should worry about whether they will pass the exam and whether they will be expelled from the academy. We see the professor's profile. He starts talking about the grading system. He says he likes the relative one more than the absolute one, so the first place winner will get level S, the second and third level A, and so on. The one who takes 39th place will get level F, and everyone who is lower will have to either retake the exam or be expelled immediately. We see the professor's left eye. Now we see targets located in a cave. Keell states that the evaluation criterion is the time spent on going through the labyrinth, and more specifically, on destroying all the targets located inside the cave. He warns that if someone does not complete it in 40 minutes, they will be immediately expelled from the academy. Behind the professor's back stands his assistant Zemar. Keell says that the students will take the exam in pairs. Next to the professor, a system window with pairs of participants is visible. The teacher states that an average value was derived from the results of the entrance exam, and based on this data, pairs were formed, and now, after reviewing the list, the students must form teams. Rain tries to guess who will be his partner. An object falls to the ground next to him. The hero understands that this is a clay toy. It is broken by a girl's foot. Laughter is heard next to the guy. Christa, with her arms folded on her chest, asks if the hero thinks that the heavens do not care about him. She says that the guy probably could not even imagine that from the very first day of exams he would compete with Christa Warden herself. The young man looks at the girl with displeasure. She says that Ludwig should prepare for the fact that she will deal with him in the same way as with this clay toy. Logan comes up, he asks the girl what she is doing here, and declares that he also wants to join. The hero hears that Logan has good news for him. The guy gives a thumbs up and declares that they are on the same team. Christa and Rain look at the big guy in amazement. The young people shake hands. The hero says that they are incredibly lucky and suggests that they try hard on the exam. Logan says that they will do their best. Christa shouts loudly for them to wait. The girl indignantly declares that such pairing is extremely unfair, and she does not understand what to do with it, and how it is possible to put the best students in the same pair. The hero asks, smiling, if this means that she has just acknowledged his abilities. Christa replies that the guy is not as good as she is, but still very good, but she is not talking about this now. We see the girl's eye. She says that at the very beginning there is an assessment of the entrance exams, but then she falls silent, realizing that Rain took an additional exam to enter the academy. Christa covers her face with her hand. Logan asks what is happening to her. The other students also notice that Rain and Logan ended up on the same team. One of them asks if they will fight like last time. Christa says that all this does not matter, and she will still take first place. Rain smiles and not too sincerely says that he agrees with the girl. We see the young man's eye. He understands that Christa seems ready to put her life on the line for these exams. Rain and Logan are standing next to each other. The hero asks if these exams are really important to become the best graduate of the university. His teammate asks if the hero wants to become one. He answers that if it works out, he will not object. Logan says that this is a very important stage, and each year they only take 4 official exams. We see the lower part of the hero's face. He apologizes to Christa. The guy looks at the girl and says that it seems that this time he will not be able to be a gentleman. Christa looks at the hero a little scared. She smiles. The sun shines over the trees. Christa shouts that the guy hopes in vain. Kyle claps his hands to get attention. He says that he is giving the students 10 minutes to discuss how to get through the labyrinth, after which they can go inside. Someone asks in surprise why so little time is given. The professor states that the exam will begin as soon as this time is up. A line is heard that this is the end. Kyle says that there are a total of 20 routes in the labyrinth with the same number of targets, and each of them can only be one team, so you just need to focus on your own passage and not think about anyone else. In front of us are 2 students. One of them asks what magic to use. The second suggests that light magic will be needed. We see another group of students. One of them says that it is impossible to use charms infinitely, since it will take all the mana. His interlocutor suggests just finding a branch and using it as a torch. Zimar, rubbing his finger under his nose, asks the professor the reason why he insists on this exam for freshmen every year. Kyle replies that you can only see the true abilities inherent in a mage when students encounter something they have never encountered before. Zimar looks at his boss skeptically. Kyle says that in such situations, all thoughts disappear in his head, the ability to make decisions disappears and their execution slows down. Zimar replies that now he understands. The professor says that it is in such situations that it becomes clear who the real genius is, so this exam is only needed to identify talents. Christa discusses something with her partner. Kyle says that they find guys with abilities, and then encourage them to develop and further study, and this is exactly the job he should do. Rain and Logan are sitting opposite each other. The big guy says that as soon as they go inside, they should immediately start killing everyone they see. He suggests looking at this issue as simply as possible. The hero replies that he completely agrees, especially since there's a saying that everything ingenious is simple. The guy raises his right hand and says that he likes the proposed option, although it would still be nice to have a backup plan. He assumes that they will have to light the way, attack and defend, and if they do not take into account their limits and distribute magic incorrectly, then problems will arise. Rain shudders, hearing someone's voice. Christa is standing behind him. She asks if the guy really thinks that with such a banal plan he will become the best. The hero urges the girl not to chat, but to think about how she will go through the labyrinth. She replies that she and her partner have already come to an agreement on the strategy of action. The hero looks surprised. Logan, sitting in front of the hero, says that all the students will use approximately the same magic, so the girl is behaving so self-confidently in vain. She replies that the big guy will soon see for himself. We see the back of the hero's head. Someone asks him if the guy really expressed a desire to become the best graduate. Logan talks to the girl's partner. Christa apologizes and says that up until this point she has never given up first place, and is not going to do it this time. The girl, smiling, says that now she will show the difference between their abilities. Rain calmly looks at her. Christa rushes forward and calls her partner. Kyle smiles. Christa and her friend enter the cave. The girl says that the exam is starting for the second team. There is 1 second left on the timer. Kyle and Zimar look at the screen. The girl and the guy fly down. Christa orders to turn on the lights. Her partner twirls a magic formation in his hands. The guy puts his hand forward and tells the girl that he is receiving a signal from reconnaissance magic. She says that this is just the beginning, after which she declares that she will take care of the landing, and the guy should continue to search for targets. Yellow hieroglyphs are visible above the girl's hands. She hears that her partner has found 2 targets, one 20 meters in front of the wall, and the second behind the front left column. Christa raises both hands and shouts that she understands. The girl crosses her arms above her head. Huge golems appear behind her. Christa's partner looks up in shock. Rain and Logan are taken aback. Huge summoned creatures are visible behind the squad members. One of the students is amazed at the speed of casting spells and the number of golems, of which there are already about 10 units. Kyle rubs his chin in surprise. The golem swings a huge spear. The professor says that this is the magic of the Warden family, passed down by inheritance, and created by the second elder, whose name was Light Warden. We see a yellow flash. The golems quickly deal with the targets. Kyle thinks that even taking into account that it was done by a 2-star mage, the speed of execution is still incredible. Moreover, at this age, Christa perfectly controls 10 phantoms. The girl puts her hand up and asks to show her the next target. Christa stands with her hand up. We see the girl up close. She demands to show her the next opponent. Her teammate is puzzled. He points his finger into the depths of the cave and says that he found 3 more targets on the left side. The girl says that this is great, and urges them to follow her. Christa, with her mouth wide open, asks where exactly the opponents are. The guy says fearfully that he will tell you now. In front of us is a spider. The young man says that this opponent is in a crevice at 3 o'clock. At 8 o'clock there is a target that looks like a monkey. A squid hangs from the ceiling. Christa, smiling happily, says that she understands. Her golem flattens a squid. The monkey-like target immediately falls apart. The golem tramples a spider into the ground. The girl's teammate shouts in surprise that she dealt with 3 opponents at once. Christa turns to the guy with displeasure and asks if there is anything in this direction. He answers that there is no one there. The girl says that her partner should continue searching, and for now they move on. The spectators watch on the big screen as the girl and her ally pass through the cave. The students are amazed. One of them notices that these exam participants have not even slowed down once. The hero, thoughtfully rubbing his chin, says that the girl simply masterfully works with 2-star magic, and this really impresses him. Logan, who is standing next to her, declares that he completely agrees, and Christa is the genius of their entire generation, on whom the greatest hopes are placed. Rain asks in surprise if she is really that cool. Logan, looking thoughtfully at the screen, says that among his peers there is no one who does not know her, and even upperclassmen are persistently asked to be careful with her. The golem, who is next to the girl, pierces another spider with a pitchfork. Christa looks dissatisfied. She thinks that she is still far from the required level. We see the girl's eye. Someone asks her if the Warden family really had sages as their ancestors, just like the Page family. We see 2 characters in cloaks. One of them says that the Page family is a completely different level, at least because their current head is the Dean of Delaiten. The little girl looks at the people standing in front of her in surprise. One of them asks the young Christa if this is really true. We see a man in a green cloak. He says that her father, the head of the Warden family, has recently become only a 2-star mage, and then asks how it could happen that 2 families descended from sages turned out to be so different. Little Christa looks at the speaker in amazement. We see the 2 people again. The one standing behind asks his companion to shut up, who asks if his companion doesn't think the girl should know about this. He puts his hand on the little girl's shoulder and asks her to tell her father that their family does not fit into the status of a family of mages, and this burden is now too much for the Warden family to bear. Standing behind the girl, this man says that everyone thinks so, and even her mother, because the little girl's 2 older sisters cannot use magic properly. The man in the brown hood says that it is time to retreat, because despite all efforts, the situation for their family will only get worse, and the best solution is to leave this magical world and start living peacefully. The man says that there is nothing shameful in this, since it is just a lack of talent. Christa rushes forward. Putting her hand forward, she shouts that 20 targets have been destroyed. The girl looks at her comrade and demands to show her the next opponent. He asks to give him at least a little rest. The golem grabs the boy. Christa shouts that now is not the time to rest, and asks where the next target is. The golem, on which the girl is sitting, lowers her partner next to her. The students look at what is happening in amazement. They cannot believe what their classmate is doing. Someone says that he even got goosebumps. Kyle looks at the screen in surprise. We see the girl's face. She remembers how someone praises her for being able to handle such a high level of magic. A man in a green robe stands behind the girl and asks what she is unhappy with. Christa, with a hood over her head, promises to become the best, most magnificent magician. We see the back of the girl's head. She says that after this, no one will treat her mother, father and sisters with disdain anymore. Christa, sitting on a golem, rushes forward. She thinks that she will definitely return the glory and authority of her family. The girl has already dealt with 31 targets. Her mouth is wide open. She thinks that she will make everyone around her respect her family. The man in the robe hugs the girl. A huge red target appears above the golem. It lands in front of Christa, raising her huge fists. The girl and her teammate fly away. Christa remembers the words of the man hugging her, who said that he was counting only on her. Logan and Rain look at what is happening in fear. The girl remembers herself as a child. Yellow sparks sparkle next to her hands. A huge golem appears above her head. Judging by her look, the girl is very determined. Her palm glows brightly. Christa thinks that the Warden family will rise again. We see a breaking spike. The golem strikes, breaking the ground. The clock shows the time, 4 minutes 13 seconds. Zimar is surprised to report that a signal has been received from this route to destroy all targets. The hero smiles. He hears the announcement that the second team has completed the exam with a result of 4 minutes 13 seconds. The girl's partner is shocked to the depths of his soul. Christa stands next to the giant golem. Someone says that he cannot believe that she managed to do everything in less than 5 minutes. Kyle, smiling, says that he expected nothing less from a descendant of one of the magical families. The girl cries, looking up. The professor says that Christa Warden did great and gets level S. Christa and her partner leave the cave. One of the students meeting them says that this is real madness, because the other teams did not even finish their discussion. Logan frowns at the girl. He knew about her abilities, but did not expect anything like this. We see the big guy's face. The guy understands the reason why the elders were so wary. It seems to him that Christa is already being considered as a candidate for the position of the head of the Union of Magicians. Kyle, smiling, looks at the girl. He looks at the notebook and says that in his practice this is the second team that passed the exam in less than 5 minutes. Christa, smiling, says that her family has a motto: overcoming odds. Kyle writes something in his notebook. He thinks that the strengths of the Warden family, who settled high in the mountains, are incredible physical and magical strength, and in order to preserve these advantages, a special plan was developed, which, however, does not explain what Christa was doing now. The professor understands that the girl probably had to put in a lot of effort to achieve such a result. Christa looks at her partner and says that he must be strong. The young man, smiling, agrees. Kyle thinks that the girl's strength is that she is very smart and hardworking. Kyle, looking down, turns to Christa Warden and Ramlo Besley. Smiling, the professor says that they have certainly passed the exam, and although not all the students have finished yet, he evaluates them at level S. The young people are incredibly happy. Christa clears her throat into her fist. She lifts the edges of her short dress and says that the professor is overpraising her. The girl happily moves away from the teacher. He praises her once again. Christa walks past the hero and Logan. The young men look at each other smiling. The girl thinks that she is the best in Delaiten. Rain, smiling, tells his partner that the exams are much more fun than he thought before. Logan agrees with him. In front of us is Lynn and Esther. They look at the majestic castle. The boy asks if this place is really called the Southern Star. The girl answers that it is more correct to say the Southern Star or Warden. According to her, earlier at noon the rays of the sun poured onto the city from all 4 directions, and it was an incredible sight. But now she does not even want to approach it. Fried looks back at the interlocutors and asks what the plan is, because entering the fog that surrounds the city is the same as going to certain death. Lynn says that he agrees with the girl, after which he asks Esther what they should do. She looks thoughtfully at the city. Without turning to face Lynn, the girl says that the young man should just blow it up. The boy agrees. Then, realizing the meaning of the words, he looks at Esther in confusion and asks if this city is a cultural heritage, or Warden is surrounded by a white haze. Lynn says that it is necessary to leave its original appearance as much as possible, so that the city can be rebuilt later. Kais and Fried giggle. Looking at each other, the boy asks why they are laughing. Esther, smiling, shows the guy 2 fingers and says that there are moments in life when you just need to do something, and then think and, perhaps, regret. Fried, raising her right hand, says that this is true. Lynn asks her to shut up. Esther, smiling, says that for her allies are much more important than some cultural heritage, and the boy can blame her as much as he wants for doing this. But now she is just doing her job as a squad leader. The girl raises a clenched fist and says that if necessary, she will use it. Lynn is surprised and asks if Esther is serious. She closes her eyes and says that she hates making things complicated when there is a simple solution to the problem. A magical formation appears above Lynn's hand. He says that in this case he doesn't care what they say later. Esther asks why the boy is so worried. He thinks that spontaneous actions can sometimes change the world. Folding his arms over his chest, Rain calls out to his partner, after which he says that he came up with an idea, and he is ready to share it. Christa looks around a little scared. Logan looks at the hero giving him a thumbs up and says that they can be disqualified for this. Rain asks the guy not to worry and promises that if anything happens, he will take all the blame on himself. Logan hesitantly rubs the back of his head. We see the guy's left eye. He says that they could pass the exam the usual way, but it would not be too fun. The hero smiles. He is pleased that his partner supports him. Christa approaches the young men and asks what they said about disqualification and what exactly they are going to do. Rain asks why she is so worried and advises to just wait and see what happens. Christa frowns at the hero. The students who hear this conversation turn to their interlocutors and try to guess what they are talking about. Christa, angrily clenching her fists, says that you can have fun in other ways, and now you need to take everything that is happening very seriously. Rain turns away from her and says that magic is fun, after which he asks the girl if she thinks the same. Christa looks at the young man in shock. Above the crowns of the trees, the professor announces that the time for discussion is coming to an end and everyone should get ready. Keell looks at the students, who begin to fuss. The hero approaches the professor and calls out to him. Keell turns to the student. We see the vault of the cave. Rain asks if the professor guarantees the safety of the students who entered the cave. He answers in the affirmative, and says that the entire course of the exam is controlled by magic. The hero smiles. Christa and Rumlow look at the hero and his comrade in surprise. Rain says that then they will act as planned. Zimar sadly says that there is a minute left before the start of the exam. The hero calls out to his partner. He throws off his clothes and says that he will do what is required of him in just 7 seconds. Rain says that then we need to get started. Keell looks at the two students in surprise. Rain stands in front of the cave. He gives the command to begin. A magical formation appears between the guy's hands. He says that everything needs to be done very quickly. Stars light up in his eyes. He promises to blow up everything that is there. An announcement about the start of the exam sounds. Christa and Rumlow look at their competitors in amazement. The guy asks if they will enter the cave at all. Keell looks shocked. He recognizes the magic of the Ludwig family, namely Valencidus. The hero's eyes sparkle. Representatives of his family are visible above his head. The professor cannot believe that the guy uses this magic at 16 years old, and realizes that among the geniuses of the Ludwig family, this is the fastest result, while Keell cannot understand what the young man is going to do. Logan raises his fists. The hero's eyes continue to glow. Someone asks how it is possible to pass the exam without entering the cave. The targets are marked with crosses. The hero sees more than 10 such designations in front of him. He makes a sharp wave of his hands and says that everything is ready. A round magical formation appears on the ground in front of him. Rain shouts that he is contacting his partner. Logan swings. Keell looks at what is happening in bewilderment. It seems that now he understands what these young people are going to do. We see the faces of the hero and his partner. One of them lets out a loud scream. Logan hits the ground, raising large debris. Christa and Keell hear a loud scream. Logan delivers a powerful blow to the ground. The girl calls the hero an idiot and asks what they will do if the entrance collapses. Christa is shocked. She screams that they need to at least think with their heads a little. Smoke rises around Rain and Logan. Keell looks at what is happening in surprise and understands that for such a powerful blow, the scale of the damage is very small. We see the professor's left eye. Rain puts his hands on the ground. A green electric discharge spreads from Logan towards the cave. It penetrates deep into the cave. Then it rises up the walls. And finally it splits the ground. We see several targets. The first one resembles a small dog. The second one is a rabbit. The third one is a ball with wings. Now in front of us is a crab, trapped inside a glowing circle. Next to the huge boss, a smaller creature stands and looks at the magic formation in shock. The hero smiles. The target begins to dissolve into thin air. A huge wave of energy rises up. The target disappears. Green stones fly inside the cave. One of the targets is thrown with force into the wall of the cave. Stones fall from the ceiling. The students in the neighboring cave are thrown into the air. They desperately try to stay on their feet. Christa and Rumlow also lose their balance. The professor holds his head. Logan smiles. The hero is also very amused. Christa is sitting awkwardly on the ground. She is trying to understand what happened. Zimar holds his head. He says that it is simply amazing, then asks if it was an earthquake. The professor standing behind him asks about the reaction to magical power. His assistant asks again in surprise. Raising his right hand, Keell asks what the reaction to magical power is inside the cave. Zimar looks at his tablet. We see the mouth of this man. The young man sees an image of a cave on the screen. Keell, adjusting his glasses, asks for the result. The answer is that the time is 59 seconds. We see the cave again. The professor says that he has finished checking the state of the cave. Keell brings his hand to his face. He realizes that Rain and Logan spent less than a minute on the task. Zimar, holding his ear, tells the professor that this is all wrong. Keell, looking at his assistant in surprise, asks what he means. The young man answers that he does not understand something, after which he states that they evaluate the abilities that the students showed inside the labyrinth on this exam, and these two could have collapsed the entire cave. Rain, sitting on the ground, smiles. Zimar says that if this had happened, the main criteria of the exam would not have been met, and only thanks to a lucky chance they hit all the targets without destroying the walls and ceiling. We see the back of the professor's head. His assistant says that the S rating means an ideal result, but what they saw is not an ideal, but some kind of ugliness. Keell replies that a genius is not always an ideal. Zimar looks at his boss in surprise. We see a magician, above whom the sun, moon, and diamond are visible. Keell states that an ideal is some kind of superior norm, widespread in this world, but geniuses who change the world have always surpassed it. In front of us is a hand holding a writing utensil. We see the left eye of the professor. He states that a genius is not a person who fits the framework of an ideal, but one who creates new ideals. We see a sheet of paper with several circles drawn on it. The top of a mountain is visible behind the tree crowns. Zemar asks the professor to explain his thought. He says that his assistant can look at the traditional evaluation criteria, and in this case he will see that the Rain and Logan team is still far from perfect. In front of us is the vault of the cave. Kyle asks his assistant if he has ever thought about destroying this labyrinth. Zemar replies that nothing like that has ever occurred to him, although, if he thinks about it, he could do it if he wanted. The professor raises his index finger and says that now these young people have paved a new road, and the fact that they were the first to implement an idea that no one had thought of before cannot be ignored, and this is actually more important than anything else. Christa shakes off the dust. In front of us is the face of the professor. He says that magical knowledge, as well as an understanding of what is happening now, turn completely reckless ideas into reality, and he is surprised that this is finally happening again, and is very happy about it. Zemar looks thoughtfully to his right. Kyle tells the guy to pay attention to these young people who will one day become the center of the world of magic and expand its horizons. Rain gets to his feet next to his partner. The sun shines over the trees. It is announced that the event is happening in 40 minutes. An announcement is made that the exam is over. The students look at the list hanging in front of them. The professor says that they should familiarize themselves with the results of the exam. Most of the students are happy. Kyle says that this year the tests were more difficult than before, but most of the participants passed them successfully and even finished within 30 minutes. The young people look at each other. The professor says that during the exam, some students were injured due to exhaustion and loss of control over the flow of energy. In addition, there were students who had to retake the exam because they were attacked by targets more than 3 times. In the list of results, the line with the time of Christa and her partner is highlighted. The professor says that in the chaos that was happening here, the result of 4 minutes and 13 seconds, which Christa and Ramlo showed, is truly amazing, so the preliminary grade of S that they received is quite justified. Now we have the heroes team's result. Kyle states that Rain and his partner completed the task in less than a minute. We see the girl's hands. Christa looks up in shock. The professor reports that her grade has been lowered to A. A golem is visible above little Christa's head. Someone says admiringly that the third daughter of the Warden family was able to master 2-star magic. The girl is only 6 years old, and this is simply incredible. The girl in the hood looks at the baby. Christa smiles happily. Someone says that this is simply wonderful, and now the Warden family, having survived the crisis, can breathe a sigh of relief. The girl looks at 2 people talking. One of them asks how the Ludwig family is doing, and hasn't things really worked out for them yet? The answer is that this family doesn't seem to have any hope. They have a younger son, but everyone calls this boy a loser. One of the mages says that this is all sad, of course, but to be honest, it doesn't concern him at all. The second interlocutor says that they are lucky that these children are not from their families. Christa, pointing at Rain, asks why he lives so carefree, and doesn't the boy get angry because of what people say about him? Rain calmly looks at the girl, who demands that Rain try harder and prove all the idiots around that they are wrong. Rain turns around and leaves. Christa calls out to him. She sees the back of the boy's head and demands that he stop. The girl sadly looks after Rain. Christa remembers how the hero dealt with a huge monster, and the comments of those around him that this guy is simply amazing, and the speed of his use of magic is the same as that of professors. The grown-up Rain smiles. Christa looks at him in amazement. She does not understand how this is possible, because during the family dinner she could not even imagine that this young man was so strong. She stands in front of Caroline. The professor says that if the younger Ludwig came to the entrance exam, he should have tried not to be late for it. The girl asks her aunt to still allow the young man to the exam. She replies that the rules are the rules. Christa cries, covering her face with her hand. She says that Rain was late because he was helping someone, and asks her aunt to give him a second chance, while the girl does not understand why she is so worried about someone else. Christa looks to the right of herself. She understands that this is because new emotions awaken in her next to this guy. Christa smiles. She thinks that an interesting student has entered the school, and this is just great, because now she also has the desire to do everything right. The hero runs away. Rain holds his cheek. Christa extends her hand to him and declares that she, Christa Warden, acknowledges him as her rival. The girl sadly looks at the list of results hanging in front of her. Ramlo, smiling, thanks her and declares that thanks to her he got a good grade. Naturally, the result was reduced from S to A, but this is enough for him. Christa does not look at her partner. White discharges are visible next to her. The girl realizes that she just lost again. Rain salutes his comrade. Christa looks at him in amazement. She thinks that she was defeated by a person who calmly says that magic is a lot of fun. The girl clenches her fists. She does not understand why she did not come up with the idea to destroy the labyrinth. Christa stands with her head down sadly. Kyle understands that the competition is inflaming this student, and this is not bad. Christa looks at the professor. He looks back at her, thinking that, nevertheless, it will be very difficult for her to catch up with Rain. Kyle adjusts his glasses. Christa's eyes are very sad. In front of us are students. They, to their amazement, hear the professor's words that the S grade has always been given to only one team, But this time there was a very unusual situation, so the highest score was given to 2 pairs of participants at once. The professor says that the teams were formed based on the grades of the entrance exams, but it was still a bit fair to put Rain and Logan in the same team. The students look at the professor in amazement. Christa stands with her back to the teacher, who says that he decided to give an S grade to 4 participants at once, namely Rain, Logan, Christa and Ramlo. The girl clenches her fist. Someone nearby says that the professor is absolutely right, and considering all the difficulties, the 4 named students did just fine. Christa grinds her teeth in anger. She hears that all 4 are far superior to the other students. The hero says, smiling, that this time they have a draw. The boy holds out his hand and says that Christa was incredible, and he saw her from a new side. The girl throws away the outstretched hand and demands that the boy not come near her. Rain looks at her in surprise. She hits herself on the chest with her fist and asks if the boy thinks that she will put up with such a result. Rain says in surprise that they both received an S. Christa runs away, demanding that the boy not make her laugh, since everyone understands perfectly well that their team was given this grade out of pity. In front of us is the girl's eye and dark figures. The students look at Christa in amazement. She demands that they do not look at her like that. In front of us is Kyle and Zimar. The girl begs them not to look at her like that. The girl sees the list. She remembers that everyone talked about her as a descendant of a famous family of magicians and the best student. Christa starts to run. Rain tries to stop her. Logan looks sadly at what is happening. The hero asks him why the girl behaved like that. The young man asks in surprise what he said wrong. Logan replies that he has no idea, since he is a student of one of the 8 great schools, and does not really understand what happens inside the magical families. We see the right eye of the big guy. The hero asks Logan not to lie, since it is written on his face that he knows the reason. Logan says that the Warden family is finished, and this is a shame for this kind of magicians. Rain asks in amazement what all this means. Logan explains that this is usually how people say. Sighing heavily, the big guy says that the glory of the Warden family is a thing of the past, and this family did not have enough skills to be considered part of the magical elite even before the birth of Christa. Christa alone raised her family from the ruins and made sure that the Warden were recognized as a great family of magicians. The girl runs away. Logan says that she achieved everything herself, and even now she single-handedly supports the glory of her family. The guy thinks that she has taken on too much. Rain sadly looks after the running girl. Christa is sitting on the ground. Rain comes up to her from behind. The girl, sobbing, says that everyone should treat aristocrats from magical families with respect and even fear them. They should be equal to them and honored. They cannot be treated as equals. We see the lower part of the hero's face. Christa says that, even more so, no one should treat them with sympathy. The girl clenches her fists. She declares that she worked like hell from the age of 6 until today, and almost reached the level when she could already be called a genius of this century. Christa remembers Rain talking to a second-year student with rectangular glasses. The girl says that the hero, meanwhile, is sticking his nose into other people's business for the sake of those who have no pedigree, and that no one in the Union of Magicians behaves like that. Christa looks at Rain and Logan. She says that the guy talks to everyone incredibly calmly, and she cannot understand it. With her mouth wide open, the girl asks what's fun about magic, because there is nothing exciting about it. Christa clenches her fist. She asks to explain to her why everyone considers the hero better than her, because for him it's just fun. The girl puts forward her palm, on which a hieroglyph is visible. She screams that Rain just pisses her off. With a slight movement of his hand, the young man disintegrates the golem. He looks at the girl, who screams that she hates him. Christa hears that the hero likes magic. Rain slowly approaches her, and says that if you can make the spell come true as you wish, all the difficulties and hardships immediately fade into the background, and this is the picture of the world that can be seen if you try hard enough. Christa grinds her teeth from the tension. Rain says that she must understand that he is not always happy, and he also had his moments of despair when things were very difficult. Christa summons another golem. The hero puts his hand forward and says that Christa alone is pulling the entire Warden family on herself, and is the last hope of her kind to remain in the world of magicians. Putting her hand forward, the girl looks at Rain. He says that she has honed her skills, and now, at 16, she is able to use magic at an incredible level. The guy admits that he cannot even imagine how much effort it took her to achieve this. A wisp of smoke rises above the guy's hand. He says that he can advise the girl to remember the moment when she first managed to truly use magic. There are tears in Christa's eyes. She remembers herself as a little girl. The girl grinds her teeth in anger. The hero tells her that she should not take everything on herself, and that she could have quit magic at any time. Rain looks at the girl intently. He states that, nevertheless, she did not quit magic, after which he asks to answer the question of why exactly. A huge golem grows behind Christa. The girl demands that the hero get the hell out. We see the faces of 2 young people. Rain says that the girl is still a mage since she still feels pride and excitement from her first successful spell. Christa screams for the guy to stop talking. A powerful explosion occurs in front of the young man. Little Christa stands with both hands outstretched. In front of her is a tiny golem. Indescribable joy is on the baby's face. Rain stands next to a rock. He says that Christa is very strong, and this is true. Smiling, the guy says that no matter what choice she makes, no one can and will laugh at her. Christa sheds tears. The hero stands before her and asks her to remember that feeling and experience the joy of magic again. Rain approaches Christa, who is kneeling, and says that the girl is really very strong, and no matter what choice she makes, no one will laugh at her. The guy, smiling, asks her to remember the joy of magic. Christa cries. She stands up and tells the hero that he has become too arrogant and that he is incredibly annoying her. Rain replies that he thinks he can afford it, since he has won this time. Christa, blushing, lowers her eyes, and she hears that the hero has not felt such inspiration for a long time. The girl looks at the young man with tears in her eyes. He extends his hand and says that she is really a worthy opponent. Christa looks at the hero with huge eyes. He says that he had fun thanks to her and expresses hope that they will do it some other time. A smile appears on the girl's face. She slaps the guy and calls him a pompous turkey. Christa runs away, saying at the end that Rain won only once, and next time she will definitely teach him a lesson. The hero holds his cheek and says that the girl has a very heavy hand. Christa rushes forward and mentally apologizes to her father. A joyful smile is on her face. Carl tells his assistant that talent is always revealed in different forms. He asks again in surprise. We see that the hero's cheek has turned red. Kyle says that talent can be a magnet that attracts others to it, and sometimes a huge wall that does not allow you to climb over it. Logan looks in surprise at the running Christa and tries to understand where she is rushing. The girl happily throws up her hands. Kyle continues his thought and says that being a friend you can rely on is also a talent. The professor, smiling, says that it will only get more interesting. Zemar, sighing heavily, asks if this means that he will again have a huge amount of work. Kyle answers that this is the work of a teacher. The professor, smiling, says that his assistant is doing an excellent job. He assures that he speaks from the heart, after which he reminds that everything needs to be put in order and move on, and first of all, to call the candidates for a retake. Zemar answers that he will do everything. The sun is shining over the sharp peak. In front of us is the academy building. Someone says that the additional exams are not over yet, and while they are going on, there will be no classes in the afternoon. In front of us are Rain and Logan. The big guy notices that his friend's cheek does not look very good. He answers that it only seems so. Several other students follow the guys. The hero says that they will have free time after lunch, and they will be able to go to the gym. Logan asks if the hero is tired after the exam. Rain, holding the door, replies that he is tired, but that is why he must work even harder. The big guy says that this is true. Owen appears in front of the young people. He says that he heard their conversation and realized that the hero has a lot of energy left. The professor says that he is pleased to hear this. The man points to the paper stacks and says that by chance, he just prepared 150 assignments in mathematics and magic, and the hero will not be able to return to the dorm until he solves them all. Rain and Logan look very unhappy. The big guy asks if this applies to him too. Owen, smiling, replies that Logan does not have to go to the exam if he does not want to, but only with his things and go home. The guy says that he understands everything. The professor says that the same applies to the other students. The students are horrified. Some of them say that this can't be happening, as they are all exhausted. Owen makes a scary face and says that he won't repeat it twice. The students obediently obey him. Rain looks at someone in surprise. Christa is holding sheets of paper in her hands and seems to be just sleeping. Rain says that he thought that she would hand in the assignment first. Owen, standing behind him, says that she ran very fast, so he thought that she was ready to take exams all day. Therefore he prepared more questions for her than for the others. Christa angrily asks if Rain was laughing at her just now. He replies that he did not intend to do anything like that. We see the ceiling of the hall where the exam is taking place. Owen warns the students not to think about answering partially, as the grades for this written test will affect their rating. One of the students holds his head and complains that it is not working. The second one quickly writes something on a piece of paper and expresses dissatisfaction with the fact that there is still a lot to solve. Rain, solving problems, hears the professor calling the students monkeys and urging them to be quieter. The man warns that anyone who opens their mouth will fly out of Delaiten. The hero understands that the teacher wants to see how good the students' results will be in conditions of total fatigue. There are many sheets of paper in front of the guy. He thinks that the professor has gone overboard with the number of questions. Rain tiredly closes his eyes, thinking that in front of him are problems that he has already solved 1,000 times, and all this looks like some kind of hard labor. A star appears in the guy's eyes. He decides to take the easiest way. In front of us is Owen. It is reported that this is happening 10 minutes later. Someone tells the professor that he has already solved everything. Rain raises his hand. Owen states that the guy did it too fast, especially considering that his head is full of sawdust. However, he states that if the boy is confident in his answers, he can hand in the work and go to the dorm. The hero raises his right hand and hears a question about whether he is really that confident in himself. Christa, smiling, points at the boy and asks if this smart guy really thinks that she will have fewer correct answers. Rain replies that the girl seems a little crazy. Owen shouts loudly for the monkeys to shut their mouths, otherwise he will send them all to the zoo. Christa apologizes in fear. The hero says that she really is kind of weird. The guy gets up from his seat. He pays attention to Logan, whose face is pouring with sweat. The boy thinks that his friend still has a lot to decide. Rain is standing by the door. With a heavy sigh, he goes home to take a shower. The hero notices someone. It is a girl with red hair. She frowns at the guy. Rain notices the look breaking through the fiery mane of hair, and understands that darkness is swirling in it. The hero looks at this girl with apprehension. He knows that this is the best student among the students of the 8 great schools, and her name is Reincarnations. The guy and the girl look at each other. The hero thinks that they met face to face for the first time. Logan is surprised. The hero asks if he knows the girl with red hair, whose name is Reincarnations. The big guy, lifting dumbbells, says that of course he knows, and asks why the hero is interested in this question. He says that he just ran into her yesterday after the written exam. Rain wipes his face with a towel. He says that it is quite difficult to convey, but he experienced some kind of strange feeling. In front of us is Logan. The hero asks him who this girl is. Lillian is standing in the middle of the fire. Logan says that this is the secret weapon of the Rivendell school, and they say that she has been using 2-star fire magic since she was 5, and at 7 she made a contract with one of the 4 main mythical creatures. Friends are sitting on a bench. Logan says that since she was enrolled in the school, countless rumors have appeared about her. The hero's face is thoughtful. He remembers that Rivendell specializes in fire magic. Logan says that Rain probably knows that a person receives red hair as a confirmation of passing the baptism of fire, and this means that their sensitivity to the properties of fire is a priori several times higher than that of ordinary people. Christa and Lillian are standing back to back. Logan says that Lillian is considered a real monster, and is put on par with the genius baby from the Warden family, and the elders even say that she can become an archmage. Rain, smiling, asks if the girl is overestimated too much. Logan, looking down, replies that he understands perfectly well that such rumors are annoying, but the girl is really very strong. We see the hero's profile. Logan takes a sip from the can. The hero thanks him for sharing the information. The big guy replies that if anything happens, you can always contact him on this issue. The hero, smiling, looks at his friend and asks how he knows everything, and if the guy accidentally fell in love with Lillian. The big guy is shaking all over. It seems like he choked on his drink. Rain says that they would make a good couple, and he himself would root for them and support them. Logan asks if it is really that obvious or the hero was joking. Rain brings the can to his lips and says that it is quite noticeable. We see the hero's right eye. The guy thinks that he met Rivendell's secret weapon, and there is definitely no time to get bored in Delaiten. In front of us is the already familiar Red Peak. It is reported that the action takes place on the 4th day of midterm exams at the foot of the Red Mountains. Someone asks if he really sees 4 layers of magic circles. The students look up in amazement. One of them states that in this case the barrier is a product of 4-star magic. Zimar looks at his notes, and says that he will now tell about the exam that awaits the students. He says that the test will be held in the world of illusions, and 60 participants will be divided into 3 competing teams. Rain looks up in surprise and tries to imagine what the world of illusions will be like inside this barrier. In front of us are Ellen and Caroline. Zimar says that today's exam will be held as a royal battle. Someone asks again in surprise. We see a purple crystal. Zimar says that there are jewels scattered around the locations, each of which is worth 1 point. Now we have some rather bizarre targets. The professor's assistant says that inside each area there are monsters created using illusions, and by destroying these creatures, the students will also receive points, the number of which will depend on the difficulty of destruction, so the participants must first assess their strength, and only then decide whether to attack or pass by. Zimar says that he can be asked questions, if any. Christa raises her hand. Red mountains are visible behind her. The girl says that this does not look like a royal battle, since someone will focus on collecting jewels, and someone will destroy monsters. Zimar replies that the girl misunderstands this term. Marina appears next to him. The professor's assistant says that there is another rule during the exam. Students can attack their competitors and steal the points they earned. They can also appropriate the treasures found by other students, interfere with the destruction of monsters and take revenge on them if they attacked first. In general, you can do whatever you want and even kill your opponents. Christa looks at Zimar in amazement. She asks if you can really kill here. The end of the staff falls to the ground. Marina takes the floor. She says that the space is called the world of illusions for a reason, and what happens inside the barrier is not real. We see a mage who hits his opponent. The old woman says that, simply put, the participants will not suffer in any way, even if they are subjected to the most serious attack. We see a smoking mountain of ash. Marina says that the pain will be felt as in reality. In front of us is a student sitting on the ground. The old woman says that regardless of the severity of the wounds or even death inside the world of illusions, after the barrier disappears, the exam participant will return to their original state. She thinks that this is just great, and the students cannot worry about anything. The hero thoughtfully rubs his chin. He hears that the evaluation method is extremely simple. The 2 people with the highest score will receive an S, and there are no other criteria. The young man listens to what the students around him are saying. One of them asks if it is really possible to kill, the second answers that it is just great. The old woman, whom we see from above, says that the founder of magic emits a page said that the main duty of a mage is to allow people to dream, and to fulfill this mission, you need to give it your all. We see the old woman's face. The students smile. Marina says that in the magical world, strength is valued above all else, and students must show everything they are capable of. Zemar says that he will now announce the team rosters. Here we have Hubert, he gets into Team A. Next up is Logan. And then Christa. The girl, smiling, tells the hero that they have finally been given a task that will make them sweat. Rain replies that it was the same last time, and the girl lost, and then cried. Christa is ready to tear the hero apart. She asks who cried, and then calls the young man a liar and a scoundrel. Gertrude laughs loudly. Christa demands that she shut up. Christa sighs heavily and says that she needs to pull herself together and get her S grade, because she is the only one who deserves the highest score, and she simply cannot allow you to lose. Rain and Gertrude smile. Christa shouts at them to remove the satisfied expressions from their faces. Here we have a red peak. Zemar announces that Team A must begin the exam, after which he reads out the composition of Team B. This is Gertrude Panton, Lillian Karain, and Rain Ludwig. We see a dome spreading over the mountains. The girl clenches her fists. Gertrude looks very unhappy. The hero asks her if she is worried. The girl screams in fear. She raises both hands and screams that the guy must be joking, because she, taking care of Christa Warden, cannot be worried. Then the girl says that it is the young master who should be worried. Rain asks in surprise why exactly. Gertrude points at himself and says that because he got into the same team with her, and if they clash at the very beginning, the guy will simply be expelled from the academy. Rain claps his hands and says that this will not happen under any circumstances. Gertrude screams loudly. The guy smiles. Lillian comes up to the interlocutors. The young man asks what happened. The girl looks down sadly and says that she has something to say. Rain, smiling, says that he is ready to listen to her, but only if she tells something really interesting. A huge rock monster fights a pink snake. Someone summons a sandrock golem. Christa, putting out her elbow, says that she already has 280 points. But this is not enough, since it is unknown how many points Rain will get. Someone appears behind the girl. She puts her index finger back. The golem grabs two students. Christa looks back and asks if these two really thought that they could attack her. They scream shrilly that they were just mistaken. The golem looks after the running students. Christa says that even if she kills them, her points will not increase especially much. Since these two were too indecisive, she advises them to act more confidently next time. The young men guiltily apologize to the girl. The spectators are looking at many screens. Someone says that Christa at such an age already freely uses 2-star summoning magic, and this is simply incredible. Now we see Hubert with trees and people flying around him. One of the spectators states that this guy is incredible and his strategy is to use wind magic, with his maneuverability and ability to restrain the guy to simultaneously obtain treasures and subdue monsters. Someone notices that Hubert has already scored 253 points. A third spectator admits that the guy acts gracefully, very effectively, and knows how to use his strengths. Hubert punches the wall. One of the spectators says that this student is in third place and has scored 249 points, destroying both monsters and students. The answer follows that all this is very crude, but the guy's strength is simply amazing. Kyle, smiling, tells his assistant that as they expected, these three are acting alone. Zemar admits that all of these participants are simply amazing. Marina, who is standing next to them, says that these three students are complete losers. Ellen frowns at the screen. Lillian approaches Rain and Gertrude and says that she has never lost. The hero looks at her in surprise. The girl, whose back of her head we see, states that she has never been defeated, since losing is the same as death for her. Then she asks why Rain has not shown himself in any way until now. The audience looks at the huge screens. The hero answers Lillian that he did not intend to hide his abilities. He simply did not have the incentive to somehow reveal himself. The young man looks thoughtfully at his interlocutor. She says that young gentlemen from influential families always think so. Gertrude says that Lillian calls Rain a young gentleman, but she herself represents exactly the same high-ranking family. The beauty with red hair says that she does not think that this definition suits her, since it would be more appropriate to call her simply an object. Gertrude looks at the girl in surprise. We see the back of Lillian's head. Gertrude asks in surprise why this girl considers herself an object. Lillian turns away. She states that she is not a child born of loving father and mother, but just a tool that was created for a specific purpose. The girl sadly says that her father, Delaiten Karain, is the headmaster of Rivendell School, and since childhood he locked her in a room, forcing her to learn magic. He did not allow her to go outside, and if she did not get good grades on exams, he beat her until she lost consciousness, and then tortured her mother with fire so that the girl would understand that she was hurting not only herself. Gertrude looks at Lillian in amazement. She says that her father, like no one else, knows how to handle fire magic, and how to cause pain without causing serious injury. The hero thinks that this is radically different from the methods used in the Osiris school, where he studied. Rain looks at the girl and asks if she will be beaten again if she does not graduate with honors. A wicked smile appears on Lillian's face. She says that her father can no longer do this, and if he tries, she will kill him. Gertrude looks at the girl. She tries to understand if Lillian is hinting that she can defeat a 4-star mage, which is Delaiten Karain. Gertrude looks at Lillian in surprise. She says that her goal is to graduate from Delaiten with stunning grades and gain recognition at school, and then use this to displace her father in Rivendell. Before us is the hero profile. Lillian warns the young man that he should not interfere with her. Gertrude, smiling, says that all this is, of course, very cool, but it should be taken into account that there is also Christa Warden, a recognized genius in the world of magic. Lillian declares that this hothouse flower is no rival for her. Gertrude smiles. She tries to look into Lillian's eyes and asks her to repeat what she said. Smiling radiantly, Gertrude asks if her mistress is really a hothouse flower. Lillian, looking at the girl with disdain, asks if she wants to argue. Rain separates the girls who are ready to make a scandal and says that, in general, he understands why Lillian went to this. Gertrude looks very displeased. Lillian frowns at the guy. The hero, closing his eyes, says that, nevertheless, he cannot give up the place of the best graduate to the girl, because his friends are waiting for him. The young man with a serious expression on his face looks at Lillian. She, turning away, says that she has already explained the reason and warned the guy. Looking menacingly at Rain, she states that if he interferes with her, she will have no choice but to get rid of him. An announcement sounds over the Red Mountain that the exam is over. Christa smiles. Hubert looks sad. Zemar announces that the girl got 361 points and the boy got 338, and both of them earn an S grade. Gertrude runs up to her mistress and says that she did an excellent job and, as always, looked incredible. Christa replies that it was very easy. Kyle smiles. He is informed that all the members of Team A have left the barrier. The professor announces that it is now Team B's turn and the students who are in it must make their choice. A table is visible above the hero's head. An announcement sounds that the students must choose areas A to H as the starting point of the exam. Rain wonders where it would be most convenient for him to start. In front of us are mountains with a dome hanging over them. The young man thinks that Area A is located at the foot of the mountains, and Area F is the intermountain area. These are the largest in area, but also the most popular areas, since there are the largest number of monsters and treasures. In front of us is a sharp peak. The hero thinks that areas B and C have the advantage of visual control, since they are mountain peaks, but it is easy to get surrounded by other participants there. In front of us are tall trees. Rain thinks that forest areas D and E are good for hiding, but it is very difficult to see anything from there, and this can be a serious hindrance. Rain thoughtfully rubs his chin, trying to figure out which place suits him best now. Zemar, meanwhile, advises all the students to visualize the starting point in their heads. Christa, exhaling tiredly, says that it is time for her to rest. Gertrude promises her to return soon. Someone calls the girl. She turns around in fear. Christa puts her index finger forward and asks her friend to show her real class. Gertrude smiles happily and promises to do so. A bright flash occurs in front of the hero. An announcement sounds that the placement of Team B is finished and the exam is about to begin. Caroline says that it is Rain's turn now. Ellen smiles. A thoughtful expression appears on the hero's aunt's face. She thinks that everyone knows perfectly well what Professor Marina expects from students: the ability to maneuver, analyze the situation, and fight successfully. Gertrude sits on a branch. Ellen thinks that this exam really helps to reveal the main talents of magicians. Lillian looks at the mountain with a sharp peak. Rain walks forward, resolutely clenching his fists. His aunt mentally asks her nephew to surprise the old granny, whose name is Marina. The audience looks at the screens. Someone says that Lillian and Christa have chosen Area F as their starting point. The answer follows that this is how confidence is shown, because this area is the most dangerous, so you can get the highest points there. Besides, from Area F it is most convenient to get to other areas. Lillian looks at the mountain. Zemar says that, compared to Lillian, the choice the hero made is very simple and clear. His strategy is to avoid battles and gradually gain points. The assistant asks the professor standing next to him if he thinks the same way. The hero crawls under a fallen tree. Kyle says that this is an unexpected, but very good strategy. Rain rests his hand on the root of the tree. Zemar says that all this is somehow boring, and it would be more interesting if the guy chose Area F, just like Lillian. The hero touches the tree with his hand. Ellen, smiling, says that her nephew irritates her, and asks Caroline, who is standing next to her, if she feels the same way. The professor says that she completely agrees, and she can't even believe that Rain is acting so cautiously, having the ability to defeat all the promising students of the 8 grade schools. A girl appears in front of the hero. The students notice each other. The girl looks scared. The spectators clench their fists. One of them says that the most interesting part is about to begin. Besides, Rain's opponent is a student from the 16th normal school, who is quite good at her job. Caroline frowns at the screen and eagerly awaits what the hero will show this time. The girl, who is standing in front of the hero, is preparing to use a spell. Caroline mentally asks the guy to show his abilities, for which Keell awarded him an S. Rain runs away. The spectators are perplexed. His opponent is simply shocked. Ellen falls off his chair. Caroline asks in bewilderment what was that all about. Rain runs away as fast as he can. Someone says that if this is a dream, it's a very bad one. Ellen is furious. She shouts that her nephew is a real bastard. Christa, crossing her arms over her chest, asks Logan, who is standing next to him, how Rain is going to get the highest score. Marina laughs loudly. She says that her grandson is very similar to his grandfather, an old idiot named Scholsey. Zemar asks if it's appropriate to laugh at this. The old woman, smiling, says that she doesn't see a problem with this, and it's only more interesting this way. Rain sighs heavily. Marina says that the guy is saving his strength and waiting for the right moment to make a dash, and one can only guess whether he will be able to compensate for the lost points. A student holds a crystal in his hands, smiling, and is told that he is in Forest Area A. Someone says that 40 minutes have passed, and if we compare the results, the highest score in Team B is lower than the one that Team A had after the same time, but it is still very high, and the question is asked who is in first place now. The crystal disappears from the guy's hand. A girl standing on a tree branch holds a stone in her hands. Zemar says that Gertrude is in front, the youngest daughter of Baron Panton. Caroline mentally repeats the girl's name. A strange monster hangs over Gertrude's head. The girl strikes and knocks out not only his teeth, but also his eye. Caroline thinks that Gertrude is constantly in Christa's shadow, but it is obvious that he is a great mage. The girl winks and raises her right hand. Keell asks what place Lillian from Rivendell is in now. Zemar says that he does not see her even in the top 20. The young man looks at the screen and, not believing his eyes, reports that the girl is now in last place and has no points. Lillian is sitting on the ground with a sad look. Zemar says that the girl has been in one place since the beginning of the exam. He does not understand what kind of tactics this could be. One of the students is chasing a lizard. A fiery explosion is heard. The girl runs away from Lillian, who is sitting nearby, in panic. We see the back of the red-haired student. Keell is surprised that the girl does not show any initiative. Rain is holding a crystal in his hands. Zemar reports that the guy with 198 points is only collecting treasures, and he fought the monster only once, when it suddenly appeared in front of him, while the young man has already risen to 13th place, and this is simply amazing. Caroline says that Rain is currently in Zone C, which is a mountainous area, but he moves very dexterously. She asks his aunt how often the boy goes to the mountains. She replies that her nephew was most likely a monkey in his past life. Caroline says that with the rate at which he is gaining points, it will be difficult for him to get into the leading group. Ellen is silent. She mentally calls her nephew an idiot and asks what he is even thinking about. We see a deserted area. It starts to rain. The hero, holding a crystal, looks up. Christa tries to cover her head with her hand. Gertrude, smiling, states that it has started to rain. In front of us is a hare and a spider. The hero says that this is great weather for hunting monsters with keen hearing. Rain spreads his arms wide in front of him and says that the rain prevents them from hearing. A tongue of flame appears above the trees. The black-haired girl looks at the fire in surprise. The flames are also visible near the monsters. It looks like it's fire magic, which Lillian uses. The girl sits surrounded by flames. She says that she finally found it. Lillian opens her eyes and clarifies that she found everyone in the top 10. The girl says that it's time for her to start. A volcano begins to erupt behind her. Lava flows down the slopes. An announcement is made about a volcano eruption and the need to evacuate everyone in the area. One of the students rushes down the mountain. One of the professors says that this Battle Royale exam is designed so that no one can survive by just sitting in the bushes. And now, thanks to the fact that the once safe zone has become dangerous, everyone will have to fight. Another guy meets the student coming down the mountain. Smiling, he hits his opponent with a powerful electric shock. Keell smiles. The hooded man sitting in front of him says that, as expected, the top students sprang into action as soon as the time came. Logan complains that if he had not lost his pace in this part of the exam, the result could have been different. Christa, standing next to him, replies that the guy's problem is that he simply lacks skill. The magician, looking at the screen, says that someone is showing strong activity. After a while he specifies that it is Rain Ludwig, whose score is growing at an incredible rate. Marina asks to show the guy. Many monsters are visible around the hero. Ellen smiles happily and says that this bastard has finally stopped chewing snot. The hero's hand is lying on the ground. A puddle is spreading across the ground. We see it, but not in a very clear image. In front of us is a strange creature. It is looking at something with eyes extended behind its head. The monster notices a bright glow in front of itself. Someone says that Rain Ludwig's score is growing rapidly, and he bypasses one competitor after another. Rain raises his left hand above his head. It is reported that he quickly jumped from 12th to 8th place. Marina, smiling, calls the young man impudent. Logan, looking up in surprise, asks how the hero could do this. Christa, standing next to him, replies that he caused an earthquake and thus attracted monsters. The guy cannot believe that his comrade called monsters on himself. Christa looks worried. She thinks that Rain acted very slowly in Zone C, and now uses vibration distribution magic. Something purple flies over the hero's head. The young man looks in fear at the huge paw of the monster scratching the stone behind his back. 3 magical formations are visible under the guy's left hand. He thinks that he needs to act now. Rain puts both hands on the ground. Sharp peaks rise behind his back, which impale huge monsters on themselves. Christa and Logan look in shock at what is happening. A round monster with 4 paws is pierced by a tree branch. Someone says that the hero is using roots. Keell is surprised. He realizes that there are no trees in this area. The professor recalls the hero touching the roots and realizes that he knew what he was doing from the start. Rain touches the tree. The hooded mage looks at the monitor. We see many monsters pierced by sharp roots, and it says that Rain got 164 points for this attack. Professor Caroline says that this is incredible, and the boy calculated 3-star magic and fought many monsters at the same time. Ellen says that this is not surprising. Sweat runs down the boy's face. He realizes that he got 362 points, and is in first place, even if you take into account the results of the members of Team A. The hero stands next to the mountainside and says that this will be enough for him, so he should slowly wrap things up. Keell rubs his chin thoughtfully. The professor thinks that the battlefield has significantly decreased due to being flooded with magma, so there are almost no jewels and monsters left, and it seems that Gertrude will not have time to bypass Rain. Zemar calls out to his boss. He asks what happened. The assistant says that Bruno, who was in 3rd place, as well as N, who was in 4th, disappeared from the list. The young man asks if there could be some kind of mistake here. In front of us is the list. Keell asks if his assistant has problems with his eyesight. He replies that this is not funny at all. Zemar asks the professor to look at the screen. He notices that the named students have indeed disappeared from the list. We see Keell's profile. The teacher recalls that there was a huge difference in points between these students and the 5th place. But even if they drop down the rankings, they could be found in the top 10 or 20, but they are not there. We see the lower part of the professor's face. Keell orders the mage sitting at the monitor to rewind the recordings 3 minutes ago and show the areas where the holders of 3rd and 4th place were. There is no one under the trees. The operator states that this is the location where they were. We see a fiery creature. Keell looks at it in shock. Next to the fire, a girl is seen, who is approached by someone. The student looks at the one approaching her in fear. She puts both hands forward and uses a spell. A fireball hangs above her hand. We see a figure burning in flames. Zemar and Keell look at the screen in amazement. Rain falls over the forest. Lillian comes out of the fire. The students look at her in amazement. Someone says that if she deals with a few more students, she will be in 1st place. Logan says that it will be enough if she destroys the holder of 1st or 2nd place. Caroline and Ellen look at the screen in fear. One of them says that Lillian is really incredibly strong. Marina says that the girl has taken after her father in character. In front of us is a list of the holders of the first 3 places. Gertrude asks in bewilderment when they manage to overtake her. The girl, sitting on a tree branch, looks at the screen. She understands that Lillian has already come close to her in points, and does not understand where the guys who were right behind her have gone. A fire bird swoops down on the girl from behind. Gertrude, meanwhile, says that she has no idea what is happening. The girl flies down from the tree engulfed in flames. Gertrude looks up in shock. She says that fire is being used against her. A fire bird is visible above the burning tree. Gertrude's face is horrified. The bird attacks her again. There is a huge explosion of fire. Christa calls out to her friend. Lillian stands in front of a raging fire. Rain falls on her. The girl sees the flames in front of her and realizes that she did not feel their heat. Gertrude appears behind Lillian. Both girls prepare to cast spells. The streams of energy they generate collide. Christa is glad that her friend is alive. Gertrude seems to be about to fall. Someone says that the 2 girls are about the same level. Lillian holds a piece of paper in her hand. She states that perhaps she should have acted differently with those she eliminated earlier. Gertrude looks at her rival with excitement, and states that it is too late to regret anything. Lillian throws away the piece of paper and says that she will have to act differently. We see a tongue of flame. A huge fire bird dives at Gertrude again. The purple-haired girl defends herself by putting her hands in front of her. Lillian raises her right hand. Gertrude cheerfully shouts that her opponent will not change the score no matter how much she tries, and calls on her to surrender. Lillian tears off her necklace. Gertrude looks at her in surprise. Red beads fly around Lillian. Her opponent cannot understand what it is, a necklace or a rosary. Caroline seems to guess what is happening. Lillian holds a burning piece of paper in her hands. The professor says that the Rivendell school uses talismans, and this allows you to reduce the time for creating magical formations, calculating formulas and manifesting runes, which maximizes efficiency in battle. The largest bead begins to blaze. An explosion is heard above Lillian's head. Fiery butterflies appear in the air. Gertrude looks at them in amazement, and does not yet understand what they are. Lillian clenches her fist, and says the name of the spell formation of fire insects. Fireballs are heading towards Gertrude. The girl looks at them in fear. A hot flame flares up in front of Lillian. Red balls are flying around the girl standing in front of the fire. Lillian looks ahead gloomily. Gertrude is surrounded by a fiery whirlwind. Lillian's face is parallel to the ground. Gertrude flies over her. Lillian, looking angrily at her opponent, says that she is finished. Gertrude hits Lillian on the cheek. A mark from the blow is visible on the tree behind the girl. She understands that her opponent simply bounced off the tree. We see Lillian's eye. Not far from Gertrude, a tree breaks into many pieces. Christa joyfully raises her hand. Clouds of smoke are visible in front of Gertrude. Lillian stretches out her hand and spews out a stream of flame. The students continue to fight each other. Gertrude hits the ground with her left foot. Lillian bounces back. Ellen says in amazement that Lillian managed to dodge, and now Gertrude is in a very bad position and will definitely get hurt. The ground cracks under the purple-haired girl's foot. Gertrude is standing inside the magic formation. Lillian looks at her opponent in fear. She smiles. A powerful stream of water shoots up from the ground. Kyle, smiling, says that these are underground waters, and the girl intentionally stood in this place. The professor admits that this student definitely has great talent. He says that she is just great and strives for harmony in the use of martial arts and water magic. She uses all her strengths and is a worthy heir to the Panton family. Gertrude twists her opponent's arm. Lillian lies with her head in the water. Kyle says that with all this, Gertrude should not underestimate her opponent. Smiling happily, Gertrude says that Lillian should know her place, and she will bring her back to Earth. Christa, beside herself with happiness, hits Logan, who is standing next to her, on the neck. Gertrude does not allow her opponent to raise her head from the water. The girl says that Lillian is soaking wet and can no longer use her talisman. Angrily looking at her opponent, the girl gives her one last chance and says that she should give up if she does not want her arm to be broken. Lillian, smiling, says that Gertrude is very naive and should have simply killed her. We see Gertrude's right eye. She says that with such a love for spectacular scenes, Lillian should act in the theater or cinema. The representative of the Panton family sits on the defeated opponent. Lillian raises her head above the water. She tries to look around and tells Gertrude that she uses talismans not because she counts slowly. Gertrude looks at Lillian in surprise. She sticks out her tongue, on which a hexagram is visible, and says that she uses talismans because she cannot control her power. The sign on Lillian's tongue begins to glow. Gertrude looks at her opponent in fear. The girl quickly moves away from Lillian lying on the ground. She rises to her feet. Gertrude warily looks at the lights circling above Lillian's head and realizes that the remaining beads of the rosary have turned into them. The spheres, engulfed in flames, spin madly around a common center. There is a powerful flash. Lillian summons a fire python. Gertrude covers her eyes to protect them from the incredibly bright light. The girl looks at her opponent over her hand. Fear appears in her eyes. She sees a giant snake above her opponent's head. Logan and Christa look at the screen in fear. Gertrude seems to be very scared. A stream of white smoke is visible next to Lillian's hand. The girl points her finger at her opponent and orders the fire python to deal with her. A huge fire snake is visible above the girls. Gertrude cannot believe that her opponent is such a high level. In front of us is a drawing of a fire python. It is reported that among the 4 fire divine animals that the Rivendell school is proud of, it is considered the best, and it was used as the main force by the founder of the school himself, the Archmage Orvos Karain. While this creature is famous for being very selective in choosing the master with whom it makes a contract. We see the fire creature in profile. It is reported that it is not yet perfectly summoned, and shows approximately 30% of its true power. Ellen, smiling, says that she cannot believe that Lillian, at 16 years old, has already summoned a fire python. Christa looks up in fear and asks if there is any way to somehow counter this creature. Gertrude, clenching her fists, states that she is in a very difficult situation. The giant snake opens its mouth and flies at the girl. Gertrude tries to escape from the blow. She has to make a desperate jump to avoid the fire. Gertrude looks around in fear. She puts out the burning dress and says that she was almost not affected. The girl looks around in fear. Smoke rises in front of her. Gertrude, looking at the smoking rock, thinks that the stone did not melt, but instantly turned to ash. Drops of rain fall on Gertrude. Christa and Logan look at the screen in fear. Gertrude sees a fire in the forest. The body of a fire snake is visible through the flames. The monster that we see behind the girl is burning. One of the magicians watching what is happening on the monitor says that a fire python is surrounding Gertrude, and it has chosen her as its target. A snake is rushing around the clearing where the 2 girls are standing, burning everything around. The magician says that the summoned creature will act until the end. Zimar looks at Kyle in fear and asks the professor if they need to intervene. The fire snake strikes again, and Gertrude jumps back only at the last moment. Zimar says that the girl, of course, will not die, but will experience incredible pain, and no one knows how this will affect her mental health. Gertrude looks at the snake in horror. Zimar suggests stopping the exam. Lillian remains completely calm. Kyle turns to Marina, who is standing in front of him. The old woman raises her hand and says that she thinks this should stop. The screen shows the hero standing on a burnt tree. The old woman's eyes widen in surprise. Rain is surrounded by flames. The boy is kneeling in the burnt forest in front of his grandfather, who says that his grandson can use his magic power 3 times, and now this is the maximum for him. Then he explains that the higher the level of magic he wants to compete with, the faster Rain will feel his own limits. Rain looks at his hand. Scholsey looks at him sternly and states that the boy should not use magic power when he hits the ceiling, as it will end with him quickly wasting it. In other words, the boy should only use it when necessary. Rain looks at the fiery snake circling Gertrude. The boy thinks that he has already gained enough points, and now he can just wait for the end of the exam in a safe place, focusing on defense. We see the lower part of the hero's face. He thinks that during the exam he spent almost all his magic power, and now there is no point in taking unnecessary risks. The wall of fire touches Gertrude. Rain realizes that he would not like to be in the girl's place now. She begins to burn. The hero jumps up. His eyes glow. He uses the Valencidus spell. Gertrude falls to the ground. Rain says that the formula of the magic figure consists of 5 triangles, and the runes are formed. Lillian holds his hand. The fire devours Gertrude's left hand. The hero says that all proportions are observed. Rain lands with 1 foot on a tree branch. He realizes that all the necessary analysis is completed and the necessary adjustments have been made. The hero grinds his teeth from tension. We see his left eye. The young man remembers his battles with Logan and the Queen of the Rat Spiders. He realizes that during these fights he understood something very important each time, overcoming serious obstacles. He increases his strength, and the more he fights with strong opponents, the faster he will be able to become a 6-star mage. Gertrude looks at what is happening above her head in fear. The hero smiles. Lillian raises her left hand. Rain thinks that he is doing all this not for Gertrude, but for himself. The girl, whose head is already burning, smiles. The hero shouts so that the young representative of the Panton family does not mistake his motives. The young man's eyes shine brightly. The fire python, which was right above Gertrude's head, flies apart. Christa and Logan do not believe their eyes. Caroline and Ellen look at what is happening in shock. Gertrude sits on the ground next to the dying flame. Not caring that her left side is still burning, the girl looks at her savior in shock. The teachers stand there with their mouths open. Even Marina is amazed. Lillian looks up in surprise and asks where her fire python went. Gertrude looks up. Lillian asks in confusion where her fire python went. Gertrude, whose left hand is still burning, sits on the ground. Someone thinks that helping someone during an exam does not bring any benefit, and this is the place where, with limited time and resources, it is possible to test whether students can make a choice, leaving behind all the pros and cons. Rain, barely able to stand, looks at his hand. Someone turns to Scholsey and asks if this is his doing. Marina smiles. It turns out that the previous thoughts belong to her. The old woman happily says that the guy will definitely get a very high score. The hero coughs up blood. He realizes that he needed much more mana than he expected. Blood is running down the guy's face. He understands that all this means that he is not ready yet. Gertrude, sitting on the ground not far from the hero, calls out to him. We see the faces of 2 young people. Rain asks the girl why she sat down if she should run away as soon as possible. Lillian is standing at a short distance from the hero. The girl, who is being poured with rain, looks down. She thinks that her compatibility with the Panton family's magic is still not very good, and she now has almost no strength to resummon the python, but she is more worried about the fact that in front of her is the one who caused the snake to disappear. Blood is pouring onto the boy's clothes. He tries to understand if Lillian is going to attack him. The girl takes a step. She touches her chest with her hand. Lillian realizes that Rain spent all his strength to get rid of the python, which means that now he is completely defenseless. The hero looks at Lillian tiredly. A flame appears above her left hand. The girl thinks that in this case she should get first place. A fire snake rushes at the boy. The magician sitting in front of the monitor says in surprise that Lillian has created a fire python again, although this one is much smaller than the previous one. Rain jumps to the side to avoid being hit. The magician states that the power of the snake is still terrible. The python again rises above the boy. Ellen screams that this creature is still too dangerous. Rain grinds his teeth from the tension. Lillian smiles. Someone shouts the hero's name. Gertrude lands behind her opponent. Lillian looks back in fear. Gertrude raises her fist to strike. She hits Lillian right in the stomach. The fire python flies apart. Rain looks at what is happening in surprise and calls out to his unexpected ally. Gertrude stands with her fist outstretched. The boy asks why she did this. Gertrude looks down and says that Lillian is her rival, and besides, if the young master is expelled from the academy, it will break Christa's heart. Logan and the girl whose name was just called overhear everything that is happening in the exam area. Christa blushes. The students look at her, whispering. The girls giggle. One of them covers her mouth with her hand. Christa loudly screams that all this is completely wrong, and Rain is only a competitor to her. Logan looks at the girl in surprise. She says that Rain is not even a competitor to her, but something like an enemy. Then Christa starts to get confused in her testimony and falls silent. Logan gives her a thumbs up. She warns that she will now punch him in the face. The guy asks why Christa denies it, because she and Rain look great together. The girl keeps her promise and punches the young man in the face. Christa is seething with anger. She promises her friend that she will kill her as soon as she leaves the exam. Christa, red as a tomato, thinks about the fact that, nevertheless, it was Rain who got rid of the fire python. The hero and Gertrude are standing in front of a wall of fire, above which rises the head of a dragon. Someone thinks that if you perfectly know the magic of the Ludwig family, transmitted through blood, then you can easily establish control over any other types of magic. But in a 1,000-year history, only 3 people managed to do this, and all of them did it at a very mature and even old age. Gertrude, who is standing next to the guy, asks him to leave Lillian with her. Rain says that the girl is injured. Gertrude, smiling, says that everything is fine with her, and the young master, to be honest, is just in her way now, because she really wants to beat this crazy woman up. Lillian comes out of the fire. The hero asks Gertrude to survive this fight. She promises to do so. 2 girls stand opposite each other. Lillian demands that Gertrude step aside. She, smiling, says that Lillian attacked her herself, and now drives her away somewhere. The girl declares that Lillian should deal with her first. She, smiling predatory, says that she will do it, since she is used to destroying everyone who gets in her way. Lillian sticks out her tongue and raises her hand. A whirlpool swirls above Gertrude's hand. 2 elements collide with each other. Rain runs through the forest. Something flies past him. Someone says disappointedly that it was a miss. Zimar and Keell look at the screen in fear. Students are standing in front of the hero on a small elevation. Someone says that these are students with a low rating and, it seems, they are all going to attack the young man. Rain grabs a stick from the ground. He understands that his physical and magical strength is running out. The hero holds the stick with both hands and says that this is a real disaster. There are students standing on the cliff. The hero understands that these are low-ranking students, and it looks like they are going to attack him. A smile appears on the guy's face. He asks if they think that by uniting they can win. Rain says that if they retreat, he will be lenient with them. The guy's competitors look at him angrily. Their leader says that Rain is absolutely right, and he is several times stronger than each of them. But the guy finds it strange that such a powerful character is trying to calmly negotiate. The hero frowns at his interlocutor. The first student jumps off the cliff. Rain raises the stick above his head. He blocks the blow that the opponent delivered. The student, smiling happily, shouts that they are not idiots, and they clearly see that the guy does not even have the strength to move. He suggests surrender. Rain, gritting his teeth in anger, looks at his opponent, who declares that if the hero gives up all the points he earned, he will leave him alive. Ellen looks at the screen with displeasure and says that this is some kind of circus, and such moral freaks are everywhere. Caroline, standing next to him, replies that, nevertheless, these students are using a rather clever strategy. Rain fights the opponent who rushed at him first. The hero barely dodges the blow and thinks that in no case should you underestimate the owners of a low rating. He feels that his opponent hits quite hard. He, smiling, swings his arm to deliver another blow. The guy hits, and the hero flies back. The student cries out joyfully. Falling on his back, Rain kicks him in the face. His opponent, feeling severe pain, calls the young man bad words. Another blow from the hero lands right in the face. The students standing on the rock are completely perplexed. A defeated competitor lies next to Rain. Caroline says that she is very curious about how Rain knows about the Osiris martial art. Ellen says that she is also incredibly curious. In front of us are 2 magicians watching the exam on monitors. One of them says that in any case, the guy will not be able to actively attack now. His neighbor says that it is difficult to find fault with the guy's abilities, since he calculates 3-star magic very quickly and has the Osiris martial art, but the distribution of magic power itself leaves much to be desired, and in this sense, Christa is slightly superior to him. Competitors look at the hero from a cliff. We see a guy and a girl. A student asks if his ally noticed a very interesting detail. She replies that Rain does not use magic. One of them asks the hero if he really has no mana left. Rain looks tiredly at his opponents. One of them says that if they pounce on him together, they will quickly win. Ellen, with her hands behind her head, looks up. She thinks that Rain used Valencidus to stop the fire python, and therefore he has almost no mana left. The students jump down from the cliff. They warn that those who remain above should not get into the fight. They agree that the queue must be respected. Marina frowns at the screen. She thinks that helping others is good, but if there are not enough resources, it is just a waste of time. The old woman mentally asks her grandson Scholsey what he will do now. Some splashes are visible under the hero's feet. The young man flies back. Electric discharges sparkle in his right hand. A powerful flash occurs between him and the opponents who jump down. Marina looks at the screen in surprise. Ellen and Caroline are also very surprised. Zimar asks Keell, who is standing next to him, what kind of magic Rain used if he had no mana at all. The professor replies that it was just a sword with electrical properties, that the guy has this weapon was in a plasma state and was used at the moment when the opponent's feet touched the ground wet from the rain, which caused a powerful electric shock. Smoke rises around the hero's opponents. Kyle says that not everyone can pull off such a trick, even if they know exactly what to do. The professor admits that the hero has no shortage of endurance. Rain stands wearily, putting his right hand forward. One of the remaining opponents says that the guy is considered the main contender for first place for good reason, but now he seems to have no trump card left. The student says that if they attack him now, the guy does not manage to finish, as he receives a powerful blow from the leader standing next to him. Rain frowns at the remaining opponent. He raises his right hand and declares that now even he alone can win. Logan grabs his head and asks what it is. Christa, who is standing nearby, understands that they are seeing magic that enhances physical abilities thanks to the soil. The girl notes that such spells do not go well with martial arts, which are expressed in physical strength. The remaining student begins to look like a golem. Menacingly looking at the hero, he says that he can give his points to other students. The guy warns that Rain will suffer greatly if he misses a blow, so he offers to do everything in a good way. The hero, smiling, asks what he should do if he does not want to agree to this. The enemy jumps off the cliff. Rain sighs tiredly. The student lands. Angrily looking at the hero, the guy says that in this case he will simply grind him into dust. The hero points a stick at the enemy and rushes to attack. He delivers a blow that hits the student square in the chest. Electric discharges sparkle around the young man's face. The hero says that the art of fighting with a staff, which Osiris is famous for, was created by him personally. The tip of the weapon glows brightly. Rain says that the student should not have looked down on him. Christa and Logan are shocked. The student, covered in earthen mass, cannot believe that his opponent is still standing. He feels that the blow he missed shook his insides, and tries to understand where he went wrong. Some liquid flows from the student's mouth. The hero understands that this opponent is holding on with his last strength. We see the guy's left eye. The hero says that if the student fails the exam, he will immediately receive an F. Kyle and Zemar are in front of us. Rain asks his opponent why, in his opinion, so many professors are monitoring the exam, which has such a primitive grading system, and immediately explains that the reason is that, most likely, they will have to make changes to this system. And the exam is one of the criteria by which this decision will be made. Rain says that the students who attacked him not only failed to score points, but also failed the attack on a completely weakened opponent, despite the fact that he did not use mana at all. In front of us are the students defeated by the hero. The young man says that the problem is not even in the F that his opponent will receive, but in the fact that he will fly out of the academy and become a real laughingstock among the students. The young man looks closely at the hero. We see the back of the young man. He says that if his competitor survives, he will receive at least an E grade, and depending on the number of expelled students, it can rise to a C or even a B. A very powerful explosion occurs behind the hero. We see Gertrude and Lillian fighting. Rain tells his opponent that not far from them, two people with the highest rating are fighting with all their might, and very soon they will turn everything here into ruins. The hero lowers his head, waves his staff, and then declares that the exam is gradually coming to an end, and he does not want to get involved in a fight between two very powerful opponents. Rain offers the student to make a choice. He grinds his teeth in anger. The hero says that either the guy gives up and gets a B grade, or he will be expelled. The hero, putting his staff forward, looks threateningly at the opponent. A burning tree lands between the opponents. The student looks at the hero with doubt on his face. Rain, with smoke rising from his side, says that the boy must choose between getting a B or being expelled. We see the lower part of the hero's opponent's face. He thinks that a B is not a bad option, but he deserves more. Sweat is pouring down the student's face. He thinks that he cannot stop. The boy grinds his teeth in rage. A real struggle is going on inside him. He understands that if he retreats, it will be the end of him as a student of the academy, since everyone can now see that Rain is barely standing on his feet. The hero really does not look good. His opponent understands that he gave everything he had, repelling numerous attacks. The student jumps up in place. He decides to grind his opponent into dust and take his points. The boy understands that he cannot hesitate at all, since there will be no more such chance. Christa and Logan look at the screen in fear. The student is incredibly angry. He cannot bring himself to rush into attack. The thought is spinning in his head that if he loses now, he will be expelled. The boy sees the exhausted hero and tells himself that he can do it. Rain looks menacingly at his opponent. It seems to make him stop. A look of fear appears on the student's face. Electric discharges sparkle next to him. An announcement sounds that the exam is over. The boy with a mohawk on his head stands in the rain. Two students who are fighting each other stop. An announcement sounds that everyone must finish their fights and return immediately. Rain smiles. He understands that it is finally over. The hero falls to the ground in front of his opponent. He looks at him in amazement. Rain lies on the ground with her eyes closed. The student is crying. Ellen sighs with relief and declares that it is finally over. Caroline, standing next to her, asks why her colleague is so worried. She replies that it only looks that way. Someone says that there is a problem. Ellen looks to her left in surprise. Someone tells her that Lillian and Gertrude are continuing to fight. We see that this is really the case. Kyle says with displeasure that the girls will have points deducted. Zemar angrily shouts that this is not something to think about now, since the girls simply do not control themselves. In front of us are completely crazy faces of Gertrude and Lillian. Marina grinds her teeth in anger. She says that now she will put everyone in their place. The old woman hits the ground with her staff. The dome covering the exam area cracks. Shards fall on the furiously fighting girls. Christa and Logan look up in fear. Judging by the faces of Gertrude and Lillian, common sense is starting to return to them. Marina sits down on a chair with a displeased look and asks what is the point of these students having any skills if they are just clueless amateurs. Gertrude and Lillian look up. A second reminder sounds that the exam is over. The girls are told that if they do not want to get the lowest score, they must return immediately. Gertrude puts her hand on her cheek. She lifts her left hand. The girl realizes that her wounds have disappeared. The student lying on the ground opens her eyes. Gertrude remembers that she was inside an illusion. The hero sits tiredly on the ground. His recent opponent also realizes that he was inside the illusion barrier. Lillian twists her hand. She has a very dissatisfied expression on her face. Gertrude also does not look satisfied. The girls are standing opposite each other. Someone angrily shouts at them to leave the good way. It turns out that it is Marina. She calls the girls assholes and complains that she is forced to repeat herself several times. The old woman hears that there is another problem. She asks what it is. One of the mages turns to her and says that Marina removed the barrier, but completely forgot about the third team, who have not yet taken the exam. The old woman angrily shouts that in this case the barrier should be returned to its place. The magician answers that he will do it immediately. Marina demands that he hurry. In front of us is a sharp mountain peak. Rain and Lillian are standing next to each other. The girl asks the guy what he did with the python. The hero asks again in surprise. We see the sharp red peak again. Lillian asks the guy not to play dumb. Rain sighs heavily and says that first he will ask something himself. Lillian looks at the guy in surprise. He asks if she respects her father. We see the girl's eye. She asks if Rain is asking for a fight. The sun is shining over the forest. The hero says that he does not want to fight with anyone now. Lillian asks why he asks such stupid questions then. Rain, whose back of his head we see, says that he has already been through something similar. Here we see a profile of a girl. Rain states that she wants to get first place to get rid of her father, and destroys everything in her path to rise higher. We see Gertrude burning. The hero asks Lillian if she thinks that she is doing exactly the same thing as her father. He states that the girl is burning her rivals to achieve her goal, and this is no different from what her parent did in the past. Lillian looks at the young man in shock. Rain looks back at her and says that if she wants to repeat her father's path, then it does not matter what he says now. Then the guy admits that it was he who destroyed the fire python. Rain moves away from the girl who is standing and says that if she continues in the same spirit, then one day they will meet again, and then he will show everything he is capable of. The guy advises Lillian to be ready for this. The girl is silent. Fire is visible above her hand. Lillian, clenching her fist, says that the hero cannot understand all this, because he grew up in a loving family and enjoyed the warmth and comfort of his family. Lillian remembers herself as a child with fire in her hand. The girl stands with her back hunched over. She remembers someone asking her what kind of mage she wants to be when she grows up. The sun is shining over the forest. Lillian, with her head down, follows the crowd of students. Someone calls out to Rain and Gertrude. The girl recognizes her mistress. Christa happily rushes to meet her comrades. Gertrude embarrassedly rubs her finger under her nose and says that she really hoped for such a warm welcome. The next second, Christa hits her on the top of the head with her fist and angrily asks why her friend does not watch her language and talks all sorts of nonsense. Rain looks at the girls in surprise and asks Logan why Christa is going crazy. He answers that she is always like this. Christa, in turn, complains that after what Gertrude said, everyone looked at her like she was an idiot, and she wanted to disappear into the ground. Gertrude, pouting, says that you can't be offended by the truth. Christa screams at her to shut her chatty mouth. Rain sighs heavily. Christa turns to him and angrily demands that the guy stop, then asks what the hell was going on. The hero is perplexed and asks what he did wrong again. He doesn't understand why this girl is always picking on him. Christa demands that the young man not play dumb, because it was he who destroyed the python, saving her friend. Gertrude, whom Christa is holding by the collar, looks up in amazement. Rain, with his right hand out to the side, asks the girl if she really thinks that he did it. The guy says that, apparently, Lillian just ran out of magic powers. Christa, closing her eyes, says that then everything is fine, then declares that she is not finished with Gertrude yet. We see red mountains. Logan, surprised, asks his friend why he is smiling. Rain replies that he remembered something funny. Then he declares that if he had not entered the academy, he would not have been able to get all this experience. Logan looks at the hero in bewilderment, and says that the guy is absolutely right, and Delaiten is different from all the other schools. Rain, looking down, says that this is also true to some extent. Before us is the hero's eye. Rain thinks that if Esther had not left a letter, and if the best graduate of the academy was not given the privilege of meeting Lynn, he would not have experienced all this. The young people slowly walk forward. We see their backs. The hero mentally addresses Esther and says that she was right, and this world is really very interesting. Upset, Gertrude looks at her friend. Christa approaches Lillian sitting on a stone and says that she saw how she mocked her cute follower. Lillian silently looks at Christa. The girl angrily looks at Lillian and promises to repay her much more, since in the Warden family it is not customary to remain in debt to anyone. Owen stands with his arms crossed over his chest. The hero thinks that the students are completely exhausted, but the exams continue despite everything. Logan writes something tiredly. It is reported that in the second half of the fourth day there was a written exam. In front of us is a very tired and upset Gertrude. Christa, sitting next to the hero, smiles. The hero remembers that in the first half of the fifth day there was an exam, which was something completely hellish. In front of us is a robot with circular saws. The blade is spinning madly. The hero thinks that, nevertheless, compared to the royal battle, this applied exam was easier. Rain smiles. He thinks that in this hurricane rhythm, the midterm exams have come to an end. Zimar attaches sheets of paper to the board. He looks at the professors sitting at the table and reports that 4 students received an S grade for all written and applied exams. We see the board again. The professor's assistant reports that Christa Warden, Nora Redden, Caden and Rain Ludwig have received this grade, but only one of them can become the best student of the stream. There are 2 professors in front of us. Zimar reports that in order to choose the only leader, an additional vote will be held, from which professors who are related by blood to any of the candidates, or who are in close contact with them in the educational process, are removed. Ellen sits with her eyes closed. We see Kyle's profile. Zimar reports that regular professors give 1 point, Kyle 2 points, and senior lecturer Marina 3 points. The old woman's eyes are not visible from under a huge cap. The professors, sitting at the table, distribute the grades. One of them says that he gives his point to Caden, and if those present closely followed the exams, they will easily understand why. The second declares that Nora Redden stands out for her talent. The third gives his point to Christa Warden and asks Professor Caroline how she managed to create such a diamond. Caroline, smiling, asks not to exaggerate her merits. Ellen sighs discontentedly. The clock is almost 8 o'clock. Zimar examines small sheets of paper and reports that at the moment the points are distributed as follows. A magnificent window is visible above the heads of the teachers. Zimar announces that Christa Warden is currently in first place with 6 points, then Nora Redden with 4 points. In third place is Caden, who has 3 points, and Rain Ludwig has only 2 points. Kyle frowns and looks down. Zimar asks him to say who he is giving his vote for. The professors look at their colleague with interest. He declares that Christa Warden really did everything perfectly, and the precision of Nora Redden's magic cannot but amaze. Ellen and Caroline frown at Kyle. He declares that Caden also showed his amazing abilities, harmoniously combining magic with knowledge of music. Kyle snaps his fingers. His sheet ends up in Zimar's hand. The professor declares that, nevertheless, for the sake of the future of magic, he will vote as follows. Zimar looks at the sheet with bewilderment. He reports that 2 points from Professor Kyle go to Rain Ludwig. In front of us is Owen. Now we see Caroline. Ellen looks to her left. Owen thinks that there is no doubt that Rain is head and shoulders above everyone else. However, Christa still retains the most points. We see the old woman in the cap again. Owen thinks that Professor Marina can change the situation, but she never took part in the distribution of extra points, since there are never worthy candidates for her, so the best student will definitely be Christa now. Marina smiles. The old woman laughs, bewildering those around her. She remembers the words about the future of magic that Kyle said. Marina rests her fist on her leg and says that she cannot believe that these words belong to a person who in his younger years did nothing but flirt with the opposite sex. Kyle, modestly smiling, says that he changed and became what he is now, thanks to the wise guidance of his teacher. A pencil and a piece of paper rise into the air. Marina says that she has made her choice. She looks at the sheet in her hand and declares that she will also contribute to the future. The old woman writes something. The professors look at her with apprehension. The sheet of paper flies up to Zimar. The professor's assistant reads what is written there. Caroline looks questioningly at Zimar, who states that the best result, 7 points, for this year's midterm exams is received by first-year student Rain Ludwig. Ellen smiles modestly. We see the hero's personal card. The sun is shining outside. The hero thinks that, as he thought, the indicator has increased. Rain is sitting on the bed and sees a system message that he can continue studying unique magic in this environment, and the progress has increased from 40% to 40.8%. The young man is holding a book in his hands. He is now more interested in whether battles are the only way to raise the unique level. The hero shoulders the knapsack and says that it is time for him to hit the road. The girl pours the last drops from the bottle into her mouth. The container is thrown far to the side. Lynn, who is standing under Fried, asks her to share the drink. She says that there is nothing left. The boy states that he knows perfectly well that she has more. Fried sits on the corpse of a huge smoking monster and says that she has not closed her eyes for 4 days while they were walking here, so she drank everything to the last drop. The girl assures the guy that she has nothing left. Fried looks thoughtfully into the distance. She suggests that they go to the temple, which is located on the Red Mountain range right after the end of the journey. Lynn looks at the girl in surprise. In front of us are Esther and Kai's. Fried says that there is a lot of elixir in this place, which is called Dragon's Breath, and she will treat it, as a result of which the boy's magical power will increase incredibly. Torina, sitting nearby, pokes a stick at the smoking remains of the monster. The hero asks if Fried is really going to give him something so valuable like that. The girl, smiling, asks who the boy takes her for, after which she says that she serves the fire dragon Belle. Fried promises to lead the hero along the entire Red Mountain range, so he should just join her. Rain heads towards the mountains, thinking that the dragon's breath may already be prepared and waiting for him, so he should just go up and take it. We see the lower part of the boy's face. He has not forgotten anything despite the fact that 300 years have passed. Rain smiles, remembering his girlfriend from his past life. The boy climbs up a steep staircase. It is reported that he has been on the road for 18 hours and is climbing Snow Flower Peak. Rain passes under the stone structures and thinks that since the fire dragon Belle led his legion and settled here for almost 1,000 years, magical power has spread throughout the mountain range, so to this day, this place is sacred to many believers. Rain looks at the dragon statue. We see the stairs. Judging by the sounds the boy makes, he is very tired. The hero is breathing heavily. Hearing someone calling out to him, the boy looks to his left. A rather plump man sits under the trees. He asks where the young man is rushing to. The man looks at the hero with displeasure and asks if he is going to rob the Snow Flower Peak sanctuary. Rain looks at the unexpected interlocutor with bewilderment and says that he should not be afraid of this. A man with a large bag next to him asks what kind of mess the young man is in if he's going to rob the sanctuary. Then he says he just wants to give good advice, which is that he shouldn't go there. The sun is shining over the mountains. The man says that no one has returned from there for 300 years, since everyone dies as soon as they set foot on the threshold of the sanctuary. The hero sits down tiredly on the stairs and asks what it's connected with. The fat man puts another piece of food in his mouth and says that the witch put a guard there, namely a demon. Rain looks at his interlocutor in bewilderment and asks if the demon really protects the sanctuary. The man says that this monster is called a demon by the people, but in fact no one knows what kind of entity it is. The fat man covers his head with his hand. He says that he himself decided to take a risk and reach the entrance to the sanctuary, but almost died before entering it. The man says that he was literally one step away from death. Rain sighs tiredly. Taking his knapsack in his hand, he continues to climb the stairs. The man, closing his eyes, reminds the guy that if the guy does not want to say goodbye to life, then he should not approach the entrance to the sanctuary. Rain thanks for the warning. His gaze is thoughtful. The guy thinks that he has already heard that a monster lives in this temple. He understands that he will most likely have to defend himself. We see tree branches. Rain climbs the stairs. He has a lantern in his hand. The hero goes forward. Various sounds are heard around him. Rain looks ahead with anxiety. He thinks that it is very noisy around, and tries to understand if this is really how nature looks without human intervention. Then the thought occurs to him that all this is very similar to the natural habitat of rat spiders. Esther smiles, putting her hands on Lynn's shoulders. Someone asks if this harmless boy is really the mage of their team. The girl replies that this cute child will be their mage. Fried points to the bird sitting on her shoulder and says that their BB is much cuter. The hero thinks that this is simply unfair. Looking at Fried, the boy asks why she compares him to a dove. She says that it is actually a parrot. Rain, smiling, thinks that it would be nice if the sounds that are heard around him were made by someone like BB. The hero walks through the forest. He comes to the shrine. Sweat runs down the boy's face. The guy thinks that he is almost there. He cannot believe that the journey here took so much time and effort. A building rises in front of the hero. Rain tries to understand what to do now, after which he decides to go inside. It seems that the hero notices something. He looks at the debris lying on the ground. A little scared, the boy wonders if the temple built by the fire dragon could stand the test of time. Then he remembers the words of the man he met, that the witch put a demon to guard the shrine. Rain rolls his eyes. It seems to him that this story sounded like a common tale, and he does not feel any traces of the demon. The boy holds his head. A powerful flash of light occurs above the shrine. Rain looks up in fear. He sees a fire bird. It takes off from the roof of the shrine. Then it rushes straight at the hero. Rain is terrified. He barely manages to dodge the attack of the fire bird. The hero, gritting his teeth, looks at the bright flash of light. Rain prepares to cast a spell, and tells his opponent that she is very unkindly welcoming guests. The fire bird crashes headlong into a piece of rock that has grown out of the ground. The bird, whose eye we see, makes a very loud cry. The hero recognizes it. Rain is incredibly surprised. Large pieces fly off the rock that grew thanks to his spell. Shards fly around the young man. The hero recognizes the sound he just heard. A tongue of flame is visible next to Lynn and Esther. Rain looks up in shock. The fire in front of him also seems familiar to him. A parrot is sitting on Fried's shoulder. We see the young man's eye. Rain recognizes the bird diving at him as Bibi. Esther points to the girl standing next to her and asks Lynn to say hello to Fried. She points to the parrot and says that it is Bibi, a bird that Fried is raising as her own daughter. Rain covers his face with his hand. He sees a terrible monster in front of him and does not believe that it is Bibi. The fire parrot spews a powerful stream of flame from its beak. The hero manages to dodge the stream of fire. The boy remembers how Bibi singed his hair in his past life. Rain thinks that he knew that one day he would get it from this feathered misunderstanding, which, in his opinion, always considered itself the mascot of their squad. The young man, gritting his teeth in anger, looks to the right of himself. He runs away, thinking that this simply cannot be, because 300 years have already passed. Rain runs out of the sanctuary. He walks forward. Sweat runs down the hero's cheeks. He understands that this may still be Bibi. Rain remembers the fire monster diving at him. We see the lower part of the young man's face. He opens his mouth wide and asks his opponent if this is Bibi in front of him. The fire parrot flies up to the hero. Sitting on the ground, Rain looks up and asks Bibi to listen to him, after which he declares that he is Lynn. The fire bird draws a circle above the boy's head. We see the eyes of two opponents. The boy continues to shout that he is Lynn. Bibi stares at the boy. A huge creature lands next to Rain. We see the mouth of a parrot. The hero, squinting one eye, looks at the bird. It tries to pronounce his name. Looking at the boy in amazement with one eye, the parrot asks if it is really Lynn in front of him. The boy puts his hand to his chest and says that it is. We see the parrot's huge eye again. The bird hears that it is its ancient acquaintance. Rain, smiling, reminds that they even competed for the title of their squad's mascot. Raising his hand, Rain looks at the bird. It says that it is not Lynn in front of it. Grinning angrily, the fiery creature declares that this young man looks completely different, and Bibi does not know his face. Flames begin to flare up in the parrot's mouth. A magical formation appears next to the hero's hand. The bird brings down a stream of fire on the enemy. Rain holds back the flames, putting his hands forward. A smile appears on his face. The boy happily looks at the parrot and realizes that it is actually Bibi, and despite the fact that 300 years have passed, she managed to survive. The hero shouts that although he has a different face, he is still Lynn. The parrot sharply raises his head, after which he brings down another stream of flame on the boy. Rain grinds his teeth from tension. He tries to understand what to do, and then realizes that they must have shared memories, something that will immediately let Bibi know that she is Lynn. Judging by the eyes, the hero remembers what he needs. A magical formation appears between his hands. A powerful stream of water rushes towards the fiery parrot. Bibi falls to the ground in front of the hero. Rain prepares another spell. The parrot, sitting on the ground, hears the hero calling him. The hero surrounds the fiery bird with powerful streams of water. Smiling, he asks Bibi if she remembers what he is about to show her. Many bubbles appear around the opponents. The hero looks down, folding his hands in front of him. He thinks that he used the most simple spell, causing water droplets to fall like snow. Bibi is surrounded by members of the party the hero once belonged to. Rain thinks that this incident is not mentioned in any of the grimoires. Esther looks up happily. Fried hits the hero with her elbow on the back. The parrot happily flaps its wings. Rain thinks that this moment only exists in the memories of the party members. In front of us is the parrot's mouth. Now we see its legs. Bibi flaps its wings. The hero, smiling, says that the bird likes it. The parrot stands on one leg. A yellow bird appears in the middle of the fire. It flies up to the hero. Bibi, happily looking at the guy, asks if it is really Lynn in front of her. The hero stretches out his hand and says that it is he. Bibi sits down on the boy's outstretched hand. Rain holds Bibi on his hand and says that it is he, Lynn. The bird repeats the name it heard several times. The parrot flies up on the guy's hand and calls him a timid magician and a friend of Bibi. The hero looks at the bird in surprise. The young man begins to stagger. Bibi flies up. The hero says that the path was difficult, and he does not have the strength to stand on his feet. The parrot, fluttering over the guy who sat on the ground, calls him a coward. He says that the bird is very noisy and has not changed at all. Rain smiles. We see the bird's beak. Now we see its paw. The hero says that, however, it would be strange if Bibi changed. The parrot flutters in the air. The young man asks how Bibi has been doing all this time. Rain looks at the bird in surprise. It says that Lynn promised to return, and finally kept his promise. A smile appears on the young man's face. However, it quickly disappears. Rain lowers his head and grabs it with his hand. He calls Bibi a fool and says that she shouldn't have done all this because of him. Bibi sits on the boy's head. She says that Fried told her to wait for Lynn, and she did so. The bird says that she was really looking forward to Lynn coming because he is her friend. The hero cries. He sits on the top step of the stairs. After reuniting after 300 years, the boy and the bird spent the whole night talking, enjoying the time they spent together. The hero smiles. Bibi told him about everything he missed, and then they told each other what happened to each of them after the boy's revival. The parrot sits on the boy's head. The hero thinks that, unfortunately, they did not have extra time, so the conversation was rather short. The sun shines over the mountains. Rain gets up from the stairs and apologizes to Bibi for making her wait so long. He says that 300 years is an incredibly long time. The bird replies that the guy is absolutely right. The young man looks to his left. The parrot shows a ring hanging around his neck. The guy looks at the decoration in amazement and realizes that this is the ring that belonged to Fried. It ends up in his hand. Bibi flutters in front of the hero. She says that this is really Fried's ring. The young man calls out to the parrot. Rain looks at the bird in surprise. He approaches the gates of the sanctuary and asks Bibi if she really protected this place for all 3 centuries. The bird replies that this is exactly how it was. Rain looks at the ring. In front of us is a sculptured image of a bird. The door opens. Rain examines the room. Bibi jumps off his head and flies forward. The young man rushes after the parrot. The hero runs along the corridor and asks Bibi where she is flying. We see burning torches. Rain finds himself in front of a room with a bed inside. The boy is amazed. There is a brown case on the bed. The boy understands that Fried's room is in front of him. Bibi knocks her beak on the box. She looks back at the boy. It turns out that there is a small bottle inside the case. The hero asks what it is. Rain takes the vessel out of the box and exhales in surprise. There is a letter at the bottom of the case. The boy takes it out. He understands that a little more and the paper will fall apart. Rain is amazed. He sees the date of the letter, September 24th, 1168, and the name of the addressee, Lynn. In front of us is the lower part of the hero's face. He takes the letter out of the envelope. The boy sees a piece of paper in front of him with his name written on it. Sitting on the bed, Rain reads a letter. Fried says that this year she is writing a letter again, but this time the last one. And since Lynn is generally very bad at finding objects, she decided not to hide the envelope away from the eyes of thieves, but left Bibi as a guard. Rain holds the letter in her hands. Fried writes that the bird will protect the message and the gift until Lynn returns. In front of us is a bottle. Fried asks if Lynn has met little Bibi, after which she says that the magnanimous dragon took pity on them and increased the life expectancy of her daughter. The parrot looks up with curiosity. Fried writes that she is very sorry that she will not see the surprised face of her old friend. Then it is reported that both Bibi and herself have aged greatly, but still hope to meet Lynn. We see an old hand. Fried writes that age takes its toll, so she often cries and remembers the old days, thinking about everything she could not do for her old friend. An aged Fried is sitting at a table. She says that she must leave this place now, and plans to go to the Flame of 10,000 Li, located at the South Pole. She leaves a letter in case her dream does come true, since she does not know if she will be able to meet Lynn before she leaves this world. There is a photo on the table. Fried writes that she will leave the letter here, and she would like to write more, but she is forced to finish because Esther and Kais will scold her. Old hands are holding a box with a bottle. Fried says that a gift is attached to the letter. She congratulates Lynn on her 19th birthday and specifies that the bottle contains dragon's breath. Fried smiles. In the letter she expresses hope that her gift will at least a little help the hero to overcome all the hardships on the journey called life. Fried leaves the room, leaving behind a box. In the letter she thanks Lynn for everything he did and says that she misses him very much. The hero looks at the last lines of the letter, in which Fried signs herself as an old friend. We see the back of the boy's head. Rain says that the structure of the letter is almost formal, and that this style does not suit the girl he knew. The hero cries bitterly and says the name of his girlfriend. Bibi flutters over the boy and asks Lynn not to cry. Rain wipes away her tears. Bibi asks him not to cry. The boy replies that he is not crying. It is just that the formal style that Fried used in her letter made him laugh until he cried. The boy opens the bottle. He drinks its contents. Rain swallows the liquid. Judging by the expression on the boy's face, it turned out to be very unpleasant to taste. Rain experiences very strong sensations. He cannot stand on his feet normally. We see the right eye of the young man. He is trying to understand what he just drank. Bibi flutters in the air. The hero asks the bird to get a diary from his backpack. The parrot climbs into the knapsack. Rudian appears above the open diary. Rain looks at the system window. It says that the level of magic power has increased from 1322 to 2644. The young man opens his mouth in surprise. He cannot tear his eyes away from the system window. The guy thinks that even the elixirs created by the 8 main schools, which take hundreds of years to make, at best help to add only 5,000 units of magic power, and his power has now increased exactly twice. The guy could not even imagine that this potion would be so effective. White circles are visible around Rain's head. He falls onto the bed and declares that before drinking this elixir, it was necessary to increase the power. We see the lower part of the hero's face. The guy smiles. He raises his hand, on which a glowing sign is visible. Rain looks at his hand happily and declares that now he can use the mental barrier, and that is enough for him. The system window reports that the conditions of the new magic scheme are satisfied. Universe flow. We see the roof of the sanctuary. Rain tells Bibi that he must go. The parrot repeats the phrase he just said several times. The hero looks back at the bird sitting on the bed and asks if it will go with him. We see the parrot from behind. It says that Bibi is waiting for Fried. Rain looks at the bird in surprise. His old friend appears before his mind's eye. Bibi, smiling, declares that she was waiting for Lynn, and now she will wait for Fried. The young man looks at the bird. A smile appears on his face. He says that Bibi can go with him. The parrot looks at the man incredulously and asks if he is joking. The hero, closing his eyes, says that Bibi does not necessarily have to wait for Fried here, since she is very famous, and if she is alive, then they will certainly hear something about her. Fried bares her sharp teeth. Rain suggests that the parrot go looking for her together. Bibi, sitting on the bed, looks at the guy. He asks again whether she will go with him. Rain smiles. Bibi sits on his head. Joyfully flapping her wings, the bird says that she will go with Lynn. The young man is incredibly happy. With the bird on his head, he goes out the door, declaring that they will now be together. We see burning torches again, and also a sculpture of a bird. Rain covers her face, protecting herself from the bright light. The sun is shining over the sanctuary. Bibi says that it is already morning. The door closes. The hero looks at it in surprise. He stands in front of the entrance to the sanctuary. Rain smiles. He looks at the roof of the building and says that it is time to go. The boy goes ahead. He asks the parrot what he would like to eat. Bibi answers that it is corn. The bird sits on the boy's head and repeats the word, corn, many times. Rain tells her that he remembers that Bibi likes this food. Lynn comes out of the gate of the sanctuary. Fried finishes writing the letter and signs it, which makes the hero laugh so much when he reads the message. The old woman holds the paper in her hands. We see the lower part of Fried's face. Bibi pecks at the corn. The owner calls the bird. The parrot, sitting on the cob, hears that Fried must leave. The woman smiles. She asks if the bird will wait for Lynn. Bibi looks at her a little sadly. We see the edge of the letter. Fried explains that this is necessary so that Lynn is not alone. Bibi flutters in front of Fried. She sits down next to the letter. The bird declares that it will wait for Lynn. The aged Fried says that Bibi will have a hard time and be alone, and she will be alone until this boy appears. The sun is shining on the sanctuary. Bibi answers that there is nothing wrong with that. Fried asks if Bibi is sure and offers to go with her anyway. The parrot, whose back we can see, declares that it may be hard for him, but he will wait for Lynn. The bird has a smile on his face. The parrot declares that Lynn is Fried's friend, which means he is also Bibi's friend. The boy will return, and she will wait for him. In front of us is the lower part of Fried's face. The woman says that this boy will definitely find Bibi. There is a photo on the table. Fried says that Lynn is incredibly stubborn, and she has no doubt that he will come here. Fried takes Bibi in her arms and says that she is really counting on her. The sobbing woman says that she is confident in her pet, and that he will do everything right, after which Fried says goodbye to Bibi. We see a magnificent spire. Someone asks if the hero really wants to register not an owl, but a parrot as a postal bird. Rain, raising his left hand, says that he even watched the bird in order to successfully pass the registration, and although the first impression is deceptive, in fact, this parrot is insanely talented. Bibi looks back at the guy, who asks the bird to repeat what she is about to hear. Bibi makes a series of jumps. The girl says that this is an incredibly cute bird. Rain irritably declares that it was not the dance that needed to be repeated, but the words. Bibi, happily flapping her wings, repeats the word corn several times. The hero angrily asks what this miracle is doing with the feathers. Falsely smiling, the guy demands to do everything correctly, that is, as he asks. Bibi again begins to pronounce the word corn. Rain tries to grab the parrot, but it takes off in time. The young man says that the bird is just fooling around, but in fact, she can talk perfectly well. The girl says that she understands everything, but she still does not advise registering her. Rain, raising his fist, asks for clarification. The girl says that the parrot can be caught and eaten by an owl, but besides this, there are already many dangers around. In addition, parrots have a fairly low sensitivity to magic, so using Bibi as a postal bird will be very difficult. An owl flies up to the girl. Bibi shies away from a much larger bird. The girl asks if the hero now understands what she meant. The girl ties a paper scroll to the owl's leg. She says that the parrot is too small for such work, so she advises the boy to think again. The owl looks menacingly at Bibi. The parrot seems to be scared. Fire appears in its beak. Bibi spews a stream of flame. The hero angrily screams for the bird to stop scaring people and animals. The owl flies away in horror. The girl asks in amazement if the parrot really used fire magic. Bibi looks at the girl happily. She asks if this is really a solar parrot in front of her. The hero clutches his head. The girl says that this simply cannot be, and there are not even 100 individuals of this incredibly rare bird on all the continents. Rain looks at the girl and says that she is absolutely right, and this is indeed a solar parrot in front of her. The girl screams in shock that it is simply amazing and asks where the young man found it. He replies that he picked it up on the way. His interlocutor says that she simply could not help but ask about it, although now she understands that for one of the greatest magical families, having a solar parrot is not such a big deal. The girl is completely ecstatic. She asks permission to touch the bird at least for a little while. Rain allows her to do so. The girl strokes the bird while the hero writes something. He asks if he can register if it is a solar parrot. The young man holds a piece of paper in his hands. He hears that there will be no problems with registering such a rare bird. It seems that Bibi does not feel very comfortable in the girl's hands. The hero calls the bird to follow him. The parrot flies after the departing hero. The girl asks to let her hold Bibi at least a little longer. Rain breathes a sigh of relief. Smiling, he tells the parrot that this is his home now and that they will go to school together from tomorrow. The bird happily repeats that she will go to school with Lynn. Bibi pulls the hero's hair, then asks him not to do it. We see 2 towers entwined with stone dragons. The hero looks to his right. Bibi is sleeping on the bed. The guy understands that the bird is tired, because she has been diligently protecting the sanctuary for 300 years and could not rest even for a day. The guy turns off the light and wishes Bibi good night. The moon is shining over the academy. Rain passes by Kyle. The professor greets the student and says that the guy looks tired after the exams. He asks if everything is okay. The hero, smiling, thanks the professor for his concern and replies that he was just thinking, so Kyle could think that he was tired. The teacher says that the young man should not relax, because if everything goes well, then everything can start today. The hero's face shows surprise. He asks to explain what exactly can start today. Kyle looks at the guy in surprise and says that they are talking about the student council. Rain asks again in surprise. The professor says that it is good to withdraw into yourself, but sometimes it is good to look around and pay attention to the world around you. There are many students around the hero. He apologizes to the professor. He, smiling, looks at the young man and says that among the hero's peers there is no one who would match the level of his skills, and probably, that is why the young man does not perceive school as something important. Rain says that this is not so. Kyle, smiling happily, says that he is glad to hear these words, after which he says that the upperclassman, who could serve as an irritant for the hero, occupies the post of president of the student council. Rain looks warily at the teacher and asks again. A sharp spire is visible behind the trees. Kyle twirls his finger in the air and expresses hope that these 2 young people will become good incentives for each other's development. The professor states that he is an excellent judge of character and is looking forward to their cooperation. Rain watches the professor leave. The hero, rubbing his ear, sits in the large hall of the academy. His friend waves his hand. Rain sits down next to Logan, who states that his friend is incredibly cool, since he passed all the midterm exams with an S. The hero tiredly says that besides him, 3 other students did the same. The big guy, smiling, admits that Rain is telling the truth, but asks to think about the fact that even Lillian could not do this, so the hero should not be modest. Logan states that, looking at the results of these exams, he understands that his friend will most likely be elected as the head of the first-year students. Rain looks at his friend with concern. The students are discussing something heatedly with each other. Rain tells his friend that Professor Kyle also talked to him about the student council not long ago, after which he asks what relation he could possibly have to this self-governing body. Logan, raising his hand, says that, starting from the first year, the students who have shown themselves to be the best in both midterm and semester exams are awarded the right to join the student council, and most of its presidents go through this path. Sighing heavily, Rain asks if all this is necessary. Logan asks again in bewilderment. The hero tells him that he is very busy, and the student council, as it seems to him, will only take up his time. Logan has a very displeased expression on his face. He angrily tells his friend that many students are ready to tear each other's throats out to get into this council. Rain apologizes and says that he didn't know it was that important. Logan demands that his friend just forget about this conversation and declares that he is in his usual routine. Medelia enters the room with her entourage. A long list is posted on the wall. The students look at it with their mouths open. It turns out that Gertrude is in 8th place. Logan is in 7th place. Hubert is in 6th place. Lillian is in 5th place. The students are chatting animatedly. One of them says that 33 students were expelled during the midterms, and that is a lot. The hero looks at the list and notices that the students who took 1st through 4th place are not listed. Medelia stands in front of the students. She asks for silence and declares that she will now announce the names of the 4 students who took 1st place in the midterms. First, Nora Redden's name is announced. Then Rain Ludwig is announced. Next comes Caden. And finally, Christa Warden's name is announced. Medelia, looking sternly at the audience, asks the 4 students' name to come to the podium. The students whose names have been called step up to the podium. Rain looks to his left. In front of him is a huge hall filled with students. The young people are applauding. The young man cannot believe what he is seeing. A smile appears on his face. Medelia stands in front of the young people and says that she will now report how the Council of Professors distributed additional points. In front of us are the 4 best students of the Academy. Medelia says that they all received an S grade for the mid-semester exam, thereby proving their superiority over the rest, demonstrating knowledge, understanding of magic and skill. Medelia holds a piece of paper in her hands. She says that among these 4 there is a special talent, a student with the potential to create magic of the future, and it is he who will be awarded the title of the best student of the course. Caden is sad. Nora, on the contrary, is smiling. Medelia says that creativity, excellent knowledge and excellent skill are the main requirements for the best student of Delaiten. Now in front of us are Rain and Christa. Medelia says that among the many uncut diamonds there is one, unique, from which light emanates. Ellen, sitting on a chair, watches the ceremony. Kyle approaches her from behind, startling her. The professor says that his colleague seems to be in a good mood. Raising her left hand, Ellen replies that this is not the case at all, and she feels sick from realizing how high her nephew can climb. Kyle smiles. He understands that Ellen is hiding her true feelings again. The hero's aunt says that looking at these students, she remembers her youth. When she and Kyle competed for the title of the best student, he was then a student of Marina, and she herself was a student of Scholsey. Ellen smiles. Kyle, standing next to his colleague, says that he is very pleased to hear this. Medelia stands in front of the best first-year students. Kyle says that at this moment, as it seems to her, they are witnessing an event that will go down in history, and in textbooks they will write something like, "On that day, the new future of magic revealed its appearance to the world." Rain looks at the rector in surprise. She says that the best student of the mid-semester exams number 1338 was Rain Ludwig. In front of us is Scholsey and his grandson. The grandfather tells the boy that if he graduates from Delaiten as the best student, he will get a chance to meet the Archmage Lynn. He asks if the boy is interested in what exactly the brave Esther wrote in the letter for Lynn. Little Rain smiles happily. The hero clenches his fist. There is a smile on his face. He understands that he has become one step closer to his goal. Medelia hangs a badge of distinction on the hero's chest. She says that when Professor Caroline first told her about the hero, she strongly doubted and did not think that Rain would go so far. An aiguilette appears on the young man's chest. Medelia says that this is a distinctive sign of the best student, and the young man must do everything possible if he does not want to lose it. Medelia claps her hands and once again congratulates the best student of the year. The professor and the student are standing opposite each other. The woman says that she expects active actions from the young man from now on. In front of us are Gertrude and Caden. The guy still does not understand how this blockhead could become the best student. Logan is happy for his comrade. He says that Rain has surpassed the best students of the 8 great schools. We also see the red head of Lillian. Medelia, over whose head hangs a strange creature with wings, announces that Christa Warden took 2nd place, Nora Redden in 3rd place, and Caden in 4th. The students mentioned last do not look very happy. Medelia says that Delaiten is just a step on their way, so they should not relax. They need to continue to develop and move forward. Rain, smiling, looks at the rector. She says that she has finished here, and now expects initiative and active actions from the students. The woman in her strange hat stands in front of the students. Nora Redden, who is standing next to the hero, rubs the back of her head. The girl cheerfully says that it will be more fun. Caden does not show any particular emotions. In front of us is Christa's back. Rain is smiling. The girl thinks that this time she will accept her defeat just like she did during the exam in the labyrinth. Christa is shown from above. The girl understands that the difference between her and the hero is still not very big, and she has a chance to catch up with him. We see the lower part of Christa's face. She grinds her teeth in anger. The girl runs away from the stage under the puzzled looks of the other students. Caroline looks at this picture and mentally calms the girl. The professor looks at the student with understanding. Caroline thinks that without difficulties there will be no victories, and victories strengthen the spirit. Christa is smiling. Her mentor thinks that a real fighter is tempered in the fire of defeats. In front of us is the academy building. The students are sitting in their seats. Caden is holding a piece of paper in her hands. Gertrude approaches Rain and Christa. A girl with a short haircut appears in the doorway. She loudly shouts to the hero that they haven't seen each other for a long time, then asks if he remembers her. The girl says that the guy is really very cool if he became the best student. The students look at the girl in surprise. She says that she cannot believe that this was done by the same Rain, who, rooted to the spot, looked at the sky, not understanding what was happening. The hero frowns at the girl. He remembers that he met her once at the family council and, it seems, her name is Sandra Keppel. We see the girl's face. It is reported that she is a 2nd-year student. The girl happily shouts towards Christa that she hasn't seen her for a long time either. Sandra, around whom electric discharges are visible, says that she was sure that Christa would become the best first-year student, and she is very sorry that this did not happen. The students who see this whole picture recognize Sandra Keppel. One of them says that she represents the Western clan of magicians. The second says that she has never lost first place in an exam during her entire studies. A red haze is visible in front of the hero's eye. Rain thinks that the strongest representative of the 2nd year is in front of him, and her mana looks unusual for some reason. Sandra is standing in front of Gertrude. The girl takes the hero by the hand and urges him to go with her, since everyone is already waiting. Rain asks, perplexed, where she is pulling him, and why everything is happening so suddenly. Sandra, smiling, raises a finger and says that they are going to the student council. Sandra walks in front of the hero. He asks where they are going. The girl answers that they are going to the student council, and there is a lot to do there. Rain looks at Sandra in surprise and asks if she is the student council president. The girl answers in surprise that she is only a second-year student, so she is not even a deputy, but a secretary. Then she asks in bewilderment if the hero does not know who the student council president is. A smile appears on Rain's face. Sandra says that none of this matters, and the hero will like this guy. The young man, looking at Sandra, asks if she can tell what kind of person he is and tell about his family and the school he attended. Rain's face is surprised. He hears that the council president has no family, and he did not attend any school. He is completely alone and left to his own devices. Sandra, smiling, declares that no one can compare with this person. The girl asks if the hero has ever heard such a definition as a master of his craft. Without waiting for an answer, she says that this is what many call the student council president. Rain looks at the girl in surprise. We see the back of a young man's head, who we don't know yet, and the hero repeats the description that Sandra just gave him. In front of us is the Mountain Dragon building, where the student council room is located on the 4th floor, and someone calls on the assembled people to pay attention to someone. Sandra, beaming with joy, declares that Ludwig, the best first-year student, is standing behind her, and that he is a new face in their student council. The girl excitedly tells the council members sitting at the tables that, according to Professor Keell, Rain is an excellent candidate for their organization. Smiling happily, the girl declares that she will now introduce all the council members to the boy. In front of us is a red-haired guy. Sandra says that this is Felix Drake, a third-year student and the vice president. The boy who was just introduced waves his hand. Now we see a blonde. Sandra says that this is Triwis, who used to act as a clerk, but is now in charge of accounting. The beauty does not pay attention to the guy standing in front of her. The hero's eyes widen in surprise. Triwis continues to work with paperwork, as if nothing had happened. Rain looks at the girl in bewilderment, and asks if she really has to process all this paperwork. Sandra replies that now is the period when there is a lot of work, and from tomorrow some of this work will fall on the guy, so he should get ready. Rain looks scared. He asks Sandra in bewilderment if he really will have to do paperwork. The girl says that only until the new council member comes. The second year, smiling, says that they gather here every day after classes, and if there is nothing to do, they only come for the meeting, but when there is a lot of it, they stay until everything is finished. Judging by the expression on his face, the hero does not like all this very much. Raising his left hand, he states that he does not think he has the skills and abilities to be part of such an ideal team. Sandra asks again, puzzled. The student council president does not turn to face the conversation. Rain states that, in his opinion, there should be someone more suitable and competent in his place, so it is best not to include him in this council. Sandra asks to clarify what the young man means. He says that it is still necessary to take into account the predisposition to such work. The girl asks not to rush to conclusions. The president, whom we still see from the back, asks if it is Rain Ludwig next to him. Sandra, smiling, replies that she completely lost her head and did not introduce the first year. Then she says that in front of the chairman of the council it is indeed Rain Ludwig. Finally, she says that the hero sees the president of the student council Valencidus. We see the face of the introduced young man. Rain looks at him in surprise. In front of us is the left side of the hero's face. The young man looks at the fifth-year student sitting at the table, and he understands that he is very wary, although there seems to be no reason for this. In front of us is the young man's left eye. Rain realizes that his whole insides are literally screaming that he needs to be careful, since this man is connected with black magic. A huge black spot is noticeable on Valencidus' face. Sandra, smiling, raises her finger and says that they have an amazing president. Valencidus interrupts the girl and demands that she take Rain back to where he came from. The hero looks at the student council president in bewilderment. He says that he expected to see a completely different attitude, and Christa Warden, whom Sandra brought last time, was much better. The girl does not understand what Valencidus wants from her. She declares that now the entire academy is on its ears because Rain has surpassed all the students of the 8 great schools. Valencidus asks what does it matter at all, since it's not about talent but about attitude. He asks the hero if he really thinks that here, in the student council, he will feel at home, where everyone pampered and cherished him. Rain, guiltily lowering his eyes, says that he doesn't think so. Valencidus, folding his hands under his chin, asks why the boy changed his mind as soon as he heard about paperwork. The president of the council says that he wants to hear an honest answer. We see the lower part of the hero's face. He is trying to figure out what to say, since even if he tells everyone now that Valencidus uses black magic, no one will believe him. The young man decides that it is better to leave this issue aside for now. Triwis continues to work with papers. The hero says that, to be completely honest, all this really irritates him, and he does not understand why he should take on all this work. Valencidus says thoughtfully that Rain is hopeless, since the boy is disgusted by helping his schoolmates. Rain, smiling, says that he has heard this since childhood. In front of us is Valencidus' left eye. The hero squints. The president of the council says that he cannot say that the problem is only in the hero, because he was born into a family of aristocrats in a country that blindly follows outdated foundations, so he simply must have such a distorted way of thinking. Felix, covering his face with his hand, asks what Valencidus says about aristocrats, since it also offends him a little. Triwis asks the boy to move away from her, since he is in her way. Valencidus, whose profile we see, says that he does not require the boy to strive to please everyone, he just needs to know when to help those in need and become truly worthy in order to occupy a leading position in society. In front of us, smiling Esther, Valencidus states that aristocrats are considered the ruling class only because of their good pedigree, but only those who can lend a helping hand, stepping over their status, have the moral right to occupy a place at the top of the social pyramid. Rain looks thoughtfully at the very eloquent speaker. Turning away from the hero, Valencidus states that the student council is a place that teaches exactly this kind of worldview, and here immediately comes the realization that you are respected not only for grades or skills, but, of course, only if the person himself understands this. Looking out the magnificent window, Valencidus states that the hero has a choice to take this job or run away, and he must decide what he needs more. Rain frowns at his interlocutor, and does not understand what is wrong with him, because all the black magicians he has ever heard of were people who would do anything to achieve their own goals. The young man cannot understand if Valencidus is hiding his true intentions behind beautiful words. We see the back of the head of the student council president again. Rain suggests that perhaps there is some reason that led this guy to use black magic. In front of us is Torina in her wide-brimmed hat. A drop of sweat runs down the hero's cheek. He says that the passionate speech that Valencidus gave suggests that the president really wants to see him as a member of the student council. Sandra looks at the guy in amazement. Felix smiles. Rain says that he will try himself in office work. The hero slams his palm on the table. He thinks that if he wants to observe Valencidus, then the student council is the perfect place to do it. The young man is going to keep an eye on this man all the time. Rain, smiling, says that since he has no experience in this matter, he may have some difficulties, and then asks if this suits the president. Valencidus, smiling, replies that the boy does not have to worry about this, since he will correct all his mistakes one by one. In front of us is the Belle estate, which belongs to the Ludwig family. The hero's family is gathered at a richly laid table. In front of us is his father and mother. We also see his brother and sister. Scholsey, frowning, folding his hands in front of him, asks Bran to read it again. A small boy holds a piece of paper in his hands. It is said that this is Bran Ludwig, the second son of the family. The child, sitting next to his grandfather, pronounces syllable by syllable that Rain Ludwig was chosen as the best student in the mid-semester exams. The grandfather demands that Siri now read the letter. The boy hands the paper to his sister. The girl clears her throat. The table where the family is sitting is shown from under the ceiling of the room. Siri reads exactly the same as her brother. Scholsey is silent. A smile appears on his face. The hero's father and mother smile. Bran covers his mouth with his hands. Siri laughs joyfully. The servants standing near the table applaud and congratulate the family members. In front of us is a gray-haired man. He thinks that Scholsey came to the Belle estate when he learned that Rain became the best student. He could not imagine that this day would ever come. Scholsey, spreading his arms, turns to this man and says that his contribution to the fact that Rain grew up to be such an amazing guy is invaluable, and advises the man to rest properly today. He thanks him. The hero's father and mother are very happy. Siri looks at Bran, who is drinking something from a mug. Scholsey raises his glass and offers to drink to the happy event. Cavan says that this year the school has some truly outstanding students, including the third daughter of the Warden family, so he didn't expect Rain to be the best there. But as it turns out, his worries were in vain. Scholsey, who is holding a glass, says that there was no need to worry, except that the exam organizer was Marchena. The old man says that fortunately the old woman's personal dislike did not affect the grades in any way. The hero's mother looks at Scholsey and says that she actually thought that Scholsey and Marina were close enough since they worked together at the academy. Scholsey is dissatisfied and silent. Siri gets up from her chair and promises her grandfather that she will also enter Delaiten and become the best student there. The old man, laughing loudly, says that the girl will succeed. After all, she is his granddaughter too. The gray-haired old man sitting next to the girl is sad. Scholsey tells Siri that she, like Rain, will make their family name famous. We see the old man's eye. The man thinks that Mrs. Siri has already become the best student at Rivendell High School, and she is so talented that everyone is already talking about the little girl following in Christa's footsteps. The man is terrified by how strong the children of this family are. Before us is the profile of a happy Siri. The hero's mother smiles sadly. She looks at Scholsey in bewilderment when he unexpectedly for her notes her merit in raising such amazing children. The old man, looking at the woman, says that she has invested in his grandchildren more than anyone else, and definitely deserves to be called the daughter-in-law of the Ludwig family. The hero's mother smiles. However, she immediately becomes very serious again. She rises up in her chair and asks her to forgive her for having to leave for a while. Cavan says that he will also leave for a while. The grandfather and his two grandsons remain seated at the table. In front of us are the upper parts of 3 windows. Cavan asks Bran to stop. The hero's father asks his wife why she is crying on such a fine day. The woman answers that this has happened for the first time. Cavan looks at her in surprise. Brim, smiling, says that Scholsey called her daughter-in-law for the first time today. We see cracks in the stone. It is reported that the old man treated her badly, since Brim comes from a family of an impoverished baron, who had no status and special abilities, and there was a huge social gap between her and Cavan, who is a descendant of one of the great families. Young Brim listens from around the corner as the father and son quarrel. It is reported that Scholsey Ludwig, who wanted to tie the knot of his son with a girl from the royal, or one of the great families, was categorically against Brim. But since his son did not give in, he simply broke off relations with him, after which he left the estate. Scholsey leaves his beaten son. Cavan looks sadly ahead. His wife says that she feels guilty about what happened. Young Brim defends her chosen one. The woman says that the father, who loved his son so much, broke off all relations with him because of her. Blood flows from the corner of young Scholsey's mouth. Tears flow down the woman's cheek. We see the lower part of Cavan's face. Brim says that if they had not gotten engaged, her husband would now be in a much higher position, and his relationship with his father would not be so tense. Tears flow from the woman's eyes. Her husband says that if they had not gotten married, then Rain, as well as Bran and Siri, would never have been born. He states that their children are the best gift that Brim could have given him. In front of us are the youngest children of this married couple. Cavan states that Scholsey agrees that they have magnificent children, like no other. Cavan hugs his wife by the waist. Brim sheds streams of tears. Her husband says that she should not cry, after which he states that their children have just recently entered this world, and will surprise them more than once. In front of us is the academy building. Someone inside says that the hero should get acquainted with the letters sent by the students, choose the most adequate ones, and sort them by topic. Rain asks if students always write so much. Trois, who is standing with her back to the guy, says that the hottest time is exams, and quite a lot of letters accumulate after the holidays. The hero looks back at the girl and asks if she brought him here so that he could sort everything out. Trois, as if nothing had happened, replies that everything was exactly like that. We see the girl's profile. She says that she also went through this, and this is a kind of tradition. According to her, the guy will be sorting letters until the next best student arrives. Rain sighs resignedly. The hero stretches on a bench next to the academy building. It is reported that this will happen in an hour. Rain says that he is already pissed off by everything, and he cannot believe that all this needs to be done today. In front of us are several letters. The young man complains that all of them have absolutely meaningless content. In the guy's hands is a whole stack of messages. He calls their authors scoundrels and graphomaniacs. Valencidus approaches the hero from behind. Rain reads a letter out loud, which says that cleaning the campus is very difficult. The boy declares that he finally read something useful. Valencidus comes close to him and says that it seems that the freshman is trying to find at least something useful in these letters. Rain looks over his shoulder at the student council president and greets him. Valencidus looks at the hero rather sullenly. Valencidus snatches the letter from Rain's hands. The hero says that he could have been left unsupervised, and he is not idle here. The student council president declares that this is not what he came for. Rain closes his eyes tiredly and asks if this is the job Valencidus called a good offer. He declares that, if you think about it, then anyone could have done it. The student council president replies that the boy hit the nail on the head. These words alarm the hero. Valencidus, looking at the guy with displeasure, says that the work he does is completely opposite to the old aristocratic way of thinking that Rain has. The hero looks at his interlocutor in surprise. He says that the guy thinks that someone less talented should do all the work for him. Then Valencidus asks if there is any point in any magic then. We see the lower part of the face of the council president. He again says that if everything was as the hero imagines, there would be no need for magic. We see two girls cleaning leaves. Valencidus says that no one cares about how ordinary people suffer. He asks if the sacrifices of ordinary workers are natural if someone needs to raise great magicians. Rain, looking down, reminds that this is the philosophy of Delaiten. Valencidus confirms that this is true. Sadly closing his eyes, he says that this is the main ideology of the academy, and everyone knows the truth. In front of us is a scroll. Valencidus states that the magic formulas and figures are very complex, so it is believed that someone who is not a mage would not be able to even understand what it is. So no effort has been made to ensure that magic is used by a wide range of people so that they can make even one scroll. In the hands of the council president is a piece of paper. The boy says that ordinary people are treated here as if they are not worthy of receiving the benefits and advantages of magic. In front of us are farmers cultivating the land. Valencidus says that while the academy is developing high-level magic, there is not a single spell that can restore the devastated soil, and in rural and mountainous areas where magic is not as developed or even unknown, all work is still done by hand. In front of us is the back of a young man's head. Valencidus says that he believes in a truly beautiful world and the coming of a golden age. He looks up thoughtfully and declares that then finally the miracle will be fairly distributed among all people, and this is the world he wants to build. Rain looks at his interlocutor. He hands him a piece of paper and asks the hero to take this letter to the local magic development club. Valencidus declares that, perhaps, the results are insignificant so far, but they still have some meaning. Valencidus leaves. The hero looks after him thoughtfully. He tries to understand why the guy started this conversation, and why he got involved with black magic. One of the girls clearing the leaves smiles at the president of the council. The hero thinks that Valencidus is becoming more and more interesting to him as a person. A smile appears on the guy's face. He thinks that when he goes to the black market, he will try to find out at the same time what this young man is like. Rain passes by a notice board. It is reported that the event takes place 2 days later in the Adventurers Union. The girl standing at the reception desk happily greets the hero and asks how she can help. She says that there are various orders here, from searching for robbers to exterminating goblins in the sewers. Rain says that he would like to be hired as a traveler's guard, and if possible, the destination should be the Leticable district. The girl smiles. Looking sternly at the guy, she asks if he can show her a token. The hero understands that this means that they do not assign tasks to just anyone, and it seems that the head of the Special Assignments Department did not lie about this. Rain shows his token and says that it is a copper level. The girl looks at the applications hanging above her head and asks to wait a little. After a while she says that the young man is a little late, and most of the orders were taken yesterday. The hero asks in surprise, "Is there really nothing left?" The girl sadly says that there is only an order that expires this evening, and it seems that it will not be possible to start working on it right away, since first you need to successfully complete an ability test. The girl holds a piece of paper in her hands. Rain understands that the customer is going to choose only those who can really be trusted, and this is very good. Looking at the employee of the establishment, he says that he will take this order and asks where he needs to go. The girl says that this is just excellent. She hands the guy a piece of paper and says that the customer has prepared a cart that will deliver to the right place. The departure is soon, so it is better to go there right away. The girl waves her hand and wishes the guy good luck. The hero thoughtfully looks at the piece of paper. On the street, a girl with blue hair calls out to him. Smiling, she calls the guy cutie who has a boyish haircut. Rain looks at her in bewilderment. He turns his head, trying to understand who the girl just addressed. Not finding anyone, he leaves. The girl rushes after the hero and puts her hand on his shoulder. She says that she was talking specifically to Rain, and now she sees for sure that it is a guy. The young man says that this crazy woman scared him. The hero smells the sea and assumes that in front of him is a swordswoman from the Iron Knights Islands. The hero turns to his new acquaintance and asks what she needs. She asks him to relax a little. Smiling happily, the girl suggests joining forces and creating a team, especially since they are performing the same task. Rain looks at her in bewilderment and asks why it is absolutely necessary to go there together. The girl says that it is so that there is someone to talk to. The hero declares that he is not interested in this. The guy turns around and leaves. The girl begs him to wait for her. She rushes after the hero and asks why he is behaving like this and why he does not want to go with such a beautiful lady. The girl says that she cannot believe that the young man is so handsome that she initially took him for a girl. Rain calls her a leech. The girl angrily asks if she heard right. The hero replies that her hearing is fine. The young people approach the carriage. They pass by the horse, and then they climb into the carriage. The girl, laughing, says that in her homeland she is quite famous as a great swordsman, and that she became a bronze-ranked adventurer in a very short time. Then she asks the guy if he is impressed by this story. Rain thinks that for the first time in his life he dreams of going deaf. Suddenly, the girl realizes that she did not introduce herself, and says so. Rain thinks that he does not care at all what her parents called this crazy girl. The girl, smiling, looks at the hero and says that she is Herpian, after which she asks what the name of her companion is. With a heavy sigh, the young man says that his name is Rain. The girl says that she seems to have heard this name somewhere. A man in torn pants approaches the carriage. Herpian says that she has definitely heard this name recently. Rain assures that the girl is wrong. A man looks into the carriage. He sits down in front of the boy and girl and announces that he is going with them. Herpian asks if he is also an adventurer and says that it looks like they can go now. The adventurer has a long spear. He says that there will be 2 more people with them. We see a young man in a bandana. Now we see a girl with a short haircut. She says that if everyone is gathered then they should leave. She thinks that the adventure promises to be exciting. Herpian smiles happily. She encourages her bored companions to make the most of it. The guy in the bandana, smiling, asks the owner of the spear what he will do if he encounters real danger. If he is so nervous at the thought of an escort mission, the man says that sometimes such things happen, and then agrees with Herpian's suggestion to try hard. The driver pulls back the curtain of the cart and announces that they are leaving. The cart goes between the trees. We see the adventurers inside. The hero yawns. A guy with scars on his face looks out of the cart and asks the driver where they are going now. She replies that they are going to where the owner is. Blue sky is visible above the trees. The guy asks how far it is to go. The driver replies that they are almost there. After some time, those inside the cart hear that they are already there. The adventurers get out of the cart. A girl with a short haircut asks why they are in the forest and where the customer is. The driver says that the owner will be waiting for them at the place marked on the map. We see this map. Someone asks if they are really in the Golden Rose, from which, in fact, they set off. The girl looks angrily at the driver and asks why she brought them here, and whether this is some kind of mockery. She replies that you should have carefully listened to the terms of the contract that were voiced in the Adventurers Union. The driver states that the potential guard must first successfully pass the ability test. A yellow star is visible against the background of the trees. Rain realizes that something is wrong here. He deflects the projectile flying at him with his stick. The arrow sticks into a tree. The girl with the short haircut, smiling, looks to the left of her. The adventurers are standing in front of the cart. The hero says that now he understands everything. An arrow sticks out of the tree. In front of us are 3 members of the future party. The hero looks to the right of himself and says that now he understands everything. Leaves are falling from the trees. Herpion, smiling, looks at the hero and asks if ordinary magicians do what the guy just showed. He replies that the girl is too careless, and next time she can no longer expect help. The young man armed with a spear says that this is exactly what he is talking about, and it would be simply shameful if a silver-level adventurer went to the next world because of an arrow that hit him. The girl with the short haircut justifies herself by saying that she reacted too late, since she did not feel anything, but nothing like that usually happens to her. The girl in the bandana says that the arrow was real and it was aimed straight at the head. The driver, smiling, says that this is exactly what happened and that is what the test is about. Rain looks at the driver, puzzled, who says that only the one who gets out of the forest safely will be hired and will be able to meet the client. We see an arrow sticking out of a tree. The girl says that the basic skills that are used in security work are being assessed, so she asks everyone to think of this test in this way. The driver, closing her eyes, says that those who are unsure of themselves can return to the carriage, which is not subject to attack. The guy with the spear looks at the driver, puzzled. The girl with the short hair rubs her head. Rain thinks that no one present seems to be going to hide, but he does not understand who is conducting such tests now. The girl throws a knife up. She states that the attack was intended to kill someone, but she did not feel any malice or aggression, which means that it was not a human who shot. In her opinion, booby traps and a summoner are involved. Rain seems to understand something. The girl with the short haircut sticks her weapon into the ground. She says that if you narrow the search area for a target, you can react much more successfully. The girl's hand holds a knife. We see the adventurers and the cart from a bird's eye view. An arrow flies through the air. The girl deflects it far into the air with her left hand, after which she states that the traps are set up with imagination. However, apparently the employer was trying to save money, since she senses only 5 targets. An arrow is stuck into the ground next to the girl in the bandana. The guy with the spear looks at Herpion strangely. Someone says that testing gold-ranked adventurers with such a large number is simply not respectable, and most likely, they are simply underestimated. Rain, smiling, looks at the girl with a short haircut. He thinks that she very easily identified the sources of danger in such a large area. However, nothing else could be expected from a silver-ranked adventurer. The guy with the scar on his face asks the driver if they can counterattack the opponents if this test implies that the adventurers undergoing the test can be killed. The girl nods her head silently. A smile appears on the guy's face. He spins his spear above his head and says that then we need to break loose. We see a white whirlwind and 2 flying arrows. Herpion covers his head with his hand. The driver tries to hold on to the horse. Green leaves fly in the air. The blunt part of the spear falls to the ground. The young man holds his weapon, smiling, and says that he likes it, and now everything can be seen much better. Rain looks around, smiling. He thinks that they are doing quite well so far. The owner of the spear looks forward and says that now they can begin. The hero asks him to wait. 2 magical formations appear above the guy's hands. The young man looks at the hero in bewilderment. The girl in the bandana is also surprised. They both understand that Rain is calculating 2-star magic very quickly. Rain combines magical figures with his hands. Someone around begins to think that the magician Jerham is in front of them, that is, one who uses magic, making all the calculations in his mind. Rain looks to the right of himself. We see a forest that his eyes scan. The hero says that camouflage is used here, and, as already said, it was not a person who shot. Herpion and the girl with a short haircut look at the young man in surprise. He says that telekinesis is used here and, in addition, he found a couple more traps. The girl in the bandana asks the hero if these traps are controlled by magic and if the guy can show her where they are. Rain says that, of course, he can give her a tip. He draws on the ground with a stick and expresses hope that the girl can handle it. She opens the case. Herpion happily asks if the girl is one of the Rigwind mages, that is, those who use sound as a catalyst. A strange musical instrument appears in the girl's hands. She confirms Herpion's guess. The girl begins to pluck the strings, after apologizing for not playing perfectly yet. Herpion and Rain look at the girl playing music. Sounds spread throughout the forest. We see tree branches. A monster comes out of the forest. It seems that this monster is very uncomfortable. The monster falls to the ground head first. The driver looks at what is happening in surprise. In front of us are 2 surprised adventurers. The girl in the bandana, sighing tiredly, says that she has broken the flow of mana, and if this is not a classic trap that works without the use of magic, they can feel safe. Rain looks at the girl a little surprised. He thinks that she simply knows her business perfectly. The guy understands that even outside of Delaiten there are amazing mages. Someone says that the mages he met so far were either lazy or cowards, but those gathered here seem completely different. The girl in the bandana and the hero look at the one who said this in surprise. The owner of the spear smiles happily. He says that his name is Willis, and offers to join forces to make money. The girl with a short haircut says that she completely agrees. She introduces herself as Brienne and asks if it is time to meet the client. The girl in the bandana points at herself, and says that her name is Yanner. Herpian claps her hands and says that there is no need to meet with the client. Brienne looks at the girl in confusion and asks what she means, since they need to get to the place for the test to be considered complete. Herpian states that in that case it is already complete. Brienne asks who decided this. Herpian replies that she decided it, since she is the one who organized this test. The adventurers look at Herpian in amazement. She turns to the driver and asks if all the traps have been destroyed. The girl confirms this. Herpian orders the contract to be brought, after which she states that she likes all 4 adventurers, since they have good skills and are very interesting people in their own right. Brienne looks at the girl in shock. The driver, smiling, points at Herpian and confirms that the client in front of the adventurers is the eldest daughter of the Dial family, Herpian Dial. Brienne happily spreads her arms and says that the Dial family is aristocratic. Then the girl asks if they can expect any bonuses. Herpian says that it is quite possible. Rain looks at Herpian strangely. He thinks that this girl does not have a drop of nobility, which is supposedly characteristic of aristocrats. The girl asks in surprise why the guy looks at her like that. In front of us are the members of the newly formed squad. Herpian says that, in any case, they all tried their best according to her. There is no better way to test the abilities than to observe the applicants in person, from the front rows. Giving a thumbs up, the girl says that from now on the young man can begin to perform the duties of her guards, after which she calls them her capable adventurer friends. Yanner looks out the window. Herpian enters the door. She shouts that she has arrived, and asks if the adventurers gathered in the room have gotten to know each other well. Rain remembers asking his comrades what rank they were, and they all answered silver, after which he says that, well, the introduction has already taken place. Herpian points to the young man standing next to her and says that it is Bardwell, who will be accompanying them all the way to the Leticable district. The guy, looking sternly at the adventurers, says that his name is Bardwell, after which he states that he is the head of the guard, and the job of those he sees is to protect the lady in any situations that may arise during the journey to Leticable. He says that the lady plans to visit the black market. In this area it is illegal, but it is no secret to anyone that the market is currently operated by a religious order. Willis, looking to his left, says that he knows about it. Bardwell, whose eye we see, says that there are rumors about the beginning of the religious order movements, and there is a possibility that its representatives will appear on the black market, so we must be prepared for this. Yanner looks at Bardwell a little sadly. Rain looks thoughtfully to his left. He thinks that the matter is most likely in the Golden Children who are fighting heresy. The guy did not even imagine that the matter has taken such a serious turn. It seems to him that we need to be careful, because the body for special magical purposes is also most likely already engaged in this matter. Brienne, smiling happily, says that the main thing for her is that they will receive a reward for the task. Then she asks if they can buy something on the black market if they find something interesting for themselves. Bardwell says that only at their own expense. The girl reproaches him for greed and says that it is a sin. Herpian raises his finger and states that if the price of the item is less than their fee, then she can pay for the purchase. Brienne asks what will happen if the item is more expensive. Herpian replies that the adventurers will pay the difference in price at their own expense. Rain, looking at Bardwell, asks how long this mission is. He replies that, according to preliminary calculations, they will be able to return in 9 days. The hero says that he understands. Bardwell, opening his mouth wide, says that if there are no more questions, the adventurers should rest, since tomorrow morning they will already be moving out, after which he gives the command to disperse. A cart is driving along the mountain road. It is reported that this is happening the next day. Yanner, surprised, asks if Rain really wants to learn sound magic from her. The hero says that this is exactly what he wants, since he will not be able to learn this art anywhere else. Brienne, smiling, says that this magic will be useless if the guy does not have musical abilities and knowledge, so it is not a fact that he will be able to learn something. Rain looks at her with excitement, and says that it does not matter at all whether he can learn to play or not, since he is interested in the basics. Stars sparkle in the young man's eyes. He says that he has never encountered sound magic in his life, and even an explanation of the basics will suit him. Rain asks the girl again to teach him. She sighs heavily. Rain and Yanner are sitting by the fire. The girl says that her lyre has 4 strings, each of which has its own sound. The magic circle is determined by the tension of the first string. One of the strings represents water, the second fire, and so on. And they are the ones that determine the attribute. Rain says that he understands. Yanner plucks the string. She says that the vibrations form runes, and by creating a melody, you can put together a mathematical formula. The girl says that she understands that she is explaining incomprehensibly, but all this is really very difficult to convey in words. Rain thoughtfully rubs his chin. He asks if it is confusing that you have to play a musical instrument and calculate a mathematical formula at the same time. Yennefer, smiling, says that not all mages who work with sound are Jerham. According to her, there are ways to play music that create mathematical formulas. Rain, closing his eyes, listens to the girl. She says that one of the strings represents a linear function, the second a quadratic function, and the third a cubic equation. The hero looks up and says that he does not understand anything. Yennefer, upset, replies that she realized that this would happen, and apologizes for such an inept explanation. The girl says, smiling sadly, that she explains everything as it is, and she is not sure that there is any other way to convey it to the hero, because it is all from the realm of feelings. The young people sit opposite each other. Yennefer says that wandering musicians use the expression, reading the wind. And here they are dealing with something similar. Seeing that the hero does not understand anything, she apologizes and offers to pretend that she did not say anything at all. Herpion comes up to the young people from behind. She asks what exactly Yennefer did not say, and how interesting the topic discussed here is. Yennefer says that Mr. Rain asked to teach him the magic of sound. The driver strokes the horse. Herpion asks Yennefer to sing a lullaby, because she wants to sleep. She replies that she does not know such songs, but she can play a magic melody that drives away wild animals. Willis, smiling, says that he likes this proposal, and asks to play such a melody. The girl begins to pluck the strings. Music sounds above the moonlit forest. The driver falls asleep next to the horse. The girl continues to play the lyre. Herpion quickly falls asleep. Willis and Brienne listen to the melody. The hero looks up with a smile. He thinks that the magical world is incredibly deep and diverse, and there are many types of magic in it that he did not even suspect. Transparent balls fly above his head. The guy understands that in magic you can learn something new every day, and it has no end. We see a dark hall with columns. In front of us is a statue. A character in a green robe says that there are no problems at the academy. It remains to wait 6 months until the end of the semester, and number 1 will finish his course as the best student. We see someone's hand. Its owner says that when this happens, their plan to obtain Lynn's corpse will look absolutely flawless. A bright flash is visible next to the character in the green robe. The elements are raging around him. We see white streams. A character in a green robe falls to the ground and asks Lady Torina to have mercy on him. A girl in a straw hat sits on a stone throne. We see her eye. In front of us is a cracked statue. Torina asks what's up with the Leticable. The answer is that numbers 3 and 6 are working. Torina says that means Ravenia is already on the way. Her servant raises his head and confirms what Torina said. In front of us is a picture of the brutal extermination of people. Torina's subordinate says that the said girl will have no problem getting the desired item, and given the nature of those involved in this operation, they will turn the entire city upside down to get what they need. The character in the green robe smiles happily. He says that this should distract the attention of the Golden Children and the Special Operations Department of the League of Magicians. He states that the people involved are only waiting for permission from Torina. In front of us are Herpion, Rain and Brienne. Their carriage passes over the sunlit city. Torina puts her pipe to her mouth. The hero smiles. Torina exhales smoke and says that her servant can do as he wishes. Willis, with a spear on his shoulder, looks at the city. He says that they got to Leticable, and much faster than he thought. The young man notes that the city is small, and he does not believe that it is here that the largest black market in the country is hidden. Brienne tells him that in front of him is only the top of the iceberg, and everything else is underground. Willis asks again in surprise. Brienne, raising her finger, says that the underground part of the city is twice as large as the one visible on the surface. An order here is maintained by the Guild of Robbers. The young man irritably calls his interlocutor a professor. In front of us is the part of the city that is visible on the surface. Willis asks what the administration of this settlement does then. The girl replies that the officials are in cahoots with the robbers, and receive bribes from them. Willis says that now everything is clear to him. Rain, who appears next to the young man, asks why a girl from an aristocratic family needed to go to the black market. Willis replies that it was for collecting things, because rich people are crazy about all sorts of outlandish things. Brienne says that Herpion is not one of them, and her case is a little different. According to the girl, the Dial family earned their fortune through trade, and if you believe the rumors, then this family inherits the status of the head of the family in a very unusual way. Rain looks at the girl with interest and asks to tell in more detail. Herpion is sitting next to Yennefer playing the lyre. Brienne says that the Dial family has a rather unusual way of inheritance. The status of the head of the family is received by the descendant who has the most valuable and rare jewel. So when the head of the family is of old age, all his descendants travel around the world in search of artifacts. The hero, closing his eyes, says that everything is clear to him. He thinks that the peculiarity of merchant families is their focus on real skills, because if they want to do business, then the head of the family will need certain skills and a mindset, so such behavior has a practical meaning. Willis, sighing, says that all this information is of absolutely no use to him personally. They are simply doing work here to protect the client, for which they get money, and he does not need to know more. Bardwell shouts that they are ready and can go. We see a simple gate. It is reported that this is the southern entrance to Leticable. Bardwell orders everyone to gather. He shows a piece of paper with an image of a box and declares that they must definitely find this thing. Rain looks closely. He notices that at the bottom of the sheet are written the words "Beloved Brenna." The hero looks at the very similar young people in surprise. Bardwell says that if they go all together, they will only cause a stir, so from now on they will act separately. The soldiers move in groups of 2 and explore everything along the designated route. If someone finds a box, one bargains, and the second runs to call the lady. Herpion, looking at the paper, says that if the thing is found, then it does not matter at all what condition it is in, the cost does not matter, so it just needs to be found. Bardwell, standing next to him, says that the gentlemen adventurers have their own duties. He tells Brienne that she must monitor the situation, assess who can pose a real danger and have bad intentions. The girl, closing her eyes, says that she understands. Bardwell says that Yanner cannot immediately enter the battle, so she must find a place where she can track the movement of each member of the squad, and in case of danger she must immediately take all necessary measures. The girl says that she will do so. Bardwell says that Willis and Rain are Herpion's immediate bodyguards, and must protect her at all costs. The young men also confirm that they understood the order. The command sounds to take their places. The adventurers go down on the elevator. Herpion covers her face distorted with disgust with her hand. She says that there is an unbearable smell here. Willis says that this stench comes from the sewers. The members of the squad go through the cave. One of them calls this place an ideal shelter, but says that he would never live here among the rats. The answer follows that they need to endure only a little, since after leaving here, they will find themselves in the city. Herpion looks at something in amazement. In front of the members of the squad, houses are visible. It is reported that this is the underground city of Leticable, which is also called the Anthill. In front of us is a fat man who is demonstrating a bottle with a blue liquid. He claims that such a potion cannot be found outside. A man with a snake wrapped around his arm offers rare and strange reptiles. A character in a strange hat holds a spear over his head, which, as he claims, is unique and was cursed in ancient times. Rain raises his hand so that no one will bother him. He thinks that there are things here that you will never meet on the surface. Moreover, if you appear with one of them there, then the golden children will immediately appear. The young man passes by some very stern individuals. He understands that they are from the Robbers Guild, which monitors public order. One of the bandits looks sternly at the hero. Rain looks away and looks ahead, thinking that here you need to be more careful so as not to run into trouble. Herpion, smiling, turns to him and asks permission to ask one question. Without waiting for an answer, she asks why the guy decided to take this job. He asks why the girl needs this information. Herpion, looking at the hero, says that most likely the guy did not come here because of the money. Besides, he looks much more gentle than the others and looks very much like an aristocrat. A drop of sweat runs down the young man's cheek. Herpion raises her index finger and says that she has excellent intuition, after which she suggests that in front of her is Rain Ludwig, the best first-year student of Delaiten. The hero, shrugging his shoulders, says that it is not him. The girl understands that she was not mistaken. Herpion asks why the young master from a great magical family would become an adventurer. She suggests that he actually asked to come here to buy something on the black market. Rain, whose back of his head we can see, says that he needs a book about Torina. Herpion looks up thoughtfully. She remembers that she is a famous witch, and asks why the hero needs information about her. He replies that he is also a magician and is interested in studying a person like Torina. Willis looks warily to his right. The hero looks at his interlocutor and asks if it was because of the ceremony of inheritance of the head of the family that she decided to visit the black market. Herpion replies that she is deeply indifferent to this ceremony. Rain asks in surprise why the girl needs a music box then. Herpion, sadly looking down, says that this is a thing that her grandfather lost after the pirate attack. It belonged to her mother and disappeared a long time ago. Rain looks thoughtfully in front of him. He says that this means that this is a memory of the girl's dead mother. An old man sitting on a chair looks out the window. Herpion says that her grandfather tried to find this box all his life, but could not do it, and when spring comes, the old man hums the melody that the box played, looks into the distance and cries. We see an image of the box. Herpion says that when you work in trade, all things sooner or later begin to be perceived simply as goods. A merchant with a big mouth tries to deceive a naive client. The girl says that in this field of activity, value is assessed only in money and it is completely forgotten that a thing can have another value for someone. Herpion, smiling, looks up and says that this is probably why things whose true value is not forgotten become even more expensive over the years, and people try to save them. The hero looks at the girl with understanding. She says that probably everyone has some expensive thing that cannot be replaced by anything. Herpion looks from behind the curtain at her grandfather sitting in front of the window. She says that she would not wish anyone to experience the grief that a person feels when they lose someone very close. The girl, smiling, says that her grandfather is already at an advanced age, and she wants to please him at least a little. We see the lower part of the hero's face. Herpion asks if she answered the guy's question. Judging by the facial expression, Rain is experiencing strong emotions. He remembers his comrades from his past life, The hero realizes that he knows nothing about what Esther, Kais and Fried liked, as well as Torina. Lynn looks at the book. The hero thinks that they traveled together for 5 years, and he did not recognize them at all during this time. We see the right eye of the young man. Rain tries to understand what would have changed at all if he knew more about them. In front of us is a tombstone. The hero asks himself if he could leave something on the graves of his friends. A monument to his squad emerges in the young man's memory. Rain really hopes that he will be able to find a meaningful answer to his question. Herpion looks at the hero with bewilderment and asks what happened to him. It seems to her that the guy is about to burst into tears. The young man replies that it is just very dusty here. In front of us is an old man with a pipe in his mouth. Herpion says that he sees a bookshop, and it seems to her that the book the guy needs may be there. Herpion excitedly asks the seller if he by any chance has a book about Torina. He replies that he does. The girl says that she knew that she would find what she needed here. Herpion excitedly looks at the man and asks if he really has this book. The seller replies that the girl is on the black market, and there is everything there, except for what is irretrievably destroyed. Herpion asks if the merchant can sell her some handsome young man. He replies that he cannot guarantee this. Rain excitedly looks at the seller. He says that when he heard that the golden children were looking for this book, he immediately decided to get one copy just in case. In front of us is a blue book. The man says that this is the last copy he has. The merchant shows the book and says that he bought it after hearing that the golden children are hunting for it. Herpion is happy that they found what they needed so quickly. The hero holds out his hand and asks to look at the book. His eyes widen in surprise. He runs his hand over the cover and realizes that this is the same edition he saw in the library, and in perfect condition. Smiling happily, Rain asks how much this item costs. The seller replies that it costs 7 gold coins. The hero looks at the old man in bewilderment and asks again. He confirms that it really does cost 7 gold coins. Rain is outraged. He asks why the price is so high, because this is not even the first edition of the book. The seller plugs his ear with his finger and asks why the boy is screaming like that. Then he says that it is still cheap. Rain asks if the old man really thinks that 7 gold coins is cheap. He replies that he thinks so quite sincerely. A pipe appears in front of the boy's face. The seller holds the smoking accessory in his hand and angrily says that the boy knows very well that the golden children get furious at any mention of Torina, so he can be burned at the stake for selling this book, despite the fact that this is the black market. Bewilderment appears on the hero's face. He tries to understand whether everything is so serious, and what Torina could have done at all. The old man puts the pipe in his mouth and says that his life is at stake, so this is a justified price. Rain says that if this item is really so dangerous, the seller should get rid of it as soon as possible. The old man, squinting one eye, exhales smoke. Rain closes his eyes and says that the merchant knows that the golden children may appear here at any moment, and if one can be punished for possessing this book, then by buying it he is actually saving the old man. The hero loudly slams his palm on the table and asks if the merchant really thinks that there will be another fool who will risk his life to buy this book. The young man looks at the merchant resolutely and says that it does not matter how much the old man loves money, he will not take it to the next world anyway, so the best solution would be not to be stubborn and lower the price. The merchant replies that there will always be a buyer. The hero looks at him in surprise. The old man, smiling, says that he often hears such manipulations since he works on the black market, after which he says that this is a place where people have gathered who are not afraid to dig their own grave, and no one cares how dangerous it is. Rain looks at the seller in surprise. He asks if the young man really thinks that danger motivates people to sell something quickly, after which he states that they, the merchants, stand until the very end to get an extra coin, and he himself initially asked for 15 gold for this book. The old man also slaps his palm on the table. He states that either the young man takes the book for 7 gold, or just leaves here. Opening his mouth wide, the merchant asks if the young man thinks that he should be infinitely grateful to him. Onlookers pay attention to the heated bargaining interlocutors. The old man says that because of the guy, idiots have already begun to gather around his shop, who have no idea what he is selling here. So if the young man does not buy the book, then someone else will. The seller repeats that if the hero is not satisfied with the price, then he can leave. The old man has a smile on his face and says that it would be better if fools like the ones standing in front of him now just sat silently and kept their mouths shut, calling the hero a stupid young master. Rain starts to get angry. Herpion puts her hand on his shoulder and says that Rain should admit that he lost and leave it at that. The hero is incredibly angry and asks for permission to bargain a little more. Herpion demands that he stop as they still have to buy the box. The girl pours out gold coins in front of the old man. She states that this is the price the old man is asking for the book, and now she wants it. The seller looks at the money in amazement. Smiling, the scoundrel tries to say something else, but Herpion declares that the bargaining is over. She says that the merchant asked for 7 gold coins and she poured them out for him. The girl asks if he thinks that some scoundrels will pay him more, since they also heard the original price. Rain looks at the girl in amazement. The old man, smiling disgustingly, says that he can wait for other, more generous buyers. Herpion leans towards him and says that she will pay the same money to the bandits guild in the anthill. Then she asks if the old man understands what she is hinting at, because these people will do anything for 7 gold. Fear appears on the merchant's face. The girl, smiling happily, says that along the way the bandits will grab the book that the customer needs, and she herself will feel great, since she will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Herpian asks what the problem is if the merchant himself set the price, and she paid it to him. The girl puts her hand on the hilt of the sword. Smiling, she looks at the old man and asks if his mind has completely clouded at the sight of gold. Smiling disgustingly, the old man looks at Herpian and thanks her for the purchase. The girl hands the book to the guy. She tells him not to worry about the price, since he does not have 7 gold anyway. Rain looks at her companion in amazement and asks why she does this. Herpian, smiling happily, says that her grandfather always believed that she brings luck to people. The girl points to herself with her thumb and says that she has had a great sense of where to look for it since she was a child. Rain asks if she really talks about luck. They walk through the crowd together. Herpian says that it could well be intuition, and it is difficult for her to explain it, but in any case, it is a good investment in useful connections, and if she and the hero get along, they will work together, and they will have great luck in the future. We see the lower part of the hero's face. The guy, whose back of his head we see, sighs heavily. He understands that she made him a debtor, and it is immediately clear that she comes from a family of merchants. Despite these thoughts, he thanks the girl. She looks back at him over her shoulder. Rain happily says that the girl's intuition came in handy. Herpian smiles, showing off her beautiful teeth. She expresses hope that it will continue like this. At the entrance to the cave, there are 2 people. It is reported that this is the 11th cave of the anthill. They look back at someone. In front of them are 2 figures in green robes. One of the guys puts his hand forward and demands that the strange characters stop. The second asks if these people know where they are going, and if they have gone crazy. 2 guards stand in front of the characters who want to go into the city. One of them asks what kind of clothes the strangers are wearing, and if they are black magicians. Then he admits that sometimes it seems to him that this world has gone crazy. His comrade cannot believe that someone thinks that these days someone would be afraid of such an outfit. The character in the green robe still tries to go further. One of the guards stops him with his hand. The guy's face is distorted with pain. He looks at his hand and asks if he was just stabbed. He grabs the mage by the collar. The second guard looks on in amazement at what is happening before his eyes. It turns out that his comrade's face has swollen up in an incredibly strange way. The next second, the first guard's upper body explodes. Blood splashes onto the second guard, and a question is asked how the guards knew that there were black mages in front of them. The second guard's face also unnaturally transforms. The upper part of his body explodes. The character in the green robe smiles. His companion, who is slightly taller, says that they have not received permission yet. The small mage says that he does not care, since it was self-defense. Another guard is visible on a high cliff. He runs away from the mages in fear. The tall character looks after him and says that he thinks it was worth being patient. His companion asks his comrade to shut up. A green bird hangs at the entrance to the cave. She flies apart, leaving behind a message. The tall mage says that Lady Torina sent a message. His companion asks in surprise if this message is really from the mother. The mage, raising his right hand, asks what the message says. The answer is that permission has been received to act at his own discretion. Only a mouth is visible on the black oval of the face. The small mage smiles. The third guard runs away as fast as he can. He looks around in fear. People look up, where something is flying apart into large pieces. The mage in the green robe flies down after the severed hand. He, laughing loudly, shouts that every time he smells blood, he feels alive. Under the green hood, a completely insane face is visible. The mage offers to let blood from someone else. Brienne frowns to her left. We see the profile of the girl. She is looking for something that poses a danger. Before us is a slave trader with live goods. The guard pulls the young man by the collar. The girl thinks that in this anthill it is more difficult to find something that does not pose any danger. The girl notices something. She makes several jumps and soars above the roof, because she thought she heard an explosion. Brienne looks at the burning building and smells blood. She notices 2 magicians in green robes. People are shouting that it was these scoundrels who did everything, who seemed to appear out of nowhere and started killing everyone. The bully in the clown's cap asks what these bastards are doing. He looks angrily at the magicians and asks if they realize where they are. Ravenia, smiling, asks if they are really in a cesspool with human waste. The bully, whose eye we see, calls the little magician a son of a bitch. He raises an axe over his head and shouts that he will chop the bastard into pieces and feed him to the pigs. A powerful explosion is heard. Brienne looks at what is happening with excitement. Pieces of human bodies are flying above the magician in the green robe. The girl thinks that this simply cannot be, because even the guards responsible for public order, possessing all the necessary skills, died in an instant. Brienne understands that she is facing incredibly dangerous opponents. Half a head lies on the ground. The girl thinks that she needs to report everything to Herpian. A magician appears behind her, who stretches out his hand to her. The girl jumps up and strikes a blow that hits her right in the head. Her face is not visible under the hood. Brienne takes out her weapon. Her opponent disappears into thin air, having time to say that the girl is a very good fighter. Brienne looks ahead and curses mentally. Horror appears on her face. The magician impales the girl on a sharp branch and says that this is the end. We see the green hood again. The magician declares that his principle is to eliminate all witnesses. Blood gushes from the girl's mouth. We see her eye. The killer asks her for forgiveness. In front of us is a torn white string. Yanner looks at his lyre. Herpion looks at someone in surprise and asks if he really found what he needed. A young guy stands in front of the squad members. He says that there can be no mistake. The box is very ancient, but it has the same phrase that he was shown. Raising his hand, Herpion asks if the font on the box looks like the one that was shown. The guy, raising his hand, answers that the writing of the letters matched completely. Herpion joyfully clenches her fists. She says that they must go there as soon as possible. Rain, smiling, looks at Willis. Bardwell says that they will do it right now. We see someone's leg. Yanner runs up to a joyful Herpion and shouts that they can't go there. Herpion fearfully asks what happened. Bardwell looks at Yanner with concern and asks for an explanation. Willis behind him nonchalantly states that this is probably a false alarm. We see the lower part of Yanner's face. She asks us to just look around carefully. The squad members notice people flying in the air. They look up in fear. The people standing around them also notice the danger and start pointing up. People pierced by spikes fall from the sky. Willis looks at them in amazement and tries to understand what is happening. One of the corpses has an ugly swollen face. Black explosions occur in the sky. People cover themselves from the blood pouring down on them. Herpion and Bardwell look up in shock. Rain is scared. He understands that telekinesis is used here in combination with cruelty and bloodthirstiness. The hero clenches his fist, realizing that only black magicians are capable of this. We see the characters in green robes again. The hero remembers the fight with the monster, which was the last in his past life. Rain understands that he is experiencing the same feeling that he felt then. The guy is trying to understand if the black magicians came for him again, and why it happened here. It seems to him that they could just wait until he moved away enough from Delaiten. Drops of sweat run down the young man's cheeks. Yanner grabs Herpion by the shoulder and says that it is really insanely dangerous here. The girl screams that everyone is killed, and even Brienne. The squad members look at Yanner in shock. Herpion experiences very heavy feelings. She tells Bardwell to gather all the guards and leave here immediately, and she will return later herself. Bardwell looks at his mistress in bewilderment and says that he will go with her. Herpion turns her back on him and says that she can't put everyone in danger because of her stubbornness, and if they all go together, they will definitely attract increased attention to themselves, and it is too risky. The merchants near whom the explosion occurs begin to run away. Herpion says that she independently rose to the silver rank and has outstanding abilities, so asks not to worry about her. Ravenia waves her scythe. One of the squad members says that if they leave Herpion, and she dies, then it will be the end for all of them, since the girl's family will not leave them alone. Willis fearfully asks if they can't all run away together. The hero standing next to him tells the girl that he will go there himself. The guy assures that he alone will be enough, and in a crowd they will only interfere with each other. Willis grinds his teeth in anger. Rain says that he only needs a fighter who knows where the music box is. Yanner fearfully says that she will also go with the hero. He says that it is dangerous and asks to simply pay him for what he will do. Herpion looks at the guy who turned away, and apologizing for his selfishness, says that he understands perfectly well that the young man wants to repay her for the book he bought. The girl raises her fist and decisively says that, nevertheless, she must check that this is the box she is looking for, and no one else can do this. Herpion says that if she returns empty-handed, she will be insanely ashamed in front of Brienne, who gave her life for them. We see the lower part of Yanner's face. Rain looks back at Herpion with displeasure and says that he will take her with him, but he asks the girl to be careful. The hero realizes that Herpion is very stubborn, and trying to convince her is just a waste of time. Yanner holds onto the strap of her bag. She tells Herpion that she will also be there and try to protect them all. Yanner firmly states that this is written in her contract terms. Willis, rubbing the back of his head, says that this is simply disgusting, since if everything goes on like this, he will be the only bad guy in this company. The adventurer declares that he will also go with them, but as soon as they take the box, they must immediately leave this city. Herpion gratefully pronounces the names of Yanner and Willis. Bardwell, sighing heavily, declares that nothing can be done about it, and they will all go together. We see a burning edition. A fighter who ran with the news of the found box shows the squad members the way. The young people look at something in amazement. There are corpses lying on the street, covered in blood. Herpion asks if it was really here. The fighter answers that, unfortunately, yes. Willis runs up to a young man sitting by the wall. The guy shouts that, strangely enough, he is still alive. Herpion kneels down in front of the dying man and asks who did this to him. He weakly apologizes to his mistress. The girl looks in shock at the guy who is missing half of his arm. He says that when the store owner ran away, he barely managed to grab this. In the guy's hand is a music box. Herpion, bursting into tears, looks at the young man, thanks him and apologizes for what happened. She stretches out her hands to the music box. Rain frowns at the young man. He understands that he was poisoned, and the poison has spread to the very heart, and it will no longer be possible to cleanse the blood. Willis takes the fighter by the arm and asks him to come to his senses and not to cry, since now is not the time for tears. Herpion, wiping away tears, says that they need to go back. The hero looks to his right. Ravenia is standing behind him with a scythe in her hand. A question sounds, is there really anyone left on this street? Herpion and Willis look at the black mage in horror, who asks what they are doing here. Now Bardwell and Yanner are in front of us. Ravenia wonders if all these people are playing hide and seek. Rain looks at the mage with hatred, who says that this is a real disgrace. Ravenia, looking completely mad, declares that those in front of her do not know how to hide at all, and she has already found them. Yanner takes off his shoulder bag. Rain, who is holding a stick, shouts that he will hold off the enemy, and everyone else must run away. Herpion shouts excitedly that they must stick together and cannot be separated. The hero angrily shouts that his allies will only hinder him, so they must leave immediately. Willis shouts at Herpion that they need to get out of here. The squad members run away. The hero thinks that now it is impossible to resist this monster and protect his comrades at the same time. He understands that he must not make even the slightest mistake, so he must discard all thoughts of victory. Ravenia stands in front of him with a scythe in her hand. The hero thinks that he needs to find the enemy's weak spot, strike and run away. Ravenia looks somewhere up and asks if the hero is going to detain her. She says that she heard everything. Rain stares at the enemy. We see Ravenia's eye. She asks the guy if he really looks down on her. Ravenia swings her scythe to strike. The hero's pole begins to burn. Rain reflects the blow delivered by the enemy. Ravenia admits that she has a very worthy opponent. She raises her scythe again and says that she also knows this special technique. Rain looks at her in bewilderment. The stick and the scythe collide. Herpion looks around with concern. Willis asks her what she is doing and demands that she run away from here immediately. The girl says that she must go back. The young man shouts at her not to talk nonsense, since she has nothing to do there. Bardwell and Yanner look around. Herpion looks at the hero with sorrow. Willis says that Rain is not at all like those who have already died here, and he will definitely survive, and now they need to focus on saving themselves. We again see the weapons of the two opponents. Bright yellow sparks are visible at the point of collision. Rain and Ravenia are ready to continue the fight. They strike at the same time and fly apart in different directions. Ravenia, her face twisted with anger, shouts that this will not do. The hero, gritting his teeth from the tension, thinks that his opponent has the same method of fencing as himself. He cannot believe that he also graduated from the Osirius school. Rain thinks that in any case it is necessary to avoid poisonous attacks as much as possible and use magic. The hero intercepts his stick with his other hand. He strikes. Ravenia flies high into the air. Rain understands that he should not count on success in close combat. The guy looks up in amazement. He hears the names of spells, floating in the air, invisible tower and by the command of Lee Benny. Two black magic formations are visible above Ravenia's hands. We see the hero's right eye. A powerful whirlwind appears between him and Ravenia hanging in the air. The girl screams that she will make the guy dance the dance of mass carnage. Rain prepares to use the spell. Ravenia looks at him in fear. A four-pointed star appears above the hero's hands. A huge flash of fire is visible above the houses. Ravenia is standing on a tree. Her hood is burning. She admits that Rain is very strong. The hero brings his fist to his face. He understands that the enemy has a very powerful attack, and if he continues to respond with magic, the mana will quickly run out. Ravenia is surprised. She starts to knock the flames off her hood, complaining that she is too hot. Rain realizes that it is impossible to win by fighting and solving equations. In front of us is the guy's hand. He thinks that maybe he needs to use a mental barrier now. Ravenia, who is hanging in the air, cries out in pain. Rain looks at her in shock. The girl looks back with a surprised look. In front of us is Lynn. The hero's eyes widen in surprise. He cannot believe what he is seeing. Ravenia points her thumb at herself and says that her hood is burnt, after which she asks the guy what he is going to do about it. Rain looks up in confusion and mumbles something inarticulate. He realizes that he sees a familiar face from his past life, but realizes that this is simply impossible. Ravenia stretches tiredly. The boy cannot believe what is happening. The girl says that she hates fighting strong opponents. Rain cannot take his eyes off her. Ravenia spreads her arms out to the sides and, sighing, says that there is no excitement in such fights. Besides, they are very difficult. The girl looks down slyly. She says that it will be much easier for her to deal with those who are much weaker than her. We see the fleeing members of the squad, whom, in fact, she means. A disgusting smile appears on the girl's face. Ravenia says that it will be much more fun for her. We see the eyes of the young man. The glove on Ravenia's little finger breaks. The black mage uses the spell Sacrifice of Human Flesh. Rain rushes forward. He remembers that black mages pay the abyss with the suffering of the flesh, thereby increasing their power several times. Ravenia laughs madly. magical formations are visible above her head. She spews a stream of purple energy that rushes down. Rain grinds his teeth in rage. He managed to forget how vile creatures black mages are. Ravenia smiles from ear to ear, puts his hand forward. The hero thinks that the formula of the magic circle consists of 3 pentagons. The engraved rune is a combination of the chant type altogram and the prohibitive type orbeus in a ratio of 30:70. The size is 521 axel. The range is 337 kimite. In front of us is something like a purple dragon. The hero does not understand how to restrain such a power. It seems to him that the best way is, of course, Belle curious. But if something goes wrong, his brain will simply burst into pieces. Rain runs forward. He understands that he needs at least 4-star magic. He almost catches up with the purple dragon. The young man realizes that he only has a few seconds, and tries to understand what to do. 4-pointed stars flash in the hero's eyes. He remembers Herpion, who talked about investing in communications. Rain stands still, clenching his fists. Esther appears before his mind's eye. The hero remembers how the girl said that helping someone is never one-sided. Rain raises his palm to his face. Herpion looks up with alarm. A huge purple mouth approaches the young people. The guy remembers the end of the phrase of his old acquaintance, which postulated that all good done will definitely return one day. Hexagrams appear in the hero's eyes. A powerful purple explosion occurs above the members of his squad. Herpion and Willis look up in shock. Ravenia appears behind the hero, already raising her scythe to strike. Blood gushes from the hero's eyes. It becomes clear that the blow landed on his back. The guy's face is covered in blood. Ravenia, smiling, says that this is exactly what happens when you try to protect someone. The girl raises her right hand and says goodbye to the young man. The wounded Rain stands on bent legs. Ravenia, smiling happily, tells him that this is exactly what happens when you try to protect someone. The hero is bleeding. We see his left eye. The guy is having trouble breathing. He lies on the ground and understands that he was poisoned again. Ravenia sits next to the hero and asks how he is feeling. She says that the young man will die in a couple of minutes, and asks what he feels: resentment or fear. Black streaks are visible under the hero's eyes. Ravenia bloodthirstily asks how it feels to have everything you work so hard for crumble in a moment. Ravenia has a happy smile on her face. We see the young man's eye again. He remembers himself covered in a thick layer of ice in his past life. Rain is trying to understand if he has enough mana to repeat what he did then. The young man raises his hand. Ravenia smiles from ear to ear. Rain is trying to calculate a mathematical formula. The hero lies on the ground in a circle of light. There is a pool of blood under him. The young man thinks that perhaps he needs to die, since he will most likely be reborn and start all over again. Blood flows from the hero's eyes. He remembers you standing in front of the monument to his squad. Rain understands that he doesn't even have a goal for which to be reborn again. The hero stands in front of the tombstone. He realizes that he has nothing left to do in this life anyway. His eyes slowly close. The guy understands that, having been reborn, he will be alone again. Rain remembers Bibi. His eyes open again. He raises his hand. And then he clenches his fist. The young man thinks that if he dies, Bibi will be alone again. And this fool has been waiting for him for 300 years. Rain tries to get up. Ravenia looks at him in surprise. The hero grinds his teeth from the tension. He says that this is why he simply cannot die. Ravenia, smiling, declares that all this is becoming too boring. Black liquid flows out of her sleeve. The girl raises her weapon over her head. She sees a brightly shining arrow. The projectile sticks into the ground next to Ravenia. She jumps. A flame is visible in front of the hero. Ravenia smiles. She thinks that putting a magic attribute on arrows is a great idea. We see the arrow again. The black mage manages to jump away from it again. Ravenia stands on bent legs and demands that the one who shoots her stop hiding and appear in front of her. Bard appears behind her. Ravenia, smiling, looks at him. The giant strikes. The black mage flies far to the side. Rain raises his head. Bart lifts the guy by the hand. Tears flow from the hero's eyes. The giant smiles. He picks up the young man in his arms and carries him away from the fire. Ravenia, lying on the rubble of the building, calls out to her comrade, whose name is Milik. We see a black spot. It begins to bubble. A black mage in a green robe appears from under the ground. He stands in front of Ravenia and asks what happened. The girl asks what her comrade is doing and where he has been. Milik holds the severed head in his hand. He says that, as he was instructed, he dealt with the 5 best thieves representing each guild, after which he says that he managed to kill 2 already, and just finished dealing with this woman. Ravenia desperately waves her hands and demands that Milik shut up. She states that because he could not do nothing, one of these 5 managed to interfere with her. Milik throws the head on the ground and says that the girl should not be stubborn, because it is impossible to deal with 5 best thieves at once. Ravenia, jumping up with anger, shouts that therefore it is necessary to make maximum effort. The black mages look up, where 3 figures are visible. The owner of one of them asks who these bastards are standing below. In front of us are characters with tattoos on their faces. The blonde man standing in the center asks if Jill and Rung were really killed by these scumbags. Ravenia looks up in surprise and asks who they are. Milik calmly answers that they are the remaining 3 best thieves of the local guilds. Ravenia hums thoughtfully, then asks who she fought before. We see the hero's right eye. Someone asks Sammy if he can do it. The guy replies that he will try, since he was learning to remove the curse. The members of the squad, in which the hero was not so long ago, look at the young man with excitement. Sammy, smiling, calls out to the guy and thanks God for the fact that Rain woke up. The hero recognizes his comrades and calls them by name. Rem, raising her left hand, says that she is glad to see this impudent man again. The hero asks how they all ended up here. Bart, smiling, reminds that they promised to repay the debt if necessary. The giant says that now seems to be just the right time. Rain smiles, he declares that he is fine, and he was close to killing his opponent. Rem, smiling happily, tells the guy to stop pretending to be someone incomprehensible. Since everyone understands that he almost died, Rain replies that he was just pretending. Rem looks at Bart and offers to return the hero to the state he was in just recently. Sammy calms the girl down. Rain looks up. One of his comrades tells him that the guy has nothing to be ashamed of, and they just returned the debt. In front of us is Sammy and Rem. The guy says that they followed the young man from the Golden Rose itself in case something happened to him, because he was heading to the black market, where anything can happen. Rem asks discontentedly why the guy is talking about this. Rain looks up. He remembers Esther's words that the day will come when all the good that Lynn did will return to him. The young man closes his eyes. A purple explosion is heard above the heads of Bart and Rem. The girl, rubbing the back of her head, says that everything is destroyed here, but she senses danger. Rem asks Sammy if they can move on. The healer, continuing to heal the hero, says that not yet since he needs a little more time. Rem orders Bart to get to work. Judging by the expression on his face, the hero is in pain. He calls out to his comrades. Rem and Bart look around in bewilderment. Sammy looks at the hero, who thanks all his friends. The adventurers look at the hero. Bart, smiling, says that all these formalities are unnecessary, because they are comrades in arms who always come to each other's aid. Rem says that everything is exactly like that. She says that this sentimentality does not suit the hero at all, because he is an impudent person who should have reproached them for walking somewhere for too long. Sammy, smiling, closes her eyes. A smile appears on the hero's face. Covering his eyes with his hand, Rain says that his comrades are kind of slow, and they were in no hurry to come to his aid, despite the fact that these slackers do not do anything special. Rem suggests leaving the hero right there. He says that his friends should wait another 10 minutes. Bart and Rem look at the young man in surprise. He, smiling, says that he will definitely figure everything out. The squad members take up arms. One of them says that Rain will not recover in 10 minutes, so he should not make them laugh. Rem, putting his hand on his shoulder, says that she will be able to hold off these scumbags for more than 1 hour. In front of us is a bald man with a huge hole instead of a shoulder. Another guy has a gaping hole right in the wall in his back. Someone calls these people wretched creatures. We see an eye emitting a bright red glow. It hangs over the head of a mage in a green robe, who complains that he has to deal with a bunch of idiots. Ravenia smiles. She says that all the thieves ran away when they lost their leaders. An eye hangs over the black mages. Milik says that the enemies are finished, and there is no one left here. Ravenia agrees with her companion. The eye hanging in the air is covered with black streaks. Milik suggests that they leave quietly. It seems that the eye notices something. It releases a beam that smashes the flying projectile into pieces. It turns out to be a dagger. A fire arrow pierces the eye through and through. Milik grabs his face and screams in pain. Another fire arrow is visible in the air. It sticks into the ground in front of the black mage. Rem, with a bow in his hand, stands above the black mages. Ravenia calls her companion in fear and shouts that she has noticed new enemies. The girl complains that these bad people recently took her loot. Bart and Rem look at the black mages. The girl, smiling, asks what Ravenia is bleeding about and demands to explain who is bad here. Bart jumps down with a huge axe in his hands. He looks angrily at the enemies and declares that he represents the Twister Wheel faction, and his name is Bart Urians. In front of us is Milik, whose face is not visible. He remembers that the Twister Wheel is the most famous faction of swordsmen in the Empire, part of the Holy School of Seven Swords, and the nickname Urians is awarded only to the best students. Graduates of the Holy School of Seven Swords name their name and faction only when they express a clear intention to kill someone. Ravenia sighs tiredly and says that today they have to deal with all sorts of trash. She turns to the giant and says that it seems that in front of her are Bart and Rem from the Money Multiplier Adventurer Squad. The giant frowns at the black mage. Rem smiles and points at himself with his thumb and tells Ravenia to speak correctly. In front of her are Rem and Bart from the Money Multiplier Adventurer team, and her name should be the first one. Ravenia looks at the girl in bewilderment. She asks if these are really the same adventurers who destroyed the queen of the rat spiders. Rem looks at Ravenia in bewilderment and says that it really was them, but the bastard in front of her will not get anything even if she praises them. Ravenia looks at the girl with wide eyes and says that she understands everything, and in front of her are the same scumbags who killed her cutie. Rem and Bart look menacingly at Ravenia, who says that in that case she will gladly kill them. Black liquid flows out from under Ravenia's sleeve. With a crazy smile on her face, the girl in the green robe waves her arms. A huge piece of wall flies over Bart's head. Rem aims his bow at Ravenia and screams that she is simply crazy. Milik appears from a piece of the wall behind the girl. Rem kicks Milik, causing him to separate from the wall. In front of us is Rem and Milik hanging upside down. The girl screams that now Bart must act. In front of us are two more faces. Bart says that he understands the order. A magical formation appears above the black mage's hands. Milik stands in front of the archer with his arms outstretched. Rem takes a piece of wood. She covers her head with the board, thinking that if she remembers how the battle with the Queen of Rat Spiders went, it is better not to come into contact with this magic. Milik stands with his arms at his sides. He declares that nothing terrible will happen if the girl touches the black liquid, and if it does happen, then nothing can be done. Rem replies that her opponent can keep his stupid advice to himself. Smiling happily, she shoots a bow and declares that she will not fall for any of her enemy's tricks. Milik, leaving a black puddle under himself, dissolves into thin air. He declares that they will still see. Rem looks at the enemy in surprise. City buildings are visible behind her. Milik shouts that he does not care at all whether she believes him or not. A black spot appears behind the girl. The magician says that the outcome of this battle is already decided anyway. A black spike shoots out of the ground next to Rem. A hand appears near her leg. Rem looks down. Milik holds her leg and prepares to stab the girl with a black dagger. He says that it seems that the girl is beginning to understand what he means. Rem hits the enemy on the head with his heel. The face is not visible under the hood. Milik lets go of the girl's leg. The opponents fly apart in different directions. Rem lands on his feet, and Milik on his back. The girl says that she can also teach her enemy a lesson. Her hand holds a bow. The girl pulls the bowstring. She says that most archers are weak in close combat, but she is still a brilliant shooter. Arrows fly into the air. They stick into black puddles spilling across the ground. The opponents stand opposite each other. The girl shouts that she is Rem, the best archer in this world. In front of us is a wall of fire. Rem tells Milik that he talks too much during the fight and, apparently, thinks too much of himself just because he dealt with the best thieves of the guilds. Rem assures that she is several times stronger than them. We see Milik's face for the first time. Rem, pointing at the black mage, offers him to fight her and calls him an ink sac. Rem, smiling, demands that the ink sac try to fight her. Milik puts his thumb to his mouth. Black liquid flows from his sleeves. He says that he needs to think again. In his hands are black daggers. Rem, whose eyes we see, hears that the black mage has changed his mind. Looking sadly at the girl, Milik declares that he will kill both her and her friend. He rushes at Rem. The girl shoots a bow. Milik deflects the projectile with a dagger. The black mage looks scared. Flames are visible at the ends of the bow shaft. In front of us is a huge axe. He falls to the ground in front of Ravenia. The girl smiles. Bart looks sternly at his opponent. Black liquid flows out of Ravenia's sleeve. The black mage flies above Bart, and laughing, asks if the giant is bragging about his strength to her. She raises her weapon above her head and shouts that she will crush the enemy now. Bart grits his teeth from the strain. He manages to parry the blow dealt by the girl. Ravenia looks up with crazy eyes. She barely manages to dodge the counterattack. A magical formation appears between Ravenia's arms. Bart thrusts his shoulder forward. His next blow flies by a few centimeters from Ravenia's chin. The girl looks at her opponent in fear and says that this big guy, as it turns out, is not so simple. Bart looks at her with hatred. Ravenia thinks that the giant seems to be the strongest fighter in his squad, distinguished, in addition to everything else, by enviable coordination of actions. Bart once again misses the target. A purple mist spreads from the magical formation that appeared above the girl's head. Bart closes his eyes. He understands that it is poison. Ravenia, smiling madly, prepares to strike with her trident. She understands that her opponent is having a hard time resisting. Bart, closing his eyes, spins the axe. The girl smiles. The giant's weapon approaches her. The next second, Ravenia receives a powerful blow to the face. She flies far away. Rem looks up in surprise, where a trace of the blow is visible. Milik is surprised. Ravenia is sticking out of the wall, which she broke through with her, but the girl falls from a great height to the ground. Bart breathes a sigh of relief. He knew that the attack would be effective, but he did not suspect that everything would end exactly like this. Ravenia lies lifeless on the ground. A puddle of black liquid is visible under her hand. Bart stares at the black mage. Ravenia gets to her feet. She raises her left hand. The girl's fingers are broken. Bart listens to the spells that Ravenia casts, ancient evil that resides in the darkness, Ryan and old monk. The girl points her finger up. Rem pulls back her bowstring. She understands that she must not let Ravenia use magic, and at the same time she wants to finish Milik off first. The girl barely manages to dodge the blow that Milik deals. The black mage asks when she has time to look around. Bart throws his weapon at Ravenia, who clearly says that she is activating an ancient contract. Milik tries to understand if Bart really threw his axe at his ally. The mage does not understand what kind of tactic this is. The giant looks down. He rushes forward. Milik looks at the big guy in horror. We see white marks. Rem kicks the enemy, but he manages to cover himself with his hand. The girl asks if he has never seen anything like this before. In front of us are Rem and Milik. The girl, smiling, shouts that the black mage sees a secret technique of the Southern Wheel Sword School, when a person moves faster than a weapon. 3 magical formations are visible above Ravenia's head. The girl demands that the order be carried out here and now. Bart overtakes his weapon. He understands that Ravenia activates her spell too quickly, and he does not have time to grab the axe. In front of us is the giant's eye. Bart thinks that in this case, he will have to solve the problem with his fists. We see Rem and Milik, each of them calling out to their ally. In front of us is Ravenia and Bart, raising his fist to strike. The axe plunges into the ground. The giant misses, but the black mage hits him right in the chest. Rem looks at his comrade in fear. Milik smiles. In front of us is Bart. Ravenia, smiling, looks up and says goodbye to the big guy. Black discharges sparkle above Ravenia's head. She wishes the big guy a safe journey. Rem, trembling with horror, calls out to her comrade. Milik kicks her in the face. In front of us is the giant's head. Ravenia puts her left hand up and declares that Bart fought well, so as a reward she will turn his body into a piece of meat. The girl orders Bart to explode. We see a purple fist. A bright glow appears around the giant hanging in the air. Now Bart is surrounded by black discharges. He looks down. Ravenia, with blood running down her face, joyfully raises her fist. Rain appears behind her. He says that Ravenia can wait millions of years and still nothing will work out for her, since he stole what she needs. We see the girl's bloody eye. A wall of fire appears in front of the hero. Milik looks at what is happening in amazement. Rain is preparing to use a spell. Milik has real horror in her eyes. A stream of flame rushes over Rem lying on the ground. We see a destroyed building. Rem lifts his head and giggles, saying that the hero came too fast. The boy holds his hand. The girl says that she was already thinking about kicking his ass. Rain, smiling, apologizes, and then says that he will now finish everything himself. Bart approaches the boy and asks what the boy is going to finish, since he already seemed to have dealt with the enemies. Rain looks over his shoulder and says that it is not finished yet. We see smoke rising. Ravenia, whose upper robe has been burned off, stands in the middle of the fire. Bart and Rem look at her in amazement. Ravenia looks simply terrifying. The hero touches his left hand with 2 fingers of his right hand. The boy says that he knows these creatures very well and is simply shaking with rage. He says that they do not just die. The bandages fly off the hero's hands. He asks if Ravenia still hasn't realized what he's capable of. A hunched Milik approaches Ravenia, calling out to her. The young man frowns at his mistress and says that she could have internal bleeding, so after such an attack it would be better to retreat. Milik mutters something about his mistress's soul vessel, but she interrupts him, declaring that she will kill the hero. Looking at Rain with crazy eyes, she repeats her threat. 2 magical formations appear in her hands. She screams that she will simply destroy the bastard. The hero, standing with his back to his allies, demands that they stay away. Rem says that she understood her ally. A bright glow appears between the young man's hands. He says that black magicians should consider this a great honor, since they will be the first to see it. The young man closes his eyes and begins to build a mental barrier. White hieroglyphs appear around the hero, indicating that the mental barrier, flowing World Lord spell, is being used. Milik, looking at the hero in amazement, cannot believe that he created a mental barrier. He realizes that this technique is only available to sages who have reached the 6-star level of magic. We see the hieroglyphs and the hero up close. Now in front of us is Milik's left eye. The black mage does not believe his eyes, as he understands that the hero is too young to use such magic. The young man's face glows. Ravenia, above whom magical formations are still visible, shouts that Rain is bluffing, and his cheap tricks with illusions will not work on her. In front of us are 2 magical formations. Ravenia shouts that the main thing in magic is strength, and she will not succumb to this trick. She is about to use a spell. The girl's face is scary to look at. She shouts that everything that the young man demonstrates can only be called magic when she herself feels the power. Then she demands that Rain try to stop her, if possible. A powerful black flash occurs in front of Ravenia. The girl flies back. Magic formations hang above the young man's hand. He declares that the shape of the magic figure is a double triangle. A huge fiery whirlwind is visible above the black sphere. The young man begins to carve runes. Raising his right hand above his head, he calls the rune flow. Now we have the field rune in front of us. A giant column of fire rises above the destroyed buildings. Bart and Rem look at what is happening in amazement. The hero puts both hands in front of him. Fear appears on Ravenia's face. The hero crosses his arms in front of him and initiates the replacement of the carved runes. 2 fiery whirlwinds stand out above his head. The young man uses the runes wave and projectile. The black magicians look in shock at what is happening before their eyes. Milik understands that the guy has changed the runes. A stream of fire falls on the scoundrels. Milik, looking to his left in fear, thinks that history knows of only 3 magicians who were able to change the launched runes: the witch Fried, her student Torina, and the archmage Lynn. A powerful stream of fire is visible above the hero's head. Milik shouts to his mistress that they need to get out of here. Ravenia looks at her companion and demands that he shut up. She screams shrilly that she will kill all the enemies with her own hands. Milik tries to reason with the girl. The black magician looks to his left. He begins to understand that the 4-star magic that destroyed the queen of the rat spiders did not come from the scroll, but was used by Rain. The hero controls the magic by putting both hands forward. Milik looks to his right and thinks that the 4-star magic that killed the queen of the rat spiders did not come from the scroll, but belonged to the hero. Rain puts his hand forward. A magical formation is visible between Ravenia's hands. Flames rage above the hero's head. Ravenia and Milik hide behind the remains of a rock. The young man says that they have no chance of winning, and they need to retreat. We see a purple bird. Milik says that he didn't even know that such cool magicians exist in the world. The black magician's palm is turned up. Milik sends the bird flying and says that everything needs to be reported. Milik spills black liquid on the ground. He tells his mistress that he is organizing an escape route and asks her to come closer. Ravenia does not look at him. Milik turns around and irritably asks what else is not clear. The magician insists that this guy is too tough for the girl. Rain raises his left hand and spreads his fingers, starting to create runes. Milik clenches his fist and uses the exit spell. He turns to the girl again and calls her. The black magician uses the flash spell. Ravenia, gritting her teeth in rage, rushes forward. Milik angrily shouts for her to stop. A magical formation appears above the black mages. Milik looks up in amazement. The hero's hand glows. Milik cannot understand what is happening. A huge cloud appears above the destroyed city. Rain falls on the ruins. The black mages lie crouched on the ground. Milik barely lifts his head off the ground and says that it is impossible. Ravenia tries to get up. Black veins are visible in her eye. She admits that she has lost. Ravenia remembers her conversation with Torina. She says that if the girl cannot change the runes, then she has no chance of success. Ravenia looks at Torina sadly. We see her round eyes. Torina tells her that the girl has disappointed her, and is a very unfortunate creature. Ravenia opens her mouth wide. Severed arms fly up. Black energy rises from the stumps, which swirls into a vortex. Milik sheds tears. Ravenia, looking completely mad, screams at the hero that she will kill him. Hexagrams appear in the boy's eyes. He uses the Valencidus spell. The severed arms lie at the feet of the maddened Ravenia. The girl looks up. A moment later, she falls to the ground face down. Putting his right hand forward, the hero captures the black mages with the help of fire jets. The boy coughs up blood. The young man staggers slightly. He thinks that he really was on the verge of death. Rem grabs his comrade by the arm. Smiling, she says that they warned the young man not to overdo it. Rain smiles. He looks at the immobilized black mages and tells them that if they move even a finger, the flames will incinerate them, so it is better not to resist. Milik, puzzled, asks who is in front of him. Rain says that he is the one asking the questions here. The boy looks up at Ravenia, who has lost her arms. Looking intently at the girl, he asks who created her appearance. Ravenia smiles. She tries to escape from the stream of fire, but cannot do so. The girl screams that Rain only changed a couple of runes, so he does not need to be arrogant. Rem and Bart look at Ravenia in shock. She screams that she is the real one here. She has her own appearance and incredible power. Milik is silent. Ravenia, opening her mouth wide, screams that she is a masterpiece created by her mother, as well as a vessel in which Lynn's soul was placed. Rain looks at the girl in amazement. Sweat rolls down his face. He cannot understand what was said about his soul, and what kind of vessel it was placed in. A magical formation is visible on Ravenia's neck. We see the girl's eye. Rain looks at the mage in amazement, and tries to understand if black magic is working now. Ravenia says that she failed, and blames only herself for this. The girl looks down in despair. She promises that next time she will do better, and will not lose. Milik, bursting into tears, looks at his mistress. The magical formation around the girl's neck splits into many pieces. Blood gushes from Ravenia's eyes. Rem looks up. Ravenia apologizes to her mother, and asks her for forgiveness. Bart is amazed. He hears Ravenia screaming that she will become better and will try. The girl's entire face is covered in blood. She begs him not to kill her. The black magician's eye is about to burst. Ravenia continues to beg. Milik, smiling sadly, says that there are no exceptions here and the sentence is not subject to appeal. Rain looks up in shock. The black magician, caught in a stream of flame, begins to flow down. Soon only a skeleton remains of him. However, he dissolves quite soon. The last to disappear is the head of a smiling Milik. Rain frowns in front of himself. He understands that after certain conditions were met, the black magic worked. Rem looks up and says that this is a real abomination. The squad members look up in shock. One of them says that these creatures never even screamed. We see the hero's back. He remembers the words about the vessel in which his soul was placed. Rain holds his head. He tries to understand what these black magicians are planning. The hero's vision becomes clouded. He falls face down. A hand is placed on the guy's forehead. Its owner says that the young man has a high fever, like last time. Rain's comrades are standing next to him. Bart says that the guy overdid it again and spent all his strength, and this never ends well. Sammy says that you need to try to lose control of yourself as little as possible. Rem replies that you need to tell the hero about this. In front of us are Rem and Bart. The girl asks what happened with the mental barrier. The giant replies that he himself does not really know, but he heard that this can be the limit of magic. Rem sadly says that it did not make it any clearer to her. The girl, looking down, says that she has already asked about this, but wants to ask the question again. She does not understand what kind of person he is. The squad members stand over the prone hero. Bart, smiling, says that it is enough for him that Rain is their comrade. Sammy smiles. Rem, putting her hands behind her head, says that Bart made her laugh, because what he said is not even up for discussion. In front of us is a half-destroyed city. It is reported that the anthill in Leticable has been taken under control by the Fighters Against Heresy, which are the Golden Children, and a special department of the Magic Union. Corpses lie on the ground. It is reported that the Guild of Robbers, which dominated the Empire, suffered colossal damage, losing more than 2,000 people. Doran and Turtentid walk through the underground city. It is reported that the head of Leticable was taken to the Imperial Court and accused of organizing a black market. The janitor, who is holding a pitchfork, asks his comrade if the Imperial Court could have planned all this, and he replies that it is most likely so, and someone wanted to get rid of the entire Guild of Robbers at once. Doran, gnawing on an apple, thinks that a large-scale massacre has taken place, but since there are no suspects, much less found criminals, such rumors are not at all surprising. Turtentid, looking to his right, states that there is nothing left here except trash, and even if you dig the ground with your nose, you still won't find anything. Doran shows his companion the bitten apple and says that the basis of the investigation is the answers to the questions, why, and how, and they should be looked for until they are found. The girl asks why doesn't Doran then find a place to throw this apple. The guy continues to chew the juicy fruit. He did not think that the attack would be so quick, and if the target was things sold on the black market, they would simply steal them and quietly disappear, so it is completely unclear why it was necessary to create such chaos. Turtentid asks behind his back why the guy is ignoring her. Turtentid follows Doran. She says that the anthill is finished, and the Imperial Court will completely destroy this place. The young man asks again incredulously. The girl replies that she is absolutely sure of it. Doran takes a larva in his hand. He says that the Church of the Light of the Dragon has controlled humanity since ancient times, and calls for attention to the fact that no one has touched the anthill for a very long time, despite the fact that everyone knew about its presence and location. Doran takes a box in his hands and says that he has a larva. He puts it in the box and asks the girl what, in her opinion, will happen if everything is left in this state. Turtentid replies that this is a stupid question, and the larva will die without food. Doran, laughing, says that no one can be sure of this, since the larva can be so hungry that it will become a giant monster and crawl out of the walls. Turtentid says that this is complete nonsense. The cleaners look at their interlocutors in surprise. Doran says that the larva can mutate. The answer is that this is complete nonsense. Doran, smiling, says that he can reduce this insignificant probability to 0. Turtentid asks again. Doran throws a small piece of apple into the box. Turtentid looks at his companion in irritation. He says that now the larva can live by eating the apple, so there is no point in it mutating into a monster. The girl ironically says that she is incredibly impressed by the allegories that Doran uses. Before us is the girl's eye. One hears that this is the ideal world, where no one kills anyone and nothing explodes. The larva climbs into the apple. Doran says that this better world is controlled by advanced methods to keep everything in its original form, and it is possible to change the frames to something better, but the Dragon's Light Church prefers support to improvements. Turtentid thoughtfully rubs the back of his head. The girl, whose back we see, asks what will happen if the frames break, and will they have to change them for new ones. Then she wonders if the Imperial Court will let things slide if a new anthill forms somewhere. Doran says that this is just a brilliant idea, and he expected nothing else from his assistant. Turtentid sharply replies that she does not obey the young man. Cleaners remove pieces of corpses lying on the street. Turtentid says that even larvae can dream of something, and one day they may suddenly decide that they need to become free from the shackles. Doran replies that this will not happen, otherwise nothing would have remained of humanity millennia ago. The interlocutors are standing next to each other. Turtentid says that if they develop her companion's thought, then they are doomed to live in this framework forever. Doran offers her to try an apple. She replies that she will probably refuse such a generous offer. A mustachioed old man approaches the guy and the girl. He calls out to his boss, who asks what happened. The man offers to look at something. Doran leafs through the pages of a notebook. The old man says that a catastrophe almost happened here, and that the brilliant aristocrat was actually here. In front of us is the left eye of the young man. Doran looks at the page with the hero's photo. The old man says that, fortunately, the guy's name is not on the list of the dead. Doran, whose back of his head we see, cannot believe that the noble young gentleman voluntarily exposed himself to such a risk. We see a man carrying a bag. He is trying to understand what is so special about this book. Herpion enters the room where Sammy is sitting and asks how the hero is doing. The blonde replies that the young man has not yet regained consciousness, and seems to be tormented by nightmares. Rain is lying on the bed. The girl asks if Sammy, as a priest, can cure him. Looking at the girl, the blonde replies that the poison has already been neutralized, but the pain seems to have not gone away yet, and he can't do anything about it. Herpion takes off his hood. Willis holds his spear with a sad face. Herpion says that they should leave Leticable before the investigation goes too far. She asks if Sammy can tell the hero that they are very grateful to him. The blonde, smiling, says that he will, of course, give this to the guy. In front of us is a book and a knapsack. Herpion says that this is the payment to the young man, and what he was looking for. Sammy realizes that in front of him is the book about Torina, the very one that the Golden Children are looking for all over the continent. Herpion stands in front of the hero, and thanks him for everything he has done. She offers to meet again when the guy wakes up. The girl puts her hand on the bed. She says that if Rain ends up on the archipelago, she will meet him with all the honors as a true royal person. The girl kisses the young man. Sammy looks at her in amazement. Herpion, smiling, turns to him, and says that they, the inhabitants of the archipelago, have a tradition when they want to express the highest recognition, then, saying goodbye or hello, they kiss on the cheek, after which the girl says goodbye. We again see the half-destroyed city. Doran, smiling, looks at his companions. Next to the hero lying on the bed, his comrades are visible. Yanner plays the lyre. Herpion sits, closing his eyes. 2 daggers stick out of the ground. A ghostly bird flies in through the broken window. It sits on the hand of the magician in the green robe. The bird disappears, leaving behind green rays. Torina sits on the throne. She hears that the 3rd and 6th failed. The girl has a tattered straw hat on her head. Torina looks down at her subordinate from above. He says that numbers 3 and 6 failed. One of the mages, arms folded, asks who could have prevented Ravenia from completing the task. The cultist raises his left hand and says that this is not surprising, since it was bound to happen someday. It is much harder for him to believe that Milik died too. The mage sitting on the floor angrily asks to repeat what his colleague just said. He apologizes. The request to repeat sounds again, just like an apology. Another cultist asks everyone to shut up and let the speaker listen. He looks at his colleague standing below and asks if there is any more information. The colleague replies that fortunately number 6 managed to send a raven before he died, and the message says that rain is a dangerous magical force that must be eliminated immediately. The speaker stands below, while the audience is located above. We see 2 characters in green robes. One of them, with his hand on his belt, says that this means they are dealing with a very dangerous person. The colleague standing next to him says that if Milik came to such a conclusion, then this guy really is incredibly good. The girl, under whose robe her bare stomach is visible, says that in the Adventurers Union there are only 13 magicians registered under the name Rain, and 9 of them are already dead. Several corpses are lying on the floor of the library. A cultist, surrounded by sheets of paper, says that the remaining 4 people hardly fit the definition given by Milik. One of the mages asks, looking at his colleague standing in front of him, if Rain could be not a name, but some kind of code. The colleague asks to wait, and says that he seems to have found a rather outstanding character. There is a piece of paper hanging in front of the black mage. We see 2 sectarians. They hear that this person is called Rain Ludwig, and the level of his progress is simply amazing. Less than a month has passed since registration, and he has already reached the copper level. The green hood is shown from the side. One of the mages, hunched over, declares that the copper level is not serious at all. The mage, whose face we see for the first time, irritably asks if the previous speaker is joking. The latter asks if the interlocutor really thinks that Ravenia could have suffered from the owner of the copper level. The mage, whose face is visible under the hood, sullenly declares that he is now only voicing the facts, so there is no need to escalate the situation. He is told that he is risking his life. The answer follows that the opponent does not have the courage to challenge. The black mage with his sleeves cut off asks to stop this squabble. The cultist with his arms folded across his chest asks if by any chance this is about Rain Ludwig, who is called a genius and comes from a family of aristocrats. The answer follows that this is exactly the name of this young talent. The guy received the highest rating among the current golden generation of the Delaiten Academy. One of the cultists spreads his arms wide and asks what kind of nonsense this is. He can't believe that someone at such a young age can hide their powers. The most aggressive of the mages spreads his arms wide and demands that everyone come to their senses. He shouts that the idiots around him should turn on their brains and understand that no matter how talented this young man was, Ravenia simply could not have suffered because of such a brat. One of the cultists states that given Ravenia's character, the possibility of death due to carelessness cannot be ruled out, since the girl too often stuck her nose where it didn't belong. The mage, whose face we saw earlier, looks at this speaker in fear. One of the cultists states that the girl reaped what she sowed, and, as it seems to him, this was heavenly punishment. A participant in the meeting, raising his right hand, asks if it is impossible to just go and kill everyone. It seems to him that those gathered are complicating this situation too much. The speaker, with sheets of paper visible in front of him, states that this will not work with Ludwig, as he is a descendant of a great magical family, who, on top of everything else, is studying at Delaiten. The cultist raises his index finger, and says that there is no need for this, and if Rein is the best student at the academy, then everything can be much simpler. In front of us are 3 mages at once. The one standing the farthest says that even if the boy is the guy Milik was talking about, he is no match for the previous speaker, so he should simply be killed by staging an accident. We see the black mage from behind. Torina, who is sitting in a chair, joins the conversation and orders Valen to get rid of anything that might seem like a hindrance or an obstacle. The mage bows before his mistress. We see his face. He says that he will deal with this person if he can establish for sure that it was he who acted inleticable. Torina taps her fingers on the armrest of the chair. The girl sits on a throne between 2 columns. She calls out the name of the deceased Ravenia. We see the 2 characters next to each other. Torina remembers that this was a child that she created from particles of human flesh and raised from infancy. Her face is not visible under a huge straw hat. Torina remembers little Ravenia and understands that she was very dear to her. Torina, dangling her legs, sits on a high throne. She looks ahead and understands that she feels nothing. Torina remembers how Lynn patted her on the shoulder when he left her alone. The guy then told the girl not to worry, because they would definitely return, and he would teach her magic again. The girl holds her straw hat in her hands. We see the lower part of Torina's face. She remembers that Lynn never kept his promise. The girl works in the library. The action takes place several years after Lynn fell into an icy sleep. Torina thinks that if her mentor still hasn't opened his eyes, then there was something wrong with the magic he used. The table in front of the girl is covered with books and paper sheets. Torina is taking notes. She is standing in front of a monument to the squad the hero was in, and thinks that for Lynn's sake she will definitely save everyone. In front of us are some rags. It is reported that 200 years have passed since Lynn fell into an icy sleep. We see people and animals hanging on hooks. Torina, next to whom there are giant stacks of papers, is working in the library. She is writing something again. We see the lower part of her face. The girl is reading some document, and it seems to her that she has found what she needs. Torina smiles. She understands that she has achieved her goal. We see the girl's eye. She runs away into the distance, thinking that she can revive the mentor. The girl calls her comrades to wait for her arrival. The giant dragon, who sits in front of Torina, says that she is doing everything wrong. The girl, who has papers in her hands, looks at the strange interlocutor in bewilderment. He says that even if she can melt the ice that preserves the body, she will not be able to break the cold that holds the soul. In front of us is the face of a dragon, somewhat similar to a human. The creature says that Torina is trying to penetrate the area of responsibility of the gods. We see the eyes of the girl. Papers fall from her hands. She says that she will not understand whether this is true or not until she tries. Torina collects scattered papers from the floor. Blood flows from the corners of her mouth. She thinks that if Lynn's soul is still languishing inside, then she is almost there. Torina smokes a pipe. She exhales smoke. He rises to a huge crack in the dome. We see the girl's eye. Torina raises her hand. She thinks that there is very little time left. Rain opens his eyes. Sammy, smiling, looks at him and says that his comrade has finally woken up. The hero asks where they are. Bart happily says that they are heading to Golden Rose and are almost there. The hero holds his head. He says that it was not a dream. Rem puts his hand on the guy's head and says that he seems to have very extensive connections. The girl says that at the checkpoint in Leticable they could have had problems because of that book, but people from the special department help them pass the inspection. A carriage pulled by 2 horses drives through the forest. Rain asks if they are talking about the man with the squint and unpleasant smile. Someone tells him that it was him. A smiling Doran is seen above Rain and Rem. The girl says that the young man said that he demonstrated the manifestation of love of the future boss towards his subordinates, and asked the guards to let them through the checkpoint on their own responsibility. The girl raises her hand with spread fingers. She says that thanks to this they were able to safely leave Leticable, and the hero will need to thank that friend of his. We see the hero's eyes. Slightly hunched over, he looks at his comrades and says that if we talk about gratitude, then if it were not for them, he simply would not have survived, not to mention some kind of check. Bart and Rem exchange glances. Rain covers his face with his hands. Rem asks him to repeat what he just said. The hero says that he did not declare anything. The girl screams that she simply could not have imagined it. Sammy smiles. He asks his comrades to stop arguing. The carriage pulls up to the castle. Sammy says that they have arrived. The squad members are standing under the palace walls. Bart says that it is time for them to part. Rain asks in surprise if the atmosphere must be so solemn. One of his comrades tells him that they followed him all the way to Leticable just to say goodbye. The young man looks at his friends in amazement. One of them says that if nothing had happened, this conversation would have taken place there. The stars are shining above the castle. The hero asks in bewilderment why it is necessary to say goodbye in a special way now. Because they already did this after they destroyed the queen of rat spiders. He is answered that the situation is a little different now, and they will definitely not be able to see each other for some time. The hero asks what is the reason for this. The young man's face is amazed. He hears that his friends have received an invitation from Trident Point. Rem happily says that they are going to the sacred land of adventurers, where only true masters can work. Rain tries to warn his friends about something. In front of us is a real sea of fire. Rem says that he understands perfectly well that this is a dangerous territory adjacent to a crazy land called Harvadonia, and only adventurers with a silver rank and above can work there. But the pay there is 3 times more than anywhere else. Bart says that they were chosen by the Adventure Union Moby Dick, which ranks 3rd among its kind, and this is a great opportunity for development for both him and Rem. The hero says that Sammy is still not a silver level. The blonde puts his hand to his chest and says that since his abilities are not enough, he is returning to the church, and plans to study hard for the exams to become a priest. Rain looks at his comrade in surprise. Smiling happily, Rem asks why the young man is so worried and if he wants them to continue to protect him. Rain replies that the girl is talking nonsense. She asks the guy not to be modest. The hero, rubbing the back of his head, says that he wants to hear Rem say something adequate at least once. In front of us is the hero's left eye. We see an outstretched hand. The hero says that he can only congratulate his comrades on what they are doing, and trying to stop them would be too selfish. Kais puts his hand on the hero's head. The boy's eyes become round with surprise. He removes Bart's hand from his head and asks not to calm him down like some child. The giant says that he did not want to do anything like that, and is just a little worried about what happened to them all in Leticable. The boy says that this is too much. Sammy and Rem, smiling, look at their comrades. Raising his left hand, Rain shouts for his friends to go about their business already. He states that he is several times stronger than all of them put together, so they better worry about themselves. Words of farewell are heard near the castle. Rem says that when they meet again, she expects a joyful and strong hug from the guy, since she, being the best shooter in the world, can already become a master of the bow. The young man says that he will not hug her. The girl asks the hero not to pretend and finally admit that he will miss her very much. We see the lower part of the young man's face. His comrades walk away from him. Rain opens his mouth. He asks his friends to stop. They look around in surprise. The guy excitedly asks them if they will ever see each other again. The squad members smile. Rain, whose mouth we see open, hears that the meeting will definitely happen. The comrades happily wave their hands to the guy and shout that they are friends, so they will definitely see each other again. The hero smiles. He raises his hand high, saying goodbye to his comrades. The stars shine above the castle. Ridian hangs over the hero's head. The system informs that the boy can continue working on researching the unique magic in this environment, and the progress is 44.8%. The hero takes the book and says that he is very tired. He remembers Bibi. The boy goes up the stairs, wondering if the bird behaved well and did not do anything. Gertrude is standing at the door. She shudders in fear when the hero asks what she is doing here. The girl answers that she is keeping watch on behalf of Lady Christa. Someone hands Bibi a grain. The hero asks again in surprise. Gertrude answers that she is making sure that no one enters the room by mistake and does not hear what is happening there. Putting her hand to her mouth, the girl whispers that now is the time of corn. Rain asks again. Gertrude, raising her right hand, says that the boy himself will understand everything when he goes inside. Rain stands in the doorway. He sees Bibi asking for corn, and Christa, sitting opposite, declares that she went to the store specifically to buy this food. Bibi happily flaps her wings and says that the corn is very tasty. The girl, smiling happily, declares that then she will buy more tomorrow. Bibi thanks the girl, who, in turn, notices the hero. She turns to the guy standing in the doorway and says that Bibi is incredibly cute. Beads of sweat run down the young man's cheeks. Christa blushes. She slams the door in the guy's face. The hero scratches his forehead with his thumb. A flushed Christa runs out of the room and asks why Rain enters other people's rooms, whether he was taught to knock, and does he really not know the basic rules of etiquette. Rain points his finger at the door and says that all this happened because of Gertrude. The boy, smiling, mentally calls Gertrude a little wretch. Christa irritably yells that she does not accept these worthless excuses. Bibi flies out of the room. Rain apologizes and says that he came for the bird. The parrot sits on the hero's head. Christa asks the boy if he knows how hard it was for her because he unexpectedly disappeared for the entire vacation and left Bibi with her. According to her, she had to take the bird with her everywhere, and it was incredibly troublesome. Rain thanks the girl for her concern. Bibi happily flaps her wings and also thanks Christa. The girl waves her hand and says that these two can leave, and she will finally be able to do her homework in peace. She loudly slams the door in the boy's face. The parrot, sitting on the hero's head, asks if he really caused trouble. Rain says that Christa was just joking. The girl opens the door and holds out the cage. The hero takes it and thanks his girlfriend for this unexpected gift. She screams that the guy should get lost. Rain looks in fear at the door that has slammed shut again. Bibi seems to be in a stupor. The hero says that they should leave. Christa looks out from behind the door. She waves goodbye to the bird. The girl cries bitterly. We see a window. And now a clock. Bibi and Rain are looking at something. It is the book that the hero brought. He asks if Bibi remembers Torina. Rain puts his hand on the book and asks Bibi if she remembers Torina. The parrot jumps on the table and says that Torina is Bibi's friend, and Lynn's friend. Rain looks to his right and thoughtfully asks what Torina was like after Lynn disappeared. The parrot is silent. Rain looks at the bird with anxiety and asks if they really had a fight. The bird says its name. Rain sighs and looks at the book. Freed is smoking a pipe. It is reported that after the war, the priestess of the fire dragon Freed decided to take Torina as an apprentice, after which full-scale training of shamans began. We see 5 human figures. The book says that at 13, Torina became the youngest shaman. Torina stands with a smoking pipe in her hand. It is reported that even after the girl officially received the status of a priestess, she never forgot to empty the ashtray when Freed asked her to. In front of Torina are 3 figures. The book says that at 29, she became the first person in the history of the continent who simultaneously studied magic and witchcraft. From that time Torina, traveling around the world, began to help the poor. Torina and Freed are standing next to each other. It is reported that Torina, who returned after a 7-year journey, was named Freed's successor, and after the Republican House unanimously elected her priestess, the girl began to be called the Shaman of Tobacco Ash. A dragon is visible above Torina's head. The book says that after this, the girl tamed the named creature and led all of humanity. Then for more than 80 years she worked for the benefit of people, but eventually resigned her powers and withdrew from society. Rain looks thoughtfully at the book. He thinks that all this is somehow strange, and the text he read simply cannot be forbidden. Surprise appears in the young man's eyes. He sees a portrait of a girl, under which it is written that this is Torina, the shaman of Tobacco Ash, who always carefully kept the straw hat that Lynn left and the smoking pipe inherited from Freed. The hero shows the picture to the parrot and asks him if Torina really always wore his straw hat. Bibi excitedly flaps her wings. She says that the girl wore this hat every day. Rain, smiling, says that it is a great honor for him. He turns the next page. The book says that, having become the youngest shaman in history, Torina held this title longer than anyone else. The guy understands that the book has many interesting entries and, possessing a huge level of skill, Torina may have mastered the magic of immortality. Before us is a drawing from the book. Rain learns that the main forces that Torina created are an ice vortex bridge and a combination of light, flame and cold. These are forces that, through a restoration spell and strengthening magic, strengthen the restorative powers of a frozen body. We see the lower part of the young man's face. This information will be very interesting to him. It seems that Rain understands something. He realizes that this is somewhat similar to a divine healing table. The hero pays attention to 2 more spreads of the book and understands that these powers are not needed in peacetime. Rain looks down thoughtfully. He cannot understand why Torina was so obsessed with all this. He closes the book. Bibi is dozing on the table. The hero thinks that he will never know what the shaman of Tobacco Ash was thinking, but now he understands perfectly well why she is called a great magician. We see the sad eyes of the young man. A smile appears on his face. The hero thinks that this little girl was desperately trying to survive. Rain looks at the moon and understands that he is proud of his student. The members of the hero's first squad gathered around the fire. In front of us is Torina. The hero is very sorry that he could not return to everyone then, as he promised. Lynn smiles. Rain puts his head on the table. He mentally asks for forgiveness from his comrades. Tears flow from the hero's eyes. Rain walks down the street past other students. He thinks that one person will soon have to work hard. In front of us is the face of the librarian. Rain understands that she will need to forge the records of the issue of books and put a new seal. The book falls from the hands of the hero. He himself also falls to the ground. Someone lifts the guy by the hand and asks if everything is okay with him. The hero understands that he is still very weak after what happened in Leticable. Rain apologizes and says that it is his own fault, since he did not look around. Valencidus is standing in front of the hero. Rain looks at him in amazement. Valencidus picks up a book about Torina from the ground. He shakes the dust off it. The young man reads the title of the work. The Life and Achievements of Torina, Priestess of Tobacco Ash, and Disciple of Lynn and Freed. The hero realizes that he is in big trouble. Valencidus, whose back we see, examines the book. The hero thinks that in front of him is also a black magician, and perhaps, he was specially waiting to take revenge. Valencidus turns to the young man and calmly asks if he has read the book. Rain looks at the student with concern. He understands that he needs to pull himself together, because if Valencidus is in cahoots with Ravenia, then he might try to find out some details, which means that he needs to be very careful with him. The 5th-year student looks at the hero, who says that even if he read the book, it does not mean that he wants to become exactly the same. Valencidus says that Rain is probably joking, and asks if the boy knew that this book is banned. Falsely smiling, the hero asks if someone really banned it. Valencidus says that now all books related to Torina are banned. after which he asks if the hero got this edition from the library. The fifth-year student holds the book in his hands. The hero answers his question in the affirmative. Valencidus turns away from the hero and says that then this is a big problem, since the Golden Children have now descended on the central library. Rein thoughtfully looks to his left. He understands that he is in trouble, since in front of him is either a black magician or a fighter against heresy. Valencidus gives the book to the hero. The young man looks at the fifth-year student in surprise. Looking after him, he asks what will happen if he does not return this book. We see the back of the fifth-year student's head. The young man says that he was going to show the hero the way to the library through the back door, but it seems that the young man does not need this. The hero, smiling happily, looks at the guy and says that, of course, he will go with him. The young man has a happy face. He thinks that if he refuses, he will only arouse unnecessary suspicions, and it would be very good for him to find out if Valencidus is an ally of Ravenia. The fifth-year student looks at the hero with a sad look. In front of us is a tall spire. Students passing by greet Valencidus. Young people look at the fifth-year student with embarrassment. The hero simply cannot believe that Valencidus is somehow connected with two black magicians whom he killed quite recently. Rein follows the fifth-year student. Valencidus asks the hero if he seems like a good person to him. We see the tall spire again. The hero answers the question asked of him in the negative. Valencidus says that this is absolutely correct, and there is no need to judge people hastily. They can play with speech, facial expressions and behavior to pretend to be real angels. The guys pass by the arched wall. Valencidus says that people who hide their true faces are actually the scariest in this world. Rein asks if Torina formulated this thought. The fifth-year student says that she partly did. He looks up and says that he did not see the guy during the holidays, after which he asks if he was looking for treasure during this time. Rein looks at his interlocutor in amazement. He thinks that he should have cleaned the book more thoroughly, since it still smells of sewage. We see the back of Valencidus's head, and now the lower part of Rein's face. The fifth-year student's eye glows ominously. Rein looks at Valencidus with alarm and mentally curses. A red triangle appears above his hand. Valencidus looks at someone very strangely. A red triangle is visible under the hero's hand. The young people hear someone say that she does not have this book. Ellen is standing not far from them. The woman is indignant. The hero thanks Valencidus for seeing him off and declares that he needs to run. The fifth-year student sadly closes his eyes. Ellen holds her head. She is told that her first and last name are entered in the library card. The professor replies that this is some kind of mistake. Rein calls out to his aunt. Ellen tells the guy that she is busy now. In front of us are people in shiny armor. It is reported that these are the Golden Children. Rein shows his relative the book. We see the cover of the edition and the worried face of the young man. Ellen sighs heavily. She points at her nephew and asks why he never returned the book. The woman screams that she told him a long time ago that he should do this. The aunt accuses her nephew of being in the clouds. The golden child in a strange helmet silently looks at Ellen and Rein. The professor takes the book in her hand and seems to be getting ready to hit the hero on the head with it. She says that she took the book for herself, and asked the guy to take it to the library because she was too busy with the students. The Golden Children silently watch what is happening. Ellen calls her nephew a little fool and says that because of him she can get into trouble. The aunt looms over her nephew and asks him not to make unnecessary movements. Rein tries to understand what is being discussed. The blonde tells Professor Ellen that she understood her, and that means the woman took the forbidden book home, but thought that she had already returned it to the library. The girl asks to confirm that she stated everything correctly. Ellen says that everything is so. She hands the book to the heretic fighters and asks why this book is forbidden. The blonde answers that they are not in the right place to discuss such things, and she will explain everything if the professor specially sets aside time for her. Ellen says that she would very much like to meet, but, unfortunately, she is incredibly busy, because she is, after all, the most brilliant teacher in Delaiten. The blonde, smiling, says that she knows the last fact very well. Ellen waves her hand and demands that her nephew go to class and not waste time in vain. Rein leaves. Ellen sighs heavily. She looks suspiciously after the guy and tries to understand why he needed this book. The woman hates doing such things, but now she simply had to cover for him. The Golden Children turn around and leave. Karen waves her hands. It is reported that she was exhausted by the interrogation, but she explained to the hero in detail the reason why she wrote his name on the library card. The girl honestly admitted that she completely forgot that students in the first semester of study are not given such books. Then she explained the reason why she used the name of his aunt. The girl, folding her hands in front of her face, begs the guy to forgive her. Rein smiles. He tells the girl that Professor Ellen, who was stopped by the Golden Children, was forced to justify herself. Karen looks at the hero in surprise and asks where he found this book after all. Then she asks if the guy heard about what happened in Leticable. Rein thinks that it is better not to tell the girl that he found the book there. The hero, smiling, suggests that the method of finding the book be considered a trade secret and says that he needs to go. Karen asks him to wait, as she wants to thank him. In front of us are bookcases. The hero declares that it is Professor Ellen who should be thanked, not him. Moreover, he himself should be grateful for having received a wonderful experience. Karen frowns as the hero leaves. A smile appears on her face. She thanks the young gentleman and declares that she will not forget his kindness. Valencidus, whose back we see, is standing in the forest. He thinks that he is a very talented magician. However, he is a completely lousy spy. The fifth-year student realizes that the moment he felt anger and gathered his magical power, his doubts turned into confidence. Rain looks scared. Valencidus is now almost sure that it was this guy who dealt with Ravenia and Milek in Leticable. Valencidus holds a book about Torina in his hands. He feels that this book smells like sewage, and it is definitely from the anthill. Now Valencidus has two identical books at once. He exchanges one for the other. The book burns. Its remains fall to the ground. Valencidus thinks that he swapped the book taken from the library when he encountered Rain, so the golden children were given a copy with the correct library stamp, so this case can be considered closed. We see the back of the fifth-year student's head. The guy looks thoughtfully ahead and mentally repeats the hero's name. The upper part of his body dissolves into thin air. In front of us is Rudian. The hero thinks that Valencidus is a very dangerous guy. The young man is lying on the bed. He is trying to understand what goal the fifth-year student is pursuing, while he understands that if he makes some rash step, he may have problems. The boy looks up thoughtfully. He thinks that the only consolation in this whole situation is that he has made good progress in magic on this expedition. Rain says out loud that fighting a strong opponent significantly increases experience, so even black magicians are useful. BB pecks the grain and repeats the words about the benefit. In front of us is the hero's left eye. The young man remembers the threatening look of Valencidus, and tries to understand if this magician is stronger than Ravenia. A drop of sweat runs down the young man's cheek. The moon shines brightly above the towers. Rain thinks that it is necessary to start dealing with the most urgent issues, after which he suggests his parrot to go to bed. The bird happily agrees. The sun shines through the huge windows. It is reported that the action takes place in the rector's office. The question sounds, who exactly requested a consultation? The answer follows that Rain Ludwig. Immediately after this, permission is given to let this student in. The hero stands at the door. The boy is a little scared. He hears that this is the first time they will communicate in such a setting. Rain comes to the table where Medelia is sitting and says that this is really so. The rector, folding his hands in front of him, asks if the boy's parents are feeling well. He answers that they are healthy. The woman says that she is very glad to hear this. Medelia says that she has heard about the hero from the teachers, and in particular, Owen praises him all the time. Rain does not believe his ears. Medelia stirs the drink in her cup. She says that not only Owen but also many other teachers praise the young man. Then she declares that it is time to get down to business, and asks why Rain came to her. The hero says that Medelia probably knows that the biography of Torina has disappeared from the library. He admits that in fact it was he who took this book, and when he was going to return it, the fighters against heresy came, and Ellen defended him, but fell under suspicion, and if she is arrested now, it will be entirely his fault. Medelia, sipping from her cup, says that everything is clear to her. We again see the elegant window. The hero asks if the rector can somehow help his Aunt Ellen. Medelia looks at the student with a smile and replies that she thinks he is a little mistaken and that they should discuss his own situation instead of Ellen's. She states that freshmen cannot borrow books from the library during their first semester, and that this is common knowledge, and the boy used his noble birth to get a book. Rain looks at Medelia warily. We see the principal's eye, and the woman states that if we ignore violations of school rules, there will never be order at the academy. She asks if the hero agrees with this statement. We see a clock in front of us. A drop of sweat runs down the boy's cheek and he offers the principal a deal. She asks what all this means. Raising his left hand, the boy says that he is the best first-year student and the future heir to the Ludwig family. He states that he can provide the principal with various services. Medelia frowns at the boy. She thinks that when students meet her face to face, they either cower in fear and start stuttering or lose the power of speech altogether. The rector notices the boy's eyes and thinks that this guy is talking to her incredibly calmly. Medelia and Kevin are standing by the window. The woman tells the hero's father that his child is called the one who brings misfortune. The man, smiling, replies that the boy needs to be given a little time, and now he is still young and inexperienced. Medelia smiles, realizing that the father loves his son very much and believes in him. She asks the hero what he can do for her. Rain clenches his fist and decisively says that he is capable of completing any task. Medelia puts the cup on the saucer. She says that she wanted to hear what conditions the young man could offer, but now it turns out that he offers to voice the conditions to her, and this disappoints her very much. Rain looks at her in surprise. With a heavy sigh, Medelia says that there will be no deal, after which she declares that the most appropriate punishment for the young man is expulsion. She declares that she will give the young man time to say goodbye to his friends. Rain screams in fear for Medelia to calm down. We see the lower part of the rector's face. The woman says that she seems to have come up with an idea. The hero looks at the rector in horror. A little girl is sitting at a table covered with books. Medelia asks Rain if he can become her daughter's home tutor. Rain looks at Medelia in amazement. who asks if he agrees to become her daughter's home tutor. The hero reminds him that he is only 15 years old and besides, as far as he knows, it is customary in the Page family for the home tutor to be the magician considered the best at the present time. Medelia, smiling, declares that before her is the best student of the Golden Generation, and this is proof of the young man's outstanding talent. She reminds him that the young man also spent 3 years as an assistant to the Grand Duke Scholsey Ludwig. We see the hero's profile. The sun shines brightly through the window. The guy tries to understand what the rector is thinking. She, meanwhile, declares that the training will take only 2 or 3 months, and in exchange she will deal with the Ellen case. Medelia frowns at the guy and says that she is asking for the last time. She demands an answer to her offer. We see the lower part of the hero's face. He thinks that he has no right to make a mistake, and now is not the time when he can bargain. Rain sees the stern face of the rector in front of him. He realizes that he will have to agree to her terms. Touching his chest, the hero says that he agrees. A smile appears on Medelia's face. She says that this is exactly what she wanted to hear. In front of us is a high tower. Medelia says that her daughter has a lot to work on, and expresses hope that the hero will help her with this. Rain and Medelia go up the stairs. The guy asks why the girl was locked in the tower. The rector answers that everything is not at all as it seems at first glance. Smiling, the woman says that her daughter locked herself there. Rain and Medelia stand in front of the door. The mother warns her daughter that she is entering. In front of us is a girl who hears her mother's voice. The hero looks at her in amazement. Medelia declares that she brought the girl a friend who will teach her a lot. Cassina looks back at the people who entered her room. She turns around in her chair and says that she does not need anyone. The mother calls her daughter by name and asks to at least say hello to the guests. Cassina replies that he can leave. The mother frowns at her daughter. Without looking back at her, the girl demands that Medelia leave and not forget to take the guy she brought with her. The rector turns to his student and asks him to introduce himself to her daughter. The young man bows and says that his name is Rain Ludwig, and he is very pleased to meet him. The girl crumples the pages of the book. She declares that she cannot say the same about herself, so she asks to be left alone. Medelia, smiling, calls out to her daughter. She reminds that when someone greets her, it is customary to look at the one doing it. Cassina grinds her teeth in anger. She turns to the newcomers and demands that they get out of here. A thrown book flies between Medelia and Rain. Covering her head with her hand, the mother bats away the pen that was thrown at her. She asks her daughter to calm down. Cassina is getting ready to throw another book. She asks how many times she needs to be told that she doesn't need all this. The girl demands that the newcomers get out of here, and that her mother never bring anyone else. Rain bats away the objects that are thrown at him. Cassina doesn't stop screaming that they should leave her alone and clean her room. The girl, with books lying on the table in front of her, looks angrily at the newcomers. Rain thinks that her upbringing leaves much to be desired. He understands that he is in deep shit, and he should have offered the rector some other terms of cooperation. Cassina reaches for another book. The young man looks at her in surprise. The girl falls from her chair onto the floor. Her legs are shaking. Her mother is trying to help her, but Cassina is screaming for no one to come near her, and she can get up herself. The hero is shocked. He stands over the girl lying on the floor and asks what is wrong with her legs. Cassina swings a book at the guy. We see despair in her eyes. Rain looks at the unhappy girl with pity. She begs her mother and the hero to go away and leave her alone. Rain and Medelia are standing over the girl trying to get up from the floor. The rector and the student are sitting opposite each other at the table. The woman says that the guy himself saw what condition her daughter is in. She says that for this reason no one can establish contact with her. Medelia puts her glass down on the table. Rain looks at his teacher with sympathy. She says that she brought the most famous teachers, but there was no point in it, and they all gave up sooner or later. The woman pours wine into a glass. The hero asks if her daughter has any problems with her legs. Medelia confirms this assumption. A woman is drinking wine. She asks if the hero will drink with her. We see the upper part of the window. Medelia says that she was joking. A little girl is sitting in a tree. The woman says that Cassina liked to climb high since she was a child, and she was an incredibly active child. The girl from above called her mother, and she still remembers her radiant smile. Medelia holds a glass in her hand. She says that her daughter was incredibly sweet. In front of us is the woman's eye. Now we see the glass. The woman admits that she should have been stricter and stopped Cassina. A man approaches the interlocutors. He says that all this is pointless. Rain looks at him in fear. He bows before the man who entered. We see the man up close. The hero notices the image of a blue dragon on his clothes and understands that this is the symbol of the royal family of Arfan. The man sadly closes his eyes and says that even the best teachers in the country couldn't find a way to approach Cassina, and that the young man has already seen how difficult the girl's character is, so it will be a blessing if they don't fight. Rain stands, sadly closing his eyes. He completely agrees with the girl's father. Medelia, blushing, looks down. She says that Cassina is an unusual child. Her husband says that her mother's actions only make their daughter more painful, and he asks her to stop. Medelia, whose lower part of her face we can see, asks again in surprise. Her husband says that, as it seems to him, it is better to leave the girl alone until she calms down a little. The glass in the woman's hand trembles, she asks again. Medelia stands up abruptly and asks if her husband is suggesting that they leave their only daughter to die in this closet, and how he can call himself her father after that. The man looks at his wife sadly and asks if there is any other way out. Rain, with his eyes closed, listens to the screams of the spouses. The man says that they have already called everyone they could, from famous doctors to famous witches, and no one could help their daughter. Medelia says that all of these people were incompetent. The rector looks angrily at her husband. He says that she keeps repeating the same mistake and then drowns herself in alcohol. He asks how much pain a mother must cause her daughter to feel better. The man angrily shouts that he loves his daughter too, but does not use methods that do not work. Medelia grinds her teeth in anger. Her husband says that they should leave the girl alone until she calms down. A glass of wine flies at the man's head. The woman calls him a fool and reminds him that 10 years have passed. Rain looks at the man with sympathy. Medelia, shaking with rage, demands that her husband get out of her sight, since she can no longer bear to see him. The woman points to the door and calls her husband a moron. The man, with wine running down his face, is silent. He puts his hand on the hero's shoulder. The head of the family looks menacingly at the guy and says that if he does something bad to his daughter, he will never forgive him or his family. Rain looks at the man passing by. The maids wipe the wine off the floor. Sadly lowering her head into her hands, Medelia says that the guy should not have seen all this, and asks for his forgiveness. We see the back of the girl's father's head. Medelia says that, unfortunately, this is her husband, and his name is Urin. Rain, sitting on the couch, looks at his interlocutor. She declares that the guy can go. She says that the young man should keep quiet about everything he saw today, and she, in turn, will try to resolve the situation with his aunt. Smiling sadly, Medelia looks down. She says that she had an idea that maybe someone her daughter's age could change something, but apparently this idea was too naive. In front of us is the lower part of the hero's face. He says that he does not think so. Medelia looks at him in surprise. The guy declares that what a woman does is much better than missing an opportunity every time. Rain gets up from the couch. He thanks the rector for taking care of Ellen's case, and then declares that since Medelia agreed to cooperate, he will not back down from his obligations. The woman replies that the hero clearly saw what state Christa is in. He says that this is exactly why he wants to become her mentor. The hero remembers the girl's father's face. He thinks that this man also did not demand that he go home, which means that both spouses are of the same opinion. Rain clenches his fist. He remembers the girl's face and the look that sank into his soul. The young man brings his clenched fist to his chest and says that he agrees to be the girl's home tutor. Medelia is sitting on the couch. She remembers the conversation during which it was said that leaving a child without attention is not part of the educational process, and in order for the chick to hatch, it needs help. In front of us is Medelia and Kevin. They agree that the one who hatched their children first will help the one who has not yet done so. The hero goes up the stairs. In front of us is the young man's mother. Medelia looks up thoughtfully. She strongly doubts that their children will succeed. Her hand is placed on the door. Christa, hearing her name, turns around. The hero, smiling, says that Rain Ludwig has arrived. A girl sitting in a chair asks a young man why he came back. He says that the rector asked her, and he is an ordinary student, and cannot refuse. In front of us is the back of a chair. Christa says that everything is clear to her, and the guy should tell her mother that she kicked him out, and told him never to come again. Rain stands silently next to the girl. She asks what is not clear here, and demands that he leave. The hero says that he will not do this. Christa holds a pencil in her hands. She asks why the guy wants to stay. He says that these are the terms of the agreement. The pencil breaks. The hero silently looks at the girl. She asks if the young man is making fun of her, and how long he is going to ignore her order. Christa asks if Rain even knows who is in front of him. The guy replies that he knows the girl very well, and her name is Lady Christa. The girl grinds her teeth in rage. She demands that the hero immediately leave the room, since she only needs to say one word for there to be nothing left of him. The girl says that her uncle is the ruler of Arfan, and her mother is the rector of the academy where the boy studies. The girl picks up the book. The hero tells her that he knows perfectly well everything she just told him. Christa throws the book at the hero and asks why he doesn't leave if he knows everything. The girl looks at the boy in fear. He stands with his eyes closed. Smiling, Christa says that she understands that the boy is in pain, but he will get more if he does not leave right now. She declares that she does not care about the stupid contract he made with someone. The hero puts a handkerchief to his forehead and declares that this contract will allow him to cure the girl. He expresses the hope that she will be interested in this. Christa angrily tells the boy that he pisses her off. She throws various objects at him and threatens to destroy his entire family if he does not get out of her room right now. The girl screams that she only needs to ask her father or uncle and the boy will be finished right away, so he should just disappear. Rain looks at her silently. The girl falls to the floor again. She screams that the contract the boy is talking about means nothing. A smile appears on the girl's face. She says that she understands everything, and Rain just wants to look at the pathetic state of the disabled man, who crawls on the floor like some kind of caterpillar. A book flies near the hero's head. The girl screams that everyone she knows wants exactly this, and the boy is clearly no exception. The little girl sits in a wheelchair. Christa says that everyone around her pretends to want to comfort her, and says that everything will be fine, but they look at her with contempt and treat her with disdain. We see smiling silhouettes. Christa states that looking at her, people are strengthened in their superiority and think about how good it is that all this did not happen to them. Sitting on the floor, Christa raises her hand. She asks the hero to leave her alone and hammer into his head the thought that, let's say, she just died. Rain looks at the girl with sympathy. He says that he did not come here to console her. Christa bangs his fists on the floor and cries. A book appears in the hero's hands. He states that there is no sense in words of consolation, but he understands the girl perfectly. The young man looks down sadly and says that he has another reason to be here. He hands the girl a book with a brown cover. There are tears in Christa's eyes. She hears from the guy that she must start walking again. Rain squats in front of her. He states that he and the girl must walk together to the place depicted on the cover. Tears roll down Christa's cheeks. She turns away and says that it is impossible, because her spine is broken. The young man, smiling, declares that everything impossible becomes possible with the help of magic. Christa holds his hand and asks the guy to stop joking, because it causes her terrible mental pain. She asks if the hero is going to make her legs move with telekinesis, after which she declares that even if the guy manages to make her disgusting legs move, it will only make her look even more pathetic. We see a hand. The hero places it on the girl's thigh. Christa tries to hit the hero, but he blocks it in time. The girl calls the guy an idiot and asks if he has gone crazy. Stars appear in the young man's eyes. He declares that he is checking something and asks not to disturb him. Christa asks again in amazement. Sparks run down Christa's legs. The hero understands that the nerve connections are completely severed, but he had to treat much more advanced cases. And this is no different from what he did in his past life. The only question is whether he can use Valencidus now. In front of us is a tower in which there are young people. The hero asks to move his leg forward a little. Christa asks in amazement what the guy is going to do. He says that the girl should be silent for a while and just stretch her leg. Rain probes the lower limb of his patient. He thinks that the disruption of the neural circuits not only creates a huge load on the body, but can also lead to something irreparable. He understands that he can use Valencidus, even if it is a little dangerous for himself. Rain, whose back of his head we can see, asks the girl to relax and accept the treatment, since if she resists, she can get injured. Christa asks in fear if the young man can really cure her. We see two clenched fists. Rain says the chances are 50-50. Smiling, the guy looks at the girl and says that she should trust him, although he is a little embarrassed to say so. Christa looks at the guy in amazement, who offers to take her for a walk. A magical formation hangs above the girl's knees. A bright flash occurs. The girl grinds her teeth in pain. Blood flows down the hero's face. The girl notices this and asks what is wrong with his eyes. Rain opens his mouth wide and asks Christa to be quiet for a bit. His eyes glow brightly. We see red threads. A bright yellow flash occurs behind the hero. Christa asks in amazement what the hero just did. The girl is amazed. She looks at her legs and realizes that she is experiencing a very unusual sensation. Rain, whose face is bleeding, says that he did it, and it is a success. We see the girl's legs. She says that she does not feel any serious changes. The boy wipes the blood from his face and says that nothing will work quickly, and that he needs to go step by step. Christa asks who he was talking to just now. The boy says that if the lines connect, then everything else will be easier. A hieroglyph is visible above Rain's palm. The boy says that a magic pentagon is used, as well as the Say rune. Christa looks at his feet in surprise. The hero thinks that the human body moves with the help of weak electrical signals sent by the central nervous system, and if this flow is interrupted, then it can be stimulated with the help of lightning magic. The boy tells the girl that he has finished treating her. The boy extends his hand to the girl. He grabs her wrist and begins to lift her. Rain thinks that with the help of telekinesis it is possible to replenish muscle strength. The girl is scared. She asks the boy to wait. Rain puts her on her feet. Christa puts her hand on the boy's chest. He asks him to be more careful. The girl's leg lifts up on her toes. She hesitantly whispers that it's all a lie and it simply can't be. Rain, smiling, looks at her and says that with magic, many things are possible. Christa presses herself against Rain. The boy says that this is the potential of magic. The girl takes a step forward. The boy explains that she moves with the help of his magic, and is not yet fully healed, so she may have strange sensations, but walking like this, on two legs, is quite possible for her. Christa spreads her arms to stay on her feet. We see the lower part of her face. Rain says that right now the girl is completely relying on his power, but if she learns magic, she will soon be able to walk on her own. The hero, smiling, says that then everything is decided, and he will be her home tutor. Christa asks him to leave. The hero, it seems, has not yet understood the meaning of the girl's words. Casina gets furious. She screams at the guy to get out and calls him a bastard. She declares that she will not allow herself to be fooled by cheap tricks associated with illusion magic and threatens to kill the young man. The guards burst through the door. The girl screams at them not to stand still and drag this scoundrel out of here. Rain asks in fear what is going on. We see the lower part of the girl's face. She asks to wait. Her legs give way. The girl sits down on the floor. Casina looks at the hero in confusion and says that she cannot walk. But if she understands that she cannot do this, then it means that she really did walk recently. We see her legs. Casina cries bitterly. In front of us is a tower in which the girl is located. We see the academy building with a dragon on the roof. Felix holds up a piece of paper. It is reported that this is happening in the student council room. Sandra, smiling, carries the papers. A girl enters the room. She turns to the hero and says that the rector Medelia asks him to come to her. Horror appears on the hero's face. Medelia and Rain are standing next to the huge windows. The woman says that she wants to get straight to the point and asks what happened between the hero and Casina. The guy does not understand what Medelia means. It seems to him that the girl could have told her mother that he did something very strange to her. Black stains are visible next to the guy's head. He understands that what happened in the tower is really very difficult to describe in words. We see the hero's eye. Medelia stares at the young man. He understands that big trouble awaits him, and the rector looks at him as if he wants to eat him alive. The young man narrows his eyes. He understands that he must be careful, because one wrong word, and not only he, but also his entire family will lose their heads. Medelia looks at the boy menacingly. He says that he did nothing of the sort, he just tried to talk about the benefits of magic, and the girl threw him out of her room. Rain, with a fake smile, says that then, as the principal knows very well, he returned to the dorm, so he did not do anything particularly strange. Medelia opens her mouth wide and screams that this cannot be true. She says that she just received a letter from home. Rain, resigned to his fate, smiles. He thinks that he lived a good life. A white circle is visible around the boy. Medelia calls out to him and says that Casina wants to see the boy again. The woman shows the boy the letter and, not believing her eyes, says that her daughter wrote it herself. Rain looks at the teacher in amazement and asks again in surprise. Casina sits in her chair. She asks if the boy really said last time that she would be able to walk. Rain, with a serious expression, declares that everything is so, and that it is only necessary to make an effort. We see the lower part of Casina's face. She, almost crying, says that she still does not believe the young man and asks him to admit that yesterday he made some kind of magical illusion and deceived her. The hero looks at Casina in bewilderment. Anger appears in his eyes. He cannot believe that she called it a deception. The young man uses a spell. He thinks that no one has provoked him so much in a long time. We see the girl's legs. Rain thinks that he could make a completely wild scene here if he wanted. He grabs Casina by the hand. She asks what the hell the young man is doing. The enraged hero pulls the girl off the chair. She stands on her feet again. The guy, smiling, looks at her and asks if she still does not believe him. Casina smiles. Her words sound above the tower that this is simply impossible. Clenching her fists in joy, the girl says that the guy is the same age as her. He asks if there is a problem with this. Casina states that even her mother, the greatest mage, could not help her, and some boy, who most likely uses some 2-star magic, did it, and she simply finds it impossible. Rain smiles. Narrowing his eyes, the guy says that every mage has his own specialization. Casina thoughtfully rubs her chin. Rain and Casina stand opposite each other. The girl says that she still can't believe it. She asks how she knows that this is not some fraudulent spell that she has never heard of. Rain mentally calls her a little bastard and, sighing, asks what he needs to do to convince her. After thinking about it, the guy offers the girl to go to the city with him. We see people walking down the street. Casina screams in amazement that she doesn't believe it's possible, but she would love to go there. The hero says that in this case he needs to get permission from the rector. We see the lower part of the girl's face. She says that this is not necessary. The young man looks at her in surprise. In front of us are grinning black figures. Casina says that if the hero tells her mother about this, she will assign a bunch of guards to her, and then people will point at her again. The girl says that she doesn't like it, because she can't stand it when everyone looks at her. Rain looks at the girl thoughtfully. Casina stands against the window. She says that, in addition to everything, she wants to see the city as it is, without any embellishments, without guards and without unnecessary prying eyes. Rain objects, stating that no one will probably let her go, and if they try to get out unnoticed, he will be considered a kidnapper. Rain looks thoughtfully to his right. He remembers himself in a past life, and how someone asked him that when they met next time, he would share the light of his magic as an outstanding adult. Rain raises his left hand. He mentally addresses the girl and says that he understands her. The hero looks at the window and says that it is very large, and they can stand next to each other on the windowsill. Casina thoughtfully says that it will not work to go out through the window, since her mother installed a barrier there. A complex geometric figure appears in the hero's eyes. He uses the Belle Curious spell. There is a bright flash. The barrier breaks. Casina looks at the window in surprise. The hero smiles. The girl asks how he could do that. She looks up in shock. Rain says he doesn't have time to explain anything. The girl looks at the guy, her mouth open. He holds out his hand to her and invites her to come with him. We see the lower part of the girl's face. Cassina holds out her hand. The hero pulls it towards him. The young people look at the city. Cassina is shocked. Rain says the view from here is truly amazing. A tear runs down the girl's cheek. She agrees with the young man. Guards appear at the door. They try to shout to the young lady. Rain, smiling, scratches his cheek. The guards shout for him not to do anything. Cassina turns to them and says that they will go for a short walk. Clenching her fist, the girl asks not to tell her mother anything.